to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series Anaheim. The dawn of a new format with crossover breakers arriving alongside new competitive strategies. Duelists have traveled far and wide, many to prove themselves against the competitive field, others to share in the fun of the public events, and some still simply to engage with the community one last time this calendar year. But no matter why you are here, we are all united in the love of the game. I'm Steve Kangas, and I'm once again honored to be your host live on the Anaheim Convention Center floor where the duels behind me are raring to go. So without further ado, let's send it over to the casters to get us into day number one.
All right, thank you, Kangas. It's so exciting to be here, finally back at a YCS. Anaheim, one of my favorite cities to have a YCS. We've been in this convention center many times before. But I'm Billy Brake, and joining me is one of my good friends and excellent top-notch duelist, one of the best duelists I've ever dueled in my lifetime, Joe G. Orlando.
Thank you, Billy. I really don't think I can compare to your accomplishments, but I really do appreciate it. I'm incredibly excited to be here this weekend. Over the course of the last handful of months, we've been watching Fire King strategies and Snake Eye strategies and U-Bell, Fiendsmith strategies. This weekend, though, we have a brand new collection of decks from Crossover Breaker, and I cannot wait to see what deck takes it this weekend.
That's right, yeah. A couple of brand new decks bursting onto the scene, but we're going to see how they're going to stand up against the decks that have already solidified themselves as being at the top of the meta here this weekend. But if you aren't familiar with the YCS, let's go ahead and talk about what's going to be happening this weekend. Talk about the format for the YCS, Joe.
Absolutely. Today, day one, we are going to be playing 8 rounds of Swiss. Those will be 45 minutes long, best 2 out of 3. We're then going to come back tomorrow for day 2 and play 2 additional rounds, 45 minutes. We'll then cut into a top 32. From the top 32 into the top 16, we'll also be playing 45-minute rounds. When we move on to the top 8, both the top 8 and top 4 will be 55-minute rounds. And then, of course, tomorrow afternoon, we'll have our final match, 65 minutes, all of which will be best 2 out of 3. Now, Billy, what are these players playing for this weekend?
That's right. There's going to be a lot of rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh!, but there's a lot on the line that the players are going to be competing for this weekend. And we're going to find out really shortly what are the prizes are going to be for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series here in Anaheim. And that's right. If you come in first place, you will be receiving an ultra-rare copy of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series prize card, Anotherverse Solaria, the third in the installment of the Anotherverse series. Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series trophy, which I still have my trophies on display at my house. That's something you're never going to want to get rid of. A Steam Deck, plus so much more. And there it is, the beautiful trophy featuring Anotherverse Solaria. And even the card itself is right there in front of the trophy. There's so much on the line, lots of Yu-Gi-Oh! To be played this weekend. It's going to be an exciting one. How is Crossover Breakers, the latest set, going to make an impact? I can't wait to find out. Are you excited about this weekend, Joe?
I couldn't be more excited.
Me either. This is literally my Christmas. Christmas came early for me this year, and I'm excited to see who's going to become a YCS champion. Will someone have a repeat performance? I know Landon Oliver, while we've been gone, won 2 YCSs in a row. Is he going to try and win one here on the live stream stage? We're going to have to find out. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with our first round of Swiss of the YCS Anaheim 2024. Don't go anywhere.
Dive into dueling and show the world you're in a league of your own. Sweep away the competition with a wave of new monsters, spells, and traps, including a brand new version of one of my numbers, Chaos number 32, Shark Drake Levice. Yu-Gi-Oh! Rage of the Abyss, available now. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to YCS Anaheim 2024. Really excited to be here and excited that you're joining us for this awesome day of Yu-Gi-Oh! I mean, the game is great. It's a lot of fun. And we have a brand new set that just came out, Crossover Breakers, bringing 2 new strategies. And we're going to see how that's going to impact the tournament this weekend. But we are just mere moments away from our first round feature match, Joe. How are you feeling?
I'm really excited not just to see the new cards themselves, but just see how the existence of the new strategies from Crossover Breaker will actually affect the deck building process of every other deck in the room. Looking over the deck lists right now that we have in front of us for this round, there are specific cards in here that maybe a few weeks ago would not have found main deck play, but I think have actually slotted in specifically because of some of those new strategies in Crossover Breaker.
Well, that's right. We have deck lists here. We have Duelist on the stage waiting to be introduced so we can have our first feature match. So I'm going to go ahead and toss it over to Kangas. Kangas, who is going to be playing our first round feature match?
In our first round feature match, in the blue chair from Diamond Bar, California, he's a chef on and off the Duelist table, and he wants you to know that he came to cook. Brian Ho! And his opponent in the red chair from Reiskirchen, Germany, your Master Duel 2023 WCS champion and 2024 WCS runner-up, Joshua Schmidt! The Duelists are ready, so let's throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
All right. That's right, Kangas. We have our first round feature match. Our players are now sitting down and getting ready to duel here in our first matchup. It's Joshua Schmidt taking on Brian. Brian seems like, kind of a hometown hero. Josh had to come a little bit further all the way from Germany, and, you probably recognize his name. He has been around for quite some time, one of the legends. I've had the honor of playing Josh in the couple of finals of the EU YCS tournaments way back in the day, but now he has gone on to ascend to a whole nother level. He's made the finals of the past 2 Master Duel World Championships. He won the first one. In the sequel in Seattle this year, though, fell just short to Team 7. He's on Team Snipe Hunters to Jesse Cotton, but now he's here back at it again, fresh off his top in YCS Bologna just a couple weeks ago. But even though he just topped the last YCS, this is a brand new tournament, brand new meta, brand new set came out, so a lot of things could be different here this weekend.
Yeah, looking over his deck list, I don't want to spoil too much. It seems like he's being loyal to what worked in Bologna with a totally different shift for the second side of his deck. So we'll have to wait and see exactly what Joshua thinks was the best strategy this upcoming weekend.
Yeah, definitely. And then his opponent also coming with like an older kind of strategy, but you can tell both in their deck list they have prepared their decks ready to face on these new decks that came out of Crossover Breakers, as you were kind of hinting at earlier in the conversation, Joe. Because, yeah, there's a lot of decisions you can make. You don't have to play the newest, the hottest, the biggest, best deck that just came out. You can find a way to fine-tune your deck, your strategy that you know well, that you've been mastering for months now, to adjust to those decks that came out.
Yeah, I think going into this weekend, talking about some of the cards that are on a lot of people's radars, finding ways to stop Duo Drive from resolving in the new Rise strategy, I think is going to be a priority for a lot of players. And I think these 2 players specifically have made the concessions in their main deck to try and prioritize that.
Definitely. And there's a lot of other cards that I've been looking at this weekend, like Triple Tactics Talent, I think is going to be a big one we're going to see this weekend. I mean, coming off that, anytime you go into a YCS, kind of look at the results of the previous one, and that's what people are probably going to be playing at the next one, kind of trying to copy that success. But you can kind of counter that as well and think about the next step. Well, if everyone's going to be trying to play this, what's the next thing I can do to innovate, to push it to that next level and get an edge in the next tournament? And we're going to see if these players did do just that. Looks like they are shuffled up and ready and just waiting for us to say it is A-OK. Oh, look at that beautiful banner behind them in the background. Brand new, sees all these iconic monsters from the years in history of Yu-Gi-Oh! Really cool.
I took a picture of that and actually sent it to my brother earlier this morning, because you look at that and you see cards from my childhood, like Darkarm Dragon and Chaos Sorcerer, cards from maybe about 10 years ago, really popular, like Stardust Dragon.
It's really sweet, really sweet. And also things like SP Little Knight are also there hidden behind Josh. But let's go and jump into it. This is finally here. It's our first game of YCS Anaheim. It's time to duel for the first time today. Now we get to see what the players are playing. Brian is going to be on Voiceless Voice, while Josh is packing the Fiendsmith, the Magical Musket Fiendsmith, to be more specific. It doesn't have the title up there, but he is using something similar to the deck that won YCS Bologna.
Yeah, so he put aside the Castir monsters, which brought him success at Bologna, and now has exchanged them for the Musketeers, which actually triumphed out in Bologna not too long ago.
Yeah, a very small magical musketeer package, but they are light fiends with more ways to get more light fiends on the field, which really enable those Fiendsmith plays. I mean, the biggest thing we've seen since YCS Bologna is going to be that incorporation of Fiendsmith in Paradise. The fact that you're always able to find a way to have some sort of interruption, but it looks like Josh is starting first with just 2 cards to his spell and trap card zone and a pass. So no light fiend access, no way to get multiple monsters on the field to try and go into Moon of the Closed Heaven. Not where he wants to be, but we're going to see if Brian's going to be able to capitalize on this slow start here from Joshua's side.
Yeah, it looks like Joshua has a copy of Ash Blossom and Joy Spring and a copy of Ghost Ogre.
Oh,
wow.
Just 1 spell and trap back. That you gotta love to see it. When you only set 2 and you pass, and your opponent has equally the same kind of hand where you have all the interruptions but nothing to get you really started. Now it's a fair game. Josh going to set a monster face down. Got to protect those life points. Trying to decide on the zone. Finds his way across the field there. The hand was still on it. You know, as long as your hand's still on it, skidded on over, and more defense play here. Now he's probably setting something that just trying to get 2 monsters on the field, right? Trying to find a way to get to Moon of the Closed Heaven because he knows his opponent doesn't have a lot to get started with either. But now let's see if he's going to take the moment. Yep, he's going to normal summon Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. The effect does work on the field, but it looks like he probably will be looking to link these monsters off.
You know, any 2 monsters goes into
Moon of the Closed Heaven.
Moon of the Closed Heaven.
Definitely.
And we literally mean any 2 monsters.
2 effect monsters.
Oh, I guess true.
But you can turn your non-effect monsters into effect monsters thanks to some key extra deck monsters. But here they go. Both those monsters are going to be sent to the graveyard to perform a link summon for Moon of the Closed Heaven.
This might be the most painful Moon of the Closed Heaven I've ever seen summon in terms of the actual, what you had to go into it, what the input was.
It took it was a 2-turn setup. He's playing the slow game, but yeah. So it's a light fiend, so he's going to be able to use that as a material to link summon Fiendsmith Requiem. Going to tribute that off to special summon Fiendsmith Engraver or Lacrima of the Crimson Tears from the deck.
Looks like, unfortunately for Brian, he has 2 copies of Troll and Lockbird, which, at least the way this is going to play out, are not likely to have a huge impact over the course of this turn.
Josh probably a little surprised with, having his opponent pass back. You'd probably assume he has something like Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, but probably happy that his opponent does not. So the Lacrima is going to send down Fiendsmith Engraver from the deck to the graveyard. Now he's going to be able to shuffle back the Moon to the extra deck to try and special summon back Engraver. I imagine this is going to be one of more of those, he's going to try and grind this game out a little bit. He knows his opponent doesn't really have any starters. He doesn't know what deck his opponent's playing quite just yet. But a Book of Eclipse in desperation here.
Curious if he's going to use the Ash Blossom that he has in hand. One thing to note about Josh's play, the investment of 2 hand interactions in order to go into the Fiendsmith line is quite the investment, but he had those 2 copies of Talents in hand. So if there was some type of interaction from Brian, like the Ash Blossom, as you mentioned, was a pretty likely card to actually have in his hand since he passed for the first 2 turns, he would at least be able to utilize one of the 2 copies of Talents that he has in his hand, which in these grindy type of games, you really want to try and use those every single turn that you possibly can.
Yeah, I look like a little bit of egg on my face here. I was talking about how Talents is going to be so good, but he's sitting here with just 2 copies in hand he can't use, but lets that Book of Eclipse resolve, decides it's going to be okay to draw a couple cards here. Which is really interesting. If the Lacrima can end up in the graveyard, he still has disruption access, since he'll be able to summon back the Requiem, tribute off the Requiem, summon out a Lacrima, send down Fiendsmith in Paradise. Unless he drew it. Is that what he drew?
No, so he actually drew one of the cards that I was commenting on earlier. Both of these players have elected to play 3 copies of Dominus Purge in their deck, which commenting on, how are we going to stop Duo Drive this weekend when we do eventually start seeing Rizio monsters, and there he actually just drew another copy of it. That was one of the cards that I mentioned that could be a card that maybe 2 weeks ago you wouldn't typically see in main decks, which might suddenly become a main deck stay for a lot of strategies.
Yeah, if you can play it, I would highly suggest fitting into your deck if it doesn't conflict with too many of your attributes. But just another set monster here for Brian. Play goes back to Josh. Not what you want to see after you had to use a Book of Eclipse. Oh, he did draw into an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. So he's going to use that to stop the Requiem from summoning the monster. But now that you're at the point Josh is at, the snowball has already accumulated snow. It's going to grow larger. You're not able to really cut off that follow-up play, but now he can finally use one of those triple tactics talent. He wants to at least see what his opponent's playing, and now he knows it's Voiceless Voice.
Yeah, he also knew that he drew the Ash Blossom, or he would have used it on the previous turn. So just some free information there, where if it's obvious your opponent would use Ash Blossom on one turn and they use it on the next turn, obviously that means that they drew it. This is important because there was actually a possibility that Brian could go through the entirety of this turn and not reveal the deck that he was playing and actually end the game without ever revealing it. So this talent's allowing Joshua to at least know that he's up against Voiceless Voice, which may not be the most popular deck in the room this weekend, is valuable information going into siding for 2 and 3.
Definitely. Great for information for game 1, even better information for game 2. definitely agree. But yep, it looks like he puts back the Saravis, leaves them with just the Tyrius and Skull Guardian. So now he's going to equip the Requiem to Fiendsmith Engraver.
I think he's checking to make sure it can destroy or send face down.
And now he's going to contact fuse, which means he's going to send both those to the graveyard to special summon Necroquip Princess.
And then I'll attend.
And now he can use the Engraver effect from the graveyard to put back one of the Requiems to special summon Engraver. So this is where, you know, the decision tree starts branching out. You have 2 level 6s. You can go into a rank 6. You can go into a link 2. So it's like, do you want Caesar? Do you want Sequence? But he's not going to get that far because another copy of Book of Eclipse. But this one's going to be met by Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring from Joshua.
And he's going to be able to draw a card now because he's used a hand interaction with Necroquip on the field.
Which is so cool. Love that extra value of Necroquip Princess. You do see some players leaving it on the field sometimes because you have those interactions from the hand that you can use, and you will be able to draw multiple cards. And I think it even works if your opponent discards a card from their hand as a cost.
And use the effect.
Yeah, this is where the onslaught continues. This deck doesn't do a lot at once, but it does a lot over time for sure.
So it looks like Lacrima comes down and sends a Lacrima from the deck. Oh no, a Fiendsmith Engraver from the deck, and now we're going to be able to go into a Link 2, which is probably going to be Sequence.
So Sequence is going to shuffle back the fusion materials to Fusion Summon. It's going to put back Engraver, Lacrima, and a Requiem.
So Joss has been able to pilot this entire game with just the Fiendsmith cards and hand interactions. We have yet to actually see the Magical Musketeers.
Okay. I'll pass turn, or let's go game 2.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It looks like Brian has seen enough. He knows there's not a single card he can draw to get out of the situation, because whatever he draws that would be live would be immediately negated by that Desiree. So he's going to go ahead and concede, save a little bit of time, and move on to game number 2.
I think we shouldn't have pointed out those old iconic cards in the background like Chaos Sorcerer, because all of a sudden we had a game where the game started with 2 or 3 set cards on both sides. We haven't seen something like that in years, it seems like.
Oh, yeah, it does not happen often. And a lot of times when it does happen, it's like one side is the one setting the cards, and the other one is, you know, comboing off. But it's fair when both players don't have anything really going for them in their opening hands.
It wasn't even just spell and trap cards, which you do sometimes see. It was actually set monsters on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, Josh didn't even draw like any Fiendsmith cards. He didn't draw any like engine cards technically per se. He just turned his monsters into that moon to really get everything online and following up. I mean, not even like a copy of Fiendsmith Tract was needed.
It's really not how you draw it up. When you think about Moon of the Closed Heaven and you think, oh, any 2 monsters I have can turn into Moon of the Closed Heaven that are effect monsters. ... I don't typically think Ash Blossom and Ghost Ogre, though, are going to be those 2 monsters.
Not typically. I don't think Josh wants it to go that way. Hopefully in game number 2 he'll draw a little bit better. But same for Brian. Brian wasn't able to draw any of those really good power spells that could start the game off. You know, things like Nadir's Servant or pre-preparation of rides. He also didn't draw like Saphira, the Dragon Queen. That's another key card in this deck. Unfortunately,
Barrier.
Yeah, Barrier. There's so many like starting cards that he can draw, but he's going to get to go first here in game number 2. So we're going to have to hope he can draw some of those in his hand. We can kind of see his side deck. It looks like he took those Book of Eclipses right out. Because while that card is really, really strong against Raziel, because I mean, usually going second, you can one of the ways you can interact and put their detonator face down. Not so strong against some of the older strategies, which is something I was looking at going into this weekend. A lot of people are hyper-focused on Raziel and Malice being the 2 new kids on the block and the decks to beat. So everyone's focusing their decks on cards that are good against those strategies. So if you play some of those older decks, I mean not older, but not brand new, you have an opportunity to take advantage of that. People aren't going to be as prepared for it as they have been. People don't really have Fire Kings on their radar as they did before. Maybe Snake Eye's not as hyper-focused to be stopped, and you can kind of capitalize on that. Same for something like Voiceless Voice. Even though Dimensional Barrier pretty still strong against Voiceless Voice, I'd say.
There's always going to be, you know, unintended consequences of shifts in the format. You know, Dominus Purge is another card that can be pretty good against Voiceless Voice as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. For Brian's sake, I hope he draws the card that was listed as his favorite card in the introductions. It was Diviner of the Herald, which is actually a little bit of the preview of the deck strategy that he brought here this weekend. He certainly didn't have one in his hand in any of those turns, though, in this previous game.
Yeah, instead he drew the other card, the Trias Hierarchia, instead of the Diviner, the one you don't really want to draw. That's what you want to send to the graveyard with the Diviner.
In his 48-card deck, that's probably exactly what he thinks of. He's like, all right, I'm going to go up to 48 cards. That way I don't really see Trias as much. I see Diviner as much more. But first game of the day, obviously, goes the opposite way. But for his sake, let's hope that he draws a diviner so we can really start to see that voiceless strategy in action.
Definitely want to see some better draws here from both players. Can only imagine that Brian will be going first. Looks like the duelists are shuffled up, hands drawn, ready to go.
If you're in Josh's seat, how do you feel about having that opening hand in the first turn and then actually coming away with the victor? How much confidence does that give you for how your day is going to go?
I mean, it feels good because you know you're not going to draw that bad every game, and if you can steal some wins away when you have those games, it definitely will boost my confidence up a little bit. It's like, oh, well, this is one less loss I'm going to have due to my bad draws. Like, it means the next time you're going to draw really good, maybe. So I'm definitely having a little boost of confidence, but I at least want to get out of this round first to begin with.
Yeah, it's that first game of the day, though. You just kind of get the juices flowing, the mind going, the brain going, and seeing a hand like that and saying, oh, that's not that great.
I'll activate pre-prep.
But still finding a way to win.
So we got a starter here on Brian's side pre-prep, but as you mentioned, Dominus Purge, strong against Voiceless Voice. It's going to stop him from adding to his hand here.
That is good.
So again, that's a card we're probably going to see quite a bit of this weekend.
Yeah, if you can use it, you are definitely using it in your deck this weekend. But hey, Diviner the Herald, he has some more cards to continue playing. That's going to let him send a fairy to the graveyard.
So he finally has his favorite card.
Did he slide out to try us?
I couldn't imagine that being the case.
Oh, there it is.
Can you try us?
Yep. Trias contribute a fairy to summon back from the graveyard. And when Diviners tribute it, it can special summon out a monster. So that's what we're going to see happen here.
Yep, this will allow him to go summon low. It's really great that Diviner works like this. You know, you see the card, you hear the word Herald, you think about the original ritual strategies, but it actually just lines up so well in kind of this nuanced ritual strategy where you're attributing off for the Trias, allowing you to summon low, which is now going to place, I presume, a Saphira into his hand.
Or not. Wait, what am I doing?
Yeah, I was about to say, he's going to go into barrier into Saphira.
Skipped a step there.
There and Saphira. Saphira effect.
Saphira is going to discard to send Prayers of the Voiceless Voice and add Skull Guardian to the hand.
So this is obviously a much more ideal opening hand for Brian. We can actually see his engine roll a little bit here.
This might be the best we've ever seen Voiceless Voice do in a feature match. Notoriously, we've had bad luck with Voiceless Voice in our feature matches in the past. They just don't seem to draw the way they need to. But here, we see the strategy online and operating. Saphira is going to use this effect to ritual summon by banishing itself from the graveyard. Now Skull Guardian on summon is going to let him add. Let's see what he decides to get.
It's another good use of the Trias. He gets to obviously to tribute off the Diviner, but now he gets to use it also for ritual material as well.
It's going to be the Sarveus, the Ancient and Ascended. It's another good interaction to have on your field. You can return it to your hand during your opponent's turn and then special summon out one of those ritual monsters like the ritual Sarveus.
Yeah, the original Sarveus.
Sarveus to summon? Yep.
And because he had pre-preparation, he already has 2 spells in his graveyard.
Yep, it's a little unfortunate that he has to return the Prayers of the Voiceless Voice, as that provides a little bit of protection, because if one of the monsters, the Skull Guardian, was to leave the field, you can special summon another one from the deck. So not exactly happy about that, but those are the kind of things you probably have to give up when one of your cards gets stopped. You don't get everything you want, but you still get most of it. And that barrier is also going to prevent his stuff from being targeted right now, which is huge, since he has the Light Dragon Ritual and Low on the field.
So one thing I want to note is earlier you commented on how you think Talent is going to be quite popular this weekend, Triple Tactics Talent. Brian doesn't have Talent in his hand, but he has Thrust. However, he was unable to activate it because it was only a Dominus Purge, a trap card that was activated by Joshua. So if we see a card like Dominus Purge, Dominus Impulse rise in popularity this weekend as a means of trying to navigate against some of the new strategies, we might end up seeing cards like Thrust and Talents not utilized as much.
That's definitely the case, but it looks like Josh just doesn't have enough to really get through what Brian put down there on turn number 1. And instead of wasting any time or revealing any side deck cards, Josh is going to go ahead and concede and move on to game number 3 right away, knowing that he will be going first against Voiceless, which Voiceless, not the worst at going second, but definitely nowhere near as strong when it goes first.
No, it's definitely one of those strategies that really prefers to go first. It's going to be a little bit more challenging here for Brian to navigate if Joshua has a hand that actually has some of his Fiendsmith engine as opposed to just hand interactions and interruptions.
Yeah, hopefully he can. I mean, I saw like a Lacquer with the Crimson Tears in his hand. Hopefully Josh doesn't draw the same way he did in game number 1 with not much to play. But, you know, going first, I just mentioned Dimensional Barrier, that crossover kind of coverage you get from cards like that in your side deck. I mean, those are the best side deck cards, are ones that you can put in, and you know you're going to face multiple different decks, but that one card can still be key in multiple matchups.
Yeah, we see Joshua has 3 copies of Dimensional Bear in his side deck. Presumably it'll be coming in here. I'm curious to see whether or not Brian is going to side in his copies of Crossout Designator with a single copy of Dimensional Barrier himself.
Yeah, I think you have to. I think if it's in there, you're either going to decide not to do it because you wasted 3 side deck slots, or you're going to rock it. I think you will. That'd be something cool and epic. I mean, Crossout Designator, another card that's going to be key this weekend. I mean, we're talking about those. There's so much focus on those monster effects and other like actual trap effects that you can use from the hand for disruption. So those kind of cards that can capitalize on that are going to be huge here this weekend.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing maybe a Lancia chain to a Crossout Designator at some point this weekend.
Ooh, that'd be a good one. That'd be a really good one. I know in Master Duel, when I first started playing Master Duel with, you know, Maxi, they have called by it too. I was more inclined to play Ghost Spell because I would always Maxi my opponent. They try to call by it, then you can Ghost Spell the called by.
Yep.
You just got to have the more protection for your first interactions. So I could definitely see the Lancia coming in. But as you mentioned, yeah, Triple Tactics Thrust also going to be a key card. I like that in the side deck a lot this weekend because for Malice, you can side Artifact Sanctum, so you can set Sanctum going first and then get that to get to Artifact Lancia faster. Or you can obviously Triple Tactics Thrust for Dimensional Barrier, or even something like Harvey's Featherstorm. I know a lot of people are out there. I've seen it yesterday with Raziel using Castel.
Oh, wow, that is a throwback.
Yep, rank 4 Winged Beast, so they can still use Harvey's Featherstorm in the Raziel strategy. But we'll have to see. We see that later on in the day.
It's always great when players innovate new strategies like that because obviously you have the core new cards, people read them, but we have decades of Yu-Gi-Oh! History to go back through.
Definitely. And even recent history, I've also seen Fiendsmith Raziel strategies popping up because of they want to have something to do when they get Dimensional Barrier, something to fall back on still.
You can also Metal Tronus Detonator in the mirror match into the original Forest, into the original Goddess.
Oh, that's so
and then
cool.
it's a Light Fiend.
Yep, and then you get to start your whole
then you can go into the
Fiendsmith combo. I do love Metal Tronus. That is another card we should be keeping our eye on this weekend. All right, so this is it. This is game 3. One of these duels will be walking away with a round 1 win. Game number 3, round 1, YCS Anaheim 2024. Let's see who's going to win round number 1. Will it be Josh? Will it be Brian? Who knows?
Okay.
Who knows?
All right, let's see how these players open up. Looks like Brian has a copy of Drone Lockbird in his hand.
Okay, not the strongest interaction, but depending on when you are able to use it, can be good. Won't be very good against Josh's deck, I don't think.
Not typically, no. We see here a Lacrima summoned, which if your strategy is to play this Fiendsmith deck, kind of a grindy, somewhat mid-range deck, then this is definitely a good opening. We get to see that Fiendsmith in Paradise, a card we didn't really originally see in a lot of the Fiendsmith strategies when the deck was first released, but something that we've seen popularized fairly recently in these Fiendsmith-based decks.
Yeah, definitely. It's just an easy kind of interaction that you can get just from having the Lacrima. Like right here, it's all set up. Already has it in the graveyard, so you can use it anytime your opponent special summons a monster. You can banish it, send that Desiree to the graveyard, and send a card on the field to the graveyard. But the Lacrima of the Crimson Tears linked away for Requiem. Requiem tributed off the field to special summon Engraver. Now the Requiem uses effect in the graveyard to equip to Engraver, and those will fusion summon Necroquip Princess.
Engraver effect?
And now he's going to use an Engraver effect from the hand to add Fiendsmith's Tract, maybe? I'd assume so. He might be playing Fiendsmith Sanct, but I think you have to have no monsters or only light fiends to be able to use that card, so I don't think it'll be something he's looking for here.
He is playing Sanct. It's a card that reminds me quite a bit of Hornedrones out of the Sky Striker strategy.
That's exactly what I thought when I first read it as well.
So we're probably going to see the Drone Lockbird here.
This is the best point to draw.
To draw a card.
On res, I'll draw.
Yeah, this shuts off any potential Necroquip effects as well, the draw.
Yep, so he won't get that draw. So this is definitely the best point to draw and Lockbird this deck. Won't be able to use the Fiendsmith's Tract, doesn't get the draw from the Necroquip Princess. But he can summon Engraver from the graveyard. So here's the decision tree point. Has 2 level 6s, could go into a rank 6, could go into Fiendsmith sequence.
think here for a bit.
The problem with Fiendsmith's sequence, well, I guess since he already has the Fiendsmiths in Paradise in his graveyard, he doesn't need to summon Requiem during his opponent's turn. So even if he goes into Desiree and shuffles back all his light fiends, he might still be okay. But it looks like he is going for a rank 6.
Yeah, I think he's going to value Caesar.
Caesar seems pretty good against Voiceless.
Step 1.
They have lots of effects that special
And then you
summon.
quick shuffle.
Okay.
And he has that follow-up
I'll
in the
pass.
graveyard and that interaction in the graveyard
Buffer?
with
Yeah.
Paradise. So this may not look that intimidating, just one single monster on the field, but Joshua has a few different layers
Come
here
on
of
me.
interaction.
How will Brian respond? I did see a very powerful spell card in his hand, so we definitely have a game on our hands.
Was it Nadir Servants?
No, I think it was Thrust. Triple
Okay,
type Thrust,
I did see Thrust. The fact, I think it is a
Okay.
Nadir too, because he immediately looked at
Oh.
his extra deck, and when he starts to look through your extra deck and
Oh, I think
evaluate,
Nadir.
what options do you have? Nadir makes a lot of sense.
And the Deer Servant is very strong here. Could help clean up the board while accessing cards, but Josh does have the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring to shut that down right away. Huge Ash Blossom here for Josh.
He's got a second copy of Nadir, and I think
Can you
their
read,
copy of
Fiendsmith in
Thrust.
Paradise?
Yeah.
That's a good idea if you're not familiar with exactly how Paradise works, that it's useful to see that, as you mentioned earlier, he can send the Desiree to the graveyard, and then Desiree's effect will activate to resolve, sending a card on the field.
Yeah, it's one of those cards you need to know that Desiree has that graveyard effect to really comprehend like what
Yes.
that trap is doing from your graveyard.
Absolutely. I'm actually curious to see how often we see Fiendsmith in Razio later as a materia underneath Detonator.
Oh, we might. But the monster effect has been activated and triple tactic thrust is coming down. Let's see what he decides to grab. Triple tactic talent real strong against the High Wave King Caesar.
He already has Diviner in his hand, so he already has access to his deck's engine. So he might be looking for an additional type of interaction. Ooh, he also has a single copy of Ultimate Slayer. That's another card that's going to rise in popularity this weekend. You can use it against those Ryziel strategies with pretty good effectiveness. It is one of those cards I think you might need an additional point of interaction, because if they have plug-in, you can kind of reestablish the Detonator on the field. However, it is a card that we're going to see quite a bit this weekend, and all you need to do is play one copy of Ultimate Slayer if you're going to be playing a card like Thrust, and especially in a deck like the Voiceless Voice strategies. Certainly you use the extra deck, but it's not a pivotal part of your deck, so you have plenty of space to put every different type of extra deck monster in there.
It definitely is. If you can use it, you would want to definitely take a look at Ultimate Slayer, and we see it being used here just to get rid of the Caesar. No other really bonus effects. And now Diviner is coming down to send a fairy from the deck to the graveyard. But yeah, I'm surprised. Maybe he sided out. Did he have? Oh, maybe he doesn't use Triple Tactics talent, because I mean, just taking the Caesar seems a little more fun than just sending it to the graveyard.
Oh yeah, actually looking over his deck list, there isn't
Might
a
not use
copy,
it.
which is surprising. With 3 Thrusts in your side deck, I would expect one copy somewhere, especially in a 48 card strategy.
Ultimate Slayer still getting the job done here, though, as well.
I mean, I guess when you have a card like Nadir, plus obviously we see this copy of Ultimate, so you have enough good targets, plus the trap cards you would set like Barrier. So I can understand, but Talents is just such a powerful card.
It is. It's tough to play 3 thrusts and not have one in the deck, but
It's almost like they go hand in hand. No pun intended.
Or special
all right.
summon
So
low
the
effect.
Diviner effect is going to special
effect?
summon
Low
low
effect.
from the
Oh,
deck to
Low
the
effect.
field.
Sorry.
Looks like he's going to place Barrier as opposed to Radiance.
Barrier effect. Sapphira. Sapphira. Okay.
It's funny that how powerful both these decks are. They're still maybe considered little like off meta, facing off against each other, but they're both like extremely meta powerful level decks.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, it's hard to say it's off meta when this is like the deck that won the last YCS.
Yes, it's just the impression that people have with a brand new format, or at least a brand new set, that maybe a deck like this, which actually kind of took that event by surprise, I think.
It did. It took me by surprise.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the Fiendsmith cards are powerful. The Magical Musketeers have been around for a while. A little bit of a surprise.
Definitely. All right, Brian, deep in thought here, looking at, he's eyeing Chaos Angel. So you don't, if things are going well for you right now, you don't want to, you
Saphira
know,
effect.
get too crazy with it. But now he's gonna use Saphira in the graveyard
Huge.
to tribute off the Trias for Skull Guardian, Protector of the Voiceless Voice.
Skull Guardian effect.
Yeah, I'm thinking you just do what your deck does, right? Establish Skull Guardian. That's what, you know, much of what your deck strategy is based on. I don't necessarily think you need to go too far outside of the range of just what your deck's typically designed to try and do. Because you know that Skull Guardian can check at least one of Joshua's cards.
All right, and this is going to prompt Josh to chain Fiendsmith in Paradise into Resolves, because you can wait and see what he sends. So the Fiendsmith in Paradise is going to send Desiree to the graveyard. Skull Guardian is going to add. He's looking at Saravis. Yep, going to go for the original Saravis. That's going to give him targeting protection, but
no
the barrier already
I'll
providing
activate
that.
Desiree's effect.
Think here. Oh, Skull Guardian.
Yes. Lost the shuffle back.
Looks like he used Desiree on his own engraver to shuffle back the engraver to the deck, I believe. Interesting. I mean, you can't target either of the monsters, so.
He's just going to have to go for
Battle phase.
barrier if he wants to.
Yeah.
He went for his own engraver
Oh,
out
his
of the
own engraver,
graveyard.
okay.
Yeah, I've
Yeah.
never seen that, but it is something. Maybe he needs the resources back into his deck. Maybe he has a way to access it already in his hand.
Yeah, 41.
Josh is going to take some damage.
22.
About half
That's
his life
one.
points remaining.
I will pass.
In phase. I'll
All right.
use
But now that he's forced out
target protect.
the negate here, he can go ahead and end phase. Shuffle back the Lacrima of the Crimson Tears to special summon Fiendsmith's Requiem from the graveyard to the field. So that gives him a good start on his next turn.
Yep.
Raw stand by main.
Yep.
All right, we are in the main phase.
Almost on the Starfire.
Okay.
The four-time YCS champion, Master Duel World champion, Master Duel World's finalist, kind of on the back foot right now, trying to get back into this game. His opponent opened strong, but you know he's still in it.
So he summoned Starfire here, and then looks like he activated this Fiendsmith tracked in the Spell and Trap card zone right beneath it, which will allow him to summon a Magical Musketeer from his deck. It's going to likely be, in his strategy, Casper, in which he summons. Looks like, though, we have a Dominus Purge activated in response.
And that's going to be trying to stop the track from adding.
Main Requiem.
Two cards in hand, right? I'll try to Skull Guardian. Okay.
So it looks like he then chained the Requiem.
Okay.
And then that was negated by Skull Guardian.
Like Starfire.
To summon.
Yeah.
That's good.
All right, so Josh found a way through the Purge and the negate already.
So yeah, this is going to open him up here.
We got to see where he's going to go next with this. I'll tell you, when I've played Josh before, I put him in a position where I was like, there ain't no way he can come back from this. And lo and behold, he did come back from it. And I was so thoroughly impressed.
Yeah, I mean,
You never want to count Josh out.
I'm really curious to see how he navigates the Magical Musketeer cards here. He has, you know, access now to Fiendsmith plays.
Yeah, a lot of people are like talk about how, oh, there's only a few Magical Musketeer cards. It's not really a Magical Musket deck. But even though there's only a few, the impact they make and the things they give you to get more monsters in the field, huge, very crucial.
So
like we're seeing right here.
Yeah, so Magical Musketeer Max is a card that people typically think as a fantastic going second card against an established field. Or here in the middle game, Brian actually just has a Spell and Trap card. So now Max is able to summon out Casper, which is the other Magical Musketeer that he's playing, which now allows him to immediately go into another copy of Requiem. So Requiem is interesting. He's reading it here. You can only summon Requiem once per turn, though its actual effect to summon from deck is not limited to once per turn.
Yep.
Joshua summoned Requiem on the end phase of the previous turn, and now has naturally summoned it here on his turn. So he is actually able to activate the effect twice. Really interesting point in terms of how you navigate your Fiendsmith effects if this is a deck that you're interested in picking up.
It's really important to know all the interactions of your deck when you're going into a tournament, but you can see as now 3 monsters on the field. Lacrima the Crimson Tear is going to send that Engraver that he shuffled back probably. Yep. So it's filling his graveyard with more Light Fiends. I mean, that's the thing, is it's you want to have so many Light Fiends in your graveyard so you can keep having access to something like Fiendsmith, Desiree.
This deck just does such a good job. I'm curious if after last weekend playing with the Kashtira monsters, which obviously are not Light Fiends, that he saw that Magical Musketeer strategy and said, wow, that would solve a problem that I encountered a lot this weekend. Maybe that's a deck I need to test heading into YCS Anaheim.
I think you are accurate in that assessment there, my friend. And now he's going to shuffle back, or rather return the Fiendsmith Desiree to the extra deck. Fiendsmith Engraver, special summoning itself from the graveyard. He knows Brian has Saravis in the hand plus one other card. See, but this is what I'm talking about. It looked like Josh didn't have very many cards, but he always finds a way with few cards to yield just such positive results.
I think it was important to bait out that Dominus Purge and Skull Guardian interaction early in the turn.
Yep.
It's really allowed him to kind of navigate through this turn with virtually no interaction. I was just about to actually say, I wonder where this is ultimately going, and Chaos Angel was probably one of the most likely outcomes here.
This is huge. That's a huge banish. So now that the barrier's gone, he can target Brian's cards again. So now he's going to send those away for Sequence. Sequence going to shuffle back the proper materials for a fusion summon.
He'll have to deal with the Saravis one time, but at least being able to actually do it allows you to potentially set up 2 targeting effects if that's something that he thinks is valuable in this particular turn, if it's something that he can accomplish.
Gotta love to see it.
Desiree is also another way that we can shut cards down if needed at another point.
It also gets, if he goes into the Link 3, I'm gonna have to read it as I say it so I don't mess it up. If Agnum Day, that can make your monsters quite strong, so you'll be able to attack over even the biggest Skull Guardians. Yep, and looks like Agman Day is going to be coming out. So Link 2 plus 1 monster for Link 3. Fiendsmith Agman Day. On summon, it has a quick effect to where it can special summon a non-link.
Back Caspar.
First he's using Desiree to shuffle back the Light Fiend to get rid of the low back into the deck.
This will also drop Skull Guardian because I don't believe he has another low in the graveyard or anywhere.
He's going to use that Saravis here, as you mentioned. He will have to play through that.
Use Agman Day.
But Agman Day is going to equip itself to Desiree and special summon it back from the graveyard. The Sequence can equip itself to Desiree, giving it more attack. Requiem's going to equip itself to Desiree, giving it more attack.
So what do we have? 1, 2, 3. We have 6 links.
So, yep.
Six times 36.
Plus 400 from Requiem, I think.
600 from Requiem.
Okay. 64? 68?
No, 7,000. My bad.
7,000.
I told you, it gets pretty big. So you can attack over even the biggest of Skull Guardians.
It also has piercing damage too, if that ever came up, which it could potentially with a card like Low on the field.
First time
He's got the whole Fiendsmith array going on here.
I don't need enough.
And Brian just sitting on 1 card in hand. The tables have turned here. It looked like Brian's opening hand, Droll, Nadir Servant, Pre-Prep, Diviner.
Yeah, right.
Just had like all the tools he needed. Thrust. That was the other card, right? Those are the 5 opener cards? Yeah. That's just insane. Dominus Purge.
I remember earlier in the turn, you were like, it doesn't look like Josh has a lot. And Josh was like, actually, I can establish Chaos Angel every single Fiendsmith Link monster in my Spell and Trap card zone in Desiree on the field.
I mean, I'll never forget. Yeah, when we played in Swiss, when I was playing Metal Foes with his Paleo deck, time was winding down. I had a board full of fusion monsters. I just put them all in defense mode. He just had a bunch of traps. So I was like, he can't do that much damage. You know, a cat shark here, a Digesto Phoenix there, and all of a sudden all my life points were gone. You can never count Joshua Schmidt out. One of the best players to ever do it, and it's awesome to get to see him coming all the way over here to grace us with some awesome gameplay here in round number 1 at YCS Anaheim. His DE, Germany, not Delaware.
Yeah.
It's always hard for me to remember Delaware because when I see DE, I'm like, oh, that's Germany, right?
No.
Okay, it looks like he is going to. He's using the Saravis effect, yeah, the Ancient Ascended. Okay, so he's got Saravis, the Ancient Ascended, onto the field, facing down probably the biggest Fiendsmith's Desiree you can have in a Chaos Angel. Wait, so how Desiree can negate for all of the
link material.
So it can negate 6 cards, right?
Something like that.
Yeah. Oh, it counts the arrows, right?
Basically, the link ratings, yeah.
I mean, it all has to happen all at once, so it's not often where that actually like makes much of a difference. 2 is usually the limit of things that matter that you're negating face up.
But Brian did put 6 face-up cards on the field.
I'll change Ravis.
Okay, so he had Nadir's
Toss the
Servant,
bounce.
Yeah,
and
toss the
that's
bounce.
met by Ash Blossom, so he's going to use the Saravis to return it to the hand. Josh still has Desiree online.
You chain low. Is something back?
Low's fine.
Low's fine. Interesting. Okay.
Low, fine.
Brian trying to do something here with what he has. Skull Guardian low, back onto the field, back at it again.
Sure.
This is some good back and forth Yu-Gi-Oh!
And now we're resolving a low. I wonder if he puts Radiance this time or if he's going to go to Barrier. I guess he could go to Blessings too, just to talk about all of his options.
And hurrying a little
Yeah,
bit.
Blessings
Sorry,
wouldn't be
sorry.
bad.
I'll bury
Yeah,
it.
Blessings with the
Barrier.
Desiree, because he needs to not be able to target with Desiree. But he could, I guess he still has the Skull Guardian negate as well. Yeah, Josh is pretty much having to hope this is enough that he has on the board right here.
And he probably felt pretty confident with the Ash Blossom in his hand. Oh,
Looks like he's thinking about linking them away.
Battle phase.
Nope, goes to battle.
I'll swing into.
Chaos Angel, does it have the, nope, he didn't make it with 2 different attributes, so it can be destroyed by battle, it looks like. So, gonna take just a little bit of damage there.
Just the light. It was just light.
Yep, just light. Monsters.
Severe services on it.
Yeah.
This looks like he's going to, in main phase 2, summon the Saravis from his hand.
Distributing. Too low. Low effect.
Or you did.
Oh no!
Oh, no, yeah.
That's a huge error, because now barrier's turned off, right? He can target again?
And Skull Guardian is turned off.
Oh no. Man, things were looking like Brian was going to make a comeback there, but then shooting off that low, he'd already brought it back with its effect.
Skull Guardian, half of the effect works when low is in the graveyard, which is the attack
The
boost,
attack,
which,
yep.
I mean, is a great effect, but it's really that negation effect that's the priority. Low needs to be on the field for that.
I mean, oh man. That was a huge opening here now for Josh. Because
That's
the
right.
barrier was giving him trouble. Not being able to negate Skull Guardian, but now the world's, the oyster for Josh. Going to start off with Tract. Fiendsmith Tract finally resolves for the first time in this match.
No more Dominus Purge.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you see Brian reeling a little bit there in his seat, knowing that he was playing really well, and then that slight mistake. But I don't know how much of an impact it would have had if he still had low on the field, but he would definitely been in better shape. But going to add Engraver, discard his other useless card, and then Engraver is going to discard to add Sanct, which I think he can use since he only controls Light Fiends. Like you mentioned the Hornet drones comparison, like they even have like a restriction on like when you can use it. No monsters in the main monster zone, only controlling Light Fiends, but it will summon that Light Fiend token.
Brian just checking. Sanct's not a card.
Okay.
When Fiendsmith was first released, that was the absolute most popular, but it is a card that lines up pretty well with the Magical Musketeer cards because you can activate it in whatever zone you want.
right, now here comes an engraver. Shuffles back one of his magical muskets.
So you have Saravis and the other Saravis.
Yep.
He has all the Saravis in hand.
He has the old one,
The new, the old.
When I say old, I mean literally. He's
41
ancient
fighting.
and ascended.
Graveyard as
See,
well.
I like that's what I like to look at myself. I'm Billy, the ancient and ascended now.
Take 20.
No, I'll use the
I could, but don't get me wrong. I can still, you know, return to the hand and bring out old Billy anytime I want.
I'll negate these two. Non-targeting.
It's funny the old one is the new one too.
Yeah.
That's another humorous thing.
4,950.
And then that's probably gonna be game with the engraver. Attack. Joshua Smith takes a fun and excellent game, round number 1 here at YCS Anaheim. Moving on 1-0. Maybe a little more stressful than he liked, especially after game 1 not drawing very well. But luckily Brian also didn't draw very well either. Game 2 he just kind of conceded there right away. But game 3 it was back and forth. Josh drew pretty well. Brian drew really well. And then we got a good game of Yu-Gi-Oh on our hands.
Yeah, it was really back and forth. That low, I think, misstep towards the very end. I'm not sure if it mattered. You already made that point. But I think that was really what shifted it 100% into Joshua's favor, when all of a sudden that Skull Guardians effect was turned off.
Yeah, certainly. Oh, you see Brian kind of here looking at Typhon. Maybe he's wondering if there was, at some point, he could have summoned Typhon and it would have helped him out a little bit. I don't think so. I don't think the Typhon would have made much of a difference. And also, I don't know if Nadir's Servant locks you even if he gets Ash Blossom. I think the restriction is part of the effect, so he would have been able to go into Typhon potentially. But, that was still excellent play from Brian's side of the field, putting on a good show for the California Duelist. But at the end, when you're facing someone like Joshua Smith on the other side, you can't be too upset when you lose. And as you mentioned, the format for the tournament, it's Swiss. So you can lose round number 1, and you just can keep coming back, and Joshua Smith has to be a good tiebreaker, right? The guy's unstoppable a lot of the times. I mean, I don't want to talk him up too much, but man, what a duelist.
The very first YCSU one, I actually lost to Jarrell Winston round 1. Another really good tiebreaker, and was able to still make it into the top 32. So it's not over yet for him.
Yeah, just got to keep on playing throughout the day, and then it's obviously a great start for Josh. I mean, coming all the way from Germany to lose round number 1 would have been a little brutal.
Yeah, that wouldn't have been a good way to start the day. I mean, I was thinking about his opening hand in game 1. He probably actually felt a little bit of that when the game first started.
Yeah, you're like, oh no. Because he already had to make the ambitious choice not to use Ryzeal or Malice going into this tournament. A lot of players are thinking those are the 2 top decks right out of Crossover Breakers. They're new, they're powerful. They yielded really good results overseas in the OCG upon their release. So everyone's thinking that's going to transfer over here. Obviously, we're playing a little bit of a different game with different things on our Forbidden Limited list as well. So people really didn't know how it was going to play out. So we had to take that bold choice to play a different kind of deck, a counter strategy kind of deck for this weekend. I mean, technically this is the new age anti-meta, essentially, that we used to experience back in the day. And then, to draw just not well in game number 1, there's a moment where you're like, did I make a wrong choice picking this deck? And then once you win your match, nah, that was just a fluke.
I'm actually quite surprised that this was the strategy he elected to come here this weekend with. The Fiendsmith cards, not as much. The fact that he bought into those Magical Musketeers, I think, really illustrates just how powerful that strategy is incorporated into a Fiendsmith archetype.
Yeah, I mean, and we saw it. It's not like they're just useless in the deck. They sometimes come up. When you can access them, when your opponent has those spells or traps, it provides so many more monsters on your side of the field. You're just accessing more ways to put more bodies on the field, more ways to make your link summons, where you get that huge Fiendsmith Desiree. Because I mean, that's the problem I had with the Kashtira Fiendsmith deck, is sometimes you just wouldn't have enough Light Fiends to keep making those giant Desirees, because you'd have to focus on making sure you have the Paradise on their turn as well, but you just get a lot more Light Fiends in your deck with the Magical Muskets.
Yeah, I think that was really the advantage that this strategy has, is just how well it has that grind game. Mm-hmm. It just goes forever.
Yeah, it really does. And even with a few cards we saw that can produce huge boards.
You were saying it doesn't look like Josh has a lot going on right now. One Magical Musketeer effect all of a sudden put Desiree in every single Link monster possible equipped to it.
Yeah, and I mean, once you have that giant Desiree out there, it's tough to deal with afterwards as well. But I do think Kangas is standing by with our winner, Joshua Schmidt. I wish I could be interviewing him, but, Kangas, you're so good at it, I'll let you go ahead and do it. Take it away, Kangas.
That's right, Billy. I'm going to have all the fun here on stage. I'm joined by Joshua Schmidt after your round 1 feature match victory. First off, congratulations.
Thank you.
I want to talk about game 1, the first duel, because set, pass, they set, pass, you set, monster, pass. Talk me through what your hand looked like and what you were thinking.
I mean, I just opened like, what was it, Triple Tactics Talons, Infinite Impermanence, Ash Blossom, Ghost Ogre, and then like the Fiendsmith Trap card, which is the one card in my deck I don't want to draw. So of course it's here. But I mean, it was thankfully the same for my opponent, which I guess they kind of asked for it by bringing a 48 card Voiceless Voice deck. So, but yeah, I was very happy when I saw that they were in the same boat.
Well, talk to me about your deck choice then, because it seems very similar to what we've seen you play more recently on stream as well. What made you want to play this deck?
I'm just very comfortable with it, and I did try the two new decks, mainly from Crossover Breakers, Ryziel and Malice a lot, and I just felt like they were good, but they were not like completely dominating the old decks in any way. Like there's still very valid options out there. And I did like this deck a lot because it's just very flexible, has a lot of slots for cards. Whatever you want to do in any matchup, you can fit the cards to do it. So I've just like adjusted it a little bit for the new decks, and yeah, it's cool.
All right, happy to hear. Well, you traveled across the pond, coming all the way to North America. So while you're here, I want to ask, is there anybody out in the audience that you're hoping you match up against?
I think Pac would be cool, simply because we played last year at YCS Bologna when he came over to the EU. And I think it'd be cool to do it again on his ground.
All right, Pac, watch out. He's coming for you. I also know that you're here for a friend's birthday. So it's kind of two reasons to come visit. You want to shout out your friend?
Yeah, I guess shout outs to Furman. I'm here for his birthday, yeah. He's been asking me to come over for years, and I've been dodging. But now, since it's his 30th birthday, I couldn't say no. So yeah, so I'm here.
Shout out Furman. Also, I got to do something because your teammate from Team Snipe Hunters, Emre, asked me in DMs earlier to say I love Yu-Gi-Oh on stream. Would you be willing to do it with me, Josh? All right. 3, 2, 1. I love Yu-Gi-Oh! Thank you so much, Josh. Best of luck at the rest of the tournament. We're going to throw it back to the casters.
All right, thanks, Kangas. You know, I also love Yu-Gi-Oh! Good to hear, awesome to see. Clip that, ship it, make sure you get to see that. You're the best players in the game saying how much they love the game. That's what it's about. If you're not having fun, what are you doing?
And I love Yu-Gi-Oh! We have 50 years of Yu-Gi-Oh! Love between us, probably, if we counted it up.
I'm so old, but it's okay. It's been great. It's been fascinating throughout the years. I mean, I've met some of my good friends through Yu-Gi-Oh! But we have something we want to talk about before we go away for our short break before the next round. So let's go ahead and look at it. We have regional qualifiers for 2025 going on from October 12th to January 20th. The regional qualifiers are going all the way to the NAWCQ, but that's just for the Rage of the Abyss season. We're going to be able to get this beautiful game mat featuring Heart of the Blue Eyes and the brand new regional deck box.
And the deck box
Card
is
case,
absolutely beautiful.
Definitely want to get your hands on that. You see it's like a double deck box too now with the card case. Really cool. Want to get a chance to get that by making top 8 or top 4 at a regional qualifier. Make sure you go to Yu-Gi-Oh!-card.com and you can find a regional qualifier event near you. Do not miss out on your opportunity to win some of these awesome prizes. But we started round 1 off with a bang. We got to see Joshua Schmidt, 4-time YCS champion, Master Duel World Champion, Master Duel World's finalist. You know, I was hoping he said he wanted to play Jesse because, you know, he's just fresh off that sequel in Seattle, lost him in the finals, but Pac would be a good one to see him later on too. But we're going to have more exciting duels, more exciting players, and more exciting decks. So don't go anywhere. We got round 2 of YCS Anaheim coming up very shortly. Stay tuned.
Say hello to Dark Magician Girl!
link these off.
Yep. If I'm not mistaken, all the traps let you activate if you have a
If I
mouse.
banish one,
If you
press
banish.
cost, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Haggard Lizard does.
Ooh, all right.
So activate its effect, banish its cost.
All right.
So it turns something's attack equal to what I banish, and if I banish a reptile, I draw a card.
Oh, he just wants to
Yeah, yeah,
banish,
yeah.
yeah.
Dormouse effect, so I'll pay another 300.
Yep.
Yeah. Special. We will link 3.
Yes.
We will go Red Ransom effect. Search for the field spell.
Yes. Is that collectors? Nice.
Mouse under. I'll attempt to activate TB11 by banishing Red Ransom. Special summoning Chessie. We'll go Chainlink 1 Red Ransom special, and I'll pay 900 for that one. 900? Yes.
Damn. I did not know.
So much life points.
I did not know they had
And
life
then this
point
banishes
costs.
his cost. So I'll banish Dot Skipper.
Oh.
We'll go Dot Skipper to special. Anything here.
Nothing here. No
We
nib.
will link 2. Into Splash Mage.
Splash Mage is good.
Splash Mage target chest. Anything here. I will go summon Whitebinder. Whitebinder effect on summon. I will target Chessie Cat and TB11 to banish from my graveyard. New chain Chessie effect, so I'll pay 300. And then special. Anything here. We'll go Whitebinder to set from deck or graveyard. So I'll go ahead and set GWC06. We will go link 1. Into Decoder. Summon Firewall. Link Decoder effect since it was sent. Summon.
Okay, all right.
Activate Malice and Underground.
Yeah.
So I'll banish the Whitebinder from my graveyard.
Yep.
Activate Whitebinder effect, paying 900. 900? Yeah.
Okay.
So special's back and I draw a card.
Now he's co-link 2, so we can return 2.
So we'll go Firewall effect. I'll target Chessie Cat and Dormouse.
Yep. Both to hand.
Yep.
If I'm not mistaken, that's a once on field,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
Okay. I don't think he's staying very long though. Link 5.
I'm at link 3.
Oh, link 3.
Hearts. Firewall effect since 1 less to special. Special Chessie Cat. Activate Chessie Cat effect. So I'll banish Dormouse's cost, draw 2.
That's got a draw 2. Nice. Okay, okay.
Link 5.
Neo Tempest.
Yeah. Terahertz.
Terahertz effect probably.
Activate.
That's fine.
Send D-Saber.
And he's the spell negating grave, right?
Yeah.
Spell trap.
I will set 1 more. And then I'll pass it over to you. I have 5 mana.
And that is no, when I activate effect in battle phase,
It's
negate?
negated, yeah.
Okay, draw 1.
And then for each one it sends, it gains 2,500 and its attribute. So right now it's 55, and then
It'll
it
go
can
to
attack.
8K?
Yeah, and it can attack equal to the amount of attributes it has. So it's just 1 attack right now.
Okay. I will call by the data swing.
Sure.
Tracked.
Yeah.
Will you imagine who I had?
Not Lurie, I suppose.
It would be a Fabled Lurie. And then send him to grave. Lurie effect?
Yes, sir.
Lurie will come back. Let me shuffle real quick. Anything on the summon?
Yep.
I'll link 1.
Yep.
To Fiendsmith's Requiem.
Yep.
I'll use Requiem effect tribute for cost.
I'll activate Impulse.
Impulse is fine. I will special summon Exorizio. And sending for cost to summon Meteor Logic. To the summon, I'll go chain 1, he'll search. Chain 2, he'll target a card on the field and negate its effects. I'll target the Neo Tempest search.
Sure.
All right, and this searches a Thunderfire. I'll grab Notarizio.
And then thinking here.
Yep.
I'll attempt to go GWC06.
Sure. What's that gonna do?
Get specials from my graveyard or my banishing.
Yep, that's fine.
On summon a Tempter Whitebinder effect, I'll target Hearts of Cryptor, Red Ransom, and White Rabbit.
Banishing all. Yeah, that's fine.
New chains will do 1, 2, 3, so I'll pay 300 for the first one, between
Okay.
5, and then 1,800 altogether for the next 2. Yeah. Just special. So special Cryptor, Ransom, White Rabbit. New chain will go Chainlink 1 to set, Chainlink 2 to search for a spell. We'll grab Malice and Underground, and then White Rabbit. Go ahead and set MTP07.
What's that one do?
So same condition, I can activate by banishing. I can search for any Malice monster, and then if I have a Link monster, I can non-target banish any card on the field.
Alrighty.
And then on resolution, I'll attempt a Hearts of Cryptor. So I'll target TB11, shuffle it back, and then non-target banish.
That's
so I'll
fine.
banish the XYZ.
So as you'll banish. I'll attack.
Cool.
Graveyard. I will, since I haven't normaled his effect because I had no to cards, I'll normal summon Lacrima effect to send Fiend Smith.
Oh, Ash the Black.
Ash works. All right. Let me think here. I think I messed up and backed myself into a corner. I'm gonna say you got it. My hand's got a lot of extension. Not enough for that board though. 2 new decks.
I'm glad. That's probably why. It's probably honestly what we're playing.
Probably. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
And it's your first YCS, though. That's probably also what we're playing.
And we're back here in beautiful sunny California. Again, we are at YCS Anaheim here for round 2, the final Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series of the year. But don't worry, because we have plenty of dueling action. Isn't that right, Steven?
That is right, Steven. Well, hello, everyone. Today we're joining you guys for round 2 of the YCS here in Anaheim. My name is Steven Rodriguez, and this is, as he said, Steven Darling. Super excited to be back in my home state of California for yet another Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament.
It's going to be a great time for sure. Again, it's a brand new format. We've seen duelists all over the place trading to go ahead and put together their deck lists and whatnot. And as you can see, 1,429 duelists in attendance. It is literally duelists as far as the eye can see.
That's right. People are going to be excited to test out the new strategies from Crossover Breakers that released just this week. It's super exciting, and I cannot wait to have you guys see what round 2 has to offer. Let's just say we have some fun surprises for you guys.
I'm not going to spoil anything just yet, but I think many duelists are going to recognize at least one of the duelists that we have here on stage. So very exciting here. And I guess it is time for us to go and throw it to the stage there so that we can have our duelist introductions. Let's go ahead and throw it from 2 Stevens down to 1.
And for our second feature match in the blue chair, all the way from Palisades Park, New Jersey, he's a content creator and musical producer, Samuel Jin. And in the red chair, his opponent from Sunnyvale, California. You've seen him in the crowd. Now we get to see him in a feature match, Forbes Koo. Duelists are already on stage, so let's throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
So awesome. There you guys saw Samuel and, of course, Forbes. He is not only a chef, apparently, in costume, he's also a chef in deck building because he has quite the cook ready for you guys today.
We definitely get to see the meaning of the phrase, let him cook, right? Because the sous chef chef has been so notorious for appearing in the background here, but I'm very excited to see exactly how this deck plays out because he is actually using sous chips. Just to spoil a little bit of the surprise there, he is actually going to cook us a delicious sous chip meal.
Yeah, and to my knowledge, I think that's actually a really interesting archetype to kind of sink your teeth into because Crossover Breakers obviously released the Ryziel cards, a rank 4 engine like no other. And sous chips famously also have a lot of rank 4s in them, so I can see the natural synergy, and apparently Forbes was very motivated to make this meal happen.
Well, speaking of meals, his opponent is going to have quite the undertaking, but is very equipped for the task because he will be playing a variant of the Fire King Snake Idea Bellstar line. Very equipped for the task, but we haven't actually gotten to see what it looks like for such a strong deck to go against Ryziel. So really this whole day is going to feature a lot of great matches, and if you're watching from home, maybe you're at locals, you're finding out exactly what it feels to play against these new decks too.
Yeah, I was speaking to a lot of my duelist friends who were kind of preparing for this event here in California, and they were kind of mentioning like, well, yes, all the new Ryziel and Malice cards, and even the Ryuge cards are super enticing and powerful. They feel very comfortable playing what they've already been playing with for almost a whole year now, all these really powerful Fire and Snake Eye cards. And it's not like they're going anywhere, you know, no new FNL list happened to make this deck any weaker. It probably matches up pretty well against the, I would say, pretty modest or robust boards that Malice and Ryziel can keep up. So I would not be surprised to see more duelists like Sam just go, you know what, I'm going to stick with what I know, adapt it for the format at large, and see how it goes.
It's definitely something new because, again, people have been saying, oh, there's all these great new cards, but actually character comfort is something that's really important. Imagine the idea is you know how to play your cards, right? You're not thinking about new restrictions. Maybe you don't want to make a procedural error minor. You just pick the deck up that you already know. And there's still a lot of decks in this format that are great, right? They're going to have new challenges facing against Malice, Ryziel, and Yuge, like you said. But for the most part, if you know your deck, you can tackle those challenges just a little bit more comfortably than you would if you were playing something new.
1,000%. But here we go. We're hopping into game 1. We got Forbes versus Samuel. Wish them all luck. Let's see how this goes. You'll notice that Forbes' deck does have Primite as there as well. I know we're super excited to see the sous ships, but Primites are also a really powerful engine that got released in Rage of the Abyss. Can't wait to see how Forbes makes use of that as well in his deck.
Well, absolutely. Looks like Forbes went ahead and rolled a 7, so we'll find out who goes first. We missed that first dice roll there.
Yeah,
but
right in the transition it was for us. Okay, it looks like Forbes will be going first, and he's starting off with Lordly Load, I believe.
Oh, wow. So this means he not only gets to search out a Primite card, and I would imagine he might grab the Primite Drill Beam, which is really powerful, but he can also declare a name of a monster if he controls no cards and special summon that card from his deck. And you know, the greatest normal monster all with these sous ships, that is going to be, of course, the Gunkan sous ship Shari. So about to get a really nice, like, Rice-Zell combination going on here, right?
Yeah, basically the Primite cards are a really powerful, robust engine in case you're playing any normal monsters in your deck, or they can incentivize you to play normal monsters. But there we see him choosing to get Primite Roar, I believe that one is?
That is Primite Roar, and so what's interesting about Primite Roar has that same effect to be able to special summon out that monster. You're going to have to pay 2,000 life points, but different than the Primite Lordly Load, it doesn't have any restrictions for what you do afterwards. Lordly Load is good for emergencies, but Primite Roar is certainly a much stronger way to start. Kind of like a better version of the Unexpected Die card, another card that Suship fans will know. But Primite Roar also has an effect in the graveyard that could come up in this duel too, so you get a little bit of interruption as well. So it'll be really interesting to see. But I assume he's activating it now. And now it's time.
Yeah, I know we were mentioning, like, oh, hey, maybe going for safety picks is probably the best thing to go for this format, but obviously, Forbes is like, no, don't you understand this new rank 4 package and all these really powerful normal monster cards that came out in Rage of the Abyss? That's what unlocks my safety pick of Suships. And he's like, let's make it work.
The last ingredient for his new recipe.
So there we see Shari. I think I saw Ash Blossom in Forbes' hand as well, which is a nice point of interaction on top of whatever his board is. And there we see Ice Ryzeal, probably the best normal summon in the Ryzeal package. Going to be letting him special summon a monster directly from his deck on normal summon.
So there we go. Now we've got 3 level 4s there on the field. And of course, you know that your Ryzeal monsters can lock you into rank 4s, but again, that's fine if you're using Suships. You want that.
There we specialed Sword Ryzeal off of Ice. We're now going to be searching for X Ryzeal, adding it to the hand. Really wish I could work. And now, honestly, at this point for Forbes' deck, I think the world is his oyster. You know, Sam's just being like, you know what, I'm going to let you cook. That's what you're here to do. There we see 3 level 4 monsters being overlaid into... That's Duo Drive.
It is Duo
Drive.
Oh, but here comes the Infinite Impermanence to stop it. So locking that Duo Drive basically to be doing nothing there.
But now we go X Ryzeal, sending Aggregator. Unfortunately, I believe Samuel... Did he change the effect of Duo Drive or just do it on the summon? Because if he did it on the summon, that means Forbes could, in theory, make another one and actually use the effect, because he actually hasn't used any of the effects yet.
You're absolutely right. He did not wait for any activations, at least that we could hear back here on the stage, but it hasn't slowed down our Suship Seth as he continues his play. Again, you might see Mirrorlogic Aggregator there, a very popular card right now because of so many different ways to get into the graveyard and be able to negate the effects of your opponent card. We saw Ultimate Slayer earlier in the last featured match, and we're getting to see using this to put it under the detonator, which means if detonator later uses its effect, attaching material to destroy a card, it could also detach that Mirrorlogic Aggregator to negate an additional card. So really strong start here.
And here we're seeing just the power of the Ryzeal package. Even though his strongest card in Duo Drive got stopped by an Infirm, Forbes is still playing, still summon Detonator, and now we're going to end our turn with Lordly Load, summoning Shari, and then ending our turn.
All right, well, it's a battle of the cuisines here. Now it's time for Samuel to cook, and let's see what he's got. Definitely caught a Nibiru, the Primal Being, in the hand there. Might have been what he just drew for turn here.
Yeah, so the interactions that Sam needs to play through right here are the potential of 3 pops as well as a negate from the Aggregator, and that's all he knows about. We, as the people watching at home, know that Forbes might also have access to an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring in hand. Snake Eye Azamita, not, deck most known for playing through things, but actually, I think he'll have plenty of options here.
Oh, especially with that Arvada, though. But we're going to use the Primite Roar. Again, banish it. And if there's a monster weaker than a normal monster you control, banish that.
And Suship, Shari's 2,000 attack, right?
Yeah, it is. So it's big enough to get rid of most stuff, and an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Now, we are countering this with the Crossout Designator. So again, Samuel said, hey, you got to cook. Let me cook too. So we'll banish an Ash Blossom to get things moving from there. But just such great play so far.
Yeah, but can't we just after... No, Detonator chains when a card is activated. So I was like, can we not just pop the card that's summoned off 1-for-1? No, we cannot.
Cannot. So just waiting to see. But now it's activating it. So yeah, there's the Detonator.
Yep, now we chain to pop. We do not get rid of Aggregator. We want to maybe hold on to that negate as long as possible.
Probably going to use that for something stronger on the field that lasts for a while. It is a little bit difficult to time. That's why it's certainly not like a most impossible card to get through, but the search still did happen, so we are getting that Snake Eyes Poplar, and Poplar going to peek in the kitchen here and see what's for dinner.
Yeah, because you have to negate on a separate chain. You can't just negate when it's sent to the graveyard.
Oh, it'll be way too good. It's a great card, but it can't be too good.
We got to, balance these interactions a little bit.
We'll go Chain Link 1, Onyx, Chain Link 2, Poplar.
Oh, we still have Onyx in hand. That's a really solid extender for this board state.
Onyx.
Well, if you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. But I think our Suship chef may be able to get it going as Forbes considers his options, thinking maybe detonating here. No, decides not to.
We could we could have maybe in theory done it to negate the Sanctuary, but that feels like a very low effort play. We can always just negate whatever's ultimately summoned off this original Central Spoils that we also knew was in hand.
Yeah.
Gonna take a look at Ponix there. I mean, destroying it, maybe not the best idea for a Ponix, but if you're clearing those field monsters out early, maybe you can slow down the combos, and that would certainly be helpful. But what's important here, too, though, is that we may be seeing a Snake Eye Oak here. So, interestingly enough, that would be on a new chain.
Mm-hmm.
And there's the Oak.
We'll go with Chain Link 1 Oak, targeting Ash.
And there's the Aggregator, stopping the Oak dead in its tracks.
Forbes is doing a great job of just making sure that he keeps Samuel off of the Snake Eye engine of his deck, because that's going to be what allows him to play through the board that Forbes was able to create on his first turn.
I love how comfortable both duelists are up here on stage. Again, you know, there's some duelists who are concerned about the nerves you might have, but since both of these duelists are effectively playing with some deck they're familiar with, right? It's a little bit of a newer concoction on Forbes' side, but still he's comfortable, so this is just a great duel against two very interesting decks.
I want to be clear, it's new to us. He's like, I've been waiting all year for these cards to come out.
My latest creation, well, looks like he's at least managed to finally get a body on the board as far as Samuel is concerned.
So there we see Garunix destroying all Canix from the deck, going to be allowing him to, I believe, search now.
So even more bounce to the ounce there as we get another Garunix there.
The original Fire King Garunix. And there we see the overlay for the rank 8.
Now, which rank 8 will it be?
Vampire. Nice. Yeah, because Samuel has kind of been starved right now of resources, and he's hoping that this Vampire gives him more of his engine in his graveyard that he has access to, because the Fire deck is known for being like, I just need more cards. There we see a Kirin, and an Impulse, and a Droll, as well as a Fuelos. That's a lot of non-engine, not what he was hoping for, I would imagine, from these cards going to deck.
Certainly could be scary if he accidentally put a Primite Roar from Forbes' deck into his graveyard, but doesn't look like he hit any of those, just some Sue-ship cards, of course, as well as the Infinite Impermanence in Nibiru there. So, see where we go next with this. Is that going to be a pass turn?
So I believe all of Forbes' monsters are increased by 300 because of Duo Drive's effect.
27, 21.
And it's also decreasing the attack of the opponent's monsters as well.
That's right. Kind of like a mini Chen Ying in that way.
Oh yeah, it is. It is. Really like a versatile set of cards. We've seen duelists do a lot of different things with them, so I'm looking forward to the course of the day as we get to see more mashups, right? It's crossover breakers for a reason. You can combine these together to make some great decks.
All right, so we're going to swing Kirin just to have it destroy itself and then use the effect, I imagine, on destruction. Seems like a really fun way to have Forbes proc your own effects for you.
Absolutely. Forbes taking a moment to write down the order there on the cheat sheet. Teasing. Of course, he's just keeping track of life points, but you got to make those cooking jokes when you have a literal chef on stage.
He's like, let me just make sure I factor in your tip for you. Gratuities included beforehand.
Well, the duel's not over yet. We'll see who actually has to pay the bill.
This is giving
Yeah, just explaining, making sure we have a full understanding of the board's effects before we move on. Very good idea from Samuel here before he just keeps digging in through his graveyard.
Communication's really important in this game for sure. Always take that time to just let people know what it is you're doing and what it is that's about to happen.
All right, now we're in main phase 2 after summoning High King Garunix and destroying the Duo Drive. Let's see what Sam is thinking here. It's going to be hard to deal with this Detonator because I believe on the next turn, Detonator will be able to reattach cards from the graveyard and just have more ways to interact. But there we see.
Wow.
The Hida.
Yeah, the Hida's great this format. Of course, Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, but there's also a bunch of Sue-ship monsters, which are often fire. So let's see what we end up taking. We're going to take the Ash Blossom.
There's even some Raizo cards that are fire as well. Just like a really solid card for helping you link climb. This might be a Selene Gambit. Could be useful here. Oh, but of course, Promethean Princess.
Stower of Flames. Let's see what she's going to grab here. A lot of different options, of course, in the Snake Eye Fire King strategy.
Notably, we have not resolved any of our Snake Eyes effects to send and summon Flamberge Dragon from the deck, so we can still do that with Oak or Ash.
And with the extra card in the field there with the Fire King Sanctuary, you definitely could get a little bit more mileage there, and exactly what's going to happen here.
Getting rid of the Sanctuary, though, could be a bit of a risk because now Forbes has access to getting rid of that Fire King Island to pop the entire board.
Well, he's not going to worry about it yet. With that empty Detonator, he goes ahead and pushes it to the back with the Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon and creates a new Link monster, our Amphibious Swarm Ship Amblo Whale.
There's more and more points of interaction. This deck has such a robust engine. It's insane.
Now he's got to pick what he's going to do next. I don't think we're going to see the end of the duel in this turn, so you need to have a little bit of insurance there. Ponix certainly great to have on the field, but this may just be used for another Link monster of some kind.
And it should be noted that Forms has no cards in hand, but I believe he will have access to Lordly Lode's effect as something for him to search deeper through his deck for other Primite cards.
He would have to have no cards on the field for him to be able to special summon another Suship Shari, and it does come with that additional restriction that you can't use certain types of effects. So certainly a way to get back into the game, but could be difficult. And speaking of which, IP Masquerena just showing up, so it's going to be a little more difficult than we thought for him to get through.
Stand by me.
Oh, and we're drawn. Okay, just going to pass turn after that main phase too.
Yep, just double checking Fire King Island, seeing how he can interact with that maybe to try to break the board.
Taking a look here at the graveyard. Certainly some options, but depending on what he has. Oh, we're going to use the Primite Drill Beam. When you control a normal monster, you can banish a card on the field.
That is actually crazy. And
it's
that
a
gets rid of
quick
both.
play.
I'll go.
I believe we'll be able to resolve Ambowell's effect, though, because it is being destroyed by the effect of Fire King Island.
That is right.
Targeting IP. Killing 2.
Does Forbes have any access to level 4 monsters for him to get back into his extra deck?
I don't know, other than that one Gunkan Suship Shari on the field, because again, you can't bring out another with the Primite Lordly Lode unless you control no monsters. So it's kind of, well, he's at the end of that play.
But there's High King Karunix destroying Giran from the deck, going to be allowing him to do more shenanigans with that, bringing back a monster from the graveyard.
What's happening to Karunix?
It's at 39.
So 3,900 attack on that Karunix there.
That is notably, too, I believe, a second copy of... No, that's the first copy of Karunix. He recycled it with Amber Whale. I was like, where'd that come from?
Yeah. And he got rid of the Primite Lordly Lode. Going to make things a little bit more difficult here since you don't even have that emergency backup normal monster. But
speaking of backups,
yes, 2 from the extra deck means you're going to go ahead and get Typhon.
But then we're going to chain Masquerena, it looks like.
A lot of different options you could use, but just an SP Little Knight to banish it before it even gets anything done.
And here we see just the resilience of the Fire King Snake Eye deck, being able to play through what looked like a lot of interaction from Forbes' side. Sam was able to get there and establish board presence once again for himself. Let's see if he can use it to steal the game here and move us on to game 2.
Certainly a strong Drill Beam, though, and a reminder, because Primite is likely going to be good in the future, you can reuse Drill Beam if you control Primite monsters. You just set it right back to the field so you can use it again. So I think we have a lot of Primite in our future.
Yeah, the Primite engine seems like a really good way just to kind of loop resources in pretty much any kind of strategy that can warrant playing normal monsters. Seems really useful.
That's some good stuff. Looking forward to see what concoctions our other duelists come up with. But speaking of that, looks like we're taking a look here into the graveyard. Samuel thinking, okay, maybe there's not too much for me to worry about here. As he thinks about that last card, take a look at the extra deck.
Be like, is there a way I can get the damage I need? I just need 6,000. Right now, I think he has 55. Like, he's 500 short, probably.
It's true. It's a little difficult to survive a long grind game, right? Rizel certainly, well, it's not known for it, right, since this is the first tournament, but probably will eventually be known for its strong grind game. But unfortunately, if you're playing that Primite Roar, you are losing 2,000 life points right off the top just to get your combo started.
And life points matter up until the last one. That is when it's most important to protect them. There we see Volcanics, which I believe might be just enough attack points. She has like, what, 800 or 1,000 attack points?
Believe so. So between the 3,900, the 1,600, and the little bit from Volcanics, that may be all she wrote.
Yeah.
If they're just doing the math, I guess, right now, keeping the tab of their restaurant, making sure it's nice and in order here. Yep. Brings us to 36, and then we go... Oh, wait, does Garunix's attack go back to normal at the end of the turn?
I believe it may, but it looks like you get 800 additional attack points there. A little clap there from the Suship Chef, just holding on.
He's like, we live!
We're all alive, just with the rhythm there. So last card, let's see what it is.
But SP Little Knight, I think, will be a really
Does he want to reveal it? He is.
It's the Suship. It's the Shari, the third Shari.
If he had gotten to keep the Primite Lordly Lode, he would have been able to bring that out then create something. So perfect ingredient. Wrong time to put it in the mix there. So again, that means that Samuel has taken that game 1 here.
Now we're going to be going into the side deck. If you're Samuel, what are you side decking against rank 4 Suship Ryzeal Primites?
Well, there's a lot of things you can put in that will just generally affect the Xyz monsters, right? I mean, Dimensional Barrier is just an easy option that you should expect to see throughout the tournament, especially with the easy access to another popular card, right? triple tactics thrust. So if they do anything in return, you go ahead and set that, and then you're pretty much insured against any Xyz shenanigans. And when you're using a deck that's a little bit more Link-centric, your opponent doesn't have that option against you, and that might be one of the strongest reasons why Samuel has decided to stick with all of his Dio Bellstar stuff.
Right, and then from Forbes' side, I think he just wants to maybe sort of add some more ways to interact with Sam that don't just come from his boards, maybe more interactions from the hand, like, you know, various cards like Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring we already saw, but we could see things like Drone Lockbird. That card's at an all-time premium right now for this format. But honestly, the Azumina Snake Eye deck is kind of known for just being like, I can just kind of play through whatever interactions you have, so maybe just trying to figure out a way for him to sort of play in a way that doesn't give Samuel as much time to be what he's trying to go for here, like maybe more ways to deal damage, be more aggressive. He is going first, so maybe he feels a bit more safe. Or, I mean, I guess I don't know what he chooses to go for. If I was Forbes, I imagine going first is preferred, but I guess you never know.
I would think you would go first because you really want to get all your Primite stuff established. It's true that you can use Primite Drill Beam to rip through your opponent's arsenal, and remember, it banishes and negates the effect at the same time, so there's a lot of interesting things that he's going to be able to play through. But the strongest part is that it's just an instant way to get rid of that Fire King Island, because again, the Fire King Sanctuary not really protected against the equivalent of Cosmic Cyclone.
Right, yeah, that's actually a really interesting interaction that might come up more often than we think in this matchup. Something too that I think might be interesting is I've seen people do like this mind game recently in siding where they don't, you know, you announce who's going first after you're done siding, and so you assume, oh, my opponent is siding, imagining they're going second, and now if I tell them, you're actually going first, they're like, oh, I've now ruined half of my deck because I put in all these powerful going second cards that don't do anything going first. We saw this a lot in Rage of the Abyss format with Fuelos and Molcharmi Perulia, cards that are actually useless when you go first and play your board.
It certainly would not feel great there. But Samuel looks like he's locked in, and Forbes also at the ready there, just getting some final instructions from the judges before we kick off our game 2. And speaking of kicking things off, I think this is our first event where you've used that brand new background with all these amazing TCG format cards that have just been so historic, whether it's Chaos Emperor, Dragon, Brionac, there's so much good stuff up there.
One of my favorites that you guys I don't think can't see on the overlay is Time Thief Redoer.
Love that card. Wow. Well, speaking of time, it is time to duel here. We're going into game 2 of round 2 of YCS Anaheim.
All right, let's see. You chose to go first. Are there any mind games being played? Are the sidings going to work? I've always said, like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a game about 2 and 3. Game 2 and 3, I think, are always more important than game 1 because, you know, playing with your deck as you thought it was going to be is fine, but once you know what your opponent's playing and you can actually tailor your strategy, that's where the real duelists shine.
Well, it's time for the rubber to hit the road here. We're going to start with Painful Decision. No, the poor Ojamas. If you don't know what it does, you get to pick 2 normal monsters, 1 to the grave and 1 to the hand, which is sad because if you look at the art, literally Ojama Yellow is like, do I save Ojama Black or do I save Ojama Green? I don't know what to do.
Oh, both my brothers, they're in trouble. But obviously this is going to be allowing him to access his Suship Shari. Going to be sending 1 to the grave, and then I think just adding another 1 to your hand. Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Because you can add based on name, right? Or is it considered a normal monster in the deck?
Let's take a quick look at there. Luckily we got our wonderful Yu-Gi-Oh! Judge staff up there to make sure everything is fair, but let's see whose cuisine is going on here.
That's Shari Red, right?
That is Shari Red, that is right. And it is Gunkin Suship Shari in the hand, deck, graveyard, or on the field.
Wow.
So a version of this is like if you sent Harpy Lady to the graveyard and you added like a Cyber Harpy Lady or a Harpy Lady 2 or something like that. So really cool that its name changes in the deck just because of stuff like this.
Very awesome. Yeah, lets you have access to it by a Painful Decision. And there we see Roar. We saw that being very useful last game.
So he is going to go down 2,000 life points, but this is going to let him special summon that Gunkin Suship Shari. So between the Shari and the Shari Red, man, it is time to cook.
That's an automatic rank 4 if he needs one.
And what's cool, even though Ryzel Detonator requires Ryzel monsters, Ryzel Duo Drive doesn't.
Does not.
It's insane. That means that he could use these 2 Gunkin monsters that already want to make rank 4s. Like, that's what the deck is built to do. And there we go.
And now we see Ice Ryzel once again, the ideal normal summon for this deck. Going to be special summoning out from the deck. Probably going to be Sword Ryzel, letting him search X and just get the full combo from there.
And there's the sword.
Yeah, we noticed that Samuel is like, I'm not interacting. My only point of interaction for this engine is going to be the Duo Drive. That is the card you have to stop if you are able to. Stopping the normal monsters, they almost always can still get to Duo Drive.
Certainly, if you only have one card you can stop Duo Drive is an important one because it gets 2 cards with different names, and whether you already have the field spell, cool, just go ahead and grab the trap card or vice versa. So just a very flexible card that you can't let your opponent resolve if you want to win that duel.
That is true. In Game 1, we did see Forbes access the Ryzeal monsters, but he never accessed the powerful Ryzeal spells like Plug-in and Cross. If he has access to those this game, it could be totally different.
It seems like he may.
Duo Drive, effect to attach on summon, and there we see Ghost, Ogre, and Snow Rabbit not playing around the potential of that in your hand. I don't think you have to declare that effect on summon, or do you?
No, I do not think you do. So again, that's just a good way, but again, not able to detach any material, so not able to grab any new cards.
So here we special X'd from the hand by sending Aggregator from the extra deck to the graveyard.
All right, taking a look at that graveyard and thinking to himself, the Aggregator going to the graveyard is definitely going to be a vibe that we see throughout the weekend here. But now he's still got 2 level 4 monsters, so depending on what he wants to do here, he could try again.
Do we have? I think Forbes has Plug-in in hand, and he's thinking to himself, I can plug in, bring back Duo Drive, and then attach to it. But I don't think he'll be able to search because he activated one of the effects, and I believe that means he can't activate the other one.
That is right. You can only use each of the following effects of Ryzeal Duo Drive once per turn. So if you tried, you can't again.
Yeah. That's probably like an argument then to like when you summon Duo Drive not using the burst effect, so that way you can play around as much as possible, like a Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit for people at home. Could be a thing to keep in mind. Because Ghost Ogre is another card that has a lot of premiums coming up in this format because there's so many powerful field, continuous spells, or just effects that are just annoying once they stay around.
Oh, yeah, and Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit was already very good in this format considering it is Tenpai Dragon insurance, right? That Foghat summoning just goes right to the graveyard. But there's a lot of other things that Duelists could do right now, so I'm also interested to see how Tenpai is hanging out there in the Swiss rounds.
All right, so here we go. We got...
wow.
Yeah, Detonator is very strong there. 2 materials, and of course also has the Myriologic Aggregator underneath it. And again, if you don't know why Detonator is so wild, we haven't really gotten to see it shred its stuff, but every time your opponent is activating card effects, you can go ahead and chain, detach material, destroy something, and that is not once per chain, and that is not even once per turn.
And by the way, I did get a little sneaky knowledge check. Forbes does have plug-in face down, which means if Samuel has a way to out this Detonator, he can just bring it back and attach to it and then use it again.
Well, you got to make a decision here. That Ash Blossom and Joyous Springwing heavy in Forbes' hand.
Oh my god.
Doesn't necessarily want to walk into a triple tactics Talon or triple tactics thrust, so he is going to let his opponent do that. I guess to a degree with Ryzeal Detonator, you just wait for your opponent to use Snake Eye effects and clear their board so they don't have any bodies to use the most powerful Snake Eye searching effects, right?
1000% agree. Detonator is better when your opponent is trying to play. It's not good when your opponent is like stopped from playing. And there we see the Ash on the Poplar stopping that search of original Sinful Spoils. Really big.
Certainly just a single body on the field. There was a version of this where you would go into Link Karibo, but unfortunately the Forbidden Unlimited list has another idea there. So thinking about those cards, hasn't normal summoned yet, so a couple of choices, but we're going with the Fire King Avatar Arvata, the Monster Negate.
Are we going to attempt to use the effect to destroy from hand? Looks like we're using... No, I think we're using Kieran's effect.
So we are going to detach and try. So not going for the Aggregator. I guess just taking a quick look. It is too good to be true, but again, it isn't. So you can go ahead and detach, and if something else happens, you can technically detach again. So if Fire King Arvata tries to stop something, the Ryzeal monster can actually just throw another destruction into the mix.
That's right.
Samuel, not necessarily stunned, but considering his options, definitely has to decide whether or not he wants to use his Arvata. Maybe a card from the hand instead.
Maybe he's debating like a way to interact with the Detonator, but if he goes for anything that would destroy the Detonator can protect itself. I'm not sure how this chain will resolve, but I think we'll be able to resolve Kieran on a separate chain afterwards.
Should. So we got a little bit of info from the judges there, but we are going to go ahead.
We're destroying Flamber's Dragon from the hand. Arvata now gets popped because of Detonator's effect, and now Kieran's effect won't resolve, right? Because it wasn't destroyed.
That is right.
Battle phase.
Is the face down anything to worry about? We said it was the Ryzeal Hull, but it looks like no, we're just going to go ahead and take that battle.
Yep, we saw this in game 1. Samuel wants to have Forbes' help for destroying his own monsters.
6, right? Yeah, only 6. Kieran effect? And then I'll pop the Detonator.
Detonator will protect itself on the attempt to destroy.
Now that one is once per turn. At least they slowed things down for it. It would be an immortal card otherwise with its many Xyz materials. But now it just has one additional destruction, and of course also gets the negation as well.
Then alarm. If it activates, can I about it?
So taking a little opportunity to ask your judge questions here again. You can always ask the judge if you're unsure. Just raise your hand. That's exactly what they're here for. No need to feel embarrassed. You're not slowing the tournament down. You just want to have a fair and fun experience here. And again, so do your judges.
Yeah, the qualification is like, can I negate it with Arvada? And I think the answer was no. All right, here we see a Link. Not having access to the really powerful Snake Eye cards like Ash and Oak are going to be super big for Forbes' side here because I don't know how much deeper Samuel can go into.
Well, speaking of access to cards, looks like Samuel's going to go ahead and grab a Fire from Forbes here. Maybe just the safe Ash Blossom. Don't want to resend anything to the graveyard here. Yep. Looks like we're just taking the Ash Blossom.
And then on activation, we're going to use Detonator to probably destroy the Hida, keep him off that Link 3. We saw how powerful Promethean Princess was last game.
And as you know, since there is nothing that Hida points to, it cannot special summon anything.
That's right. Now we're pseudo-negating with Detonator as well. Was there something fishy about the grabbing of Ponix there?
Yeah, you're right.
Looks like the Ponix will not go to the field. It's just going to go to the hand instead. Judges just taking a quick breather to explain things.
And we've already normal summoned. We're going to see a set and a pass. Now we know the card in hand. All right, let's see what Forbes can do here. He draws for turn. I think is that another Suship?
It is. What a perfect hand there. Wow. Reveal, reveal. It's Suship time.
Nice.
So what's better than one Suship? Of course, having that one. And again, it is level 5, I should say. And so that does make it sometimes awkward there with your Gunkan Suships.
Yeah,
right?
because
Especially with the right forward deck, exactly.
Well, right now he's not locked into anything, so as long as you do your Suship shenanigans first before you do any of your Ryzeal effects, you should be fine.
So again, Uni can go ahead and reveal another Gunkan card, which we saw, special summon it out. Now, it is going to give effects based on what you did, so because they did any other reveal there, the only thing that's going to happen is you place the revealed card on the bottom of the deck.
Wow.
All right.
There we see Shari coming out. No, but the card he revealed was Shari Red, which is considered Shari in the hand.
Oh, that's right, of course, because it has the name, so it does let it get there. It's so wild that its name changes wherever it is. There's very few cards that do that.
Yeah, we have 6 copies of Shari in this deck.
Yeah.
Well, bottoms up for sure on that one as we pour beautiful, beautiful red wine over this rice.
And remember, we still have plug-in FaceTime, which means at any point we can attach a card from our deck to this Ryzeal Detonator and still have access to a pop that our opponent doesn't know about. All right, so we're revealing with red.
I can also all one effect, special another Suship from my deck, and then immediately overlay.
Sure.
And so even more Gungans here.
Immediately overlay.
Yeah, so he's just explaining kind of how the resolution timing works. Like, once I reveal, I also summon at the same time. It's all one thing.
It's such a great vibe, too. You know, I don't know how many duelists out there who have actually taken the time to read the flavor text of Gunkan Suship Shari, but it literally is a review, and the review gives it 4 stars, which are literally on the card, you know, and it's like only 2,000 of these were made, and its attack is 2,000. It's just really cool to see, you know, normal monsters be very competitive, and again, like we were talking about the Primites, I think we're going to see a lot of normal monsters in the future.
Now, wait, does that mean canonically Suship Uni is better, like flavor?
Yeah, like, technically,
it's a better meal than the Shari is.
I mean, I haven't tried it myself, but it is a 5-star review. You're right.
Classic cardboard flavor of sushi. We love it.
Delicious. Do not eat your cards, Duelists. We are not telling you to eat your cards.
Is this going to be a rank 5 play? I believe so.
Yeah, he's not locked in yet. And the cheers from the crowd, just seeing it. That is incredible.
The first Suship Xyz monster coming out. I believe that is Carrier.
It is. I believe that's going to be the Gunkan Suship Uniclass Super Dreadnought from here. And since it does have Suship Shari on it, that's drawing 1 card.
Beautiful.
So extender upon extender. And then the Uni is also going to give it the ability to attack directly, which is huge in this format because it gives you kind of a backdoor into Divine Arsenal Zeus.
We just drew Ice Ryzeal off of the Carrier class. That was awesome.
Just game-changing what 1 extra card will do in this deck.
And there we see the special of X Ryzeal coming from Forbes' deck. Man, this whole deck is just kind of one giant rank 4 extender deck. Like, I can just keep going and summoning rank 4s.
What I really love is it's also one of those 2 decks in 1 decks where you're like, oh, well, the two ships were working out. I'll just play Ryzel, or vice versa. We do see the detonator hit the field there and attaching the aggregator.
Not a thing you're used to seeing 2 detonators in play, because normally the Ryzel cross field spells in play, which keeps you from summoning 2 monsters of the same name. But here we're attacking.
Battle, battle, battle.
Yeah.
I think that's his game, yeah, because that's over 8,000 damage, because I believe the carrier has 2,500 attack. Yeah, there it is.
Huge cheers there. Now, I think people may have mistaken that it's the end of the duel. It's not yet. They're 1 game apiece, but people just love to see interesting decks play out well here. And hopefully this inspires some duelists at home. You can play whatever you want. As long as you put the time in, you study the format just like everybody else. You don't have to play certain cards. You just have to know what they do, and Forbes is doing a great job winning that game 2. But now it all comes down to this. It's game 3, so it's time for dessert.
Look, I know we're talking about how awesome it is to see Sue ships on screen, but this just seems like a really synergistic deck. I mean, I need to summon level 4 monsters to summon rank 4s. That seems really good. One big complaint I hear from a lot of players that play the Ryzel deck is the only thing that kind of is not great about it is you only have like 12 engine cards. You know, it's a very small engine because the set just came out. There isn't that many cards, and so sometimes the pure deck can brick, and you don't have access to enough level 4 monsters. But in this deck, you have plenty to go around.
You certainly do. There's a lot of strong decks historically in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game where they're very powerful, but because there's just not a lot of the deck out there, you can't really fill it all with that. Kashtira certainly comes to mind because that's a very smart card pool. But not to be forgotten, Samuel's been doing a great job here with the Fire King strategy, but we'll have to see what cards he's able to put in the side deck. He does get to go first, which means he can put a really powerful board up there. So this is all going to come down to the first turn.
I love how Samuel came to this tournament going, oh, I can't wait to experience these new cards for the first time. Ryzel, Malice, they're going to be new for me. Oh, turns out in this one duel, I'm experiencing 2 new things. Sue ships and Ryzels. Oh, those are cards I was not expecting to see, but he's navigating it very well, just like a true duelist would.
Sue ships definitely have made a splash in multiple formats. Obviously, people really love them, and even in Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, they are a very powerful and competitive deck that goes up and off from their competitive format. But just really cool to see what we've got here. And again, Samuel just doing that final pile shuffle and leaving nothing to chance here. Just praying to his 3 Egyptian God cards there with those wonderful sleeves, by the way.
Something that's going to be really important for this game is finally Sam's going to get to go first. And I cannot think of any deck that is better at going first than the Snake Eye, Fire King, Azumina deck. That board is going to be crazy if left unchecked. And as we noticed from Forbes' deck, it's a lot of engine. A lot of the ways he interacts with Samuel's board are the cards he plays, not necessarily the cards he has in hand. So unless he draws some of his side deck options, there might not be that many ways to stop what Samuel is trying to do.
Well, we've also seen what happens when you draw too many side deck options. So there is a version of this where, depending on how heavily he's side decked, he just draws 5 cards that are all breaks and no gas. That is the ability to stop your opponent, but not the ability to start your own plays.
Right.
I guess we will have to see. Certainly a nail-biter for those at home cheering on your favorite champions, whether you're a Sue ship fan or you just want to see Dia Bellstar get stuff done.
Let's do it, yes. We are here.
You know, players seem to be ready. They have passed their decks across the stage there. And yeah, look at the respect knuckles too. Both of them just have like a great time.
This has been a great game so far. Yep. They are playing out of their shoes right now. We saw Samuel fight through using every single card in his hand and field to fight through the turn 1 board. And then we see Forbes go, actually, in game 2, it's not going to be enough this time. Let's go into game 3 and see what happens.
Well, it all comes down to this. So we've loaded our players in. I love how they're cheering on the crowd like, hey, wish me luck. I mean, because that's all I got.
That's all. Yep, that's right. I got my cards and a dream. Let's see if it's enough.
All right, I think we're about to get the go-ahead here with about 8 minutes or so on the clock. And notice it's paused too, by the way. We're not burning any time here off the players. We always have their own timer for them that does get updated. But we do have about 8 minutes left, so I think we'll definitely finish this game because it's been a very explosive set of duels. It's not dragging on too long.
Yeah, that's another thing about like Ryzel matchups is like the deck is not really good at winning like in one turn. It's actually a very interactive deck. You have to fight through your opponent's board all the time because that's where the bulk of your interactions are, by popping, by negating. You don't just like stop your opponent from playing and then go, okay, my turn, attack you, I win.
But what's interesting about it is it's a very linear control deck, right? You're just like, oh, I'm just going to destroy, destroy, destroy. There's a version of this somewhere out there in the tournament field that someone is playing Ryzel, maybe against Unchained, and they're like, thank you for destroying my cards.
I appreciate you.
But that's over there. This is here. So we're going to go ahead and draw, find out who goes first. And I imagine it's going to be Samuel.
Ooh, is that D-Barrier? No, that's Ponix. I was like, oh, did we just draw the side deck card?
Ooh, some interesting stuff there. Going to start with the bonfire, but no response.
I think I got a little whiff of Forbes' hand. I see a lot of Sue ships, not a lot of non-engine. This could be the thing we're talking about.
I think a single copy of Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, maybe using this here.
Yep, you're right.
Because that'll slow things down for sure.
Letting OSS come down is bad. You don't want to see that card come down.
The original Sinful Spoils is very powerful.
There we see Ponyx, going to get Sanctuary, going to get Island, going to Destroy, going to Search. Standard combo. We love to see it.
It's definitely still a good deck. This is one of the strongest structure decks I think I have ever seen because it's still resilient this many tournament formats later.
I mean, with the release of Volcanics and Rage of the Abyss, I actually think it's the strongest it's ever been. All the Master Duel players out there know how crazy it is, but now the TCG is finally experiencing it, and it's awesome.
And the island is good, so we're going to go and destroy Ponyx to get the next Fire King card.
There we see Perulia still in Sam's deck. I think we saw him play Crossout in game 1, so it's probably just a Crossout target for him, considering he knew he was going first.
Certainly a Perulia would be pretty good here. We have done a lot of summons from the hand. That would have been 2 card draws already.
Oh, yeah. So there's the High King Garunix, bringing out Sacred King Garunix.
And so considering his options, we are probably bringing the Zombie Vampire out for a return reprisal. And there it is.
Yeah, the Fire King rank 8's better when you can summon it during your opponent's turn, using the effect of Sanctuary probably. So just going for Zombie Vampire to get more resources in his graveyard seems really strong.
Let's see. Primite cards go to the graveyard.
OSS, Snake Eyes, Diabellstar.
Going to be difficult for both players to really get the most they can out of this, but I would imagine either the Diabellstar, yep.
Yeah, you got to summon Diabellstar, right? But now, and then... Oh, dang it. For a second, I thought Diabellstar was Ignition. She is not. If she was Ignition, that means you can wait, use the effect of OSS, put it back in the deck, and then bring it out. But we're just going to be sending the Azamina one.
Okay, so it's Deception of the Sinful Spoils here, sending Poplar to the graveyard, likely to bring out the Hallowed Azamina from the deck.
Yep.
And
letting us access the really powerful Azamina cards in the extra deck, getting extra forms of interaction against the opponent. Is it going to be... That's Sylvia?
Certainly a great way to keep the combos going there. And since we in the audience know exactly what's in Forbes' hand, we know there's not really many points of interaction, right? He used that one Ash Blossom of Joyous Spring, which was the right time to do it for sure, but just going to have a hard time slowing things down when you don't have anything to slow down.
Something we did learn, too, between game 1 and 2 is that Forbes is only playing 1 copy of Sword Ryzeal in his deck, as he didn't search for anything else when he summoned Ice Ryzeal, which means that Sword Ryzeal being in the graveyard is really bad for him if he draws any of his Ryzeal combo. Keeps him off of summoning 2 Xyz monsters.
So considering Samuel just not sure where he's going next here, but it looks like a Link summon using the Zombie Vampire and his Fire King. So we're going to go ahead and bring out...
SP target your sword.
SP target sword. That card's really gone now.
It's almost like he could hear you from here. Trust us, audience, he can't. But it is a really good target there for sure. And that means that whatever it is that Forbes draws next is going to be the difference between a well-cooked meal and maybe something that's a little overdone.
I imagine Forbes is hoping that there's no face-down dimensional barriers in his future.
That would be very difficult to get through, especially when Xyz are what you are all about.
So right now, I believe we have a negate. All right, here we go. We're doing the Sue ship stuff.
So reveal, of course, the special summon. You get to go ahead and grab something from the deck.
Oh, yeah.
It's all in one effect, so you're not going to chain anything.
Yep, summon red, summon from deck. Going to be getting Uni. And then we're going to be ranking up.
Summon and then immediately overlay.
Yep, it's all one effect to immediately summon.
Better, but worse Martha.
Yeah.
All right.
Uni effect on summon.
The crowd cheers again.
Draw a card.
Then can attack directly.
We could chain SP here.
Card 10. Have a normal summon.
That is a lot. You may want to save the SP Little Knight, but Samuel's going to have to make his decision here. Oh, we're doing it. Banishing.
Just activates, right? Yeah. Negate.
Ooh,
he's got it.
There's the effect of the gate. Does not send for cost. There we see chain imperm.
Wow. So the Infinite Permanence, of course, going to go ahead and negate that. So we will banish our monsters. We'll put a couple of ingredients in the graveyard there.
I think he's asking if his monsters can still attack directly for the rest of the turn. I don't know if it's a lingering effect. Oh, he
The
improved
effect
it,
was
that's right.
negated, so yeah, that would be an issue. Oh, now he controls no monsters. The perfect time for Primite Lordly Load, and he's probably going to grab the Drill Beam as well in order to press through any effects he has to.
I mean, Forbes is like really happy right now. He used one card to play through 2.
Drill Beam is such a powerful card, and while it doesn't look like Forbes is running any of the Primite monsters again, I know I said it earlier, but it can be recycled later if you're playing Primite in its fullest form, so that's crazy.
This might be banishing the Sylvia, huh? No, it's going to banish Fire King Island and get rid of the Sylvia anyway.
It can, yeah.
It's the best way to do it.
2 cards in one swing. Samuel, maybe not believing his eyes, but yeah.
Boom, there it is. Targeting Fire King Island.
And banish. Okay, gonna go ahead and stop that then.
Yeah, still wants to have access to his Fire King Island. Makes sense.
He still got rid of the monster one way or the other.
I can't see, right?
That's Shirauchi? I forget how you say it.
It's going to be Shirao.
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 Little difficult there for sure. All of these, of course, Japanese cuisine names, so
From your hand, you can
trying our best.
Yep. Okay.
But he is going to go and summon that, so he does get another summon from hand.
Summon Shari from hand. And this can get us into our Ryseal engine, guys.
This is happening. I think it's duo drive time.
That would be crazy. But now we don't have Sword in the graveyard to get value off a plug-in, so maybe it's just Detonator time?
Well, Detonator will require Ryseal monsters.
You're right, you're right.
So you got at least duo drive. Yep, so we're going to get duo drive. Looks like we're going to attempt to attach those, detach those 2 materials.
The number 1 attached, I can special summon it.
Better summon another Shirao.
Dual drive effect.
Okay, we did not activate the effect on summon. We're just going to be searching here.
So this is his first duo drive that he's able to resolve, so I would imagine you're at least going to try to grab both the field spell and plug in here, but he may need more monsters. Let's see which direction he goes.
Yeah, so we're going to get Ice Wrestle. We still haven't normal summoned, y'all, which means we have the full power of Ice Wrestle coming out, but because we lost our sword, that means we won't have the full Wombo combo that it comes with. But we will have more than enough to summon Detonator, and there's Plug-in. That card is super crazy. It's a really fun combo for your opponent's turn, but also for your own turn for further extension.
Oh, I cannot do that. That's correct.
Did we normal summon? Oh, that's right. We normal summoned Shirao. I forgot. Good thing Samuel is better than I am.
That's why they're up on the stage, and we're down here in the cheap seats. But Master Duelist jokes aside, it looks like he is going to go ahead and grab those 2 cards. Still really powerful.
Does it target?
No.
Yeah, Lordly Load.
Deck or graveyard.
Now, I think it's actually only the Primite
So you're declaring the name.
Roar that you have to control no monsters. It's absolutely true. You could just declare a monster name when you have Primite Lordly Load. So true that you get a little bit better options when you have access to the Primite Roar, but you do have just infinite spamming out those normal monsters, including the Gunkatsu Ship Shari if you have Lordly Load. Now, it does slow you down. It's got that additional restriction, of course, though, that you can't activate the effects of special summon monsters for the rest of the turn on the field.
I had it committed.
We've got Dugaris coming out. This is a really powerful rank 4 extender that exists in a lot of packages like this, letting you draw cards, revive.
1200?
Sure.
1200 direct, 25 direct. I don't know if we're going to go for the effect to revive. We might go for the effect to draw 2 and then discard 1. That could get us into X Ryseal, which would allow us to activate more of our Ryseal effects.
What's the life?
I recorded 43.
Okay.
Is that correct?
I don't know if the clock on them is correct, but I believe this could have been time in the round for them. I could be wrong about that.
They do have a separate clock, and it is 0 right now. Wow,
there it is.
It's time on the round.
There we see Typhon coming out targeting Dugaris. I don't know if we can summon that on Dugaris because it's not the monster with the most attack points. Yeah, it has to go on top of Duo Drive.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Send pass. All right, here it is.
Stand by. Main. Bonfire.
All right, so Bonfire is going to be activated there.
Heck of a way to start. We saw Forbes there getting a little flustered towards the end of his turn. You know, he made the mistake with Ice Ryseal. It kind of threw him off for what the rest of his plan was going to be. But still, this is a very impressive board from Forbes, given how much that Sam was able to do on his first turn.
Well, certainly he is trying his best there to speed things up.
Whoa, we didn't resolve that.
Oh.
Too late.
Is it too late?
Yeah, we already did it. We didn't resolve that.
Too late.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, so they forgot to summon back the SP. I believe it's now state-based.
Oh, an accepted game state. They did forget the SP Little Knight there.
It is on both players to do that. They might also get a warning, too, for the game, but it happens all the time.
It is important.
There we see Wanted. Can you choose not to use SP though? Like, doesn't it have to come back? But I guess it's accepted, so.
It does have to come back, but our judges are just going to talk them through here.
About the best way to resolve this.
Looks like the live stream counter on the stream is incorrect. It actually is a couple minutes left on the clock here.
Oh, perfect.
So just like I said, we got separate stuff.
And luckily for us, the judges and the players already knew this. The people that needed to keep track of the game, they're already good.
So it looks like we did end up getting a slow play warning there. Again, it's nice to be comfortable up here on the duels. Best seat in the house, right? Sitting up in that chair, but it is still an official duel from this tournament, so you have to keep up a reasonable pace of play.
Here we see Fire King destroying Oak, going to be getting Volcanics.
Still a crazy duel there. I'm definitely here for it.
That turn from Forbes was insane. All those Suship extenders.
And Dugaris on top of that, like
Very
just
exciting.
go and go and go.
There we see Garunix sending Kieran, destroying it, using Kieran's effect. Going to be... Typhon gets destroyed because Kieran is not 3,000 or more attack and can activate its effects fully.
Well, we're getting down to the wire here. That is the correct time now, so there's only a minute 17 on the clock left.
Okay, this could be a grind now. This could be coming down to the wire here. Here we have Diabellstar coming down, sending Volcanics for cost. Going to be searching for Wanted, because I don't believe we added OSS back into the deck, even though I do think it's in our graveyard.
I can't do much with it now, so battle phase it is. Dugaris stands alone.
I believe the Garunix got the boost from destroying Kieran, so it should be around 38 right now.
So I'm at
13,
67?
right?
Yeah, so I should be at 67.
7. Attack for 500.
On declaration? Plug-in?
Yep, plug-in effect going to be summoning Duo Drive from the graveyard, then attaching any card from your deck to it. Plus, you can also use the effect of, I believe, Duo Drive to attach again. But this Garunix, though, might be strong enough to attack over it anyway.
Certainly considering his options, only just a little bit left there on the clock. So Annie Xyz monster.
Yep, we're going to just go ahead and negate that.
Okay,
That makes
yeah, you don't want to stop your direct attacks there. So here comes some life point damage for Forbes.
Plug-in is a pretty good card.
39.
Oh, and he didn't even use Primite Roar this time, so we had the full 8,000.
Yep. So we're going to be going all the way down to, I think, like 2,200 maybe? Could be wrong.
And that seems to be it. I heard the words "that's game," so a hearty handshake, and Samuel takes the featured match. And still what a huge round of applause there just for some incredible plays there from Forbes.
But both players did a really great job. I think it was honestly a pretty tough game to navigate on both sides because you have the daunting task of fighting against the Azumi and a Snake Eye Fire King deck that Forbes has, and then you have the surprising task of Samuel being like, I don't know what half your cards do, and I gotta be expected to play perfectly in this game. That's pretty tough.
It is tough, especially with so many new things, right? It's hard to cook that recipe right the first time, but I bet you as Forbes continues through the tournament, he'll continue to do great. And what a cool way to play the deck. It shows you that like there's so much unexplored territory in this format. And of course, it's a brand new format, but people are showcasing stuff that Duelists weren't even talking about a week ago or so. So it's just nice to see that they're really putting stuff into this format.
Steven, would it be correct to say that this round gave us a little taste of what we can expect for the rest of the day?
Yes. It definitely gave us a taste of what we can experience. But
I'll be here all weekend.
Oh, goodness, yes. We certainly will be here all weekend because just an incredible tournament experience. And so far, we're getting the Crossover Breakers vibe. Like, I would love to see some Malice stuff on the stage here soon, so we'll hope to put that up. We did get to see that on the other pre-recorded feature match. We always have those two matches, which is really neat because when we go to break, which we're not going to break yet, but when we do, you will have that additional gameplay. And I know I'm just going to be locked to the screen just like you guys are at home.
Once again, I just want to say that was a super awesome match. Both players played out of their shoes. They did stuff that I could never do. Forbes definitely did stuff that I could never do, playing Suship like an absolute master. Congratulations to both of them. Best of luck to both of them. Hopefully we see them again in day 2.
Oh, absolutely. I definitely learned a lot about Suship stuff, too. It's one of those things where you think you know what's going on with the deck, and the fact that its name is changed in the deck without that being a rule just gives it so many cool stuff. Just incredible Yu-Gi-Oh! Action there.
So many extenders. Like, that's what the deck essentially was. Like, all the Suships added to your Ryzeal combos in such a really robust way. I really liked it.
But it does show you that the Azumina strategy and that built-in negate that they have access to is just so important because you can set your plays up, and when your opponent's like, oh, wait, I got one, you're like,
that seems scary.
About that.
No. Not like
Oh, just some incredible stuff. Looks like they are setting up on the stage, so what do you say we throw it over to Steven? You ready?
Yes.
All right, Steven to Steven. Let's go to Steven.
It was like being up on stage. And then if you want to give any shout-outs at the end, either like teammate.
Yeah.
Just good stuff, good stuff. Again, you can see all the players out there in the field there, and everybody is very excited to be here. Again, we had 1,429 Duelists in the main event. But that doesn't mean those are just all the Duelists here, right? There's awesome public events to enter. There's so much really cool stuff. And again, you know, you've got your teams here, you've got your friends here. If you're at home, we would love to see you here next time. And while this is the last YCS of the year, our schedule is jam-packed already. And so, speaking of ready, now let's go to the stage and hear from our duelists and Stephen Kangas.
Thank you very much, Stephen and Stephen. Stephen on stage here with Samuel after your feature match win. Congratulations. We were talking before going live. This is your first feature match. So how are your nerves feeling coming up on stage?
I'm still nervous. I'm not going to lie. I made a lot of misplays. I'm very sorry to all the viewers. That's my bad. That's my bad. But yeah, I was very nervous going into it, yeah.
I noticed a lot of people wearing the same jersey as you. Is that your team out there?
Yep, Team Animals Gaming. Let's go. Best team in the game.
How do you think that they felt about watching some of the plays?
I can't wait to get yelled at. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Well, you were up against Forbes, who's notable. He's been on stream before in the crowd. We got him on feature match. Playing Ryziel with the Sioux ships, as he calls it, Ryziel. Was this something you prepared for in your potential matches?
I'm not going to lie. Coming into this event, I didn't really have time because I was so busy with work. So I got like last-minute testing against Ryziel to begin with. And the Sioux ship cards threw me in for a loop as well. I knew he was playing Sioux ship, but I didn't know it was Ryziel as well. So I don't know. It kind of threw me in for a loop. I had no idea what I was doing. I just tried to interact with the Ryziel cards because I had no clue what the Sioux ship cards do.
Well, fair enough. Hey, you still got the win, so congratulations on that. Before coming up, you mentioned that you're a music producer. So I got to ask, as a music producer, which Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime song is the best? What's your personal favorite?
Objectively, it's Overdrive, the 5Ds opening. The best song. It goes into an odd time signature, which is very cool, and just catchy as heck.
Awesome. All right, 5Ds fan, based. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anybody at home, maybe any of the teammates here?
Yeah, shout out to Mammals Gaming over there. Best team in the game. Shout out to my wife. I love you. And shout out to my family and friends. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Samuel. Congratulations on the win. We're going to throw it back over to the casters.
Wow, just wow. It's like I said, you know, Samuel had 2 surprises in this round. The one of Ryziel, like he said, had no time to test, and then also the Sioux ship one, and he was still able to navigate a victory. Don't be ashamed of your misplays, man. We all make it. It's actually a really fun thing for us to see real duelists, true duelists playing and winning here at the YCS stage. It's awesome.
It shows you that there is no one right path to the feature match stage. Whether you're busy or you just came here for the public events, there's so many different things to do and so many different ways to play. And speaking of public events, we have some great prizes for you if you come over to our public events area. Again, you can win the Pot Collection Win-A-Mat game mat, and it is just so cool, again, featuring all those different things that came from the Pot Collection. Do you have a favorite pot up there?
I mean, it's hard not to say Pot of Greed, the one that started it all. I'm also a big fan of the 2010 format, and Pot of Avarice is very awesome in that one as well. But I just love the mat in general because it feels like a little time capsule of all of Yu-Gi-Oh! You can trace the eras as how extravagant the pots get.
Well, I definitely have to, unfortunately, say a little prayer there for our Pot of Prosperity since it's gone in Master Duel. Gone but not forgotten. Certainly a great card. But again, you can win all that and more if you're here. And again, I know I keep saying it, but we would love you to be here because, again, all your people are here. People who think about Yu-Gi-Oh! Every single day, right? I mean, it's just a great time. Just good stuff, right? And speaking of good stuff, it is about that time.
Let's go ahead and throw it to a break, and we'll see you guys later.
Okay, take a look at that future replay as well.
All right. Attempt to enter main phase.
Sounds good.
Okay. I'll go activate Sanguine Summoning.
That's fine.
Okay. I'll activate effect.
I will Ghost Ogre.
Okay. Alrighty, I'm gonna activate Thrust.
That's fine.
Set D-Barrier.
Okay.
And pass to you.
Draw for turn. Alright. Standby. Main. Normal summon out. Sword. Activate attacks.
I'll just shotgun it. We'll activate D-Barrier.
Sounds good. I will. What are you calling?
XYZ.
Sounds good. I'll resolve my effects. And it got mixed up again. I don't know how it happens. We will send that. Search this. Picking up half the deck is kind of I'm trying to find out what all my stuff is prized, you know, like, ever played Pokemon TCG? We will special. Yeah. Special summon X effect. Oh, excuse me, sorry. Ascending. Yeah, I apologize. I will be sending the copy of Dual Drive to the graveyard. Attempt to activate effects. We will grab. We'll go battle here.
Good.
We will attack for 5. And then 15. Go down to 6K. Main phase 2. Set 1, set 2. I'll like to pass.
Good. Draw. Attempt under main phase?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I apologize. Yeah, I searched for this. My bad. It was supposed to be something else.
It doesn't affect the game sale of the search target, so let's get the correct search target. What's your name again?
Brandon.
All right, Brandon, I'm going to give you a reminder.
You're all good. I will grab a. I'll grab Node.
Sure. There's a node. Attempt under main phase?
You're good.
Okay. Activate Heart of the Blue Eyes. Discard a search.
This search is for an Ankh?
Correct.
That's fine.
Okay. Activate all. Revealing.
You have to reveal his cost?
Yes. 3 in hand.
Oh my goodness.
Yep. And 2 in deck. These will get shuffled along with Ankh if it resolves.
Do they all get shuffled back or just
no?
these?
Just the ones I revealed. The ones in hand stay.
Okay. And this resolved in this zone?
Yes.
I will attempt to activate D-Barrier.
Okay.
I'll call Fusion.
Sounds good. I think, does it get shuffled back?
You're all good.
Probably would. Correct.
So we would also shuffle the
Ankh shuffles itself back for resolves, if we're wondering. I think it would. It does resolve, technically. It just doesn't summon.
You're good, yeah.
Yep, good. Well, you shuffle that. Okay, and I'll just pass to you, man.
All right, I'll draw for turn. Stand by me.
Yep.
We will go dual drive. Will effect to attach.
Good.
I'll detach 2 to search.
Good.
I'll grab a copy of Ice. Plug in. Normal Ice, active effects. I will special summon Sword, Sword effect. Grab X. X will special by sending a copy of Aggregator. Effect to search. You'll grab another Sword. We'll go. Then another effect to attach. Little special node from the hand.
Good.
Dugaris. I'll attempt to activate its ability to double the attack of one of my monsters. I'll target this. I'll go into battle. I'll go 6k in game. Good game. Well, actually, that would be just game with this.
Yeah.
Some signatures, fellas. It's a rough way to go out.
That's one way to go out in style, huh?
それがしはユーディアス・ベルギャー。ラッシュデュエルを学ぶため宇宙からはるばるやってきたぞ。
これで準備は整ったよ。
ぼーっとしてると見逃すぜ。ユウヒとユアムも気合十分だな。では行こうではないか。ゴーラッシュ。おお、来るか。ならばそれがしのターン、ベルギャードロー。2体のモンスターを召喚。そしていでよトランザムライラック。
ここから畳みかけるよ。
いっけー。トランザムライナックで攻撃。ウォートゥーセンマニアック優待。これがデュエルリンクス。
俺はこのカードにかける。
ヒーローの力見せてやるぜ。
俺たちの
戦いの中で
見せてもらうぞ。貴様の
俺は最後までデュエルを諦めねえ。相手と心を通わせる。勝ちたいなら勇気を持って。俺にはもう繋がっている勝利へのサーキット。なんと胸躍る世界。
僕は絶対に負けない。全力で行くよ。
それがしもここで新たなベルギャードを切り開く。
頼んだぞ
ユーディアス。888万人の同胞よ。我らはついにデュエルリンクスの真実にたどり着いた。飛来せよギャラクティカ・オブレリオン。
In the Shadow Duelist Season 2, a new duelist joined the fray.
Axel's a rock star with some serious shred.
It sounds like you just finished a concert. You were given the call time, right? You knew when you were supposed to be here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was my worldwide tour not important? Am I here? Am I ready to play?
The clues were a little harder to decipher this time around. You might say Axel's childhood was just peachy.
Peachy.
I don't know about that one.
For some of our eagle-eared fans, the voice was a dead giveaway.
Proceed with extreme caution, duelists. This mask has the ultimate rock and roll genius.
Axel, if you would please remove your mask.
Ooh. Who could it be? No way!
What? WWE superstar Xavier Woods.
This time, the Shadow Duelist didn't just watch the event, he got in on the action.
Xavier, I'm hearing a note that you were actually given some insight into Yu-Gi-Oh! And you've been preparing for this match.
I like decks that I can just regenerate stuff from my graveyard. I just want to be annoying.
So here's the funny thing. Dimension Shifter is this notorious card that just annoys everybody. So you want to be annoying? This is the card for you.
But with Xavier getting a little help, it was anyone's guess which way the match would go. Xavier's thinking, processing all the potential moves. Ooh.
He has the Maxi. You said you like to banish cards. This will make sure.
I do. I like to banish. Put him where I want him.
Kaito might be shaking right now.
This is stressful.
Welcome to Yu-Gi-Oh! Xavier Woods.
What is this wind down conversation? It's not done yet.
I just want us to be honest about the situation. There are 6 monsters on Kaito's field. Congratulations, Kaito, on the 2-0.
You know what, Kaito? Kaito, you earned it. You earned it. Congratulations, Kaito.
So how'd you feel, honest opinion, stepping into this finals match?
I felt crazy. Going through 400 people, they're the best one. Then I'm coming in, hey, I'm going to beat you. I've been on this game for a couple of weeks. Let me school you something, kid.
You were bested, which means that your opponent will be earning that mask.
It's gorgeous. Boom.
Beautiful.
I put a little message for him.
I'll get you next time.
Smiley face, great job. I'll get you next time, yes.
Love
and
it.
This is shaking fists coming with that. I want each and every single one of you to know that I love you, Gio.
Yes, yes.
But the mystery isn't over. Stay tuned, because the shadows have more secrets to be revealed.
And welcome back, everyone. We're here in the beautiful city of Anaheim, California for our final YCS of the year 2024. And what a year it has been for Yu-Gi-Oh! We started off the year with the UUDS, where Jesse Cotton was able to win the undisputed Ultimate Duelist Series Championship, when he would later go on to win the Master Duel World Championship in Seattle. And there's been so many other awesome things that have happened this year, but now we're here at YCS Anaheim.
Yes, the United States winning another TCG Championship, World Championship. We've been taking that home over the summer. Really has been a fantastic year.
That's right, and it's been a fantastic year, and we have some fantastic duelists that are competing here this weekend. Let's go ahead and take a look at who is undefeated after the first 2 rounds of Swiss here at YCS Anaheim. We have 333 players remaining at undefeated. That's including all the VIPs who just basically entered the tournament in this round. If you're a VIP at a YCS, you get that 2-round bye, which is huge. Not only do you not have to play the first 2 rounds, you get to start with 2 wins. You get a little more rest, a little less stressful, but on the other side, you're kind of jumping into a tournament where people have already been playing. You don't want to come in cold.
Yeah, absolutely. Starting 2-0 is an enormous advantage. You'd always take it. Honestly, though, if you gave me the option of being 2-0 and sleeping in and being 2-0 and actually having played, I actually prefer to play, really get the mind going, the brain firing, getting into that dueling mode early.
I'm the exact same way. But let's not waste any more time. I think our players are on the stage and getting ready. So let's go ahead and meet who our round 3 feature match is going to be. Kangas, take it away.
And for our round 3 feature match in the blue chair from Nampa, Idaho, he wants to shout out All About Games, his OTS store, for helping him prepare. It's Isaias Estrada III. And his opponent in the red chair, all the way from Houston, Texas, he wants to shout out his cats, Bailey and Kalua. It's Andrew Vody. Duelists are already on stage, so let's throw it to the casters for game number 1.
I mean, while he's shouting out his cat, I'm going to give my cat a shout out, Maxie. Not named after Maxie, but maybe it was. Who knows? Maxie.
I'll give my cat a shout out as well. I've actually done it before on stream. Hello at home, Darby.
Darby. No, none of us named our cats Pearly, but I feel like sometimes, I guess maybe my cat gets older, maybe I'll be like, oh, my friend, Maxie. But you see the... his favorite card was Pearly, giving his cats a shout out. imagine he's a big fan of cats.
Yeah, I rescued my cat, which predated the release of the Pearly cards. But in the future, you never know.
You definitely don't. But our duelists are getting ready. They're shuffling up. So this round we are having the matchup that we came here looking to see. Crossover Breakers just came out this past week. It's explosive, already has 2 decks that a lot of players are looking at to win the tournament this weekend. And this is going to be a matchup between those 2 decks. One of these players brought the Malice deck, which is a link-based strategy where you have the main deck monsters and the 3 link 3 monsters that when they're banished, you can pay some sort of life points and they come back to the field. You also get some bonus effects with those link monsters when they're coming back, like drawing a card, doubling the attack, among much more. And his opponent did bring the Ryzeal deck, which we saw last round with the Sue Ship Primite Ryzeal deck, almost taking the win there, just losing shortly there in time in the last round, which was close, but really awesome to see all the creative ways you can use these new cards that just came out.
Yeah, both of these players are playing a little bit more of the traditional expectations. The Malice strategy is a strategy that usually incorporates the Bestial monsters. Bestials don't necessarily line up well counteracting much of the format per se. There are some moments, of course. The Bestials are actually engine cards in the Malice strategy because you can banish your own Malice cards in order to activate their effects.
Definitely. It's really interesting to see the Malice deck. Because, yeah, when people first saw it, they also thought, okay, they summon themselves when they're banished, so you can play cards that banish cards, so maybe Dimension Shifter. But actually, like, Dimension Shifter, while it works in the deck, is also kind of limiting to the deck because you don't get access to those powerful extra monsters like Splash Mage, which will really help you play around cards like Nibiru the Primal Being, or when something goes wrong, you actually really want to use your graveyard. And you don't have to worry about like needing your cards banished from the graveyard. As you mentioned, you have cards like the Bestials that can do it for you. You also have Malice Whitebinder, one of the Link 3s that on summon can banish 3 cards from either player's graveyard. We remember how good the Shufflers were back in the day with like Mudora and Keldo, so it's definitely going to be that same kind of energy here this weekend. It looks like the players are rolling dice to see who's going first. And it looks like our player on the blue side is going to be going first. They've shuffled up, shaken hands, and it looks like it's time to duel. Let's jump right into it.
It looks like Isaias has a card in his hand which has seen a resurgence in popularity, Pot of Desires. He's not going to activate it immediately, but it's a card that we're definitely going to see. So here we have the first Ryzeal activation, X sending Aggregator to the graveyard. That might seem interesting if it's the first time that you've seen it, but that Aggregator is actually going to become an interruption on Andrew's turn because we're going to put it underneath one of our Ryzeal seed monsters, specifically Detonator. Yeah, that's the cool thing. When the Ryzeal extract monsters, when they're summoned, Detonator can attach a material on summon. So next up, it looks like Sword Ryzeal is going to come down, and that's going to let him add a Ryzeal monster. He's going for Ice Ryzeal. Now, when I first read Ice Ryzeal, I was like, wow, level 4s are getting a tour guide? That has to be good. Yeah, that's always been good. We see here he's making his plays with a copy of Crossout Designator. That's a card that you're going to see quite a bit this weekend, especially in these 2 specific decks. Now, we're going to see for the very first time likely a summon into Duo Drive. A lot of the weekend is going to come down to whether or not you can stop this card. If this card resolves, it's going to allow him to search 2 copies or 2 different named Ryzeal cards. Usually that means he's going to search a copy of the field spell and a copy of plugin. So he's going to cross and plug in theoretically.
Yeah, this is huge. Having crossed out Designator for Ash Blossom, because I mean, everyone, we mentioned this earlier, is looking to how can I stop Duo Drive, and so those players are playing cross out Designator Protected. That's why we were talking about cards like Dominus Purge are going to be so key this weekend, because that's a card Ryzeal can't use, and it is a card that can also stop Duo Drive, so they won't have that for cross out, but unfortunately, no Purge here, just that Ash Blossom and Joy Spring.
So here we see our very first Ryzeal cross. And then a normal summon of Ryzeal Ice. Ryzeal Ice's effect only will activate when it is normal summon, something to note with the deck that special summons from the deck quite frequently, and now he's able to summon a copy of Node Ryzeal.
All right, another Xyz summon coming down. It's going to be number 60, Dugaris, the Timeless.
So it's very common here to use Dugaris in the opening play in order to draw 2, and then discard.
Yep,
like a copy of Bonfire.
Gonna have to keep in mind that you won't be able to draw during the next turn as well. You get all the cards you need right away, but you're not gonna be able to draw during the next draw phase. Ooh, activating plug-in on his own turn.
Yeah,
gonna target no.
Yeah, you see a lot of cases where players will leave that for the opponent's turn. This will be an important thing to note here. We already know the answer because we see that it's not in his deck, but now you can confirm it. Typically, when Raziel plugin is activated, they would typically put a Plasma Hole underneath one of the Raziel monsters. He's actually side decking the copy of Raziel Plasma Hole though, so he's going to instead put a sword underneath his Duo Drive.
Node effect, I'll send.
So he's going to use the Raziel Nodes effect to send the Dugars to the graveyard to bring back a Raziel monster. Then they're going to both be overlaid for a Raziel Detonator. And on summon, he's going to be able to attach a material from the graveyard, and he's going to put that aggregator underneath there, as you mentioned, Joe, so he can detach it during his opponent's turn and negate a face-up card.
I'll use cross effect.
So now Cross also has that other effect, similar to Prank Kid's Prank. We're able to shuffle back some of those engine cards and draw.
Four in hand right now. Four in hand right now. Go to 5.
It didn't come up yet this turn, but Raziel Cross has probably what I would consider the more powerful effect, which would allow him to detach from an Exceed monster during the resolution of a chain in order to negate an effect. That can actually occur even if, upon the activation of the monster effect, there are no Exceed materials. You can actually chain plugin, which is a quick play, so that during the point of resolution, there is a material underneath an Exceed monster. It's an interaction that, if you haven't seen, can really be quite eye-opening the first time.
Certainly is, but things looking good here.
I will receive 10 phase.
But yeah, the Pot of Desires, it reminds me of a lot of like how it was in Sword Soul. Like, you do your full combo. It's not about using Pot of Desires to get to the cards you need. It's about thinning your deck out, getting the established boards you want, and then using Pot of Desires to draw into 2 more interruptions from your deck.
You drew at least 1 infinite impermanence. It honestly may have looked like you drew 2.
And yeah, I mean, you draw so many cards in the deck with Dugaris, Pot of Desires. There's plenty to draw.
So it looks like here we're going to open up with Malice Dormouse.
That's the one you want to see.
It is the most ideal opening play. If it were to resolve, it would allow him to banish a Malice monster from his deck and then increase all of his Malice monsters by 600 for the turn.
Looks like he chained Detonator to that just to destroy the Dormouse.
Yep, and then in addition to that, on the resolution in which Dormouse was going to banish a monster from his deck, we actually saw the Raziel Cross use, so that's why we see the detached off of the Duo Drive. Again, that's not an effect you need to declare immediately in response to Dormouse. You actually resolve it in the midst of the chain, an effect that you typically don't see very frequently.
And you see why that's beneficial right here. He didn't have to pick between using Cross to negate the effect and Detonator to destroy it. He was able to do both.
Absolutely. But now we see one of the 2 copies of the Bestial monsters in Isaiah's deck. We see him banish the Dormouse. Now Dormouse, even though its first effect was stopped earlier in the turn, when it is banished, you can pay 300 life points in order to special summon it back. All of a sudden, you have 2 monsters ready for link material, and you're going to be able to use that Bestial Druis Worm's effect.
Yeah, Bestial Druis Worm actually lines up really well into Detonator, since you're able to send it, but unfortunately, he's still going to be able to chain to take out the Splash Mage along the way. He's going down swinging with Raziel Detonator here. Andrew thinking if he has a chain, and he does not.
Yeah, Detonator is not a once per turn effect. You can detach as many as you simply have underneath it.
Not even once per chain.
No. And then, of course, when you are able to put an aggregator underneath, or maybe even a Desiree in other variations of this deck, you get additional interactions as well.
All right, it looks like that's going to be it for Andrew after his set Speller Trap. So now plays back to Isaiah.
Ice, come to the bottom and draw card.
Going to use Call by the Grave.
Does this resolve?
Call by the Grave on Detonator, not something you would typically see, but it is going to shut off Detonator now for this turn and the turn that follows. It'll be interesting to see how Isaiah manages that. That's probably not something that comes up a whole lot in your testing as to what you do navigating the second turn, unable to use sort of a pivotal piece within your deck. It'll be curious to see.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I have to verse against it.
Wait, did he draw for his turn? I didn't see.
No, he didn't.
Okay,
They made sure of that.
Okay, good. Making sure. Edgar's did stop him from drawing for his turn, but he can still use that cross.
Oh, they just caught that you can't summon Splash Mage with Druis Worm.
Because Druis Worm's not a Cybers monster. Yeah,
it'd be this.
You can make Haggard Lizard Dose, and it would just go to the graveyard instead.
I didn't get a drop move.
Yep. The game state should be the exact same, just with Lizard Dose. Because I'm still trying to activate Druis Worm effect. You pop this instead.
Yeah, just change it to a legal target. This is definitely repairable here.
Yeah, detonator would be resolved. You pop this, and then the game stays the exact same.
Yeah, nothing changes. You just probably get a PE minor here from making an illegal summon. Easy fix, no big deal.
The Bestial Mantras are one of the few reasons that you wouldn't be able to actually go into Splash Mage. He's probably just defaulted going into it so often with the deck. So here's another interesting part of the deck, a deck that can play Bonfire.
Oh yeah, that's always awesome, having the Pyro-type monsters in there as well.
Feels a little counterintuitive that you're searching a card called Ice, but...
Fire and Ice.
I guess it goes together.
So he goes and does grab Ice. Ice is going to let him try and summon level 4 from the deck to the field.
Yeah, you got it.
And that's going to be enough for Andrew, and he's going to scoop his cards up here in game number 1. And it looks like Ryzeal taking the edge in this matchup. I mean, this is the storyline of the weekend. I think Ryzeal probably has a little more steam behind it, but I know a lot of some of the top players all brought Malice here because they feel like it's the deck that, in the right kind of hands, can be played at a high level and has a lot of options, a lot of points to be able to play through all your opponent's cards. And meanwhile, with Ryzeal, it's heavily targeted as the deck to beat for the weekend. So maybe they're hoping they can get by with Malice and find a way to take advantage of everyone hyper-focusing on stopping Ryzeal Duo Drive.
I think one of the interesting observations is when the deck comes out like this, brand new, I think the Malice deck is more unique in what it's trying to accomplish relative to what players may be accustomed to playing against. The Ryzeal strategy, it almost kind of reminds you a little bit of Sprite. It has similar qualities to it, and as a result, if you're going into the weekend, you might take more people by surprise with the Malice strategy, which is a little bit more unique in the card's design, relative to the Ryzeal strategy, which is reminiscent of some other strategy we've seen over the years. So I think when you're talking about, what does a player elect going into the weekend, if you think you can pilot Malice, having only a few days to really have the cards in your hands and practice it, then that might really be a good choice for you this weekend.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, the things that I like about Malice are like the trap cards. We didn't get to see any of them in that game, but there's 3 different trap cards, but they all say you can activate them to turn their set by banishing a Malice monster on your side of the field. So you can use that, and like I said, all the Malice monsters summon themselves back when they're banished, so you can use that to dodge things like Effect Veiler, Ghost Mourner, and then still get the bonus effect when you bring back one of your Link 3s. You can also use it to dodge like stuff like Nibiru, the Primal Being. If you have like one of the Link 3s on the field, they go to Nibiru, use the trap, banish it, the Nibiru will come down, the Malice card comes back, and then you can find a way to get the Splash Mage later. I mean, you could just turn the Nibiru token into a Link Spider, and you're good to go.
Depending on what Malice trap you activated, you could have no monsters on the field at all when Nibiru is trying to resolve. Another thing about the trap cards, we didn't see it there, we'll probably see it here. You were going to see something quite frequently this weekend where the Malice player sets a spell and trap card and then acts with the normal summon of Dormouse, White Rabbit, maybe potentially Cheesy Cat. The reason that they're doing that is, one, they could actually just have the Malice trap cards, which they would then be able to use in response to an Effect Veil or Infinite Impermanence. However, it also just presents the illusion of the possibility that they have one of those trap cards.
I love
almost
that.
as if you're bluffing it. So you could set a card like Signet Mining, a card like Gold Sarcophagus, a card you plan on activating later in the turn, to give the illusion that you actually have one of those trap cards to maybe de-incentivize your opponent from activating one of those hand interactions.
Bluffing in Yu-Gi-Oh! Back in 2024. Gotta love to see it. But we are jumping into game number 2. Andrew's going to get a chance to go first this time with his Malice strategy. So we're going to get to see what he can do with not having to play through as many interruptions, potentially. There are definitely a lot of monster effects from hand he wants to avoid. Artifact Lancia is a big one that a lot of players are siding here to take care of Malice. We'll have to see if he does have it.
Okay, so here we have Cheesy Cat. Cheesy Cat is the only Malice normal summon that would require you to have another Malice monster to really make a substantive play. It allows you to banish a Malice card in your hand in order to draw 2. Of course, you can't banish anything under the effect of Artifact Lancia.
That's not what you want to see after losing game 1.
No, it isn't. But theoretically, this would have been able to get him into some plays. He's only playing 1 copy of Cheesy Cat. That's pretty typical in the Malice strategies, whereas the Dormouse and White Rabbit can play 3 copies.
Just has to pass into Lancia, and now Isaiah's starting with Sword Ryzeal, and that's going to let him add a Ryzeal. Gets extra Ryzeal.
And then X would allow him to send a Fleet monster from the extra deck in order to special summon it from the hand.
Yep, X just summons itself kind of like a Cyber Dragon. Sends the aggregator to the graveyard.
Aggregator, target chest cat.
Going to use the aggregator to negate the Chesky Cat.
Yeah, he's doing that to create, often what we'd call a chain blocking effect, where you get to activate that as Chainlink 2 and your X as Chainlink 1, which is going to allow him to search out a copy of Node Ryziel. Even though you might see that and say, you're not really getting any value from negating that Cheesy Cat, you are getting value by just creating a chain.
Certainly is the case here. You want to do everything optimally. Now those 2 level 4 monsters are going to be overlaid to Exceed Summon Duo Drive, and that's going to be met by Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. It got crossed out in game number 1, but doesn't look like Isaiah has the cross out here in game number 2 to stop that Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. So what is he going to be able to do now that Duo Drive has not resolved?
So that means he's not going to get access to the Ryziel plugin, the quick play that we saw in game 1, or a copy of Ryziel Cross. So 2 of the cards that really stymied the Malice strategy on the first game, he's not going to have access to here in game 2, at least initially.
Does force him just to go straight into the battle phase, attacking over the Chesky Cat. Main phase 2, he...
I'll go end phase. And end phase?
No, you could go for Zeus or something, but looks like he's just going to go to end phase, and end phase is going to be Druis Worm. Druis Worm's going to banish the Chesky Cat, so now the Chesky Cat's going to be able to special summon itself back in the field. So he's going to be able to start his turn with 2 monsters on the field.
The Ryziel monsters often lock you into rank 4, so unfortunately this is just about as best as he's going to be able to end with if he doesn't have any additional cards in hand. Cards in hand that extend his plays. He could certainly have defensive cards, though, like another copy of Lancia.
That's got to be frustrating here for Andrew.
Normal summon. On summon effect, set trap.
So this here is a copy of White Rabbit. This is one of the Malice monsters that can set up something on the turn that follows. Obviously, you can't banish because Lancia has been activated again, but you could potentially search out any of the 3 Malice trap cards that could be activated on the following turn. Now he actually does have 2 Cyrus monsters, so if he wanted to go into Splash Mage in this particular game state, he could. He also could try and find a Link monster to send that Druis Worm to the graveyard. I wouldn't necessarily call it a hidden effect, but Duo Drive does have an additional effect that increases the attack of monsters you control by 100 and decrease the attack of all monsters your opponent controls by 100 for the number of materials. So there are 2 here. So it is important to note that if there is a play involving potentially that Druis Worm, it wouldn't be able to attack over that Duo Drive if that's something that he's not calculating. But we were able to turn those 2 Cypress monsters legally this game into a copy of Splash Mage. Looks like the Splash Mage brought back the White Rabbit. And for those of you who are familiar with the Cypress decks that have existed, the Cypress cards do a really great job of link climbing, going from a link 2 to a link 3 to a link 4, all the way up potentially to a link 5. We'll see if he'll be able to navigate that, though, without being able to banish anything this turn.
Looks like he's going to make Link Decoder and then link away Splash Mage and Link Decoder for Transcode Talker, and then Link Decoder can spell someone back since Transcode Talker has the correct stats.
It's important to note that if you did intend to bring Malice to the YCS this weekend, it was important for you to practice through combinations of cards in combination against Artifact Lancia. What combination of cards can you go into in your extra deck without the ability to banish? Important here, though, not only is he going to have to deal with that Artifact Lancia from earlier in the turn, his opponent actually had a Nibiru as well.
Yeah, Nibiru the Primal being huge here for Isaiah. On top of the back-to-back Lancias, really keeping him in this game despite having to go second. It's all about those monster interactions from hand.
2,000 plus whatever. 4,000. And then attack is
Just taking the time to add the stats up.
51 plus 25. 76. Yep. There's one with tribute, so it doesn't get a spec, right?
I'm pretty sure Druis Worm anytime it's into the graveyard.
You can actually change Druis Worm to your own Nibiru to destroy the token.
Yeah, but do you want to leave the Nibiru up here? Is there any
There are actually
potential
reasons
to
to do so. There are Ryziel monsters whose effects cannot activate if there is something besides a level or rank 4 or level or rank 4 on the field. So there are actually sometimes reasons to leave a Nibiru on the field.
Looks like he does choose to send it with the Druis Worm, however, and then looks like he passed right back.
That's what someone knows because I'm using Grave.
Special summon Node Ryziel from the hand. That's usually a 1-of in the deck.
Yep, you can special summon it if you have any Exceed monster. That's important to note because other Ryziel monsters specify Ryziel, but any Exceed monster on the field or in your graveyard. This will lock him into rank 4s for the remainder of the turn. Node is a card that you don't typically see more than one copy of in this strategy, because it in and of itself isn't necessarily a starter. However, in this sort of middle to late game stage of the turns, it's phenomenal because it's going to be reviving those cards from the graveyard and allowing you to just go right into those Ryziel combos.
On summon effect to attack. Carry on. Yep.
I think that's another duo drive. We can use the effect to attach material on summon.
I think he was verifying what type of materials. It is important to note, Duo Drive can allow you to attach only Ryziel monsters as part of its effect. Detonator, on the other hand, can allow you to attach anything, so that's how you saw the Aggregator go underneath the Detonator during the first game, whereas here with Ryziel Duo Drive, you can only use other Ryziel monsters. It's really important, especially if you actually hard draw the field spell, the Ryziel Cross, if you naturally draw it, as opposed to search it out, because you could actually X Ryziel earlier in the turn and put a Detonator into the graveyard so that when you activate Ryziel Cross and then go into Duo Drive, it actually has the third material already for the negation, something you wouldn't be able to do if you had Aggregator in the graveyard.
Definitely key thing to keep in mind when you're playing this deck. Now that he added plug-in and cross, he's still considering his options. It looks like he's going to normal summon ice and use the effect to summon from deck. He's only special Node and X so far. Maybe summon Sword. I thought he summoned X earlier, but I guess not. Now that X is coming down to add another copy of Sword.
The only reason now that we see the game state here to keep that Nibiru on the field would be because of X Ryziel. If you control something that's not a level of rank 4, you wouldn't be able to search the Fire Thunder. Typically the deck does play Donner for higher in order to kind of play around that.
Yeah, clear the field up a little bit. Isaiah's got to be careful. He doesn't want to pick up a slow play warning. His pace of play has slowed down tremendously this turn.
And he's playing with protection. He has that copy of Ryziel Cross on the field, and he has a material underneath that Duo Drive.
Overlander Light Dragon at Ignister.
Oh, this is a cool card. We see Light Dragon at Ignister. So you can detach one of these to destroy face-up cards your opponent controls, up to the number of that Ignisters, which of course there is only going to be one.
Node, so I've not summoned Sword with phone effect this turn. Yep.
I mean, he summoned something at the beginning of the turn. Oh, he used Node to bring it back.
Yeah, this turn all began with Node.
Okay. So he summoned Node, discarded, brought it back, and then special.
So all my 100, so 26?
26, 41,
40, wait, yeah, 41.
41, 23.
It's all of them, I think, right?
Yeah, at Ignister is going to be 24 because it's the standard 23 that we see with a lot of Cyberus monsters plus 100.
Yeah.
In battle phase, activate plugin targeting ice to revive.
Yeah, you got it.
Yep. So that's going to be enough. And Isaiah is going to take our third round feature match here with Ryziel over Malice. Is this how it's going to play out over the weekend? Is Ryziel the deck to beat? Will Malice be able to take it down later on? We're going to have to find out. That was tough. You got a feel for Andrew there, having to play through Lancia, and Nibiru. Just a rough outing for him here in this kind of game. But as we said, this is Swiss. You can lose a round and not be out of it quite just yet.
I know going into this weekend, you're talking to a lot of players about what deck did you end up settling on. And one of the reasons why some Malice potential players out there this weekend ended up settling on something else was their fear of Lancia. Lancia is just such a tough card for that strategy to play through, as we saw here, especially back-to-back turns.
Yeah, and there's not too much you can do through Lancia. I mean, there's still definitely some boards you can make, maybe like setting up like an SP Little Knight or something to have some sort of interaction in return, but you will draw these hands where even when you have like Dormouse and you get Lancia, like you can't do anything with it. You're going to have like those monster effect interruptions from your hand and not a lot of engine cards. So Lancia can just be a blowout sometimes, but it's always not the end all to be all. I mean, it's something players could, it's problematic enough so you want to consider having like Called by the Grave, maybe even cross out 4 Lancia in your side deck for when you go first in game 2 and 3. But
I think Andrew was somewhat prepared with the Transcode Talker play that we saw, the Splash Mage into Transcode Talker, utilizing Link Decoder. It seemed like he was trying to link his way up into some alternative field that didn't necessarily require him to banish.
Yeah, and he was on his way, but then that paired Nibiru the Primal Being really took the game back into Isaiah's favor.
Yeah, double Lancia Nibiru can be tough.
Yeah, it is really tough, and especially when you also still just have the flow of Ryzeal cards, the electric current just keep on continuing throughout like the turn. It's tough, but you just gotta like shake it off, move on to the rest of your tournament. But this is what I'm excited to see. Which one of these 2 decks is going to rise to the top this weekend? I mean, we've also already seen like Azamina, Fire King, Snake Eye still being a deck. Just won that previous round, even though as cool as that was. Josh Schmidt winning round number 1 with the Magical Musketeer Fiendsmith deck. It's not only going to be between these 2, but this is definitely the matchup I want to keep my eye on all weekend.
I'm really looking forward to seeing some mirror matches between these strategies, watching 2 players battle it out with the same strategy, especially these brand new strategies, because a lot of times it's the individual cards or interactions that you discover that break the mirror match in your favor that really take fold that first weekend after a new set has been released.
Yeah, I've watched a lot of Ryzeal mirrors. I haven't seen anywhere near as many Malice mirror matches, because I think a lot of the Malice players, they don't expect a lot of people to be using it. They just want to be prepared for that other deck that they're facing Ryzeal. But the Malice mirror match might be pretty crazy. I mean, I'm assuming you still side Lancia for your opponent's Malice deck as well. But I do love the Ryzeal mirrors. I call them the Baguska Wars because it seems like that's a lot of players play that mirror match. They end up with like Ryzeal Cross, Detonator in defense mode, Baguska in defense mode, and they have all those layers of protection keeping Baguska on the field. Because like we didn't see it in these games, but Ryzeal Detonator has that effect. If an Xyz monster would be destroyed by battle or card effect, you can just attach material instead once per turn.
Kind of reminds me, it's quite a bit different, but there was a period of time where the Kashtira deck became popular that utilized Babuska, where they would just go Babuska and then leave Fenrir and Unicorn in defense mode. You're not going to deal with my Babuska, and then on my turn, I'm going to shift everything to attack mode, do double search, and then that Babuska actually ends up being potentially better than a Rise Hard was for a period of time there. So yeah, Babuska is always coming in and out, stymieing just enough time for you to shift it to attack mode and then go battle phase.
I mean, that's why the response to that in the Ryzeal strategy is to make your own Baguska. So when they put it in attack mode, you still have your Baguska to turn off their effects as well. It's going to be the great Baguska Wars, and I can't wait for it. But I do think Kangas is standing by with our winner for this round. So I'm going to go ahead and toss it over to Kangas for our interview for round number 3. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Billy. I'm here with Isaiah after winning your feature match. Congratulations. And I got to ask, what was it like being up on stage? Because coming up here, you mentioned this is your first ever feature match.
I was nervous at first, but then I looked right and I realized everyone was playing, so there was no one watching. So it wasn't that bad. And we finished pretty fast, too, so no one really watched that much, like in front of us.
A swift 2-0 with the Ryzeal versus the Malice. And that was the question on everybody's mind coming into the event. Which deck is going to be more represented? Which one will have more success? Why did you choose Ryzeal?
It's easier to learn. It's like much simpler to learn, like just starting. So I was like, I had less time to test, so I was gonna play Ryzeal because it's easier.
Fair enough. Yeah, not a lot of time to test for anybody, but also just in general, it's still a new deck, right? You still have to get used to it. So what are the difficulties of learning a new deck right before a YCS?
Just remembering all these like little effects that they have. Like my friend's been playing Malice, and like they all have these little extra effects that that nobody knows about. Like Dormouse protects from card effects. Rabbit does like battle damage protection. All these little weird things that they do that you need to remember.
You know, like banishing by battle, stuff like that.
Random things that they do that you need to remember.
Yeah, it's fun deck though, fun deck. But Ryzeals were great. But this is your first time being on stream for a YCS. So any shout outs you want to give to anybody at home watching?
Nick, Caius, Albert, Devin, a few I can name off the top of my head.
All right, perfect. You can clip that and send it to him. Thank you so much, Isaiah. Congratulations on the win. We're going to throw it back to the casters.
All right, thank you, Kangas. Good to hear for our winner here. It sounds like while he did bring Ryzeal, he did prepare, play this matchup. I think a lot of the players did practice against the other decks they thought they were going to be competing against this weekend. But the set did just come out this weekend, so a lot to still be explored.
Yeah, you knew the event was going to come just after the set was released, but you knew at least a little bit ahead of time that the set would be legal for this weekend.
Definitely. Now we have something fun to talk about before we go away, before our next round of Swiss, and that is going to be the Remote Duel Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG Speed Duel Main Event Series. The first place game out featuring that awesome, iconic Don Zalug, one of my favorite cards. Anyone? And it's going to be scheduled monthly, but the next one is December 14th at 10 a.m. in which that's Speed Duel. We have the Speed Duel Battle City Finals product coming up too soon as well. It's going to be the last product for a while. It's going to be put on pause, but we're still going to be able to use those cards in tournaments. Organized play is not going on pause for Speed Duel. It's going to be going in full steam. We're still going to be continuing to run Speed Duel tournaments, and of course Speed Duel cards legal for TCG play as well. You know, my favorite card that's coming in Battle City Finals, Prismatic Secret Rare Maxi. I want to get my hands on that. Not legal for TCG, but something I definitely want to add to my collection.
Yeah, I love going back and playing some of those Ultimate Time Wizard formats. Maxi, of course, a pivotal card in some of those formats circling around Reborn Tango, which actually here is coming out on a new map soon as well.
Yeah, definitely. You're going to have to wait and see that a little bit later. We're going to be back for round number 4 feature match very soon. We have a lot of exciting duels coming ahead. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
Whoa. All right, go there. I'll go first. Okay. All right, good luck. Good luck. Stand by Mavis. Okay. Agree. Search your exit. Anything else? Yeah, aggregator. On summon, just X up at the search? Yep. What's your note? Special sword effect. Chain? No response. Okay. Search. I do desires. Desire fun. Normal summon? Normal summon. Normal summon's fine.
On summon detonator effect?
On summon detonator effect is fine.
We'll go ending Memphis.
Okay.
Memphis.
Yep.
Go ahead, pass it.
Draw?
Mm-hmm.
Standby?
Yep.
Main?
Yes.
Normal ice.
Ah.
Activate effect.
Yes, activate effects. Channel to detonator costs targetless.
That's fine. This will go up. This is special summon. Normal summon? Oh, I already normal summon.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna go next game.
Oh, game 2? That ended very anticlimactic. Okay, cool. All right, good luck.
Good luck.
Anything trophies? I'll activate blue.
Okay. I'm going to cross it out.
No response.
Jellyfish.
Nope.
Effect.
No response.
Special sword. Sword effect.
Mm-hmm.
Dual drive. Dual drive effect.
To search?
Yep.
We'll change it to Ash Blossom.
Normal. Effect.
Attention Duelists, registration for many of our public events is still open. If you would like to register for Attack of the Giant card, Speed Duel Attack of the Giant card,
Effect of detonator.
Back to Duel, Duel Links, Duelist League, Master Duel, Rivalry of Warlords, Speed Duel Constructed, Structure Deck,
What's up?
Tag Duel, Win-A-Man, Yu-Gi-Oh! Day, or one of our many timeless
Standby and Memphis.
July 2005, April 2010, September 2011, and May 2014. You can register on events.thesiderecord.com
Special.
or
On summon. Summon's good.
Summon's good.
On summon Chilling Guan, exit to search, Chilling to aggregator target detonator.
Chaining 3. Detonator target.
No response. Anything on us?
Res is fun.
Special sword effect. Mettle? Sure. Got one hand?
Yep.
Activate bomb.
Activate bonfire style.
Ice. Normal ice effect.
Chain aggregator. Or detonator.
Yep.
This goes to graveyard. Anything on here?
No response.
Chain cross out?
Declare. For ice? Thinking. What's the target for this?
It will be negated no matter what.
Yeah, we're just asking. Okay. We're just asking.
Yeah,
sure.
this.
Guys. No response. On summon dual drive effect to attach. Chilling to ogre. Chilling to cockles ogre.
Good.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelists, I have a few events that only need a few more duelists in order to get them started. If you are interested in Master Duel, time wizard September 2011, or Yu-Gi-Oh! Day, you can register on events.thesidedeck.com. Again, time wizard September 2011, Master Duel, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Day only need a few more duelists before they get started.
Dual drive activate your switch. Special. Activate plugin. And then on summon detonator effect to attach.
Yep.
So we're both gain 200 and lose 200.
So we're at the same attack.
Ending Memphis. Okay. Battle. Dual drive attack, dual drive.
He's negated. I
Yep.
can't use protection.
And then I will detach 1 to protect. And now I'm 32 to you 28. Attack for 400. And then I'm going to main phase 2, moving to end phase. And this also cut your to cross out. Do I pass it?
I messed up with the detonator.
Yeah.
I definitely detached this one.
I don't even think you need to change detonator.
Nah, I meant for when I detached aggregator for ice. Because on the summon, I could have detached aggregator right here.
Yes,
and then
but
negated it.
if you still had the aggregator, I would just not attach on summon. I'll just do a different line. Yeah.
I was like, damn.
What's up, everybody? Steve Kangas live at YCS Anaheim, and we're at the convention center floor, so let's go meet some of the duelists. I'm live on the show floor with Tyler Pfeiffer, UDS champion from 2019 Winter. How's your YCS experience going so far on registration day?
It's fun. You know, I always get to hang out with my friends and everything, you know, so I think it's cool to show up a day early, you know, we're in Anaheim, so having a good time.
Did you fly in? Where are you from originally?
From Reno. We flew in today. Yeah, and we just got here and have been hanging out. You know, we showed up a little bit late. You know, we're gonna get some food tonight, maybe a Brazilian steakhouse or something. I'm trying to talk my friends into it, but they're all broke, so.
All right, we'll see if we can get them to go with you. How are you feeling about the tournament? Are you coming here to win? Or are you coming here to have fun? What's your intentions for this YCS?
I don't know. I've been playtesting a lot, so like my intentions are to win, but you know, you just gotta like play the cards as they're dealt. You know, I'm hoping to win. I've been playtesting this format that we're going into for a while, so we'll see how it goes. I mean, I'm not super in the loop still. You know, I got a lot of stuff going on in my life, so yeah.
And a new set just dropped. You know, Malice, Ryziel. What do you think is going to be like the deck to beat at this event?
I think it's going to be Ryziel for sure. I think Malice is also a really good deck. I was playtesting both of them. I think that Malice is definitely harder to play, so I think that a lot of people are going to make mistakes with that deck. People are obviously going to play it great too, but I think Ryziel will shine better just because of it's a little more simple and I don't know, it's very mid-ranged, fun deck. You know, I think it's just really good.
All right, ease of execution, right? Well, thank you so much, Tyler. Best of luck this weekend, man. I have Kevin here. Kevin, how many YCSs have you attended so far?
This will be my 4th one. So I've traveled to a couple, but this will be my 4th one. I am native to California, so excited to be back in my home state for sure.
That's awesome. I'm newer to YCSs. If it's one of my first time or anybody else's first time at a YCS, what should they check out?
You should absolutely check out all of the vendors. All of the vendors have really good accessibility to cards that your local area may not have. And absolutely the first thing I always recommend is check out some side events. It doesn't matter if you do well, you do poorly, as long as you get to meet some new people and play the card game that we all love, that's all that really matters.
What are you here to play in?
I'm here to play in the main event, so I'm here to compete in the YCS and hopefully get my first top cut in the YCS for sure.
All right, how confident are you feeling with your deck choice?
I'm honestly feeling pretty confident. We have a really good testing group. We've theoried a lot. We've came to a really good conclusion, and now it's just time to play the cards.
All right, Kevin, you said earlier that you are a fan of the anime, so I'm going to put you on the spot here. Who's your favorite anime character?
My favorite anime character is Callan Kessler from 5Ds. We love a guy who plays Infinities.
Can you give us an impression, one of his voice lines from the anime? Otherwise, somebody else from the anime that you got.
Oh gosh, I don't know if I can do a Callan one, but I guess for Callan it'd be like, you say it's time to duel, and then he jumps off like the mountain on his motorcycle, breaks the mountain, I don't know how, with the bike, and then yeah, he shadow duels.
Classic anime moment. Thank you very much, Kevin. Best of luck this weekend. Good. Live at the convention center floor with Joel. Joel, how's your YCS weekend going?
It's going really well today. Meeting plenty of friends, plenty of new faces here. Always good to go ahead and hang around here over at Cali.
Are you local to Cali, or did you have to travel in?
I had to travel in a couple hours early in the morning, but it was worth it from Portland, Oregon.
Well, welcome to California. You said you're meeting some friends. Have you gotten a chance to duel ahead of the event?
Not yet, actually. I'm just so worn out, but I was just watching people how the new cards work from the current set, so.
Who you got, Ryziel or Malice? That's the discussion going on right now. Which one's better?
I think that might be Ryziel. I just got some people over here. They've had experience with the deck and tried to play test it all day today, and they got all of the cards, and it looks like a pretty powerful deck.
So how confident are you that you could beat the Ryziel deck with what you brought this weekend?
I'm playing Tenpai, so going second. Let's go.
Fair enough. Well, I see the shirt you're wearing. 5Ds fan, I assume. Can you give me a 5Ds voice line for the audience back home?
Let's rev it up.
Thank you very much, Joel. Have a good weekend. I have Robert here with me. Welcome to YCS. How's the weekend going for you?
It's going great. We flew in this afternoon, and it's been going good. I'm excited for tomorrow.
Where'd you fly in from, and who's we? Do you have a friends group here?
I have a buddy over here playing a game, but we both flew in from Washington, like southern Washington. It's only like a 2-hour flight.
Okay, not too far. Still West Coast, so you don't have to get used to the time zone or anything. So you have a friend here. Do the two of you play together?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And how many YCSs together have you been to?
2.
Only 2? Okay. So is this the second one?
Yeah.
How are you feeling about your chances then, if this is your second experience, second time going through the gauntlet?
I feel pretty good. I recently got my first couple regional tops. I feel pretty confident going into it. I did a lot of playtesting for it, so.
Yeah, how did playtesting go? Because it's a brand new format, new decks coming in from Crossover Breakers. So how confident are you in the deck that you chose to play this weekend?
I'm very confident in it. It's it plays well into multiple kinds of hand traps, plays good amount of non-engine. I'm happy with it.
Okay, all right, perfect. Well, thank you so much. Best of luck going into the weekend. I'll see you around. All right, we're live on the Anaheim Convention Center floor with Luke. Luke, welcome to the YCS. How's the YCS experience going?
It's been awesome. I literally walked in, no line, registered. It's been sick, man. It's like, you usually have to wait for like an hour. It's great. Walked right up.
And you said that you've been to a lot of YCSs. How many YCSs in total would you say that you have been to, if you had to guess?
I'd say 30 or 40, which means that my turnover rate is awful.
How many have you topped at?
2. This will be 3 this weekend, right?
This weekend. Why are you confident this weekend?
Because I've been grinding this deck. One of the new decks been grinding it, so we're going all the way.
Okay, so the new decks, Ryziel, Malice, I'm not going to make you out it, but what's your opinion in general of what you expect to see the field play, and what do you think the popular ones are going to be this weekend?
I think the most popular is going to be Ryziel. I think on a base level, it's easier to play. But I think that it does have a pretty high ceiling, and I think that it's just like, it does what it does. Ryziel, it puts up these really cool rank 4s. It does that every game. And Malice is a little bit harder. It has like different lines that you can go higher, your ceiling can go higher, but it also is just a lot easier to mess up and just be interrupted. Yeah, so Ryziel's the way. That's what I'm playing.
All right, yeah. Outed himself. Hopefully none of your opponents see that. All right, so I gotta ask, are you a fan of the anime? Everyone here plays the card game, but are you a fan of the anime?
I've seen like half of the anime, so I do like the anime. Yeah, I like it.
That's a lot of the anime. Can you give me, who's your favorite character, and can you give me and the audience at home an impression of one of their iconic voice lines?
I don't know any iconic voice lines. Okay, my toxic trait is I like Jack Alice.
That's not toxic. He's the real hero.
He's sick, man. What's a line? If you can give me a line, I'll say it. I don't know. I say he's my favorite, and then I have no idea.
All right, let's think of an easier one then.
All right.
Can you give a Joey line?
Oh, one of my favorite things Joey ever has said is, he says in like one of the first episodes, look at that squirrel! And he says, squirrel in like a really New York accent, man. That's my favorite thing Joey's ever said.
I don't recall that moment. I'm going to have to look it up.
Look it up. Look it up. It's the best.
All right, thank you, Luke, for taking the time. Best of luck.
And I must believe in the heart of the cards. What card do I want to draw? I feel like I have to pick Pot of Desires because that's 2 more cards. I got 2 more chances. So any card that can give me more cards is probably the one I want.
When I need to top deck and I'm believing in the heart of the cards, I'm trying to draw Performapal Monkey Board. I have a story. It's on stream once upon a time where I had 1 out in my deck. It was Performapal Monkey Board, about 26 cards left. I said it to my opponent. You can hear it on the stream if you listen close. But I was like, Slifer, come on, I need some help. And popped up, and I won that game. So, Performapal Monkey Board.
So when I think about the heart of the cards, I think the card that I always want to draw is Triple Tactics Talent. The reason being is when you think about the meaning of the heart of the cards, you want something that will get you out of any situation. And I don't think there's another card in the game that'll give you that range into solving whatever situation that you want to. And it just feels like a Yugi moment.
Ooh, what card do I hope to top deck in a crucial moment? Probably at the moment, Fiendsmith Engraver. That card is so good. And because it's a Fiend, it helps my Fiend deck, like Yubel. So just like being able to open that card and start the Fiendsmith combo and the resource loop with it, it's amazing. I love it. It's so fun.
I mean, I guess in this deck it would just be Pot Desires because value is good here. Whatever I need to draw, I'm just going to draw it plus something else off the Desires. I think that, like I said, it's just a value-oriented matchup. In general, if it's something I want to top deck, it's usually Raisin. I guess through all my events playing Vanquish Show, that's the one card in ESC because I'll have a bunch of big guys in hand, and as soon as I see the one card, it lets me play through everything.
When I'm believing in the heart of the cards and the card I must top deck, I'm going to go with Triple Tactics Talent. I think that is one that I'm playing this weekend that can get me out of a lot of situations that are pretty untenable otherwise.
When I have to hope in the heart of the cards, I really want to draw a Pot of Desires because that gives me 2 chances to believe in the heart of the cards.
Welcome back to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. Again, we are here in beautiful Anaheim, California at the Anaheim Convention Center, and we have a real treat for you because it's not just about duels. We've also brought our friend Steven here, so the Council of Stevens has returned.
I'm also realizing Giorgio Leno's much taller than I am. I gotta adjust it. There we go.
There we go.
I felt too short for the Steves. We need to be at eye level.
Every Steven even. Well, speaking
Yeah.
of even Stevens, we have quite a few undefeated duelists here left in the round, don't we? I mean, it's been just an incredible tournament, but we have to keep going until we find one. So tell us the numbers, Steven.
We're going into round 4 here. We got 2 players going to be super exciting. I think we're going to probably pass it over to my boy Stephen Kangas. Introduce the duels.
Well, first off, 159 undefeated. Let's celebrate that.
Wow,
first. While the
okay.
players are still getting ready on stage, because that's a lot of players that have yet to drop a single game, and we're going to be watching 2 of them coming up shortly here as soon as we hear that they're ready on stage. And speaking of, they are ready in the blue chair, coming in from Louisville, Kentucky. Wants to shout out his team, Duelist Cypher. It's Alan Hathcock. And his opponent in the red chair, coming in from La Palma, California. He wants to shout out his OTS store, Sugoi Stuff. It's Isaac Kim. Duelists are ready, so I'm going to pass it back on over to us, the casters, to get into game number 1.
Back to yourself, fellow Stevens right there. Like you said, we got Alan versus Isaac. Super excited to see this matchup. It's going to come on in a second here, but we have Malice versus Memento.
Really excited to see more Memento gameplay. Obviously, at our recent YCS in Bologna over in Europe, they had a super strong showing with the Memento deck. And obviously, because the new Akihiron card for Rage of the Abyss, it's got basically like a new punch to it. But it loves its graveyard, and Malice loves to banish things. So this could be a very difficult matchup if it's including Dimension Shifter in that Malice list.
Yes, and let me tell you, as somebody who recently at Locals had to experience Dimension Shifter in the Malice deck, it's not fun. So it doesn't actually stop that deck much. In fact, they do play it. It just is essentially another extender for them. It will be an interesting matchup. I don't know how many Malice matchups the Memento Duelist has actually had so far today. This could be the first one.
Yeah, we've noticed all day that like the biggest problem with a lot of players who are choosing not to play any of the new cards is they probably only have had a few days, maybe even a week at most, to kind of test against these powerful new cards like Ryziel and Malice. And so if you ever wanted to take your opponent by surprise, this is the tournament to do so.
It certainly is. I've talked about like some tournaments being the final exam, but this is different than a final exam. It's almost like sort of a quiz, right? Because there's just so much in the format, so many things to get prepared for. With only 15 card slots in the side deck, there is no way that you are going to be able to fit all that stuff in. And this is why every duelist here is just kind of going their own way. We've seen a lot of older, not old school decks, but just decks that have been reliable throughout the year. And I think that people playing with what they're comfortable with, whether it's a new deck or something that they're more familiar with, is just going to work out the best.
And something, too, I'm just thinking about between these 2 decks specifically is we have what I would call very upfront combo decks. 2 decks that just want to pop off and just keep going. We have Memento, we have Malice. I think this format has like 3 different kinds of decks in it. You have decks like this, and then you have also decks like Ryziel, which they're explosive, they're powerful, but their end boards are pretty modest actually, and this can play through interactions really well. And then you have the control decks like the Fiendsmith Kashtira that was really popular in Bologna.
And something about the Malice deck as well, their end field is scary, but it's a little deceptive because you don't always see that much actually on the field depending on how much you're able to combo off, but they still have a lot of points of interaction regardless, so you always have to be aware of that. And it's looking like the Duelists are getting ready. The decks have been shuffled.
And now we got to figure out
Alan versus Isaac.
Yeah, but now it's just a matter of who's going to go first. I think that'll be a huge turning point for this matchup specifically because of how powerful these decks are going first.
Well, speaking of games, it is time for game 1 of our round 4 featured match here at YCS Anaheim.
Okay.
Yep, we got Alan on the left playing Malice, Isaac on the right playing Memento. I think they have not rolled their dice yet. They're probably just having a little bit of a discussion before they get going.
As they're discussing what it's like to be up on the feature stage. One thing many duelists do mention is, yes, you're in front of the audience, but you're also away from the other competitors. So it is quiet, much quieter up there than usual on the stage floor.
Yep, there we see a 5 for Alan and a 3 for Isaac, meaning I think Alan's going to be able to choose to go first.
It's time to see some strong Malice starters here. Probably a little less likely that we'll see the Dimension Shifter open up, although it's still good for Malice combos, so we'll see how hard it's going to be for Isaac and his Mementos.
I don't think we opened up any Malice monsters, but we may have opened up some Malice trap cards.
Looks like Cult by the Grave, Ash Blossom, maybe a Malice trap card, but I can't quite make out that last monster, but I think you're right, nothing doing here.
I'm trying to lead this one.
Yeah, Alan unfortunately not able to really make much of a field at all. It's reminiscent of Joshua Schmidt's round 1 match,
Oh,
setting 2
certainly
passing
is.
in game 1.
I may have mentioned that these decks are very explosive when they go first. That's only when they draw engine.
Yes, unfortunately. And here we go. Speaking of,
It's Mementotlin Goblin here, going to try to destroy itself to send 2 memento cards from the deck to the graveyard.
I really like that a lot of modern Memento decks kind of splash in a little bit of the Goblin Biker cards. Kind of had a synergy with specifically Mementotlin Goblin. Very exciting. I think this is a response to the effect of Goblin.
Taking just a moment to think about it, you probably want to negate it, but there's also other things you can do. So we're going to Ash Blossom here. It won't be destroyed, and so it won't get anything done.
yeah. Oh,
Ooh, we're not done yet.
Thinking. Isaac might have a response.
Cross out Designator, maybe a chain of a Memento card. Bone Party could be really useful here.
Called by the grave.
Put me in 2 cards.
I mean, no matter what, he has revealed information to his opponent, whether he plays a card or not.
I will attempt to leave phase. Yep.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Phase. That's good for me.
Wow.
Yep.
There we
Both
go.
players with a little bit of a slower hand here.
Only just a little peck on the cheek from that Memento Goblin's horn there, so really not a lot of damage being dealt so far.
It's quite an uncomfortable little peck, but either way.
Set.
And a couple back row set.
Attempt to leave main phase 2.
Looks like that's going to be the turn there for Isaac.
Yeah, definitely a very, very
End phase.
calm game of Yu-Gi-Oh.
Very
Be
modest
like, I'm
serve.
gonna pass, you're gonna pass, let's keep going.
Yeah. Sometimes this does happen, though. If you don't draw the right cards, if you don't draw the right starters for your strategies.
Speaking of starters, I think Alan just drew Signet Mining, which will get him any Cypress monster in his deck, which notably all the Malice cards are.
But on the flip side, Isaac is looking at that Book of Eclipse. It'll allow him to protect his Goblin, but also flip down monsters so they can't be used as link materials.
Yes. And also prevent them from activating their effect right off the bat. If you just use it on summon, they can't even attempt to
TB11 for cost.
climb up.
Ooh, sending that TB11 for cost might, limit Alan's ability to play around cards like Book of Eclipse, because if he set that face down and then summoned his Malice monster, he could have chained a Book of Eclipse to stop him.
Yeah.
Might be a sign that Alan already has one face down, but let's see what happens, because Dormouse is hitting the field, so is it time?
Yep,
to Eclipse?
Dormouse is famously an ignition effect, not a non-summon effect, so you can react to the summon and stymie Alan's play.
Isaac just taking a moment to think about it, but I think it comes. Oh, interesting.
Oh, okay.
That's good. Interesting.
Choosing to negate this will not give them the option to draw in the end phase with the Book of Eclipse.
There we see Lingaribo coming out of the extra deck here.
Anything here? No, you're fine. Well, activate Magma Hut.
Ooh, now that's interesting.
This is a classic synergy between the Bestials and the Malice monsters, because almost every single Malice monster has an effect that you burn yourself for some damage to summon it back out into the field when it is banished. So we're going to take some damage here and bring Dormouse back out. And because Dormouse's effect was not activated previously, even though it was negated by Imperm, we can now activate it.
I feel like you have to turn the page on that Book of Eclipse, though, now.
There it is,
yeah.
Yeah, otherwise just the 2 monsters on field represents so many avenues that Alan can attempt to go down.
And unfortunately, that Lingaribo can only interact with trap cards, not spell cards.
Yeah. Will still stay on the field, and if you just go to end phase, they will flip back up, and we're going to draw a couple of cards.
Go to end phase. All right. They will go now. Draw 2. I went through my
Oh,
deck.
right to the end phase, too. Okay, so
Yeah.
yes, making him cut the deck there, smart idea to keep everything fair, but going to draw 2, so that'll give him more resources for later, so next turn's going to be difficult, so now is Isaac's turn to get something going with Mementos.
Interesting to see. Magnimo did not search.
I will.
Maybe just running it because it's just a Bestial, you know?
Yeah, there might not
be
be
a
any
one of
dragons
them.
in the deck.
Could be.
Besides other Bestials, maybe.
I do like some of the Malice deck builds that I've seen where they run multiple Bestials, so at least they have a search target. They are still good. But I would say that signals that most likely Alan is not doing so. But as we go over to Isaac's turn, he does have a lot of his Memento cards online.
Yeah, so he was able to use the Goblin to send Sleepy and Mementotlin Fusion. Oh, no, excuse me, that's Gaddock there. So Gaddock is going to be able to grab himself back out of the grave.
Card from my graveyard to my hand.
Alan reading the Memento cards. I'm sure Isaac is very happy about that.
Shows that your opponent may not have a lot of matchup experience with the deck, but Malice is very powerful. It might be able to pilot Alan all the way through this duel without knowing what they do. Oh, but called by the grave.
And called by on Gaddock as well, one of the most powerful extenders in the Memento strategy. Turning that off probably for the rest of the game is pretty huge.
Poor little ghost of the attic. Let's see what else we got.
Oh, there's Mag.
Anguish.
Yeah, Anguish.
And usually Gaddock's at
one in most lists. So
yeah,
like
a lot
you said,
of
probably for the game, that's just not there.
Yeah, a lot of the non starters like anything besides Darkblade or Tatsunoto are all less than two or less. Yeah.
Effective Tatsunoto to summon.
Great pronunciation there on Isaac's.
Hey, better
knows
than
how to
I
play it. Knows
I
how to
just call
say
it
it.
Tatsu, man. I'm like, it's more than enough. You know what card I'm talking about.
So for those unfamiliar at home, what this Seahorse does, of course, is allows itself to be special summoned when you control a Memento monster or no monsters at all, and it can destroy a Memento card on the field, send it to the graveyard, and add cards from the deck to the graveyard whose combined levels equal the level of the monster you destroyed with Tatsuno Toshigo's effect. So altogether, if you get rid of the 5, you get 5 stars worth of Mementos to the grave.
But I think the most we're going to be able to get off this on Isaac's board is only going to be 2 monsters because we've already lost our Gaddock and a Goblin, which are all of our really low-star monsters.
Yeah.
Let's see what he chooses here.
You could send something like a Mace, maybe the Curion. Isn't that level 4, the new one?
It is 9, actually.
Level 9?
Yeah, Akihinon is a weird monster.
It's definitely not going. It's 5 plus 4. That's where I was getting from. I was doing some math in my head for some reason.
Oh, no, excuse me. It's 5. It's 5. It's my bad. I added extra 4 stars so there. I must be seeing doubles.
Yeah. So then we saw Mace, Anguich, and Mace. Is that what I saw? Okay, cool. Still sending 3 so we can get maximum value, have as many names in the graveyard as possible.
It's very important, too, because if you leave an Anguich in the graveyard, later you can use the effect of your combined creation. But focusing on the present, looks like we're going to use Sleepy, and it's time to fuse.
Yep. Going to go to that ever-important Twin Dragon, then you search for more cards from your deck and just keep the Memento train going. I think we do have an Imperm set on Alan's side, though, and he's debating if he wants to stop this effect.
It is the one thing, Memento is very vulnerable to disruption because it just needs to get every play off. So a lot of times you see lots of copies of Nobleman, or cross-out designator, wrong cross-out.
Yeah. Wrong noble guy.
Sorry, Grandpa's getting old here.
Same card art. Or at least same character.
Same character.
Yeah, I love it when they do that. They bring back the old card art for a new card.
Yeah, all the cards tell a little story, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. What's Dark Ruler up to these days?
Doing stuff in the Abyss, probably.
If he's on vacation, I mean, he's Dark Ruler no more, right? He can do whatever he wants.
True.
He's
Dark
Ruler
it's a blessing
retired.
in disguise.
So there we see a fusion. There we see the Akion coming from hand.
And it's 5 stars. You were right.
And there we see Creation King coming out.
To send 3 Memento cards from my deck or extra deck to the graveyard.
Yeah, but this will send all the high-level extra deck main deck monsters like Tri-Horn Dragon.
Yeah.
Regular Horn Dragon, and then probably also Creation, Combined Creation.
Looks like he's going for an additional copy of the same to get its graveyard effect, as well as the Combined Creation. The little Mementotlin Tekutlika.
The field spell, right? No, that's the right.
That's
the main monster.
Memento Mictlan, yes. But he sent the Darkblade to the graveyard as well.
Just to get the name in there, I imagine.
So it does have a Rainbow Dragon-like strategy. Again, if you haven't seen Memento before, the idea is let's get 5 cards to the graveyard with different names that are going to be shuffled back into the deck to special summon a 5,000 attack, 5,000 defense beater with a bunch of cool effects and the ability to be supported by other cards.
Like Cranium Burst, which essentially is Appaloosa on a trap card.
And very strong and unique to Memento now that Appaloosa's out of the format.
Yep.
Yeah. Also just so satisfying to drop 5,000 damage on the field with one guy.
That is true. I wonder if we'll be able to activate that ability to attack directly like you mentioned earlier and maybe go for game this turn. But there we see the Impulse on the Creation King.
Ooh, and he has a trap in the graveyard. So goodbye Creation King #1. But the other one will get banished for the effects.
I believe it's like when something is destroyed, you can banish it and then summon something back out. Yeah. From the deck, yeah. This should get the Horn Dragon here, which will probably allow him to extend even further.
So what do we grab it?
It could be Darkblade. Oh, there's the field spell.
Okay. We've already used a lot of Memento effects so far this turn.
Almost every single name, yeah.
Well, that is part of the name of this game, right? And look, here comes the name. Sleepy.
There we go.
Mace, Anguich, Goblin, and Tatsuno Toshigo.
Combine to create. I don't think in the lore they actually combine. I don't know, actually.
I mean, it's combined creation.
It is combined creation. It's in the name, actually, yeah.
It's a bunch of skeletons coming together. That's all it is.
Yep. Enter battle phase? Sure. Attack from the Rebo.
Now, because it's by itself, it gets to attack everything on the field.
That's right.
We'll go next. Okay.
Whoa, we're just going to scoop it up there for Alan. He sees the writing on the wall. He's going to lose all of his monsters. And I think the only card left in his hand was like random spell card.
Yeah, clearly wasn't enough to give him confidence that there was still a game to be played. So more time on the clock to try and bounce back in the next 2 duels.
Yeah, that game was sort of like a no holds barred. We both got nothing, but one of us will eventually get something, and we'll see what happens.
definitely broke wide open. And speaking of breaking out, we didn't get to see the Goblin Biker Grand Breakout card, but in this next duel, we really need to see Isaac take advantage of that new card from Rage of the Abyss, because again, it just special summons a Goblin. So yeah, the Memento Goblin is a Goblin.
So, notably, on the art, no bike, right? They're Goblin Bikers. What type of bike would Memento Goblin ride?
Probably something skeletal, right? If you think of all the Goblin Bikers, they like ride various beasts, right? Doug Charger's got his big Warthog, so maybe a Memento Goblin would ride. Maybe even on the Creation King is just hitting it on the head, just like, hey, protect me, boss.
I mean, I don't want to be like the guy who's going to state the obvious, but Memento Goblin is a tricycle man, so.
I was going to say, I feel like it could be like just a, Psychroid or something like that.
Yeah, little legs.
There you go.
Yeah, little legs, big arms.
Yep.
Yeah.
That'd be good. It would still fit the theme,
Definitely. Well, speaking of themes, though, still got a match ahead of us. Got to figure out what it is that you're going to pry out of that side deck. I would imagine most players, especially somebody not playing Malice, should be prepared for Malice to exist. So maybe there's some Artifact Lancias, you think?
For sure, because that's like a hard stop to the entire deck, because everything needs to banish in order to actually get any of its effects off. But because of that, it's also really good to side deck cards like Dimension Shifter, which against the Memento deck is going to be super huge because you need your graveyard, and Malice does not need their graveyard.
In general, a lot of duelists are showing up looking at Ryziel and Malice as the two that they're going to side deck against the most. And to me, Malice has the more instant win kind of side deck cards, where it's like, okay, if you actually, get some of these off, they just can't really play the game, which I think is reflective of how Malice has been performing this weekend so far. It's only round 4, but still, in general, we're seeing less Malices undefeated so far.
Another really unfortunate thing about this format for Memento is that even though we have all these new cards, this like new format where it feels really well placed, something that's like an unfortunate side effect of the new format is everyone is side decking Dimensional Barrier, which if you can call fusions against Memento, is pretty tough because they almost need all their fusion monsters to go and actually create their big, impactful plays.
Well, there was a day and age they didn't have the fusion monster, so all it does is just kind of set the clock back to Time Wizard Valiant Smashers, right? They just kind of play with the original package.
The deck building packs of old.
Yeah. It's good stuff, though. Deck building packs making a huge impact on the format because think about it, both of these decks came from both of that. Valiant Smashers on one side and Crossover Breakers on the other.
Beautiful.
Fair enough.
Both players are ready to go. They were like, I know what cards I need. We're in. Going into game 2 here, I think we got Alan going first. Let's see how it goes. Are we going to start off with the ever-faithful Draw Phase Shifter? I mean, I think if you're going first, you don't necessarily need to shifter yourself.
Yep.
Uh-oh, Draw Phase.
Yep. Main phase? Yep.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay, we made it.
White Rabbit, activate the effect of White Rabbit to set trap from the deck. That is fine.
All right, here we're seeing some Malice cards finally in action for Alan. Going to be setting a trap card from the deck. Which one is he going to go for? We got TB11. That is the card that lets him summon from the deck.
Yes, so typically we're going to go into... banish from the field. We're going to go further into the Malice cards. Go for the Dormouse usually, and there it is.
Yeah, so now we're going to activate White Rabbit's effect to summon it back, and then hopefully we're going to maybe use Dormouse's effect first. No, we're just going to immediately link off here. I like this, actually. Probably dodging any interaction that Isaac could have that could destroy Dormouse like a Ghost over in Snow Rabbit. There we see the honorary Malice card and Haggard Lizardos banishing for cost the Dormouse so he can get full value out of all of these cards. No monsters to have the attack, but he will just get essentially an extra body to keep Link climbing the things Cyber Stacks love to do.
They got a cat, they got a rabbit, they got a mouse. Some people have lizards as pets.
Yeah.
I think it still fits. Yeah.
All part of the animal family.
Certainly is what makes this game great is that there'll be a card you're like, oh, this is just meant for reptiles. No, it's not. It's the most powerful Cyber Slink monster to ever exist.
Yes. So here I believe we're resolving Dormouse to get Chessy Cat. Yep, there it is. Going to be banishing that and then using Chessy Cat's effect to summon it right back.
So we finally used all 3 of the main deck monsters from the Malice family, right? We've got White Rabbit, Dormouse, and finally Chessy Cat there.
And now I believe here we're going to be link summoning for Red Ransom, which will get us access to the Malice spell card. Yep, there it is. There's the first Malice Queen coming out.
And that's going to grab us the only Malice spell card, Field Spell.
That's true. This card's so crazy. My favorite effect that I've never seen resolved, but I really want to, is the effect to give all your monsters, Malice Link monsters, plus 3,000 attack.
Yep.
That'd be so cool.
Do have to banish all 3 of those trap cards, and we haven't seen one yet, but maybe this is that duel.
It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when.
Heart Scripter 8,000 attack win. We're going to see it at some point.
Red Rain.
yeah, just qualifying what cards were summoned this turn, making sure they're using the right effects. Here we go. The Cyber's Mage of Old.
And it looks like there's still a Signet Mining in hand, so even if this is interrupted at some point, theoretically we can continue to play if we're Alan.
Yeah, there's a lot of really powerful Cyber's extenders that we might have access to that can special themselves from the hand and let us just keep going up in our links.
Yeah.
There we see Whitebinder.
Yeah, well, I think our effect will summon the banish up to 3 cards. That is fine.
All right, so here's the 3 cards we're going to banish. We're certainly going to get rid of the trap card.
That's
so,
one.
Hey, that's one
out of
closer,
3.
Steven. We're getting there.
Track of it at home, everyone. Just like your life points when you're playing Malice, keep track of it at home. Not going to banish Rand Ransom. Interesting.
That is fine.
We might get the Reborn trap here. Yep, there it is, GWC.
Can I read that? This one is in German. It has the same,
So basically, this card that you summon from the graveyard has one effect, and then if you have a Malice Leaf monster, you can gain life points equal to the monster you summon.
That's going to be the GWC 06.
Special summon a monster Y equal a link monster. I will then gain a life point equal to its original attack. All right.
Alan doing a great job articulating the duel. Might as well slap a duel disc on that one.
Yeah, there we go. Just explaining for everybody at home as well. Now, when I watch a lot of Malice Enfields, they can get up to insane link numbers with the ability to just continually climb. I've seen 10 as the record that I've had to face off against before they eventually just go into a Link 5 Dragon at the end of the turn.
Oh, yeah. They'll have like a Link 4, a Link 3, a Link 3, a Link 4, and then they'll be like, you know what, let's make one big Link 5.
Let's just make Firewall Dragon, you know?
You know, this really may be the time, Steven, I hate to say, because look, here is the Malice and Underground. Going to go ahead and banish additional cards here, but looks like instead we're actually going to go ahead and get rid of the Ransom there.
I think the argument that Alan might have here to kind of spacing out his effects here, not using Whitebinder to banish Red Ransom, is he wants to maybe suss out what kind of interactions Isaac has access to. By splitting out what your effects are, you can actually protect yourself and insulate yourself from various interactions.
Because one very popular card right now is Nibiru, the Primal Being, and that is very strong against the Malice deck in particular. There's not really a lot of ways for them to stop it from coming down. It's just a matter of trying to bait it out and be like, okay, use it now, while you continue to have plays.
And Steve, you were talking about Signet Mining earlier. Well, that just got us access to Code of Soul, which is a really powerful interaction point for our opponent's turn. And then we sent Dotscaper to the graveyard, the best Cyber's extender ever.
Only once per duel, but it's amazing card.
2 once per duel effects. Oh, so good.
All right, well, turn play is kind of slowed down as Alan considers where to go next here, using almost all of the Malice effects, but just one left there with the Cryptor.
Yeah, this is one of the rare moments when you're doing like your really big one-card combo. You're like, I can't believe I got this far.
Right?
It never happens.
This wasn't supposed to happen.
What should I do next?
I went 3-0 with never getting to this point.
I was like, I guess I can summon Firewall Dragon. That seems pretty cool.
Yeah, that is typically where the deck will end up. And that's what I was saying even before, that it's not always that the field itself looks that terrifying. It's that everything in the graveyard, everything in the hand, the back row, all of that you have to add up and realize that there's multiple points of interaction that you can't really see just with the monsters on field.
I mean, one of the coolest things I've ever seen is that you can summon Whitebinder during your opponent's turn, then you can banish all of your main deck Malice monsters from your graveyard, summon them back, and have them all point to Whitebinder, and they all have effects when a Link monster points to them.
Yeah.
Makes them protected from effects, battle, and all that fun stuff.
It looks like the Code of Soul has finally made its name known.
Was that special or normal?
Looks like it was special. I think we normaled earlier in the turn, although quite a few moves have happened since then. But it looks like it's good.
And of course, Code of Soul being that ability to link on your opponent's turn, just get everything out, link it away. So many crazy things that we can do here.
And here it is, the original Firewall Dragon, Code of the Duelist. He's now changed a lot since then, but now he's still doing some pretty fun stuff. Going to be returning a Cyber's monster from our graveyard to our hand, going to add back that Dormouse, and now we're going to link all 3 monsters together, and this could be the Terahertz. Let's see. And there it is.
Link 5. What a card.
Who'd have thought? Now, it's just an update for the viewers at home. A slow play penalty was issued to Alan for some of the pausing there. You may see some additional minutes added to the clock. It's okay to get nervous, but again, you do have to keep a reasonable pace of play, even on the featured match stage.
That's right, and there we see the effect of Terahertz sending from extra deck to graveyard the Devise Worm, which is a spell trap negate while it's in the graveyard.
It is difficult, though, to play the Malice deck fast right now. Even the best players in the world at this deck. It's only a couple days old.
They've only physically had the cards,
Yeah.
Just a few days.
But here it is. We have our Terahertz. We have the interaction in the graveyard, like Stephen was saying.
Ooh, you don't always get to see the Dark Blade effect. So again, he's discarding the Tatsuno Toshigo to get rid of the card there, but it's being chained actually to go ahead and special summon a Malice from the grave, and then I guess he gets to gain lake points, or should be life points. Feels like win points,
and
though,
also
right?
we get a banish cards from the graveyard itself, so we're gonna get a lot of Malice cards out now.
Oh yeah, and honestly, big shout out to Isaac there, kind of forcing this interaction from Alan.
Yeah, and also getting to banish the opponent's graveyard as well. Yeah, this is the strength of the Malice deck.
Now, yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, certainly has strong Tier Laments vibes, right? Our turn, considering
It's
this one
time
interaction
for
is
our
causing
turn.
5 effects, yeah.
A lot of people have made that, you know, comparison. It's like Tier Elements versus Sprite back in the Power of the Elements release, the Ryziel versus the Malice.
Yeah. Isn't it true that both the Sprites and the Ryziels can, like, remove from other Xyz monsters, kind of like the Sprites did? That's awesome.
Yeah. And Malice can, like you said, it's our turn. So, very similar vibes. Many people loved that time of Yu-Gi-Oh! And so far, this has been a lot of fun to watch as well.
And the more I'm looking at this play, the more I love even more that Isaac kind of forced Alan's hand here to do all these effects right now, because if he saved that White Binder effect to banish 3 cards from Isaac's graveyard, that would have been huge for slowing down all of his plays, but now he just lost 1.
Absolutely devastating if he lost all of those Memento names from the graveyard, but he's not this time.
That's a good point.
All right, so there we see the third Malice trap card going down. That is the non-target banish when you control a Link monster, Malice.
Getting ever closer there, right, to having each of those 3 trap cards banished.
That is true. Next turn, we'll definitely be able to do it.
I really want to see it.
Ooh, there we see Pac-Man coming out of the extra deck.
Ooh. Discard. Put in the spell and trap card.
Ooh, discarding extra sign net, yeah.
Doesn't destroy.
Oh, that is so rough, by the way.
Very strong form of removal.
Denying more cards in the graveyard, yeah.
Yeah.
Not having access to it hurts. Oh, but there's the thrust. Let's see what we get.
The thrust. Isaac knew he was going second, guys. He's like, I got my good cards here. Let me get Triple Tactics talent. Let me take that Terahertz, please, and I'll just go for game with it. But obviously, we still have access to our Spell Trap Negate in the graveyard, so that probably won't happen. But maybe Alan forgets?
Yeah, we'll see.
This is going to be kind of a rough one again, because having already used up the normal summon of the Dark Blade and burning off one of the Tatsuno Toshigos, you really have to have just the perfect combination of cards to be able to get back into the game. And looks like we're just going to go for Prosperity to find whatever that is.
I was going to say, if you don't have it already, you need to find a way to get there. Pot of Prosperity, one of the premier ways to do so.
I mean, Steven Darling, you have more experience using Memento. How would you say it's good at breaking boards? Because it seems like he's struggling a little bit.
It is a difficult duel because, again, what it does best is clear things out with battle after whittling down resources, or prepare a sort of Appaloosa-like field using Memento Cranium Burst, right? Because, again, you're reducing the attack by 1,000. It's got even better, though, with all the new attack and support cards that have been added, because, again, Akihira lets you attack directly underneath all of this.
Yeah.
So you don't necessarily have to break the board, you just kind of have to play through it until you get to the point where you can attack directly, because it's all those level 9 and lower monsters. But the issue is you still have to start the combo, and until you get a Memento on the field, that Dark Blade doesn't count in the spell and trap zone.
Yeah, and we saw that they didn't have any hand interaction during Alan's turn, and it didn't look like they had many of the traditional side-decked field breakers.
Well, they got the Grand Breakout, but that may be too little too late here.
Yeah, because we have that Spell Trap Negate in the graveyard all souped up. We could get the Engraver and go into our Fiendsmith engine part of the deck, which is just like a fun little synergy because some of the Memento cards are Fiends.
Oh, we're actually going to try to get out of this jail. All right.
What card did we add?
Goblin Biker Grand Breakout.
We had a second Tatsu, which is
that
great.
helps.
Okay.
That is the main card you got to stop.
Also just important because one of them was banished, so if we're trying to get names in the graveyard, it's back in there.
Yeah, 2 of our names that we started with, Dark Blade and Tatsu, are not going to be in the graveyard at all this turn.
Yeah.
Alan considering his options. Might be able to break through, and if this card gets to use its effect, I think we are finally doing it.
There are still 2 face-down spell or traps on Alan's side. Those could be very impactful as well. Common cards for this deck to play, other than the Malice traps themselves. Things like Called by the Grave, things like Infinite Impermanence.
Yeah, this could be where the MTP trap card, which he has set right now, could be really good because it allows him to banish the Tatsu before the effect can activate. But I forget, is Tatsu a quick effect? so you can
It
respond?
is not a quick effect.
Okay.
You have to manually do it. And that is one of the things that Memento has a lot of problems with,
There
is
it is.
it is mostly ignition effects. Oh, but the Ash Blast
That's
choice.
right.
Spring.
MTP 07 also lets you add a card from your deck to your hand, which means you can Ash and the entirety of the effect gets stopped, which the non-target banish is a part of that. Very huge.
Now, what is a faster point of interaction, the Goblin Biker Grand Breakout is a quick play spell card, so if for any reason you can't use Memento Tatsu no Toshigo, you can go ahead and chain the Goblin Biker Grand Breakout to just get it out of there, get the Memento Goblet, and then keep moving from there.
And what's even scarier about this is because the MTP was set this turn, Alan had to banish his Link Monster for cost, and he doesn't even get as much value out of it as he could have last time.
Yeah.
This is a really good duel. It shows that these decks are very evenly matched, as long as none of them draw some very powerful breakout card, like we said, Artifact Lancia or the Dimension Shifter. This is just good Yu-Gi-Oh!
The one thing about the Malice deck that a lot of people don't really pay as much attention to is how much life points you actually burn yourself. If you're going first and then you pass your opponent and you're also summoning all these monsters, you actually put yourself down into a kind of dangerous zone. Memento can go for big damage here, and we're in that range.
Let's go, game.
And here we see Hearts of Cryptor.
Okay, it was a little too much there, so it looks like we are going to the next one.
Yeah, that much interaction from Alan's side was just too much for Isaac to fight through. He's going to say, you know what, I got to scoop it up. I want as much time as possible to go into this game 3. Like you're saying, Steven, Malice will, take their own life points. So if the game becomes a grind, you do run the risk of losing in time.
I think that Alan, though, played it very well, considering you got to go first. Your opponent didn't have interactions. Just set up the field the best you can. Play cool on their turn as well. Answered every single piece of all the starters that we saw on the opposite side. So Isaac really couldn't get off the ground.
Yeah, I know a lot of players are like, oh man, I hate when my opponent has interaction to stop my plays. But sometimes when your opponent just says, yeah, you go ahead, you're like,
oh no,
does that mean Nibiru is going to come down, or do you have all the breakers in your hand, so it doesn't matter what I have? So I have to figure out what you could be holding on to. I also don't know what your deck does that well, so I'm like, how do I play around what you're doing?
Interesting that bluffing is becoming a part of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game again, because think about that too. We haven't really seen it yet, but the Malice bluff is a real thing too. Setting a card and starting your Malice plays to just see if your opponent either wants to take the bait on trying to interact or not.
Because, of course, if you just normal summon Dormouse with a back row set, it could be one of those Malice traps. If your opponent tries to infinite impermanence, you can actually dodge that. But like you said, it can be a bluff. That could be a triple tactic set. That could be a called by set. I mean, well, maybe don't set called by. Probably want to keep that one in hand, but either way, the mind games are very fun. Haven't seen a lot of that on stream yet, but we could in this next game. Presumably, it will be Isaac going first.
I do know that if they ever do set a card bluffing and the opponent's like, you know what, I'm going to call you on that bluff, Effect Veiler, and you're like, GWC, baby. And you're like, no, you did it.
It wasn't a bluff. Certainly got plenty of great Yu-Gi-Oh! Action left. The tournament is still young, so maybe we'll get to see that level of interaction soon. But Alan just thinking about, shuffling the deck. Of course, Isaac, same deal. When you're about halfway through the day, you want to make sure that every round counts. Even if you end up towards a loss or two, isn't going to hurt your record, right? You could still be on the bubble. But these duelists don't want to just make it to day 2. They want to not only get the top cut and go all the way. So this is going to be a really bit of a nail-biter for both duelists because only one can win unless they both draw.
It's a marathon, not a sprint. Long day of Yu-Gi-Oh! And if you're trying to top, then you will also have another day ahead of you going into tomorrow. So pressure's on for both these duelists. 1-1 on the scoreboard. Next one that takes it wins the feature match.
And this could be the game where we see that all-important tech card in Malice, Dimension Shifter, be the most impactful it possibly can. Alan's going second, Isaac's going first. If he goes draw phase shifter, all of the memento cards just get turned off for the entire turn.
We definitely know it's in there because when Alan was cycling through his deck, I did catch a Dimension Shifter on the very bottom of the deck, so it's there, it just hasn't happened yet.
Something to note, too, is that even though, yes, Malice can play under Shifter, they actually get a lot of value out of playing Shifter, they don't really get access to their super powerful Cyber's plays. They only really get all the Malice stuff, not really any of the, Terahertz or all that fun shenanigans until the following turn.
I mean, things like Dotscaper can still go off, so you still have ways to build essentially the same field, but you're right that it's a little trickier to get there. You can't choose when your banish and special effects are going to go off. They're just going to happen.
Yeah, exactly.
Now it looks like the players are ready here, so let's go ahead and begin Game 3 of our Round 4 of YCS Anaheim. Again, this is going to be a nail-biter. I have no idea who's winning this match.
I will normal summon.
We're in the main phase.
Yep.
That's a good start for Darkblade.
No
response.
response.
Well, expecting no Dimensional Shifter then.
Or maybe we're going to Ash Blossom. I can see it in the hand there.
Do you interact with Darkblade, or do you interact with the card that Darkblade searches?
I think you stop it so that you prevent both names from hitting. Oh, we're going to Bone Party. Now, that isn't going to allow the Darkblade effect to still resolve, but it is going to go ahead and tribute that Mementotlin Goblin from the hand and bring out Mementotlin Anguish, so you basically get the Strato-style search anyway.
Yep. It actually looks like he didn't even chain Bone Party to Ash Blossom. He just activated it on a new chain.
I can certainly still do that with a quick play spell, and he's getting everything here uninterrupted. So unless Alan is trying to just seem cold and steely as he holds on to Nibiru the Primal Being, we may see actually some Nibiru stuff
I was going
happening.
to say, typically when somebody puts their hand down, it can be one of two things. Either they have nothing, or they're really mind-gaming their opponent.
Oh, yeah. It's the poker face of all poker faces. Like, yeah, no, that's good.
Yeah.
And then you just go rock.
So it looks like we sent a few additional names to the graveyard there. I think I can see Gaddock peeking out there and Sleepy as well.
Yep, and then we're going to use Anguish, target the mace that was just put in the graveyard to, I believe, summon it back out. There we see that. Yeah, like on my money, I'm gonna Ash Tatsu every single time because I'm like, that card's just so strong.
So strong.
Yep, gonna go ahead and send Mace. Gonna be getting another name.
And which card are we gonna take this time?
This could be the trap card, actually. No, I don't think so. Can it search for the trap card?
It can, but let's see what he ends up going for. Oh, okay.
There it is.
So we haven't seen this one yet. It gets to destroy a card, and if you control the combined creation, you get to destroy another card after that, non-targeting. And what's also cool, you can banish it from the graveyard to reduce an attacking monster's attack by 1,000 attack in a battle involving Memento monsters.
Very powerful. When you're going first, you have access to these powerful trap cards that Memento has. It just seems super useful. It now becomes a mini toolbox as well as just a gigantic engine.
Well, speaking of toolbox, I think we have assembled all the tools here. We're going to go ahead and fuse here.
Using
those cards on the bottom of the deck. Yep.
Gonna go for Creation King, I assume, because we sent 3 monsters.
There we go.
Yep. You know those cards I just put back in my deck? Let's send 3 more in there.
Let's get the names that we need.
And I gotta say, I love Isaac's use of sending the fusion monster to the graveyard, not getting greedy, not just trying to send additional monsters from the main deck down there. So we're getting Gaddock, Akihiron, and then the Creation King.
Summon itself.
I know Gaddock can come back out.
A lot of people think that's Karibo. It's actually Ghost in the Attic.
Yeah, all the Memento cards are sort of retrains from like older Effector normal monsters from the original sets.
What's Ghost in the Attic if not just like Karibo's big brother or something?
Yeah.
Think about it that
little
way.
Green-eyed furball, I could make that mistake too.
Yeah. Distant cousins.
Just everything coming up Isaac's way. Uninterrupted play here, getting the Memento Mictlan. Does a lot of different things. Of course, you have safe attacks, a sort of ancient gear golem protection whenever your Mementos go in. You also get to set your cards from your graveyard with Memento names, which are so cool. Not the monsters, of course, just the spell and traps, but very useful.
And here we see a chain of Sleepy to Memento Fusion's effect. Going to be sending the Darkblade to the graveyard. I think we're going to resolve for a fusion summon of Twin Dragon maybe afterwards. Get us access to our trap card, maybe?
And then
our other trap card, Cranium Burst.
Cranium Burst would be very helpful right now if we get to Combination, or excuse me, the Combined Creation.
Yeah.
Ooh, and I just saw it looks like there was another Ash Blossom in Alan's hand, but we've already used one, so unfortunate drawing 2.
Yep, so here we see Aki and Goblin coming out. And now we're going to fusion summon using the Gaddock and the Creation King to get Twin Dragon?
Oh, we haven't seen it yet. This would be a great time for it.
Yep, there it is.
There's Twin Dragon.
Based off of Twin-Headed Thunder Dragon, I believe.
It's facing the opposite way. I love that like the art almost overlays perfectly in a mirror image.
Gorgeous.
Just great stuff. Great Yu-Gi-Oh! Lore amidst all these cards. Right, we were just talking about how much lore there is in this game.
One dragon? Yeah.
This is the nostalgia player's dream deck. You see all these old school cards reimagined.
And they're edgy.
Yeah.
They're skeletons.
Little bony.
I wonder if Isaac opened Cranium Burst. I think it's in his hand.
If he did, just setting that and not giving any information to your opponent, especially when we've noticed that Alan is reading each of these cards, and that's okay, you're unfamiliar with it, you should read the cards.
Yeah, always.
But that means he's got a pretty good bet in his mind that Alan doesn't know what Cranium Burst does, so you'll flip it up and surprise your opponent with it.
So here we see Akihiron effect, searching the graveyard for a... Gonna go ahead and add Mace back to the hand here.
Now, Mace has an in-hand effect that is so crazy. It is a main phase quick play change of heart if you control the Combined Creation.
Which is just nuts.
I
You can do it
say-
during your opponent's turn, right?
Yeah,
At
which
any
is
main
just
phase.
insane.
Yeah.
Anything here?
Oh, what?
Yes, we did in fact have 2 monsters in play, guys, which means now we access our entire Fiendsmith part of our deck, which is there.
We
It's
saw
a
the
very light
Fiendsmith
engine,
Engraver,
though.
yeah.
Yeah, this is a very modest Fiendsmith engine. Just going to probably set up a nice little Desiree. Nothing too crazy.
Could be. Maybe a Hiking Caesar, depending on which one they want to go for.
There's Necroquip coming down.
Engraver effect. Shuffle back. Boom.
Oh, we can use Creation King's effect in the hand and get a draw off of Necroquip.
Oh, here comes a Bestial to block this play.
Very nice. Good patience on Alan there, saving the Druid Swarm.
Now, most Memento are Earth, but I believe there are some Dark, so this may come back to haunt him later if he's looking for that additional name or if it's just already in there.
Creation King's a Dark, right?
Yeah.
And Alan,
And so's the
I
Triforn.
never put it in the graveyard. Look at that. Heads up on him.
Yeah. And notably that we do see now that there are multiple Bestials in Alan's deck. We were wondering if it was only the Magnamut or if there were more.
Yeah, he must just not have activated Magnamut's effect when he first summoned it, which, you know, you have to activate it.
Oh, going for the SP Little Knight there. Going to go ahead and banish the Druid's Worm, just prevent any sending from happening. Very smart there.
Because that, I believe, can't interact with Combined Creation because Cranium Burst only negates on the field.
That is correct. But speaking of Combined Creation, here comes all of our names.
It's time for the boy.
Shuffle back 5.
The biggest boy, I have to say, 5,000 attack.
That is a one heck of a main monster.
Oh, it's in defense mode. He definitely has the Cranium Burst in his hand.
Oh, yeah. That's the... I don't know if you're playing Lightning Storm, but just in case.
Just in case. Smart, smart. Not leaving anything to chance on this final final duel of this final match. But see where we go next
This
on
Mech Knight
Alan's
column's
side.
going to go crazy, though.
Icon effect, target.
Oh, yeah.
Party pathetic.
Wow. Okay, let me just look at these interactions here. We have Bone Party, Fracture Dance, Combined Creation, SP Little Knight. We know we have Mason Hand, and we're assuming Cranium Burst on board. That's at least 10 points of interaction, if I did my math right?
Yeah, it's a lot.
Because Cranium Burst can interact for every 1,000 attack points Combined Creation has.
Which is crazy, because earlier in the tournament, we were admiring that Desiree that had 6 total negates in one effect. Different than that, the Cranium Burst literally has 5 separate monster effect negations.
Right. I
One
can do it more
after
than
the
once.
other.
Malice does have a lot of monster effects to activate, but I don't know if Alan will have the gas to actually make that journey with us all here today.
Fight through this, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
Just shuffle it.
I think I saw a Dormouse, an Ash Blossom. I think I see a Malice Trap card, or is that an Imperm? It could be an Imperm. Imperm on the Cranium Burst could be cool.
It's not looking like it.
I mean, surely you just Fracture Dance this, right?
I would assume, because again, it is an ignition effect, so now would be a great time to prevent anything from happening, but it looks like actually we're going to take control of it.
This is even funnier. Yeah, May send to the graveyard because we have Combined Creation. It is now my monster.
Okay. We talked about it early. I guess he just wasn't aware that was going to come up, but now Gold Sarcophagus to banish.
One of a very old spell card, but incredibly powerful in the Malice deck. Typically, you banish and in 2 turns you get it back. Well, guess what? If you banish it and it's a Malice monster, you can just bring it out right away. Great way to get the combo started.
I wonder which one you send here. Probably White Rabbit so you can get access to your Malice Trap cards, but I mean, as assuming your effects resolve.
Yeah.
They will be resolving the banishment, which means it's safe from Cranium Burst for now.
For now.
But whatever it is, that's going to be the one use of its banish and then pay life points to special summon it. So you're not going to get a lot of additional use after it hits the field.
Alan has to make a decision here, but it looks like he actually might be going for Chessy Cat instead of White Rabbits.
Yeah, maybe just wants to draw more cards because maybe he needs more of his non-engine to kind of actually break this board. Hard to say.
Really considering his options here back and forth, but it looks like Chessy Cat is going to be the winner of the Gold Sarcophagus contest.
I think Cheshire banish effect. Summon herself by paying 300. Chainlink 2 Combined Creation, because you activate an effect. I get to activate it. Yeah. 3-5. Yeah.
I would assume the Anguish is available in the graveyard.
I think it is. Yep.
Yes, and so you get that additional search.
And then Big Chain. Anguish effect. Yep.
Yep, that's mandatory, so it has to be Chainlink 1.
Interesting to see if he grabs the Sleepy this time. Another option, of course, is the Memento Goblin, which can prevent targeting, but not really a lot to worry about in Malice because they have non-targeting banishes, so great looking out there.
Plus we have Own Party and Fusion to dodge.
Yeah. This is a mountain of a task here for Alan to try and bounce back. The Malice deck is powerful, but if your opponent's able to make this type of field against you, there's only so much you can do when we get hit by infinite impermanence.
So it wasn't Cranium Burst, it was Imperm. So it's not 5 negates, it's 1.
But that's all you need to stop that Chessy Cat dead in its tracks. And now that it can't get any additional banishes, remember that was the choice over the White Rabbit. So now he's kind of locked in.
I think the only thing he has left in his hand is an Imperm, I think.
You can attack anything.
Yeah, he's just making sure he's like, am I allowed to attack anything that isn't Combined Creation? Because Combined Creation, pretty big.
But without Cranium Burst on the field, he's not being redirected to attack the highest attack memento on the field. So he's safe for now. So we see, looks like Fusion, Bone Party.
Sure.
Let me attack my own monster.
That is a fun way to do it, but we're going to go Bone Party first.
Going to be sending Anguish for cost, it looks like.
Tripping. This is interesting. I'm curious to see which memento he brings out.
Let's see. What did we put back? Did we put back Horn Dragon? I don't think we did. Darkblade could be cool. No. Another Tatsu, maybe? Yep. Okay, there's Horn Dragon.
Yeah, it does work.
We did put it back.
It's hard to tell. They pick all 5, but
right.
Was recycled.
Yeah, I think he put it back to summon the Combined Creation.
Yeah.
Again, take a look at the Memento Miquelon. 3 different effects. Again, the Ancient Gear Golem effect, the ability to set your own cards, but also a special summon because you got something destroyed.
Then Static Effect.
It's still just so many forms of interaction here
Darkblade out to hand.
on Isaac's side.
And we still have Memento Fusion, too.
We do.
And Fracture Dance.
SP Little Knight.
But against Malice, do you really want to banish their
Yeah,
cards for
that's
them?
a good point. That's actually a good point.
Yeah, maybe not so much of that.
Now, banishing your cards, though.
Yeah.
Banishing your cards, though. Be like, I'm going to dodge that Imperm or something. That's pretty cool.
Oh, interesting. Destroying the Dormouse that he stole with the Memento Mace before it goes back on the field of his opponent. Very smart.
Oh my god. Oh my gosh, is this evenly matched? Oh my gosh, what?
Could you imagine?
Okay, nope.
Could you imagine?
He
You
said
just
battle
cleared your
phase.
opponent's
I was like, what the heck?
Maybe you're just kind of bluffing it out there.
Yeah.
Push to attack. Yep. Push to attack. Yep. And a main. Yep. Battle phase. Yep.
Horn Dragon
Attack.
in.
And it's looking like
And
that's
Combined
it.
Creation in.
Wow.
That is lethal. Congratulations to Isaac
Yes.
and Alan. That was a great game 3 there in our round 4 of YCS Anaheim. Stephen Kangas is going to be leaving us to go congratulate both the duelists now.
Just incredible stuff, though. It shows you that this format is not really just wholly figured out. Anybody can do it. The crowd applauding Isaac there as the winner there with his Memento combo, and just really solid Memento play. It's a little bit of a rocky start for both duelists at the very beginning, but both players got to play their hardest. But at the end of it, Isaac moves up with another set of points there, right? 3 points per win. And Alan's still in the running here, so nothing to be ashamed about. Great performance with his Malice deck, but is just going to have a little bit of a blemish on the record there.
Yeah, we had that first kind of rocky game for both players. Game 2, they both kind of got to play, and we got to see the power of Alan's Malice deck. But then Isaac was like, yeah, that was nice, but have you seen my skeletons? They're pretty good.
Well, it does a really great job of playing in this format. I know a lot of duelists were talking about it and Bestial Centurion because it's not really as vulnerable to the effects of those Molcharmies, right? So when you think about it, you're not really summoning a lot of cards from the hand, so you're not really worried about Molcharmy Purulia, and you're not really special summoning a lot of cards from the deck either, so just really good stuff, really
And
good
like
stuff.
the one monster you do have to summon like from the graveyard or from your hand is going to be Combined Creation. And you're like, if that's all I have, that's all I need.
Yeah, you can draw a card. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
But just good stuff, and really neat to see those particular interactions. We didn't see either of the blowout cards, though. There wasn't an opportunity for us to see either an Artifact Lancia on the Memento side or a Dimension Shifter on the other side. And I do think that the duel probably would have gone a little differently because Memento just needs to have that graveyard. It has to keep that graveyard.
I think something for a lot of duelists to kind of keep in mind, and I've been seeing a lot of stock in these kind of cards rising in this format, is the cards that like end your opponent's turn. Things like Draw and Lockbird, and a few of the Primal Being, Artifact Lancia, Dimensional Barrier. These are all really powerful points of interaction that just go, I don't care how strong your deck is, you're not going to do any of it right now. Whereas in formats previous, like at Bologna, we saw a lot of people just favoring one-for-one interaction, like Ash Blossom, Ghost Ogre, Effect Veiler, Mourner. So many powerful ways just to kind of go, that one card? No, not that one. But the next one, if you have it, good for you. This format has so many extenders in it. We see Ryzeal, we see Malice just being able to play no matter what kind of one-for-one disruptions your opponent might have.
It's true that the one-for-one trades may be gone because so many of these decks have so much like gas left in the tank. You think about Ryzel, they have even more materials there. You think about Malice, it has even more things it can banish, including from the graveyard. So if a card happens to follow the graveyard, that's okay, just banish it out of there anyway. So this is going to be an interesting format as we continue to go on because people are really going to be able to like push the limits of Yu-Gi-Oh, but not in terms of like a skill ceiling of these maximum hyper combos. How good are these duelists in these little micro trades? How good are these duelists as they continue to drag the duel out? They don't want to lose. They don't need to lose, right? They want to keep going. And so this has just been incredible Yu-Gi-Oh to watch. Hopefully you're having a great time at home. Steve had a great time. I mean, there's 2 Stevens here. We lost one. Where do we throw to the stage? We're going to throw?
Yeah, let's go ahead and throw it over to Stephen King and see what he has to say about our winners for this round.
Thank you very much, Steven. Steven on stage here with Isaac after the win. Congratulations, first of all. You got some cheers from the crowd right there. Playing Mementos as well. Talk to me about your choice for this deck in this tournament.
I played Memento for a while. I played it since the deck released first in Valiant Smashers, and so I've been very accustomed with the deck. And I felt like it's a good pick for the format because it can play a lot of engine, which is kind of weird, but it can play through a lot of half-boards really well. That's why I liked it.
Okay, so you've been playing since the beginning. There's been a lot of different versions of this deck throughout. You've been playing all of them at YCS. How many YCS have you been to?
This is my 3rd YCS. This is actually the first time I've taken to Memento to a YCS.
Cool. What about feature match? First feature match?
Yeah, first feature match.
What was that experience like for you, being up on stage, knowing everybody's watching? We heard at the beginning being like, oh, it's kind of quiet up here.
Yeah, it is. It is definitely quiet, and it is nerve-wracking for the first time, but when you're like in the duel, you don't even notice at some point. So yeah, it was a nice feeling.
All right, well, how do you feel about your play then? Because Malice is a new deck. It's tough to prepare for all the new decks that are out there. How do you feel about your performance on stage?
I felt that Malice is while it's a very strong deck, it does have some exploitable weaknesses. It needs 2 bodies to do a lot of the plays. So if you keep him out of 2 bodies, then it should be fine.
Okay, and so far that did work for you. So any final shout-outs that you have for anybody at home watching or anybody here at the venue?
Shout out to my family for supporting me, and shout out to Sugoista, my locals. And that's it.
All right, shout out family locals. Thank you very much for coming on. Congratulations on the win. We're going to throw it back to the casters.
Beautiful, beautiful. Congratulations once again to Isaac for that amazing performance with Memento today at YCS Anaheim. Before we throw over to the next round and give it a little break for you guys, I think you have something to tell people at home.
Yeah, so if you're having a great time watching at home, you actually can literally play from home. That's right, there is the Remote Duel Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel main event series. You can see that amazing Zeus Mad. You'll get, and again, it's scheduled monthly, so this month's is going to be on December 15th at 11 a.m. Mountain Time. So again, you don't have to just sit there and be a participant or a spectator. You can actually like jump into the duel from the comfort of your own home and win some fabulous prizes on Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. You don't even have to shuffle your cards. The game's going to do it right for you.
Oh, I love Remote Duels. Being able to play some of my favorite games with my favorite people from the comfort of my own bedroom. Even if I lose, even if the worst possible thing happens during my round, I can just go take a nap and then get ready for the next one. Always amazing.
Yeah, at least you always know where to get the food. It's very easy and comfortable when you're in a venue that you know as well as your own home. This has just been like some really cool stuff. Jumping back into Isaac's interview there,
yes.
I love that he's been playing Memento since it came out. I started with Memento right when it jumped out of Valiant Smashers, and these decks have like a lot of life to them. So again, just a reminder that you at home, you're like, oh, I don't want to play all the new stuff. Don't. That's okay. You can just play the stuff that you know. It's cool. Worked for Isaac, and it could definitely work for you. So great stuff. But it looks like we're going to go for a quick break. We'll be right back after this.
Okay, good luck. You said I'm going first? Yep. All right. Draw, stand by me? Yes.
Oh, man.
The use. You're good to go.
Fair enough. Draw for turn?
Anything in your draw phase?
Nothing in my draw phase.
I'm going to activate Soul of the Supreme King's Arc.
Oh, no.
Paying half the cost.
Okay, let me refresh myself real quick.
Yeah, go ahead and read that one. Take your time.
Half special Zark from extra deck, and during summoning condition, negate its effects. So that's the only effect right now. And then when your opponent activates a spell or effect, spell card or effect, and you mention this card from Green once from Yeah, I knew this card is pretty good. You are good to resolve.
Okay. So there's the Zark.
There's the Zark.
Like you said, like you saw, its effects are negated. It
Right.
does have a mandatory trigger effect to destroy all cards you control.
But it's
Resolves negated.
Yeah.
So you're good to continue.
Oh man, that's a good card.
4,000 for both. Yeah.
Attempt us.
Thunder.
Attempt Thunder. For spell trap cards.
Chain 1, or sorry, chain 2. Banish for cost.
Sure.
Anything there?
You were good.
Chain 3.
Great.
Domain, paying half the cost.
Resolve.
First the Kentrigina.
Oh, actually. So currently it's at 3,000.
Yes. And then resolving the Zard. For those two.
Oh, because it's up to, right?
Yeah, it could be up to 4. And then resolving that. Spell
Resolving
traps.
that. And then I'm a.
You want to read? Do you
Yeah,
familiar
I'll
with
read
these?
it. Yeah.
Yeah. Take your time.
I need to refresh myself because
Yeah,
I know
you're
it's a
good, you're
negate. Forgot what negate. Negate the activated effects on monsters with 0 attack. Okay.
That's the key thing for that one, yeah.
At the end of the damage step, when this card attacks on the opponent's response.
That's how you survive U-Bell.
Okay, so when it says when this card attacks, that means
I need to attack.
you need to attack these.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically I just need to worry about the negate.
Right.
Activated with 0 attack. Activates the monster effect except during a damage step.
I'm just reading that.
Unaffected by effective effects of your opponent's monsters. And that is a permanent gain attack?
No, just another turn.
Oh, there it is. Until end turn. Okay. Okay, so a monster negate and okay, so basically it's an omni and each effect once per turn, or is it one effect?
Spell trap negate, not an omni. It doesn't affect. It doesn't negate monster effects.
Oh, it just does that.
It just
effect.
responds.
Okay.
And, yeah.
And then it's both effects each once per turn?
Yes, both of those once per turn.
Gotcha.
And then anything on resolution.
No.
It's attempts Kentrigina effects, paying half for cost, banishing for cost to copy that domain.
Resolve?
Resolves? Yes.
Yeah, he is at 5%.
And then I'll send one material from the deck still. Okay, and then you are good to proceed.
And that's 3,000, 3,000.
Yeah, they're all
3,000.
3K currently.
Terraform?
That's fine.
And that is a destroy as well, right? Negate and
Yeah,
destroy
negate and
spell check?
destroy.
Resolution?
Nothing.
Oh, right. I know you're in there. Actions are. Currently at 500. Oh, so it doesn't matter where I do it.
Right. For that Genroku.
Pretty nice. I don't know if I see a way out of this. I'll try it because it's game 3. I'll try. Attempt.
Effect to negate and destroy.
Normal.
Okay.
Kaiman. To add. Sorry, to add.
Sure.
Effect to special from hand.
Okay.
Man, this deck. Where are we at? 9 minutes.
9.
Oh, that's. Oh, does that mean say shoot? I just have no. Such a good meta call. I will pass turn.
Okay.
Go right in. One. Yeah, my bad. Okay.
Draw phase?
So I'm at 2 minors now? Okay.
Draw phase?
Yes.
Stand by main?
Yes.
1 card in hand?
1 card in hand.
I will attempt to go to battle.
Sure.
Declare an attack.
I will not. Oh, sure. I can't activate.
Yeah, and then in damage step.
Yes.
I will activate Rexturn's effect.
To destroy?
To make my life points 250, and both of them have the attack at 250.
Oh, so half the life and their what?
And then their attacks are both 250. Same thing.
Okay.
And then damage step, so that should be 2750 damage.
I don't take damage because of Hydra.
Okay.
So all my fire dragons,
Yeah.
they don't take damage.
Pick the wrong one. Still 250, so I'll go 2750 damage.
Still no
so
damage.
that should be
Still no damage.
Still no damage.
Anytime you battle a fire dragon, yeah.
3k.
I'll take the 3k. So that should be first damage for me.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
Main phase 2.
Sure.
Set and pass.
Draw. Standby phase, main phase.
Okay.
Normal set. Pass my turn.
Draw phase.
Yep.
Stand by main.
Yep.
Battle.
Sure.
Declare. 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 All right.
Now I understand. I forgot Souls Supreme Team existed.
It is.
My preparation for this event was a little different than usual. I picked up a new deck this week. The Ryzel deck just came out, and I like to say that I'm as prepared as I can be, but in the grand scheme of things, I definitely don't have as many reps in with this deck as I would like. I hope I do well, but I think it would. I have some confidence, but I've definitely been more confident in the past.
I prepared mostly with just testing with my normal test group of local friends. I played mostly mirrors, played some matchups. I didn't get practice everything. Naturally, this is release weekend, so you can't have that much expansive knowledge on everything and all the matchups. But I think I got the main matchups down enough, and hopefully I can, wing it on the fly into any rogue matchups that I play against.
How I prepared? I was watching a lot of deck profiles, watching a lot of people play the same deck I play, just comboing at home by myself, not really playing with other people. I don't have a lot of time on Master Duel. Master Duel has different cards compared to TCG, so I can't really compare and test that way. Locals is only once a week, so it's hard to test a lot, but I hope I do okay at least.
I've been preparing for the past 3 weeks. I've been taking a lot of time to understand what the new decks in the format do. Not only understanding that, but also understanding the deck that I chose. How does it interact and work into the new cards? So I think I would hopefully do really well. I think with the preparations needed, I think that the deck will get me where I need to.
I prepared for this YCS quite last minute. About a week ago is when I got to really start preparing, which is much later than I like to. But I got to lean on my group that I practice with, and we had a strategy Wednesday, started from scratch Thursday morning, and submitted it about 3 a.m. last night. I think I'll do well. I think we have some interesting choices that'll do some of the heavy lifting for me. I'm probably not as fine-tuned as I'd like to be, knowing what the new cards do, but I think I feel good about this weekend.
Prepare for this YCS with the group I usually do. Logan Johnson, Tristan Bridges, really good friends, Jeremy Glassman, all of us working together to try to figure out what the best solution, best strategy was going into this event. I think I'll do really well, but there's a lot of variance in the game, so I don't want to make any promises, but I'm very hopeful.
How do I prepare for the YCS? Usually I just have like a close circle of people that are very good at the game that I'm lucky to know. So I just like practice with them, just do like close circle testing, and they'll ask their friends, and then we'll just like pull our information together, and then we spend like a few hours a week like figuring it all out, and that's mainly how it happens. I would like to be able to play more than that, so I don't think I'll do particularly well this time because I didn't put enough time in this. So if I do well, I got pretty lucky. But I don't think I'm gonna do terrible. I think there's a chance.
I love competing at the YCS. It's the best feeling for me in the game. This is my bread and butter. You know, I kind of use some of the regional events to practice, but this is what I play the game for. So, the competitive spirit, getting to be around my friends, getting to see what everyone's put their mind power to in their free time, and what the community does for the game, all in one space, in one building. There's nothing else like it in card games.
It feels pretty good to be competing at a YCS. I haven't had a chance to play the last couple months. I used to go to all of them, but I took a bit of a break this year, and it's nice to be back and try again. So I hope I can go a little farther than I have recently, and reclaim some of my old glory.
Not much stress. I can play enough of them. I had results, and I obviously want to do well, but I understand that I'm going to have different results depending on the amount of practice I had. Like when I won with Race or XL, I was putting a lot more time in just due to real life commitments and how much time I had to put in. And so I would like to do well, but I'm here for fun and enjoying myself, and anything beyond that, topping, winning is the bonus.
How does it feel to be competing at a YCS? It's been a while. Usually I'm behind the booth, so I'm on the commentary team, but it feels good to be able to play again. I like having a moment to like actually play. It forces me to keep up a lot more, and having that competitive aspect, I get a lot more in depth with like the practice and everything. Helps me do my job better. But it's just exciting to actually be able to play again.
To compete at the YCS feels great. The competition, the different levels of players, getting to play against all different people and meet new people is very fun and very competitive. I enjoy it a lot.
How does it feel to compete at a YCS? Nerve-wracking a lot. Even like registering today, I was just so nervous just coming in. Like the venue is huge. It's like I've never been in a place like this. It's like my first YCS ever. I'm super excited though. I don't even know if I'm gonna have to drink coffee from how like pumped up I am.
It feels amazing to compete at a YCS. I think anybody that plays Yu-Gi-Oh! Always dream to be in this position, to play at the biggest stage, and having this exposure and doing this thing with your friends as well. Yeah, so that would be it.
What's up, everybody? Steve King is live at YCS Anaheim. We're at the convention center, and I brought some cards, so let's find some duelists to see if they can guess what they are. What's up, everybody? I'm on the convention floor here with Jackie, and you got 60 seconds to guess a card. Go.
Is it level 6 or lower?
No.
Is it level 7 or higher?
No.
Is it a spell card?
Yes.
Is it played in the classic anime?
Yes.
That was a think guess. Is it limited to 1?
Yes.
Is it Monster Reborn?
No.
Is it, I think they played Foolish Burial?
No.
Is it Soul Exchange?
Nope.
Is it a Yugi card?
Yes.
Is it Polymerization?
No.
What's a Yugi's deck? Okay, is it Dark Magic Curtain?
No.
What else is in his deck? Oh my gosh.
10 seconds.
What does it think? Yes. Okay.
Come on, we're rooting for you.
I don't even know. I named every.
Limit 1.
Limit 1. Regeki.
Unfortunately, it is Gold Sarcophagus. Might be played this weekend.
The last episode too. Oh, that's such a good pick.
Thank you.
I didn't
Thank you.
think about it.
Well done. All right, we're live at the convention center floor with Forbes, aka the Sous Ship guy. You get 60 seconds. Guess the card. Go.
Is it level 4?
No.
Is it fire?
No.
Is it dark?
Yes.
Is it level 7?
No.
Is it level 5?
No.
Is it part of an archetype?
No.
Is it a fiend?
No.
Is it a Cyberse?
No.
Is it a warrior?
No.
What in the? Is it a dragon?
Nope.
Is it a zombie?
No.
Holy heck. Is that a machine?
No. Think about the levels again.
Well, it's not a level 4, it's not level 5. Is it a level 6?
Yes.
Oh. Is it a spellcaster?
Yes.
Oh. Level 6 spellcaster dark. That really doesn't narrow it down.
Fair.
Is it female?
No.
Okay. So it's male, level 6 female. It's not part of an archetype.
3 seconds.
Is it an Endymion card?
No. And unfortunately, that is time. It is Dimension Shifter. Everybody's favorite card. I know, we're here to be popular. Thank you so much, Forbes, for playing. Live on the show floor with Dragon Duelist Nick. Nick, you got 60 seconds. Guess the card. Go.
Okay, is it a Link monster?
Yes.
Is it a Link 1?
No.
Is it a Link 2?
No.
Is it a Link 3?
Yes.
Is it a monster that has an effect on Link Summon?
No.
Does it add a card from deck to hand?
I should have done this one, my research. No.
Does it set a card face down from deck?
We have pack my, okay, no.
Is it a Malice monster?
Yes.
Is it Malice Queen Hearts of Cryptor?
That's it. Well done. I have Abraham. You have 60 seconds. Guess the card. Go.
Is it a main deck monster?
No.
Extra deck monster?
No.
Spell card?
Yes.
Continuous?
No.
Quick play?
No.
Regular?
Yes.
Does it fusion summon?
No.
Does it send something to the grave?
No.
Does it reborn something from grave?
No.
Does it draw?
No.
Does it add a card from deck?
Yes.
Is it reinforcement of the army?
No.
Is it bonfire?
No.
Is it emergency call?
No.
It searches from deck. It's a normal spell.
I think I baited you with that answer, but technically it's correct.
Oh, wanted? No, that's a quick play. What is? I don't know. Regular.
I'll give you a hint. It might be played this weekend.
Might be played this weekend.
5 seconds.
I don't know the spell card. I don't know that one. Double cross? I don't know. I really don't know.
Are you prepared for Gold Sarcophagus? Malice.
Bad.
It might be playing it. It might be playing it.
That's so bad. All right, I messed up.
Thank you very much, Abraham. We're on the show floor with Pack. You get 60 seconds. Guess the card. Go.
Okay. Is it a monster card?
Yes.
Is it a monster card with 2,500 or more attack?
Yes.
Is it a effect monster?
Yes.
Is it a synchro?
No.
Is it an XYZ?
Yes.
Is it Mirror Logic Aggregator?
No. Is it a card that's being played in the current meta game?
Yes.
Is it a 3,000 attack monster?
No.
Is it less than 3,000 attack?
Yes.
Is it 2,900 attack?
Yes.
Typhon.
You got it. Congrats.
Game on, world. Another game, world?
everyone. We're here in the beautiful city of Anaheim, California. That's right, it's YCS Anaheim 2024. We've had 4 rounds already in the books, and it's been some excellent dueling, some cool, unexpected things, and then some of the expected stuff we thought we were going to see coming into this weekend, but we have some more awesome duels on the way.
Yeah, and let's take a look at actually some of the bounty duelists out there today and see how they're doing. Looks like we have Adrian, who has 3 points, Julio with 6, Asala, you'd know from the commentary, with 6 points, Mario with 9, and it looks like Landon, multi-time YCS champion, with 12.
Yeah, on the other side, Adichia is also at 12. That's our NAWCQ champion. Donovan not having any wins just yet. Looks like he probably dropped out of the tournament there after round number 1. But all these bounty duels can continue playing, accumulating packs, getting some boosters along the way. But of course, they have their eyes on the prize, and that is to make it back to day 2 before we can get to that top cut through the 9 rounds of Swiss today, 2 more in the morning. I think 11 total rounds of Swiss, and then we're going to cut to that top 32 for that final playoff, where eventually we're going to crown the final YCS champion of 2024. And it's going to be quite exciting. We're here in round number 5. Let's go ahead and meet our players who are going to be part of our round 5 feature match. Kangas, take it away.
Up first for our round 5 feature match from National City, California, in the blue chair. He's been skating for over 15 years and can still do a kickflip. Alejandro Montenegro. And his opponent in the red chair from Hamilton, Ontario. He moved from Hong Kong, and playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Has sparked his love for travel. It's Mackie Chung. Duelists already on stage. Let's throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
All right, thank you, Kangas. We get to meet our players. We have a Californian against a Canadian. You know, both CA, but a little bit of different geographically for sure. And that's cool. So Alejandro, he said he's been skateboarding for 15 years, still can do a kickflip. So he's also, I believe, brought a deck that is a little older that we didn't expect to see this round. We're going to have to wait and see, but it's Swiss round number 5. The players are taking their decks out and getting ready to duel. But as I mentioned, I can go ahead and tell you because we will see the deck types. Alejandro brought Sprite here this weekend. Not the new version of Sprite that everyone's calling Raziel, being similar to Sprite. Actual Sprite.
Actual, factual, old school Sprite, as Sprite-y as you could possibly imagine.
And it's 4-0 so far here going into round number 5. So it's not like he just happened to be here and, maybe lose a couple rounds. No, he's undefeated. And his opponent on the other side, Mackie, is bringing a strategy we saw really popular at the European YCS a couple weeks ago in Bologna. And that's going to be that Kistira Fiendsmith deck, essentially. That really doesn't do anything too explosive turn 1, but is really good at controlling the game and using those interactions from their hands to really capitalize on decks that are trying to combo off.
Yeah, we saw Fiendsmiths really a few different times this weekend. In the first round, we saw Fiendsmiths with the Magical Musketeers, which we saw actually win the YCS in Bologna. Here we're seeing the Musketeers left off to the side and instead incorporating Fenrir and Unicorn, something that we did also see quite frequently in Bologna, as you mentioned.
Yep. Certainly, it's going to be an interesting matchup here. When we saw that Sprite was 4-0 at table 1, we were like, we have to see what this guy is cooking with. What is Alejandro doing that other Sprite players may not be doing? What has he figured out? I mean, that's the great thing about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is you can play the strategies that you know the best, that you're the most well-versed with, and then, use those other flex spots in your deck to counter the most popular decks that you might be able to see. Maybe he's figured out something that other players haven't, but Mackie, I know he's probably not going to be expecting this matchup.
Sprite has always been one of those decks that is amongst the most flexible. You can build variations of the deck that actually prefer to go second, utilizing cards like Gamma Burst and Pixies to swiftly just beat your opponent in one single turn, or alternatively, you can simply choose to go first, which is traditionally what players elect to do, and establish quite a strong field with cards like Carrot and Red.
There's 2 different ways to play it, and as we jump into game number 1, I'm excited to see which way Alejandro is going to navigate it. Looks like he rolled an 8. The opponent rolling 4. So Alejandro will choose. We'll have to wait and see. I didn't get to really hear what he said, if he's able to go first or second, but we're going to find out right now as we jump into game number 1.
Stand by me.
Anything draw, please?
Nothing to draw.
I'll discard.
It looks like he is going first, and Mackie is going to start things off with a Mulcharmy. Looks like Perilia, which is extraordinary against Sprite.
Yeah.
but it's met by Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Alejandro's not going to let Mackie get any more cards here as he starts his turn.
I know. Not only is he playing the Sprite cards, he's also playing Kashtira Fenrir. Just Kashtira Fenrir. He's not playing Unicorn or any of the other Kashtira monsters. But obviously, Aurelia against a deck incorporating the Kashtira and the Sprite cards, we would have been looking at 4 or 5 draws this turn if that resolved.
Definitely. It's a strong card against the Sprite strategy, but we see Fenrir coming down. Nimble Beaver is here, and he's going to try and special summon a Nimble from the deck to the field. I love Nimble Beaver. Nimble Angler, a really awesome card. So let's see if that is going to be what he decides to summon here from the deck. And there it is, the Nimble Angler. I always like Adventure Sprite because you could always discard the Angler, special summon the 2 Nimble Beavers from the deck.
I was just about to say, I really did like that variation of the Adventure deck when it was incorporating the Sprites. It's not what we see here today. We just see the Nimbles themselves, and Angler's totally fine without that. But I did have a spot in my heart for that earlier as well.
Now we see that quarter-century Secret Rare Gigantic Sprite going to try and activate the effect, but Mackie does have Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring of his own to counter that Gigantic Sprite.
Also beautiful quarter-century Secret Rare.
Oh, and he has the triple Tactics talent. So he gets to take a peek at their Engraver and 2 copies of Kashtira Unicorn. I mean, you got to take the Engraver here, right?
Yeah, presumably. Unicorn's one of those cards where you don't really want multiple copies for a lot of different reasons.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're going to be able to special summon that first one, but the odds that you're going to then be able to eventually summon a second one in a non-pure Kashtira deck, not as great. I mean, obviously you can search the Birth, but his deck has 2 Unicorns on the field.
Correct.
Which actually, I guess, can pivot into the Fiendsmith cards.
Yeah, I mean, it's something for sure.
But one interruption there, and it's not going to work.
All right, Alejandro already making moves in a big way here. We talked about all weekend that Triple Tactics Talent is going to be a key card for this weekend for a lot of players, and it is the case here. And now we're going to see a Link summon for, yes, Sprite Sprint. So this will let him send a level 2 monster from the deck to the graveyard, and it's going to be the card we were talking about a second ago, Nimble Angler. Since it's sent to the graveyard, he can special summon 2 Nimble monsters from his deck. So he's going to go for Nimble Beaver, and I believe that is Nimble Manta. Another Nimble name to be used for another. Okay, this is cool. Yeah, I love Mannequin Cat. So Mannequin Cat's going to special summon the Ash Blossom to his side of the field.
And now it's going to let him special summon his own fire monster.
Target Ash for a fire monster.
Yeah, I heard some people were using Mannequin Cats and other strategies. I think it was Yubel maybe, to try and summon Chaos Hunter against the Malice.
Oh, that is another card that would line up quite well against the Malice strategy.
Yeah, Mannequin Cat, one of my favorite cards. It's a funny way to actually get monsters out of your deck. Sprite Carrot is going to be a fire monster that he can summon, so now he has access to a spell and trap negate.
So we know he has another Fenrir in hand, so I'm curious what the last card is. The card that he's elected to set. Looking over his deck list, it looks like that might be a copy of something like Forbidden Droplet.
Nothing in draw.
Stem face.
You're good.
Face 1.
All right, so he put the Ash Blossom
Yes.
on his field with the 2 he knows his hand has 2 Kashtira Unicorns. Beautiful. I love it.
So what is going to happen here is he would have to attack the Ash Blossom to clear it off, but then when he summons the Unicorn and he tries to activate the effect to search Birth, now he actually has the carrot to negate and destroy the Birth, whereas if he did not have that Ash Blossom on the field, he'd be able to summon the Unicorn, attack over the carrot, special summon Unicorn, Unicorn search Birth, and then activate the Birth after attacking over the carrot and not have to worry about the negation. Because 2 Kashtira monsters can actually still pivot into the Fiendsmith package.
So he goes to battle phase, attacks into the Mannequin Cat just to get the Ash Blossom off the field so he can switch on the Unicorn. So now he's going to use the effect of Mannequin Cat to summon a Psychic monster. And that's going to bring back his Fenrir. Let's go, Mannequin Cat. This is a lot of fun. I love Alejandro's Sprite deck here.
I'll go Chilling 1, look at your extra deck.
Bold move. I guess he does have another Unicorn in his hand, but he's going to immediately force out the Fenrir potentially, unless Alejandro has something like Infinite Impermanence and just wants to stop it right here, right now. Because it could just end his turn, essentially. It's a droplet, same kind of difference. Going to discard that extra copy of Fenrir that he added to his hand on the previous turn. And with
type or attribute.
Yeah, we get to summon any monster of the same type or attribute from the deck or graveyard.
that question earlier about what is the Sprite deck doing that has brought it to 4-0, the answer is just summoning Mannequin Cat.
It's a good card.
We're seeing 2 great applications of Mannequin Cat as well. Putting a monster on the field to play around Fenrir, or to play around Unicorn, and the ability now to summon your own Fenrir out of the graveyard upon the special summon of Unicorn.
So cool. I just love that you can still use old strategies against the current decks and find a way. All right, now he's starting his turn. Let's see what he has to do. He could overlay his Carrot and Sprite Sprint for a Gigantic Sprite. He could just start with Mannequin Cat to try and get one of his other fire sprites onto the field by summoning that Ash out once again. It looks like that is going to be what he chooses to do here.
Yeah, this would give him access to red.
So this is the 3rd monster that Alejandro is going to be able to summon off his Mannequin Cat. And then the Sprite Sprint's going to trigger, since he detached material from Nixie's monster, to return the Unicorn back to his hand. Let's go. And yep, he is going to overlay the Carrot and the Sprint for Gigantic Sprite. It's going to double its attack to 3,200. Now he's going to special summon Sprite Blue. Blue's going to add Jet. It's been a while since we've seen this, but it's still doing great. Jet's going to add Sprite Gamma Burst. That's going to add a lot of damage. And Mackie has seen enough, and Alejandro with his Sprite strategy takes game number 1 convincingly.
Yes, swiftly.
Swiftly, convincingly. I mean, on the backs of that triple tactics talent that he was able to use. I mean, really, the Ash Blossoms started the beginning of the end here for Mackie, because it turned on the talents. It gave him the fire monster he needed to be able to summon with the Mannequin Cat, and it was just all downhill from there. Which is hard. Like, when you have the Ash Blossom and you're facing down a Gigantic Sprite, like, you're going to use it.
Typically, yeah, you're in a great position. That was a really impressive showing here. He also just navigated that flawlessly.
Yep, flawlessly.
You were talking earlier that you can show up with a deck that might not necessarily be considered by the masses as the best choice, but if you know the ins and outs of your deck, which clearly he does, he played that game flawlessly, then you're going to put yourself in a great position regardless of the perception of other players in the room.
Yeah, and definitely. And you also get the unexpected aspect of it, where maybe players aren't familiar with your cards because it's been a while since they've seen them, or they just don't have the side deck cards prepared for those strategies, but we're going to see how it's going to play out for him here. I mean, it's already doing so well since he's 4-0, 1 game win away from being 5-0.
I think it's critical that he was able to stop the Perulia on the opening turn. You know, as much as we talk about how impressive that game was there for Sprites, a lot of it did hinge there on the fact, though, that Perulia wasn't able to resolve.
Yeah, that Ash Blossom was key there from Alejandro. I mean, that's kind of the name of the game for a lot of strategies this weekend. If your opponent opens up with one of those Mulcharmies. I mean, that's going into this, I was wondering which Mulcharmy people were going to be main decking more. Is it going to be Fualos, or is it going to be like Perulia? A lot of the decks have shifted into a way where they can play around Fualos, but Perulia, you're almost guaranteed to get 2 to 3 cards against a lot of the strategies. So I was wondering if Perulia was going to spike up in popularity in the main deck this weekend, and it might be the case.
These 2 players are kind of split on that question. They both have access between the main and side. It looks like Mackie, as we saw in that previous game, has Perulia in his deck. Alejandro's elected actually just to go in the opposite direction, though, with Fualos.
Definitely the case here, but, you know, Mackie may have lost that one game against a deck he probably didn't expect, but game 2, he will be going first. Going to have a little more chance to play than he did in that game, but yeah, just really everything worked out so well for Alejandro. The talents to see the hand, only leaving him with 2 unicorns, leaving a monster on the field where he can't summon the unicorn. I mean, it's a lot better, easier to make better plays when you have that perfect information about what your opponent's working with there, and you only have like 1 random unknown card to worry about.
Yeah, he saw the Engraver, so he knew his opponent was on the Fiendsmith strategy, and having 2 copies of Unicorn does put the 2 effect monsters on the field necessary for Moon of the Closed Fort, but it literally only takes 1 card that interact with that to stymie it, and he certainly had a way of doing that by actually just keeping the Ash Blossom on the field. But any other type of interaction would have stopped the ability of putting 2 effect monsters on the field to go into Moon of the Closed Heaven to pivot into the Fiendsmith strategy.
Definitely. It would have been a little more dangerous if, he just had any sort of monster that he could normal summon as opposed to just the unicorns in hand. So were you able to send him, even if you just drew something like Ghost Ogre, another copy of Ash Blossom, just a normal summon alongside to threaten Alejandro there and force him maybe to have some sort of interaction. But it looks like they are side decks shuffled up and getting ready here to jump into game number 2. It's Sprite versus Fiendsmith Kashtira. You know, it's just so funny. But I mean, there are definitely new cards in this Sprite deck, but so much of it just looks like right after Darkwing Blast came out and Kashtira Fenrir first came out, we did see a lot of Sprite decks using Fenrir. But let's go ahead and jump into game number 2. We're in round 5 of YCS Anaheim.
We actually got the answer that Alejandro prefers to go first with this strategy, at least when given the opportunity to do so. So let's see what his strategy looks like when it is going to go second.
All right, so he's got a Molt Charm he follows. This pressure plane is going to be activated in the main monster zone. Okay, there you go. that was just made me chuckle a little bit. I've never seen it, but it is a little different on the live stream game map. But that's going to add Unicorn. So this is right where I was talking about. Is Perilia better than Fualos at times? And this is one of those hands where Perilia would probably pay a little bit more in dividends. But the Fualos kind of guarantees that he won't have to worry about the Fiendsmith side of the deck. But he might still just give up like one draw from the... Oh, it is Perilia. Oh, I thought it was Fualos.
It is Perilia.
Oh, okay, never mind. Well, then he's in great shape.
One hand.
Perilia is excellent here against the Kashtira monsters. Because now even if he has Birth and tries to summon from his hand like for a normal summon, it's going to be another draw. If he tries to normal summon something like Lacrima or the Crimson Tear, he's going to get another draw. But at least the Unicorn is going to resolve and let him add a copy of Kashtira Birth to the hand.
Now the question is he going to be priced into that normal summon?
Yes.
So 1.
Okay.
Looks like he is just going to try and have this Kashtira Unicorn. The Birth can banish from the graveyard potentially, which could be a little annoying, but just the Unicorn, not much interaction. Just taking one card of the extra deck is not game breaking, especially against the Sprite strategy. Meets the Unicorn with his own copy of Kashtira Fenrir.
I'm having flashbacks to about a year or so ago.
Hey, the Kashtira cards are great. They have stood the test of time, that is for sure.
Looks like he's going to follow this up with an Hyperia. He's deciding if he wants to search with the Fenrir or if he wants to get the draw.
Like to draw one.
Hyperia making an appearance again. We saw it really popular when Sprite Elf was legal because you're able to bring it back and constantly draw cards, but he's going to Solemn Judgment that normal summon. Doesn't want him to have a level 2 on the field. He's looking at Alejandro right now saying, you better have Sprite starter or else we're going to the next game.
Really interesting. It looks like he might have a copy of Talents in his hand, and he just asked if there was, anything afterwards.
All right, so gonna activate Infinite Impermanence on the Fenrir.
Curious if he's going to ever activate that Unicorn, or if he's going to play around the Talents.
What? Oh, did he just act? Oh, he used Fenrir's effect to add, and he just got met by Infinite Impermanence. And he does have Sprite Starter. That's not the card Mackie wants to see.
No, absolutely not. When you shut off the Hyperia on the field, this is pretty much the only card the opponent can have to actually continue putting sprites onto the field.
And the name holds true. It's going to start the Sprite chain here. Sprite Blue is going to be special from the deck. He's going to take the attack of Sprite Blue to his life points. But now Sprite Blue is going to let him add a Sprite monster from the deck to the hand.
Mackie does remember to utilize his Birth, but they Kashtira monster on the field to banish the entirety of Alejandro's graveyard face down. Nothing too consequential, but it could potentially end up mattering to some extent, especially with cards like Mannequin Cat in your strategy.
Definitely. Don't want to miss your opportunity to use those extra effects. And now it looks like he is going to add Sprite Jet to the hand. Special summon Sprite Jet.
Especially because the Sprite deck doesn't necessarily play a lot of spells. So in terms of actually getting your Birth to resolve, there might not be a lot of opportunities to do so.
Sprite Jet's going to get Gamma Burst. So now it looks like it's the time that Mackie wants to use the Kashtira Unicorn to take a peek in that extra deck and banish one of those monsters face down.
He knew exactly what he wanted. I wasn't quite able to see it, but he knew exactly the one that he wanted. Fortunately, this is going to set it up so that he can activate the Talents in hand. And with the Gamma Burst, I think that just might be game.
To control.
Triple Tactics Talent is going to take Unicorn. And he already added the Gamma Burst, right?
He did.
This is over 8,000 if he goes to the battle phase.
Going to battle?
He's going straight to battle.
Under 5 summons, too.
Middle column.
Impermanence check.
Yeah, no, the Sprite starter was not activated in the same thing.
Good game. Oh, smoke.
And he did put the well, Mackie concedes there, knowing that there's enough damage on the field to end the game, and Alejandro is going to move on 5-0, undefeated with the Sprite strategy. How are the elements, man?
I know, you didn't even need to Gamma Burst. Solemn Judgment was activated that game.
Oh yeah, he was at
that
4,000.
Was well more than enough life points. That Gamma Burst was just because.
That was probably like the worst case scenario though for Mackie.
Oh,
You
yeah.
Solemn Judgment, the normal summon, you're like, well, hopefully he doesn't have anything else. Not only does he have the starter, he also has talents just to take your one monster as well, on top of, having that Perilia to, say, whoa, 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 hold your horses a little bit. Really showing you like the power of like how you can use cards that come out recently with your older strategies and still find success. Because while he is using the Sprite cards to obtain victory, he's still using the Molt Charm. He has other cards like maybe some of the Dominus cards in his deck. You can still take new cards that are powerful, adapt them to the deck you already have, and still find a way to win.
Yeah, that was really impressive. What I just watched would make it seem like 20% of the room should be playing a deck like Sprite if it's going to perform like that.
I mean, it looked awesome. Yeah, it looked like it was a little bit easier time than even some of the Raziel decks we've seen playing so far today. It was just like bam, 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 take your monster, attack for game.
Thinking about it from the Sprite deck perspective, the Raziel, this new deck on the block, we're the new Exceed deck, we're the ones that are going to take the crown this weekend, and the Sprites are in their final stand. One last hurrah, maybe.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we always hear about the similarities between these two strategies, and the thing that really, crosses over, besides, Dispel Summoning monsters at the same level a lot to the field, is like the Duo Drive and Gigantic Sprite comparisons. Both are, pivotal points in each strategy that really precede you onto the next part of the strategy for your deck, but both detach as part of the effect. So cards like Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit can overlap on both and stop, which is why when I first saw this, I was like, this seems like a bad time to play Sprite because people are already prepared for your Gigantic Sprite, but, Alejandro here has figured something out. I mean, maybe the other ways he can get to, like, I can summon a monster, you're going to negate the effect. I'm going to summon a level 2, you're going to negate the effect. And now I'm going to Sprite Sprint, and I'm still not done yet. Like, that's what was the key play in that game number 1 is Sprite Sprint. Send the Angler to summon 2 more level 2s to the field, and then obviously Mannequin Cat put in so much work in game number 1.
Yeah, that's amongst one of the most impressive Mannequin Cat sequences I've really ever seen. Sometimes you just see one activation, putting up a monster. I've seen everything from Thunder King Ryo to those little turtles that have weird names before hit the field. That was really an impressive, just multi-turns in a row use of Mannequin Cat.
Yeah, what was Tetsu Natsu Ramen? I know his name sounds like ramen because every time I read it, I'm like getting a little hungry. I could go for some ramen right now, or some turtle soup. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, Mannequin Cat, one of my favorite cards. Definitely up there on my list of cards that I like. So it's cool to see it making an impact in this form as well. And as I mentioned, you can summon stuff like Chaos Hunter against Malice as well. It's going to be one of the key cards Alejandro might be using this weekend. I hope we get to see Sprite in Top Cut. He's 5-0, but let's go ahead and send it to Kangas, who's there for our winner interview. Take it away, Kangas.
Thank you very much, Billy. I'm on stage after the feature match win with Alejandro. Congratulations! Winning with Sprite of all things. We got to start there. What made you want to play that deck at this event?
Yeah, man, I've been a day 1 Sprite player. I bought a case of Power of the Elements. I was never a meta player, but from the bat, Sprite wasn't really tier 0, so I gave it a try, and I've always played it since.
So over the last 2 years, because Power of the Elements, that was a while back since release, so you've been playing this deck for 2 years?
I've been playing this deck, man. I've always made variations. I love going second. Today, I'm trying going first, so it's working really well.
Okay. Well, we've been drawing a lot of similarities. The community has. We've talked about it on broadcast, how Raziel kind of feels like Sprite, but for level 4, rank 4. How do you feel about that matchup? Because that seems to be the deck to beat so far.
It is the deck to beat, man. I've been thinking about it since I've been prepping, but I honestly think Sprite's a better XYC deck, man, so I'm here to win with Sprite.
Well, plus you get links too, so that's fine. You can play the Nimble package. All right, you mentioned that you have been a skater for over 15 years. That was your fun fact. So I gotta say, what's the most impressive trick that you have managed to pull off? Not that you can do now, but that you have pulled off.
Okay. My most impressive trick, I guess I used to ollie 6 stairs back in college, and I always had the tray flips in the back, dolphins in the back, hard flips, everything. And I'm a floor skater, not really big things, you know.
Okay, we saw some skateboards out there, and there's a lot of floor at the venue. Do you think maybe if we got a camera on you, you could show us something?
Maybe, man, maybe. We'll see.
All right, we'll see if we can do that later. Any final shout-outs you want to give for anybody at home?
Shout out to Game Zone San Diego, SYG, all my guys here in the crowd. I'm here, guys. I'm trying.
5-0, congratulations. We're going to be rooting for you going on, and throw it back to the casters.
All right, thank you, Kangas. Awesome to hear from him. See, so we were right. It is someone who loves Sprite, dedicated to the strategy, and has found a way to adapt it throughout the different formats. And now he's here at 5-0. Now, I do think our next, well, we'll wait for that. Yeah, we're going into another feature match. Our backup feature match that we normally put on is still ongoing, so I think we can dive right into that. And we have a player that I've been wanting to see all weekend for sure. So let's go ahead and jump right into it. Our other feature match that we have, and it is Landon Oliver against Kaji, and this is game number 2. Landon Oliver did win a couple of YCSs while we haven't, while we've been away. YCS Niagara Falls, and I'm not sure where the LATAM YCS was off the top of my head, but maybe Ecuador. But either way, he did win 2 YCSs with Fire King as a Mania, and now he's here with Raziel this weekend. He also competed at the World Championship this year and has had a lot of top cut finishes throughout the past year.
And this is the matchup we've been talking about all weekend. It's the Raziel package against the Malice deck with a Spal Bestial package. So we'll be seeing these 2 brand new decks face off against one another. It looks like we're pretty deep here into game 2. Landon took game 1, but it does look like there's an Axis Kotaker on the field.
This is something I like about the Malice deck. So you can use the Link 3, link into Axis Kotaker, right? Goes to 53rd attack. Then you banish the Malice monster to destroy an opponent's card. And then since you banish the Malice monster, it summons back to the field. And then you just have enough for game right there on the board, right off the bat.
Yeah, Axis Code. Ooh, wow.
But Landon has a second copy of Nibiru, the Primal Being.
I think not 5-5.
Well, Axis Kotaker is usually indicative of the game coming to an end soon. Of course, that's unless somebody has a copy of a card like Nibiru, which you can activate after Axis Kotaker has activated its effect. That's a very important point for those of you out there who, when your opponent has Axis Code, you might not be able to activate anything in response to it, but in that resolution window after Axis Code is activated, of course, you could summon something like Nibiru.
But it looks like he had something to negate that Nibiru. We did just jump in, so we're just kind of like going with it. And I think Landon did concede this game, so they are going to be going to a game number 3. Not great for Landon, but great for us at home who want to watch some more Yu-Gi-Oh! Well, yeah. You're at home. We're here at the YCS.
Which is close to your home for what it's worth.
Not too far, not too far. If it was in LA, it would be a little closer.
Fair. Closer to home than I am.
Sure, just by a little bit, a smidge. Oh yeah, I'm not envious of you having to fly back. Flying from the West Coast back to the East Coast, not a fun time. But the players are side decking. It looks like they know exactly what they want to put in going second / going first, and they're just going to swap those cards out real quick. I mean, that's a big thing about side decking going into the tournament. You want to perfect your main deck as much as possible. Definitely heavily focus on your main deck when you're preparation for a YCS, but when you're building your side deck, actually go through the matchups you think you're going to play, know what cards you're going to put in and take out, but you don't have to adhere to that. Even if you come up with this idea going into the game, as the tournament progresses, maybe you learn something new, maybe something's not working for you just right, you got to adapt those decisions on the fly. Those are the key things that a lot of players don't realize are the difference between, constantly not being able to top an event and actually making it to that top cut, is the decisions you have to change and alter along the way to your strategy that you went into the tournament with initially. I know I've had tournaments where I sided maybe 6 or 7 cards that I thought, I'm going to put this in against this, and then halfway through the tournament, I'm like, well, I'm playing with an 8-card side deck now because I'm not putting these cards back into my deck. It is not working the way I thought it was, and you just have to be able to make those kind of decisions.
You don't want to fall into what we often call the sunk cost fallacy, where that previous investment of time or energy, which is the case, and this is the cards in your side deck, that you thought would be great in a certain matchup, simply aren't by the 5th or 6th round once you realize what the format truly looks like and what the event truly looks like. You have to walk away at that point and understand that just what you said, if it gives you the best chance of winning to leave cards in the side deck that you intended for a matchup, then that's where they should be, because your goal every individual round is to maximize your chances of success.
Exactly. What's that, the sunk cost fallacy?
Sunk cost fallacy.
Okay, I'm gonna write that one down. It sounds like a psychology term.
Yeah,
you would know something about that.
Use a lot in topics about business, for example.
Professor Girlando?
No, not a
not a professor. Mr. Girlando.
There you go.
There you go. You're a Yu-Gi-Oh professor to me.
I
You
appreciate
taught me
it,
a lot
Billy.
throughout the years. But now our players are side decked and finishing shuffling up. I mean, this is the matchup of the weekend, right? Raziel versus Malice.
You'll be able to see this starting from the beginning. There's about 15 minutes remaining in the round, which should be enough time for these two duelists. The Malice deck, I think, has the time advantage a little bit more, because it has in-engine ways of gaining life points.
It's my first time, so.
But I think 15 minutes should be plenty for both of these decks.
Yeah, that's the funniest thing about Malice. I think it's like when people first saw the cards, they're like, oh, you got to pay a bunch of life points. Going into time, this deck can't be good.
It's like Carly.
But you actually just have one of the trap cards regain the life points equal to like the attack of one of your links, I think. So you can actually always gain more life points than you pay. So it actually is a really good deck in time, which is so funny. But I think this format, there's not a lot of going to time. I think the decks are all pretty quick. It's not a lot of long combos. So a lot of times you don't end up in that time situation.
Yeah, I mean, both of these players have had 45 minutes. That means they played 2 games that have been exactly 15 minutes. They're actually perfectly on time.
Yeah,
so.
right on time.
And especially if you're playing Raziel that may not be as good in time, Landon will be incentivized to play at a quick speed.
Oh, definitely. But Landon is undefeated. His opponent Kaji is undefeated. I mean, that has to feel good for Landon. I mean, to go from, you know, getting close, doing well in Top Cut, and then just to win at YCS and then win another one like a couple weeks later, incredible. So you know that he's probably still hungry for another win. Unfortunately, those YCSs he won weren't on stream, and I know he probably wants that. He'd like to hold that trophy up in front of his friends, you know, for everyone to see at home as well. I mean, he also went to the World Championship, not for Master Duel, for the TCG.
Yeah. So here we see for the first time this weekend, Dimension Shifter.
bound to
Shifter
happen.
is okay against Raziel. It's not as game-breaking as obviously you would see with a strategy like Snake Eyes. Here we also see, it looks like Wallows. Okay, maybe the combination of both of those are going to stymie Landon a little bit here.
Is that an ice Raziel? I'm just guessing since it was normal summoned, I think. I can't. It's a little harder for us to see on our bonus feature match. But I think it is going to be ice, so he's going to summon Sword Raziel from the deck, then try and add. It's going to give Kaji a card there.
Have to assume that Landon has sat down, probably he and a lot of his close friends, talking about when we're under Shifter, what do we do? When we're under Fuwalos, what do we do? I wonder if they had the conversation of when we're under Shifter and Fuwalos, what do we do? Because those are conversations that are had before the event. It makes it so that you end up playing at a much faster pace because you don't have to sit there and ponder through all of the lines of play. It's why preparation is so important.
That is a huge point. That is something I always did as a player. I don't ever want to be in a match in a YCS or in a big tournament and get to a point where, like, what do I do here? I want to know exactly what I do in every scenario, even if it's an obscure scenario that I haven't really seen. That way I'm just a little more in control of everything. So yeah, wondering what you're going to do into Shifter, even though Shifter's not good against your deck. Excellent point. Pot of Desires met by Ash Blossom. There's been 3 effects from the hand here being used from Kaji.
And he still has 3 cards in hand too, I believe.
Special? Yeah.
Looks like another copy Sword, of which now...
Ouroboros?
No,
or
this
is he
is-
just going straight into Detonator?
Yeah, straight into Detonator.
Evil Storm Ouroboros, one time for the one time? Nope, it's going to be the Detonator, which is going to give him a draw. But a 3 material Detonator, 1 card in the spell and trap zone.
End phase? Yeah.
This is interesting. He has a Bestial and another copy of Dimension Shifter. So he actually has the option here of using Shifter again on his turn to kind of reset the clock.
So my turn? Yep.
I don't know if you necessarily
How many
want
cards
to
do
do
I
that.
have? 2. My turn to draw?
But it is something that you would have the opportunity to do.
It's 10 phase?
He does have that
Main phase?
Bestial
That is
Ball
Change of Heart.
on the field. That would be insane if it is.
There is a Change of Heart in his side deck.
Oh, it is. I saw it. I saw both sides of that. I thought about Change of Heart. Talents obviously doesn't target, so it's a little stronger, I think. But Change of Heart, not bad. But I'm so worried about that Star Liege rank 4 that prohibits you from targeting your opponent's cards. But
it's still banished.
Yeah, if the Raziel deck gets to do its full combo uninterrupted early on, absolutely. I'm actually looking here. I'm not sure he's playing the Star Liege. It makes sense. It is a little bit of a greedier play. Obviously, if you know your opponent never has Nibiru, it's pretty good.
True.
But if you're going to be a disciplined duelist and play around cards like Nibiru, it's actually typically not that
The
good.
truth is, we were always going into Dagaris anyways. We
Yeah.
were always trying to draw cards. We were playing Yu-Gi-Oh! We like to draw cards.
That is every card game player's favorite.
I'm a card game
few
player.
words.
I like
Draw.
to draw cards. Now, how is he going to navigate this change of heart? Does Landon destroy his own detonator? You have to.
Get them all banished.
This is brutal here for Landon. Going to chain the effect to destroy a card on the field. He's just going to take out the Baldrake and give him the detonator. Okay. Raziel Detonator has had a change of heart and finds himself on Khaji's side of the field. Khaji's going to activate one of the coolest names for a field spell, in my opinion, Malice in Underground.
Absolutely. It's going to allow him now to banish a Malice from his deck. Looks like
Dormouse, I'd assume?
kind of hard to tell exactly.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's going to be obviously one of the three. It has to be. I guess we'll figure out more when he puts it on the field and resolves its second effect.
Effect.
It's going to be met by Infinite Impermanence. Now he could use Detonator to destroy it, right? And then it would still resolve. But he's already banished it to summon one.
Yeah, he has already banished it to summon once.
So it looks like he's just going to go to battle phase and attack.
And he'll have to do something to get that detonator off the field.
Phase 2? Sure.
Gonna link it away for maybe Haggard Lizard Dose?
Maybe SP.
SP wouldn't be bad.
I like when this deck can SP on the opening turn Malice monsters out of your graveyard.
Oh yeah, that's pretty cool.
It's sort of like using Lizardos, just slightly different. Yeah, so he ends up going here into SP, setting a trap card.
Draw phase?
Yeah.
Alright, so he has the Dimension Shifter active. Landon lost a lot of level 4 monsters, investing 3 into that detonator, but he does have another Raziel monster coming down, and then activating the effect, which is immediately going to be met by SP Little Knight. They're going to be both
like
banished.
Ice, yeah.
Usually if it's a normal summon, it's almost always ice.
Yeah, that is the one that you want to normal summon, because if you have to use Ice's special summon from hand effect, you don't get the other effect. The effect is only activated when it is normal summon. So if you have to invest your normal summon in something like Sword, that means later on in the turn you're not going to be able to activate Ice's effect of special summon from the deck.
Indeed. And then Sword is going to add probably X to his hand.
Sword effect.
And then X is going, I mean, I can't. It's tough to see. We're looking on for our bonus feature match. We're on a much smaller monitor than we are for the main one. So it's a little bit harder to see the cards as well.
Presumably under Shifter, it's going to be Sword.
Yeah, it is Sword, it looks like.
That's one thing to understand while playing. As players become more accustomed to the Raziel matchup, they'll kind of figure this out. But if your opponent starts with Sword, which does search out a light Pyro monster and can get things going, it does mean that they don't have Ice in their hand.
That's a dimensional barrier.
That is a dimensional barrier. Yep.
I know that one.
That one we can tell, yeah.
I mean, Khaji's deck type should be like Dimensional Bestial Malice. Like, he's activated so many cards with the word Dimension in them here. But this is not stopping Landon from having an onslaught of level 4s as the SP Little Knight returns with another level 4 on the field, but not having to deal with any Xyz monster. But he has to top deck here. He doesn't have anything in his hand, just the SP Little Knight. Can he draw a Malice card?
So battle phase? Yep.
Yeah, any Malice card here would be good. I have to imagine if he's doing this, then it's not a Malice card.
4,000.
Tough break here for Khaji.
Yep.
Is that a hand interaction? Is that why you looked at the extra deck to see if there was a Link
pass.
monster? Okay, so it's a card that he set to the small trap cards.
Strong.
Landon
Maybe
is
a
probably
Malice trap?
feeling pretty good.
Could be one of the Malice traps. Could be an Infinite Permanence. But Landon has been playing the waiting game. He's just been, kind of relaxed on his turn, letting his opponent use all his cards to try and stop him, but it just might not be enough here in game 3. Gonna go straight to battle, attack over the SP Little Knight.
Notice how he did not use the effect of the Ice Raziel that he just normal summoned so that the SP didn't activate. So this will permanently clear the SP. And now he can go into main phase 2 and then access his extra deck without SP on the field.
Yeah, the game is looking really good here for Landon.
If he can resolve Duo Drive and get access to Ryziel Cross,
Duo Drive effect.
he's going to be in great shape because he'll be able to have that monster negate.
That divider there, it's from the World Championship this year, as he was one of the competitors in Seattle, Washington.
Ah, so he has crossout designator. He just did a crossout check to make sure he didn't banish infinite impermanence from his pot of desires.
That's huge.
Like the Duo.
That means Duo Drive is going to resolve. Kaiji sitting on no cards.
Okay.
Kaiji may have many wares, but there are no cards in his hand here.
It's going to be incredibly difficult because he's going to have a monster negate, and now he has the Ryziel trap card, Plasma Hole. Plasma Hole gives multiple layers of interaction. It will destroy cards equal to the number of Ryziel XYZ monsters on the field, and then it also has a graveyard effect that would allow him to Z summon during his opponent's turn.
Or his own turn, even.
Or his own turn, yeah, absolutely.
That surprised me is how many people are using it just to do a little bit more damage.
Yeah.
Such a cool card.
Absolutely, especially because with plugin, you can just basically search it out whenever you need and put it underneath Detonator as a material. And then when Detonator activates effect, all of a sudden you put Plasma into the graveyard, which now you can activate during your turn or your opponent's turn, whatever is necessary. So he's got 5 different layers of interaction here.
Harpy's Feather Duster, not a bad draw. He's going to need more than that, but that's definitely not a bad draw into this seemingly tough scenario.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, Ryziel Cross also good. Yep.
Yeah.
He just wants to resolve it, destroy the spell and trap cards, and Landon Oliver, 2-time back-to-back YCS champion from this year, World's competitor from this year, is moving on 5-0. Incredible.
He couldn't help but get that 4-for-1 Harpy's Feather Duster exchange before conceding.
Yeah, you need it for your stats, so for your missions, so you're able to get those gems, just like in Master Duel. Like, I don't ever want to concede a lot of my games in Master Duel because I'm like, oh, I already exceed summoned 3 times, so if I concede now, I'm not going to be able to get my gems, so I'm just going to keep on playing. But it's still fun to see, and it was a great match between 2 players. We only got to jump in there towards the end of game number 2, but it did look like Kaiji got to do exactly what he wanted in game 2 when he had that access code with I don't remember which Malice Link monster it was.
Red Ransom. It was on the alien screen for a little bit.
Yeah, that's one of the cooler plays I was looking forward to this weekend, was seeing access code Talker banish a Malice Link, pop a card, special summon it back. That deck can put out so much damage so quickly.
There are actually some Malice variations that are not playing access code because you can navigate around enough damage without it, but access code, when you do see it, obviously powerful, as you just mentioned there, because of those interactions.
I mean, yeah, even just the Heart's Cryptor by itself, if you use Dormouse effect at the beginning of the turn, and you have Heart's Cryptor, you can banish itself with its own effect after you attack, comes right back, double the attack, and it's like 8,000 right there from the beginning. But, we're going to see a lot more Malice today. We're going to definitely see Ryziel throughout the weekend. We've seen some of the older strategies, like Sprite just now, do really well, but let's go ahead and take a look at some of the stuff that was going on outside of the YCS. We have the Remote Duel Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links main event series. This is that first place game, Matt, featuring the artwork from Silver's Cry. Absolutely beautiful. And our main event series are scheduled monthly. The next one's going to be December 14th at 11 a.m. Mountain Time. So make sure you don't miss out on playing in one of these main event series tournaments. We also have them for Master Duel and the TCG, and I believe Speed Duel has its own main event series as well. So if you're at home and you want to do some remote play, definitely check it out. You can always go to yu-gi-oh-card.com to find out more. So stay tuned. We're going to be back for round number 6 shortly. You don't want to miss out any of the exciting action we have going on. We just saw Sprite. What's next that might be undefeated? Stay tuned, guys.
It's time to duel!
I brought Snake Eye Fiendsmith. I'm excited to play against the new Ryziel deck. I think we tried some pretty interesting strategies to target that deck. Hopefully a lot of people are playing the new powerful behemoth.
Oh, I want to be bringing Yubel. The deck I'm bringing is going to be Yubel. Looking forward to playing against Ryziel, the new deck coming up right now. People say it's really good. It's really like, plays really well around the new Molcharmi. What's his name? Fuwalas, I think? Fuwalas? Something like that. I'm going to see how well I do. I'm not expecting much, but I'm just here to have fun, you know?
For this event, I did bring Ryziel. I think that's one of the strongest decks, and I think it's the most consistent when it comes to setting up a very strong board. I'm really excited to look into the Fire King matchup because that's one of the better decks from last format, and I want to see how it can compare to now.
The deck type that I brought was Snake Eye, Fiendsmith. I know that a lot of people don't think it's the best, maybe the best choice going into this format, but I actually built it in a way where it's prepared for the Ryziel Malice matchup really well, while also handling the mirror match. So I'm actually really excited to play all the new decks. I think there'll be a really good matchup and really good gameplay.
I decided to play Ryziel this weekend. It just came out. I'm not as confident as I have been in other events where I've had more time to practice, but I do like it a lot. And I think I want to play against Snake Eyes. I think that a lot of the cards I'm playing are geared towards that matchup, and that's probably what I would like to play against most.
I brought the Malice deck because I wanted to play something new. I don't think I'm particularly looking forward to any matchup. I guess like I want to play against Ryziel because I think that's the matchup I'm prepared for the most, but I just picked the deck I like the most from the new decks.
I brought Ryziel, which may be surprising because I actually choose to bring a meta deck for a change. I'm looking for the mirror match, which is the main reason I brought it. I think the mirror is really fun. It's a bit different from what we've been playing, where you have a lot of half boards a lot of the times, where it's not just you're comboing or ending on nothing. It's very much always getting to a point where you have some form interruptions and then playing this very value-oriented game. And we haven't had this for a while, and that's the kind of gameplay I have. I really enjoy these mid-range decks, so I figured that I decided to play tier 1 for that reason.
Hello and welcome back, everybody on stage at YCS Anaheim. I'm making some friends up here on stage. I have Edgar and I have Gabriel joining me. Edgar, how's your YCS experience going?
It's going terrific. Best card game in the world.
That's what I'm talking about. How are you doing at the event right now?
4-1, pretty good. Ryziel gave me a run for my money.
All right, 4-1. What about you, Gabriel? How's your YCS going?
Pretty good.
Yeah. Are you playing in public events or in the main event?
Public.
Public events. Which one?
Win-a-mat.
Win-a-mat. All right, cool, cool. Well, I hope that you're having fun as well. We're going to play some games up here and have some fun. We're going to play a game called Categories. Make sure you're playing along at home or in chat, wherever you are. I'm going to name a category, and we're going to take turns seeing who can name a card in that category until one of you makes a mistake, okay? You got it?
Ready.
You got it? All right, the category for this game is field spells. Edgar, you're up first.
Malice and Underground.
Forbidden Paradise.
Mystic Mine.
Oh, come on.
Viking Island.
I'll allow it.
Sky Striker Airspace Area 0.
The full name. Gabriel, come on. 2 seconds. All right. Well done. Edgar, you win it. Congratulations. Hey, you'll get them next time. Hope the public events are a fun time for you. Edgar, best of luck going forward, 4-1. Maybe we'll even see you up in a feature match one of these days. Thank you for playing along with us, everybody. We're going to throw it right back to break.
And welcome back as we're here in beautiful sunny Anaheim, California at the Anaheim Convention Center for our Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series Anaheim. And what a championship series it has been. Just an incredible time, right, Steven?
Yeah, that's right. We just saw an amazing round 5 between Sprite and it was just super awesome to see a deck that I didn't think anyone was talking about, showcasing how powerful it can still be in this new format.
I know I've been hammering this point down many times throughout this tournament, but you really can't play whatever it is you want. Again, as we look at the tournament floor, we've got a lot of duelists. There's still 37 undefeated duelists, so it's anybody's game.
Yep, let's go ahead and throw over to Stephen Kangas to actually introduce the duelists for round 6.
And for our round 6 feature match in the blue chair from Fresno, California, a combatant on and off the dueling table as he's competed in jiu-jitsu for 8 years. Please welcome Kyle Hopkins. And his opponent in the red chair from Stuttgart, Germany. If you've watched his feature matches in Europe, you already know what he's playing. He wants to shout out his home country of Turkey. It's Batuhan Senkesen. Duelists are already on stage, so let's throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
Thank you so much, Steve. And there you guys go. We have Kyle versus Batuhan, and I don't want to spoil. I know Steven already kind of mentioned it, but it might be a little obvious to people once Batuhan starts playing that he is indeed something to watch out for.
Oh, this is so exciting. Everyone knows me as an anime fan, but this duel will prove that you can play exactly what you want, show up at these top tables and feel great. And obviously, he is smiling and happy to be here. This is going to be an incredible match.
Both these players are right now X1 throughout this tournament. They are more than halfway through, which is super impressive. Let's see if they can keep it up and win their spot in day 2.
Certainly, since these duelists have one loss, it doesn't mean that they're not going to make it to day 2, but it does mean that they are effectively on the bubble, and we will showcase more duelists that are a little close, where each win means maybe they'll make it to day 2, and, well, each loss means maybe they won't.
I can't let it go anymore, Steven. Should we tell him what Batuhan is
got
playing?
to tell them.
I want to talk about it. He's playing Blackwing, everybody. It is not 2010, it's not 2011, it is 2024, and we're about to see some birds being summoned.
Oh, it's just going to be quite a triumphant win if we get a Blackwing win here on the featured match stage. But again, Blackwings aren't really out of style. They got a lot of support at the end of 2022 in Darkwing Blast. The same set that Kashira came out, they were able to hold their own, but this shows that this deck has a lot of resilience, and there's so many cool combos. We're going to have to try to keep up as best we can.
Yeah, I'm not going to pretend to know what Batuhan is about to do, but I'm going to say watch out for some really key cards. Things like Simoon the Poison Wind, things like the powerful new Synchro Monsters. I say new, but new for the Blackwing strategy. Full Armor Master, as well as Assault Blackwing Dragon are going to be probably some big names you can expect to see in Batuhan's combos. On the other side of the table, though, we have Kyle. This, it's not going to be an obvious match. We're still going to be as impartial as possible because we have Ryziel showing up here. Definitely one of the coolest decks in today's tournament, coming over from Crossover Breakers. This version of the deck that Kyle is playing is featuring a Fiendsmith package to help add to the already powerful Xyz plays that Ryziel can establish.
Certainly a fair note as we geek out about the decks. Both duelists are here in their own right? They have worked themselves to the bone as they've gotten through the tournament this far and will continue to do so. We're not playing favorites here. Just exciting to see some interesting gameplay. So hopefully those of you at home watching are just as hyped as we go into game 1 of our YCS Round 6 featured match.
All right, the dice are being rolled. We have Batuhan getting a 4, and we got Kyle getting an 8. All right, Kyle choosing to go first very expressively. Let's go ahead and check out these opening hands and see what we got.
All right, so gonna make the first move here, Kyle. Let's see what you do.
Almost summon Sword.
So normal summoning Sword Ryziel. Now, out of all the starters in the Ryziel deck, Sword is probably the weakest one because it essentially forces you to, if you get ice in your hand, have to get rid of a card. So you're kind of going minus in order to actually summon and extend to get 2 Xyz monsters in play. But like all Ryziel cards, it's still really strong. And there we see the Troll and Lockbird immediately after the X Ryziel gets added to the hand. This deck loves adding cards to hand. This turns off things like Duo Drive for the rest of the turn, which is so huge for the Ryziel strategy.
This may slow things down to a crawl so that Batuhan is able to really put on the pressure with those Blackwing monsters, but not done just yet. We're going to go ahead and send that Meteorologic Aggregator to the grave to special summon our Ryziel.
Yep, we're not going to be able to get the search off of X Ryziel's effect because of Droll and Lockbird, but we will be able to establish that Aggregator in the graveyard for potential Detonator. About to be summoned right now, question mark? Boom, there it is.
Seems like the strongest way to go.
Yep. Effect on something. Attack. Great.
So still a really strong board, even with just these single Xyz monsters. We've seen strong boards with single Xyz monsters. Zeus comes to mind. But that's going to end the turn, so pass play over to Batuhan.
Yeah, even though we only have Detonator and not access to cross and plug and do that drone Lockbird, it's still Detonator. And there we see the Imperm coming from Baduhan. I was about to say Detonator's a lot, but when it's Impermed, it's now doing nothing.
Well, not necessarily nothing, because you
That's
can
right.
still detach the material in response, so it has that built-in Mirror Logic aggregator effect. Oh, we're doing it!
There it is! Black
Whirlwind!
Oh, that's awesome.
I'll chain. Yep. Activate. Cost.
Yep, Aggregator can negate the effect of Whirlwind.
The one doing is negated, but whenever you activate something, I can detach and then pop something on the field.
Yep, Kyle's just explaining that you can still detach for the cost, even though the effect is no longer going to resolve, but Aggregator now has the effect to later.
Targeting that.
Boom.
So unfortunately, Crow Hogan fans are going to have to wait to see a bunch of Blackwings show up to the field, because that is going to be difficult to play through unless...
So I believe that's Blackwing, Surgery, the Phantom Glimmer. This will allow him to search his deck for a card that mentions Blackwing Dragon.
Still not going to get much out of the Chainlink 2, but at least the effect will be negated. So it's a nice way to be able to search, but the Veiler still gets through.
And here we see Small World being activated, trying to get some more cards in hand, but there it is, the Ash Blossom. And honestly, big ups to Kyle here, choosing to affect Veiler, the Suji, because it does have an effect to tribute itself to summon a token tuner monster.
Very powerful there, and Chain blocking was good, but it just wasn't enough with both the Ash Blossom and the Veiler there. So yeah, it looks like we're going for Fiendsmith and Grave. We're going to go ahead and discard that and see what we grab from the deck.
This is the Fiendsmith side of the Ryzeo package. Really smart of Kyle here to go with that first in case he has access to more Ryzeo cards in hand, because the second you start using any Ryzeo, you're locked into XZs. You can't really access the powerful Link and Fusion plays that Fiendsmith lets you go into.
Is kind of the issue with Droll and Lockbird. It may slow your opponent down, but if they just hold on to those cards and survive another turn, now they can start playing them.
Yeah, they can still summon their monsters and get Detonator out like we see.
Welcome back, friends, to YCS Anaheim here. We had a brief little bit of technical difficulties, but we've checked out all the duel discs, and they are working just fine. You might have missed a little bit of that first duel, so Steven here is going to recap just a bit of it.
Yeah, just in case y'all missed it, we are having Batuhan versus Kyle. Batuhan is playing Blackwing, and Kyle is playing Fiendsmith Ryziel. We had Kyle go first in game one. He started off with Sword Ryziel, and even though Batuhan played a really powerful Drone Lockbird to keep him off the powerful Ryziel Cross and Ryziel plug-in spell cards, he still was able to have a Detonator in play. And using that Detonator and the combination of Aggregator, he was able to blow away all of Batuhan's cards and win the grind game to take game one. We are now going to probably go into game two and see how Batuhan can recover and win this match.
Yep, the duelists are ready, so let's go ahead and throw it back to the stage for our game that is going to begin right now.
Yeah, like I said, Batuhan is the person who's deciding who's going first or second. We're going to see shortly what he picks. We see the fist bump of awesomeness, and let's see how it goes.
Big thanks to our duelists and viewers for being patient. Sometimes technical difficulties happen, but we save the best for you, right? The duel did not proceed without you.
Speaking of the best, I'm seeing some Bestials in Batuhan's hand. That's a really cool inclusion in the Blackwing strategy, giving him access to some really awesome monster cards.
So it makes sense, right? This is a very Bestial-heavy format because of all the light and dark monsters out there, and another great addition, right, from Darkwing Blast. Oh, no, another Drone Lockbird, though.
Batuhan did it to Kyle in game one, now Kyle's doing it to him in game two.
Very powerful.
But let's see what Synchro and or other kind of plays Batuhan has access to, even though it's through Drone Lockbird. Dang, what a shame to have a Wing Beast speed against a Wing Beast deck.
Yeah, birds of a feather flock together, huh?
Yeah, and I believe that is Blackwing Shangra the Warning Moon.
Yep, and then Blackwing Chris the Crack of Dawn.
Sure.
And we love Crow Hogan here. Sorry, friends. But it looks like we're going to go ahead and Synchro Summon since there isn't anything else that we could pull out there. So, let's see our first Blackwing Summon of the day.
This might be getting Blackwing Borestorm the Wicked Wind. That could be a nice way to start things. Yep, that it is. This will allow him to send a Blackwing monster from his deck to the graveyard, and then when he does, this card's level becomes that same level.
Okay, so he copies the level he dumps? Sure.
Great way to play through the Drone Lockbird. Then simply there's an Ash Blossom Majoria Spring, or if there is, it is being held off for something stronger.
A good card for him to send here could probably be some kind of extender, because I do believe Borestorm is a Synchro Tuner monster. This could have him get into his Assault Blackwing plays, maybe even Assault Full Armor Master.
Taking a moment to think there. Looks like we're just sending, is that Simoon the Poison Wind?
That very well could be Simoon the Poison Wind. I don't think I've ever seen that artwork for him before, but that looks like the number of stars, level 6, yeah?
Yeah, it might be just the reflection.
Yeah. So this will still make Borestorm level 6.
Oh, it's not Simoon the Poison Wind.
What level 6 Blackwing monster? So this monster's going to allow him to banish it from his graveyard and then summon a monster from his deck?
And take damage equal to its attack. Yeah.
That's right.
Very exciting. Let's see what monster he summons here. This does play around Drone Lockbird because he's not adding, he's just summoning straight from deck.
Yep.
Definitely helps. That's going to be 2,100 off the top there.
Is that Zonda the Dusk? And I believe that's a level 6 monster. I believe we have a level 6 non-tuner and a level 6 tuner. That does give us level 12.
Are we going all the way in?
I think that's Full Armor Master's levels, right?
That's good.
No, it's level 10.
What?
And then he becomes level 6. Yep. Oh,
Yep.
he is level 6.
Yep,
Okay.
both of the levels are as printed. But good job, Kyle, for keeping track.
Hey, 6 becomes 6. Some stuff did happen.
We need to know what you can summon, right?
And it has been a minute since Blackwings have entered the format again. 2022 was when all of the Darkwing Blast stuff was printed. It looks like we're going to go ahead and banish Chris the Crack of Dawn with the Bestial Magnemud here.
Yeah, I guess these are just like free level 6 extenders in the deck, too, that just let you keep summoning more monsters that you can use for Synchro fodder. That's nice. I mean, at this point, we have access to still all of our plays yet, because I don't think we're locked into anything. We haven't used something like Simoon or anything.
Batuhan taking a moment here to consider where to go next. There's a lot of different things you could do here, but I think he might be doing either a level 12 Synchro or a rank 6 Xyz. Even Batuhan isn't sure as he goes into his extra deck.
I forgot, because they're all Winged Beasts, we have access to the to the Raybaptor Xyz monsters, but we're going to be seeing potentially a Synchro or a Link Summon here. There we see Strix coming down.
Oh, it's in German.
This is a really powerful card that will basically allow him to search his deck for another Winged Beast monster. It's basically like a simple extender, but I believe it summons from the deck, which is why it can dodge Dueling Lockbird.
Definitely helps there.
There we see Shamal the Sandstorm. This is a really powerful card that also came in on Darkwing Blast. This will basically allow him to set specifically Black Feather Whirlwind if he wants to, but I don't think he'll be able to get any value out of that because of the Dueling Lockbird, so I think he's just going to use it to still climb up and do his more powerful extra deck monsters.
Certainly an awkward turn here, right? Every player knows what it feels like to get hit with Dueling Lockbird. You know, you don't have access to all those great cards in your deck. You're just using the cards on your field. Maybe you might be able to send some cards down, but seems like we actually might be going for Bestial Dissipator?
Yeah, we have access to level 10 Synchros right now because I believe one of those monsters was a tuner. I think Shamal is a tuner. Yep.
But instead we're going in defense mode here.
So there's Full Armor Master right there. And because we had a Blackwing tuner and a level 6 monster.
Very strong. Again, it's unaffected by card effects.
Yep, so we're going to go ahead and add back the monster that we used to start our combo with. It's going to be Shangra, the Waning Moon. Yeah, for anyone that doesn't know about Full Armor Master, he's essentially a monster that's unaffected by your opponent's card effects, and then this card is also going to be basically a once per turn change of heart that at the end of the turn can destroy cards by putting wedge counters on them.
Sure.
Yeah, I believe we started our combo by normal summoning Shangra, so we can now use its effect to special summon from the hand, and then link climb even further into SP Little Knight, banishing the Dueling Lockbird, because why not? And there's Branded Regained in the hand. Oh, opening that plus Lubellion's a little unfortunate, but hey, we get the full value now.
Well, it kind of helps, though, because at least he has some resources to use, and with some banished Bestials and some cards in the graveyard, I think he should be okay.
And I believe we did resolve Magnumut's effect, so in the end phase, I believe we're adding back... Was that Lubellion back to the hand? Yeah.
Certainly great looking out. Can't add from the deck, but you can grab from the graveyard.
Yeah, may as well, right?
Draw phase. Yep. Stand by main. Yep. Activate bonfire. Yep.
Doesn't seem like we're going to do anything on the bonfire there.
And just a reminder for people at home, the Full Armor Master's ability to put wedge counters happens every single time Kyle activates a monster effect. So keep track at home of how many wedge counters get played in this one turn during this Ryzeal combo.
We've got our Ryzeal there, so I assume we're going to go in. I think I see an Infinite Permanence on the hand, but I don't think that we're going to end up playing it.
Yeah, I mean, the best thing you can do is target SP, which will just be like, okay, because like there's no point in using its effect at this board state.
Just to let you know, every monster that activates its effect gets a counter, but it's mandatory. I don't have to call.
Okay.
That's right. They just get the counters.
It just happens.
When they resolve?
On my turn.
On your turn. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. That's pretty good, though.
Nice little exchange. Kyle smiling to himself as he is exploring playing against a Blackwing player here, but still has to lay out his own cards, so we're going to normal summon.
Special from deck. Special from deck. Any Ryzeal monster from deck.
Probably going to go for Sword Ryzeal here, but looks like we're going for some Bestial action.
So on the normal summon of Sword, of Ice, we're considering using Branded Regain. That'll let us bring back our Magnamut from the graveyard.
Magnamut should be the only target right now for sure. Is going to go ahead and do that.
Yep, and a special, just get the free body in play, may as well. And then I believe we triggered the effect of it as well. Oh, that'll be on a new chain.
Definitely making the most of that Magnamut.
So we're going to special X straight from the deck here.
Usually go for Sword Ryzeal. I wonder if that is a tell that maybe he's drawn the copies in his hand.
Fire Thunder monster. Level 4 Fire Thunder.
He could be trying to maybe not have to get access to X by sending Aggregator to the graveyard to maybe play around any potential more Bestials that Bajan has in his hand, because Kyle might be assuming there's more. Notably, the Ryzeals are Light Pyro and Fire Thunder monsters respectively, and sometimes you want them in your graveyard, so you can use powerful cards like Node Ryzeal here to bring them back and get even more rank 4 plays. It is worth noting that I believe by activating that X Ryzeal effect as well as Ice, we are now locked into rank 4 XCs, which mean all of our Fiendsmith cards are basically not going to do anything.
Well, it depends on what Kyle has to do here. Again, unaffected by card effects. The Blackwing Full Armor Master having 3,000 defense there. You kind of have your work cut out for you. You got to bring out something big. And while the Ryzeal monsters are known for being able to play through anything, they do it via card effects. They don't do it through battle.
From hand if I control an XYZ or if an XYZ is in my grave.
It is possible to like use like Duo Drive plus Detonator to like increase their own attack points and then just be stronger than Full Armor Master and just attack over it. But
You would need a lot of materials for that, so
And
Kyle, again, is going to have to work hard.
Also, bot 9 would have to like let you do that as well. Exciton Knight.
Flip Fire Engine face up. Effect Hollowed Azamina.
Sure.
Reveal. Tribute. Summon. Effect target.
Chain. Target, target.
That's fine. Effect special. No cards in here? Effect of Lacrima. Effect of Engraver. Shuffle back Engraver for cost. Effect of Requiem, target Engraver. Privacy Grave. Effective Engraver, target, and target descend.
Sure.
Sequence. Then effect sequence target Desiree to equip. Sorry for your toy box. Effective Desiree. Negate toy box. Attempt to enter battle. I'll go 25 here.
Sure.
And then 3K.
Chain. Sense cost.
Sure.
All right, so we are here with our featured bonus match. We have a little bit of an issue on stage that our judges are handling, but we don't want to pause any of the action, so we're jumping right in with Austin versus Calvin. We got a cool match here again with Toy Azamina White Forest versus a crazy combination deck, Azamina Fiendsmith Rescue Ace.
Yeah, a little bit of the War of the Lore here. We got the White Forest side of things. We have a little bit of the maybe Snake Eyes Fire Fiendsmith side of things. Really exciting here. We see a lot of Rescue Ace monsters in play. Seeing a lot of things like Turbulence, Impulse. Is that 2 Turbulence in play? No, that's Impulse, and then that's Airlifter, I think.
Yep, past and present combined here, and we're seeing a lot of duelists really just play again what they're comfortable with, but again, we've seen all around the world how powerful Fiendsmith Rescue Ace particularly could be, so it's great to see it here on North American shores, because look at all the stuff you can do. Return 4 cards back to the deck, recycling the stuff and drawing a new one. Calvin's got the resource war on lockdown, and he is staring down what? Toy box, just the toy box.
Yeah, the advantage of fire decks will never cease to amaze me, and it all started with Rescue Ace, and it's just even better and better.
Certainly really did. Once we entered the age of Overlord, we also entered an age of fire that we still live in to this day.
I think Calvin is getting ready to actually start attacking, and, well, actually, it depends on how he set up his board here. Maybe if there's like an SP or something played, we're not really sure. We joined kind of halfway through his turn here. We could see some, just a game being won, I guess.
Possibly. We don't know what is in Austin's hand there, but he is still holding on to some cards. Staring at the field intensely, as Kangas, our fellow Steven, pointed out earlier, sometimes when people just stare in there, they're not necessarily giving up the duel. They may just be sitting on Nibiru, the Primal Being, or some other card that will keep them in the game till that next turn.
Yep, and I think we just saw Calvin set Contain, as well as Rescue and Emergency from his deck there. Maybe actually Alert was one of them. And then we see Hida coming down, and then we see a Link climb again into Promethean Princess. Yep, there she is. Going to use her to bring back one of the many fire monsters, Turbulence again. Big booty.
It's a gigantic monster, and the ability to answer your opponent's plays with that destruction effect whenever they tap you, but it looks like we're going to bring the fire engine out instead. Then Link off with the Turbulence.
This could be for an Amlo Whale or a Rising Phoenix. That's going to be more than enough damage if he needs it.
Salamangreat time.
Yep. Yeah, I'm assuming like an SP or something was played. He couldn't attack directly or whatever.
Oh, and it looks like that's it for Austin. He took a look at the top card of his deck after conceding, and maybe not.
I just think he
he knocked it off. I see. Okay.
Yeah.
A little different because we don't have the player audio here, but we're doing the best we can as Austin draws for turn. Looks like he is safe.
Yep, there we see like 2 SPs coming back to the board here. We got the toy box in play. Haven't activated the effect of it yet. Maybe we've gone through all of our toys. I see a toy soldier in the graveyard there. Normal summon effect failure.
Interesting. Now, what are we going to do with this monster? I assume it's for a Link summon of some kind.
We could see like an Anima pointing at the Phoenix, because I believe it has an up arrow. Nope, we're just going to see a Link with the SP Little Knight here. Going to be going into Celine. We have a lot of spellcasters and a lot of spells, and Azamina White Forest. This could be enough.
But the problem is Turbulence effect did resolve.
Yeah.
To activate the effect on Austin as he gestures there, but we're going to contain it.
Yep. Yep, just a reminder, guys, that card negates all the effects and it cannot resolve while Hydrant is on the field. And there it is. Austin is now scooping, saying Celine by herself is not enough to break through this board. I think Austin had like no other cards in his hand because Calvin just won the resource war like crazy.
Well, good stuff for sure, and great to be able to see some White Forest gameplay again. White Forest is a great deck, also recently came out to Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, and I'm just so happy to see Duelists really jumping back in with that deck, because there's a lot of different ways to play it. Sometimes you see like Dark Magician just thrown in there for some reason, and it's a very flexible set of cards, so a lot of creativity, and hey, we get to see a little bit of a spread there as well.
Yeah, basically, if your deck can play spell and trap cards, you can consider playing White Forest. They might work out for you. They have really fun interactions during your opponent's turn. You can like have powerful Book of Moon effects with Silvera. You have really powerful ways to recoup advantage with like things like Diabells. It's really awesome.
Austin also just kind of flipped through the deck there, just showcasing some of the cards. Some of my favorite interactions are when Duelists, you know, the sort of life comes back to the room after the duel is done. You're like, oh, okay, so what did you side deck? Well, I tried this. What'd you do? Okay, fine. But it's still just nice to see. Oh, those are those Artifact Lancias. Interesting stuff.
Ironically,
for sure.
having some synergy maybe against the Rescue Ace cards potentially. Who knows?
Yeah, actually, because there is a lot of banishing. Think about that. An Artifact Lancia would have actually prevented use of that particular card, the Rescue Ace HQ. Right? You can't banish the stuff and return it back to the deck. But it's just been really an interesting tournament so far, just to see all the different decks that are out there. Again, I know I've been preaching, but not preaching, just saying the truth, honestly. You look at the field, there's just good stuff being played right now.
Yeah, people are trusting what they know versus what they think might be the quote-unquote best deck. While, yes, things like Rise and stuff are pretty powerful.
So here's some good news, actually, that we just received. We're going to be able to go back to the main stage so we get the climactic finale between Batahan and Kyle, trying to figure out whose cuisine reigns in this particular concoction decks. Again, we didn't get to see the Blackwing plays uninterrupted, but so excited to see it.
Yeah, so we will be going on to Game 3, it looks like here between Kyle and Batuhan. Just a reminder that Kyle did win Game 1, even though Batuhan was able to control him. And then I think while we were offline, Batuhan was able to take Game 2.
Again, thank you, and here's the treat for you being patient. We're going right back to our main stage here.
Once again, we have Batuhan on the right, Kyle on the left. For anyone that's not joining us, it's Blackwing versus Fiendsmith Ryzeal. Two decks that I think are pretty impressive. One that I don't think anyone expected to see in today's event, but I'm excited to see what it can do.
Exactly. Technical difficulties, we apologize again. Maybe the Malice monsters are sort of hacking things because the Battlefield's like, hey, we're supposed to be up there. Don't worry, Malice will get back.
A little bit of malware for sure.
We're going into Game 3 with one game apiece.
Yep, Kyle's choosing to go first here. Going to be sending off Engraver. Really awesome to start with the powerful Fiendsmith cards. Y'all didn't see it when we were offline, but Kyle was really good at maintaining, oh, when do I go for my Ryzeal cards? When do I go for my Fiendsmith cards? Because once you use particular Ryzeal effects, you will be locked out of the extra deck from non-rank 4 XZs.
Well, it looks like we are going to go ahead and activate.
Normal summon ice.
Normal summon ice.
Yep. Ice
Special from deck, yeah.
Ice effect special from the deck. Again, classically this gets sword, but if you want to play around potentially locking yourself out of the extra deck, you could get X Ryzeal instead.
Certainly important when you're playing the Fiendsmith cards, right? You can't lock yourself into rank 4s until you get through your Fiendsmith strategy. So we'll see if Batuhan wants to do anything with his cards in his hand.
I would love to see a Fiendsmith Desiree and Detonator in play at the same time. That'd be crazy.
Maybe
not. If you want to stop this, sometimes stopping the Ryzeal main deck monsters isn't the best, but given that you know Kyle's playing a deck with heavy engines and different archetypes, it could be pretty valuable for you. What if he has no other Ryzeal cards in hand, right?
Well, I think I see a Dominus Impulse in there, so he may be deciding to drop it now, but it looks like he decided to let it go.
Impulse is probably the card you want to use on ice, so I definitely understand his hesitation, but given that we know Fiendsmith cards are in the deck, maybe saving for an effect like one of those might be smarter.
It's difficult because Ryzeal is a deck that maybe sometimes you can't even interact with. You just have to push through it instead.
Right. And here we see Sword being the choice off of Ryzeal, adding X to hand. This will, I believe, lock Kyle out from the extra deck besides rank 4 XCs. So keep that in mind, people watching at home.
Definitely some great rank 4 XCs, though. We've seen all kinds of stuff up here.
Oh, yeah. I've seen everything from Exciton Knight to Babushka being played in this tournament, and it's awesome.
Summon? Yep.
Oh, maybe I lied. How does Sword Ryzeal locks when he's special alone is full XZ's combo because you can access Node and stuff. So yeah, I think he just wants to get his Fiendsmith cards out of the way now. Yeah, that's right. Ice locks when you special him from hand, X locks when you special him from hand, and then Sword locks when you special. So they all lock when they special, but if they do any of their other effects, they don't.
Makes them a nice deck where you can decide the pace of play you want to engage in. Either you play nice and slow and conservatively with your normal summons, or you just go all in with all those special summoning effects. But again, you do get punished in your own certain way by being locked into those rank 4 monsters.
I also do love the combination of Fiendsmith and Ryzeal because you're like, oh look, I have 2 level 4 monsters. They can turn into a rank 4, but they can also turn into a Moon of the Closed Heaven, which means I can go into my Fiendsmith cards.
Well, speaking of Fiendsmith cards, looks like Lacrima the Crimson Tears sending Fiendsmith in Paradise to the graveyard. We've seen a lot more of that played starting from the last YCS in Europe. So it's nice again to see the duelists over here are taking notes from those duelists across the sea.
Yeah, it's a really powerful sort of control piece, you know, like it really makes Fiendsmith feel like this robust advantage, sort of like, you know, removal engine, which is just super nice.
Take a look here at the extra deck, seeing what our next option is. Kyle thinking...
We're going to be sending Aggregator to summon X from hand, it looks like.
So now we're locked.
Yep, now we are officially locked.
Chain Link 1, Chain Link 2, targeting Lacrima. This will search, and this will negate this.
Yeah, we're doing that to chain block cards like Ash Blossom, Effect Veiler, etc.
It's inherent, yeah. Okay. Good?
All right,
yeah,
looks like
sadly you cannot impulse a next Ryzeal. It is not an effect that starts a chain. Yep, and there we see Node Ryzeal coming down. Notable too, I almost didn't recognize this. Lacrima's a level 4 monster.
It is, it is. I was going to say, it's a perfect time to get locked into rank 4s when you have a 4 on the field.
And this gives us the extra interaction of having Fiendsmith in Paradise in our graveyard, as well as that Mirror Logic Aggregator. He had a Node Ryzeal. Yeah, Node Ryzeal was the add off of X.
So now you're locked into XZ, right?
I am locked into XYZ, correct.
Yes, now we are, yeah. It's always good to double check that thing. You know, these cards have so many different effects, and only certain ones will lock you, not all of them.
Especially on the first day of school here again. Yesterday was the first day these cards were tournament legal, so just wild.
Yesterday was the first time I saw these cards, and they're beautiful. They're wonderful.
No, he can't special summon himself, but he can send something from the field or my hand to the grave, and then special something from the grave. I got Monster Reborn.
A little Monster Reborn joke there, but we are going to go ahead and bring out our Xyz.
It's going to be Duo Drive.
Special summon.
I think because we have Node in hand, we can safely go for this Duo Drive. Even if Duo Drive gets removed or its effect stopped, we can still get into our detonator using Node. Yeah, but there's Imperm.
Infinite Impermanence again. We've seen a lot of Duo Drives not get a lot done this tournament.
I mean, it is like the most scary card in the archetype because getting access to the field spell and plug-in are just so strong.
Definitely got to stop it.
So I think it's going to be Node, Special Summon.
Yes, they're all inherent. Yeah, all of them are inherent.
Yeah, so it's basically going to summon itself, and then he can take a card from his hand or field to the graveyard, and then if he has an Xyz monster in his graveyard, he can summon from the graveyard. And a Ryziel monster, I believe. Or any level 4 monster, maybe. I forget.
Well, let's see what he ends up pulling out. It'll be the answer to our question.
It should be the card he wants to go for a detonator.
Target sword. Sending.
Oh, wow.
This to grave.
Yeah, gotta wait for the
reveal.
cost, though,
yeah.
Hey, I was just as excited as you were.
Oh, absolutely. And you get the extra effect, too, of destroying the card because that Infinite Impermanence is in the graveyard.
And that means no detonator. I think we have now turned off detonator.
To a degree, Batuhan had almost telegraphed the fact that he had the Dominus Impulse saying, hey, like, is that an effect? Is that an effect? Is that? Ah,
Sure.
that's the effect. Gotcha.
Sure.
But the card still works, whether you knew it was coming or not.
Also, big shout out to Batuhan for sequencing and making sure he used Imperm first before he activated Dominus Impulse so he could get rid of Node Ryziel.
Now, he is locked out of certain attributes of effects, but it is a Blackwing deck, so he is fine. And speaking of Blackwings, here comes Blackwing Simoon, the poison.
Oh boy, here we go. Gonna get that patented Black Whirlwind plus normal summon and search for pretty much any Blackwing in his deck.
It gets pretty crazy, especially when he's not staring down a Ryziel detonator. So
Can you Ash Simoon?
And then special one? Yeah.
It's not necessarily the Simoon because it's placing the trap on the field, so it's not even Ash Blossomable.
But you can Ash Black Whirlwind, though.
Yes, you can. Yes. But the chain links, depending on how it resolves.
That is true. You can chain block it, huh?
You can't with other Blackwings for sure.
Yeah.
Just to let you know, this was not my regular normal summon.
It's an additional?
It is an additional.
It is an additional normal summon. Batan is
It's a part of the effect of Simoon to normal summon itself.
Can I read this real quick?
It's considered a normal summon.
It's a strong card. Now, that Black Whirlwind is not permanent. At the end of this turn, it will get banished, and then it'll take 1,000 damage. That's the poison in Simoon, the poison wind, right?
That's right, that's right.
Normal summon it without tribute. Does that count as normal? As not the normal? Okay.
Yeah, because it's all part of the effect, essentially. In case you want to think about it.
To add 2 cards in hand?
Yeah.
Yeah, debating on if he wants to Ash the Black Whirlwind.
Yep.
Now, he still has a normal summon, which is very important, but...
and then while he's while he has material, all my monsters gain 100 for each material he has, and yours lose 100 for each material. So
that makes the boon 1,400.
Again, just clarifying what all of our cards do at all points, that way people know what the game state is. There we see Talents. Oh, Kyle playing into Talents. Going to be choosing to draw cards, I believe.
To draw is pretty solid.
Took the words right out of my mouth. Again, getting those 2 draws. If one of them is a Blackwing monster that can be normal summoned of a certain attack, doing good.
And fun fact, guys, Black Whirlwind is a card that was printed before once per turns were a thing. So if we normal summon some more, we can search for some more cards.
Oh, Tribute Summon here.
Tribute Summon. Oh, and there we see, I believe that's Sunger of the Dusk Moon.
May I read this one? Yeah. I'm not familiar with all the Blackwings. Cannot special summon from the extra one.
That's going to be Zonda the Dust. Of course, you can't special summon monsters from the extra deck except Synchro monsters. Cool, we're playing Blackwings, right? And if it's normal summon, you can target a monster on the field and return it to the hand. You can also banish it from the graveyard, which we saw earlier, to special summon a level 5 or higher Blackwing monster from the deck. But then you take damage equal to its an attack, which is a normal thing that happens with Blackwing
And then what's the attack on Zundra? It's like 18, 22, something like
It's actually 2,300, giving you access to almost every Blackwing in your deck via Black Whirlwind.
27.
So let's see.
Oh,
I don't believe
the attack's actually reduced though from the duo drive, so it's only 2100.
That's right.
So that actually is going to determine. It's one of the things you can do to kind of mess with your opponent trying to use Black Whirlwind is use some sort of continuous effect to reduce their attack. Started playing too much Duel Links here, so I've definitely experienced that firsthand.
And there we see Vada, the Emblem of Wandering. This card's really cool. It essentially lets you synchro summon using cards from your hand. Really powerful. Kind of think of it like Bayou, you know, for all my 2010 players out there.
Well, he is an emblem after all.
Special.
Not the Emblem of Honor, though, the Emblem of Wandering.
So there we see him special summoning himself. He's a level 2 tuner monster, I believe.
Fiendsmith and Paradise effect. Banish.
Let me see real quick.
It'll dump a Fiendsmith from deck or extra deck to grave.
I do want to point out that Vada specifically will summon Black Winged Dragon if you use his effect to synchro summon.
I have to send it from
The
deck.
good news here of the Fiendsmith and
the second
Paradise,
effect, sorry,
again, you do
graveyard.
get to send a card from the deck or extra deck to the graveyard, and Desiree would be a great option right now in order to get its effect too.
I believe Desiree's effect to send will be on a new chain, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Unfortunately, I don't believe
Send
Vada's a
Desiree.
quick
Anything
effect.
on resolution? No. Desiree effect?
Yep.
All right, it's
So shuffle
Desiree
back
time.
and Send something. Send a face-up card. I target a card on the field and send it to grave. Yep.
I assume, well, there's a lot of options there, so we'll let Kyle do the choices here, but
It depends on like what his Fiendsmith
Shuffle
engine's looking
back.
like maybe, because if he only has like one Requiem or one Moon, put that back, get access to it later.
Let me read this again.
taking a quick look at our Vata, the Emblem of Wandering.
Surely you send the level 6, right? Because, I mean,
I will send this.
okay, we're going to choose to get rid of the Vada.
It does have that effect to go to the graveyard to go ahead and bring out that Black Winged Dragon. So just trying to be safe here. Already used up those summons. Let's see what we get next.
Step 1.
Ooh, just setting the card.
Attempt to go to spell phase, and I'll get burned for 1,000.
Yep, so basically because of Simoon, the Black Whirlwind will be
for 1,000?
destroyed, and then Batuan will take 1,000 points of damage.
Is kind of difficult here. We got 13 minutes left on the clock, so both duelists should be fine.
Yep.
But that should be 7,000 life points.
But whenever you do yourself damage, whether you're playing Malice or whether you're playing Blackwing, you should always keep track of that stuff. It can get a little sketch sometimes.
Did I want to make sure I didn't go in? I
Certainly a
didn't.
lot of moves to make.
Draw
Want to
phase,
write those down. But now we're down to the draw phase, so Kyle draws
Stand
for
by me.
turn. That another Ash Blossom? Yeah.
There
Oh,
we see
instant
Imperm again
permanence.
on the dual drive.
Oh,
and Chain Imperm
wow.
and the Imperm column going to be negating his. Oh my
Applause
goodness.
from the crowd there. The duo drive does resolve, so we haven't seen too much of this, but it maybe just the field spell and a Rise-Hill plugin, or maybe two
Plug-in would
monsters.
be pretty cool right here. Maybe allowing him to kind of get enough bodies on board to start attacking for big damage. But remember, when you use plug-in, you are forced to only attack with rank 4 XZ Rise-Hill monsters, or no, rank 4 monsters in particular.
Looks like he is going to grab our field spell Rise-Hill Cross.
As well as Ice Rise-Hill, yeah.
I'll probably go back in. Yeah, I'll probably go back in.
This is the first time I'll be seeing Rise-Hill Cross being activated, I think, during one of these games. It's a really powerful card. It has like a pseudo-adverse effect to let you draw more cards to your deck. But the really powerful part is you can detach from your XZ monsters to negate at resolution any monster effect.
That is one of the rarest effects in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. Like, the only other things I can think of are, like, Cerulean Skyfire with Hamon, Lord of Striking Thunder. Being able to, like, tell your opponent, you know, we'll see if your card works. Yeah,
nice,
sure.
Hey, nice chain block. I'm just kidding. It's negated. Hey, nice Nibiru. It's negated.
Well, it also has really great synergy with Rise-Hill plugin because you can get out an Xyz monster, give it a material, get down to your opponent's card effect, and say, okay, now it's not going to work.
Right.
Sorry, just kidding.
So there we see the Engraver getting back Requiem. I'm going to be sending to the graveyard to go for Necroquip Princess. Going to be a really powerful way to get some advantage, maybe even some rank 6 plays. Who knows?
Activate field spell? Yep. Normal summon. Call effect. Two special from deck.
Going to be Dominus Impulse on the Ice Rise-Heal. Negate and Destroy. Yeah, Batuan just had all the trap cards in his hand this game.
Well, certainly keeping him alive as we find out if our Black Wings get to advance with another win in this tournament, or if Kyle is going to take it with his Fiendsmith Rise-Hill.
That's fine.
I'm not sure how many starters are in the Blackwing strategy, but I wonder like what one kind of card combinations Batuan can pull.
Activate effect or cross? Yep.
Simoon would probably be pretty good because it lets you search for more cards.
Ah, but Simoon needs another Blackwing to be banished from your hand. So if you draw Simoon, you're looking at him, but that's about all you're doing.
You're right. Batuan did banish the Vada before he did anything else.
All right, right, so getting to draw there by using the Ryzel Cross Field spell effect, returning 2 cards back to the deck and drawing 1.
I think you drew a spell card, right? Yeah, probably
did.
Watch it be plug-in. That'd be crazy.
Hey, I mean, if you get the plug-in any way you can, it is a strong card for sure.
Yep, so there we see the attack on Suntra. I think that's like, what, 500 points of damage? 22 to 27. No, it's 25 to 23. So
it should be honest numbers here because I do not see an Xyz material underneath the Duo Drive.
Exactly.
4,800.
So it sounds like it's 4,800 total.
That should be how much he has left after all the damage he's taken.
That is one of the difficulties of Black Wings and playing it again. It's kind of a 2-card deck, right? It's not one of these decks where you can just pick up 1 card and make a crazy combo worthy of a video. It's one of those things where you really need 2 cards to add together, right? We made that joke, birds of a feather flock together, but you do need a tuner and a non-tuner monster. That is at least 2 cards.
You kind of do, yeah.
I guess technically you could use Vada, the Emblem of Wanderings, so maybe that's your 1-card draw, right?
Oh, but there we see Suntra's affecting the Graveyard Advantage, but it was Ash Blossomed, and Batuan is going to scoop it there. He only drew Joel and Lockbird for turn. It's not going to be enough. Kyle is taking this game after some technical difficulties and a little bit of washiness. We were able to get there with Ryziel Fiendsmith. Congratulations, Kyle.
Definitely a scream there from the crowd. People very excited to see the end of this duel because just like you were patiently waiting at home, they were patiently waiting here, standing by on the stage, but just did a great job, both these duels. And you can see Batuan, he's having a good time still, and even being X2 in the tournament still gives you a chance at getting over there to day 2, of course, so hopefully we'll see more of him. I'd love to see some more Black Wings on the field, but again, Kyle taking it.
That's the other best thing about playing a deck that you know and a deck that you love is even when you're losing, you're like, I'm having a good time. I'm summoning Black Wings, man. You see me complaining? It's a great time.
I can hear chants of buy more Black Wings from old heads around the crowd there. Just how old you're going to joke. Just good stuff, good stuff. But again, they are signing the Sacred Slip on the stage there, so hopefully we'll be able to hear from our winners soon. But really just cool stuff. And we got that little featured match in between, right?
Yeah.
We got to see
a little bit
Rescue
of
Ace.
a little bit of Rescue Ace.
Yeah,
it's a good time.
It's good stuff. It's so cool, though, to see how far we've come, right? We've had all these decks. You know, think about across the year.
Yeah.
Yubel came back, and man, has this been like Yubel year. We've had so much that we saw from the Shining Sarcophagus strategy. Dark Magician came back. Exodia came back. Black Wings came back. And Black Wings, hey, they didn't win on this match. But again, Batuan didn't get to this stage by losing. He got to the stage by winning again and again and again. So, again, just inspirational for sure and shows you how many different decks you could play.
Yep, and it just also shows, too, like, everything is up for grabs. Like, everything is available to you. You might not even think about some of the cards that can win you games, but they exist. In the future, we're going to get new Blue Eyes support, and it's going to be life-changing for a lot of players I know.
Oh my goodness, Valentine's Day, I cannot wait. I have my exact plans laid out, and it's getting those 3 decks.
My true love, Blue Eyes, White Dragon, Seto Kaiba, couldn't say it better himself.
Her name is Kisara. But jokes aside,
She has
again, we
eyes
are
of-
really excited for the format, not only currently, but to come, because we're seeing these little bits of previews of all the great stuff that we have to come like in the future.
Yeah.
It's just so much great Yu-Gi-Oh! And that's what I'm really here for. I mean, this is the best seat in the house. You watching at home, you understand, you just get to chill back and watch great Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game duels.
Nothing is better than shiny cardboard being slung on 2 sides of a table. I'm there all day.
Good stuff. But I think, speaking of good stuff, it's about time to hear from our winner and hear how they got through that match. Kyle did some great stuff. So you ready to throw it to the stage?
Yep, let's go ahead and see what Steve Kangas and Kyle have to say.
Kyle, after your victorious feature match, congratulations on that. First off, is this your first feature match or have you been on the stage before?
This is the first YCS I've ever been to. So.
First YCS you've ever been to. Okay. Got a reaction from the crowd right there. Representing Fresno. So what was it like then, being on stage at your first ever YCS?
It was pretty nerve-wracking at first, but then the actual area is really open, so I was like, this is fine. This is fine, yeah.
We've heard from other people saying that the big difference is it's quiet up here. What would you say the biggest difference for you was being on stage compared to out in the crowd?
Having room to move my elbows. So actually being able to move is 100% the difference for sure.
You don't think about that when you're with everybody else in the pod.
Like this, but up here you can actually like move your arms and stuff. So.
Well, your opponent is notable in Europe. He's been on feature matches over there. He was talking about that before coming up on stage. A lot of people had already kind of guessed what he was playing. Did you have any hint that he was on Black Wings, of all things?
Not until I saw his extra deck sleeves. And then I was like, maybe it's Black Wings. But it was kind of out of nowhere until he activated Black Roland, and I was like, oh, okay. He actually is playing Black Wings. So.
How comfortable were you with that matchup? Like, we saw you reading a lot of cards. Were you trying to refamiliarize yourself? Did you have any experience against it?
I've had basically none. It's a little before I started playing. So Black Wings were just like, I had no idea. So I knew what Black Whirlwind did, but I didn't know what anything else did. So I was lost, but we got there, so.
Navigated it well regardless. I'm going to give you one opportunity to give any shout-outs that you have for anybody watching at home for your first YCS winning on the feature match.
I want to give a shout-out to my teammates, Jay Ming and GF3. Shout-out Henry at HP. Shout-out Joey for letting me use his Chaos Angel. He's a GOAT. And shout-out to my squad here. Brandon, you're sick.
All right, shout-out to all the homies. Thank you so much for coming on. Congratulations on the win. We're going to throw it back to the casters.
Oh, that's amazing. Great job again, Kyle. You all killed it. I love seeing a fellow Cali player winning at a tournament in a game that I love.
Just good stuff. Again, like the energy in this room is incredible. You've got duelists who really want to see other people succeed.
Yeah.
It's not like, yes, there could only be one champion of YCS Anaheim, but this is a community of people that work together to figure new cards out, new combos, new strategies. And speaking of which, we've got some new cards for you if you've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Mastel. Oh my goodness, that update? Like, for real. Let's take a look here.
Yeah, not only did we have the newest update that happened just a few days ago, introducing White Forest and Dragoon of all things, we also have things like the Sledge Pass Geas of Light, which gave us the Shining Sarcophagus cards. All those really powerful things that little Yugi used against Big Otem at the ending of the original Duel Monsters season.
Yeah.
Iconic.
Just some great stuff. Like, honestly, when this set dropped, people know I'm a big anime fan, but, like, there's so much you can do, particularly with that, and I hope that now that we've got the new patch and even more cards have been added to Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, people are taking advantage of the fact that Red Eye's Dark Dragoon is back, and you see that Gander G, the Dragon of Destruction? There's so many combos you could do with that, destroying your opponent's entire field, banishing all their cards, special summoning powerful monsters, whether it's something like Silent Magician Zero, or maybe your Dark Magician again, and grabbing that Secrets of Dark Magic. Again, Master Duel has some galaxy-level combo, like, just insane stuff. So hopefully you're taking advantage of that, and hey, just more power to you if you're doing some good Master Duel action.
I know, I'll take advantage of it when I get home and play Runic White Forest on the ladder. Woohoo!
Got it. Good stuff, good stuff. Well, here's the thing. Well, we want to thank you again for your patience. We know that was kind of a difficult round for technical difficulties, but I think it was definitely worth it. There was just some incredible stuff.
Oh, yeah.
But now that things are working, we got to take a quick little break here, but we'll be right back for round 8.
See you.
What's up, everybody? Steve Kangas live at YCS Anaheim, and we're at the convention center floor, so let's go meet some of the duelists. I'm live on the show floor with Tyler Pfeiffer, UDS champion from 2019 Winter. How's your YCS experience going so far on registration day?
It's fun. I always get to hang out with my friends and everything, so I think it's cool to show up a day early, we're in Anaheim, so having a good time.
Did you fly in? Where are you from originally?
From Reno. We flew in today. We just got here and have been hanging out. We showed up a little bit late. We're going to get some food tonight, maybe a Brazilian steakhouse or something. I'm trying to talk my friends into it, but they're all broke, so.
All right, we'll see if we can get them to go with you. How are you feeling about the tournament? Are you coming here to win? Or are you coming here to have fun? What's your intentions for this YCS?
I don't know. I've been playtesting a lot, so my intentions are to win, but you just gotta play the cards as they're dealt. I'm hoping to win. I've been playtesting this format that we're going into for a while, so we'll see how it goes. I mean, I'm not super in the loop still. I got a lot of stuff going on in my life, so yeah.
And a new set just dropped. Malice, Ryziel. What do you think is going to be the deck to beat at this event?
I think it's going to be Ryziel for sure. I think Malice is also a really good deck. I was playtesting both of them. I think that Malice is definitely harder to play, so I think that a lot of people are going to make mistakes with that deck. People are obviously going to play it great too, but I think Ryziel will shine better just because it's a little more simple and I don't know, it's very mid-ranged, fun deck. I think it's just really good.
All right, ease of execution, right? Well, thank you so much, Tyler. Best of luck this weekend, man. Yeah. I have Kevin here. Kevin, how many YCSs have you attended so far?
This will be my 4th one. So I've traveled to a couple, but this will be my 4th one. I am native to California, so excited to be back in my home state for sure.
That's awesome. I'm newer to YCSs. If it's one of my first time or anybody else's first time at a YCS, what should they check out?
You should absolutely check out all of the vendors. All of the vendors have really good accessibility to cards that your local area may not have. And absolutely, the first thing I always recommend is check out some side events. It doesn't matter if you do well, you do poorly, as long as you get to meet some new people and play the card game that we all love, that's all that really matters.
What are you here to play in?
I'm here to play in the main event, so I'm here to compete in the YCS and hopefully get my first top cut in the YCS for sure.
All right, how confident are you feeling with your deck choice?
I'm honestly feeling pretty confident. We have a really good testing group. We've theoried a lot. We've came to a really good conclusion, and now it's just time to play the cards.
All right, Kevin, you said earlier that you are a fan of the anime, so I'm going to put you on the spot here. Who's your favorite anime character?
My favorite anime character is Callan Kessler from 5Ds. We love a guy who plays Infernities.
Can you give us an impression, one of his voice lines from the anime? Otherwise, somebody else from the anime that you got.
Oh, gosh. I don't know if I can do a Callan one, but I guess for Callan, it'd be like, you say it's time to duel! And then he jumps off, like, the mountain on his motorcycle, breaks the mountain, I don't know how, with the bike, and then, yeah, he shadow duels.
Classic anime moment. Thank you very much, Kevin. Best of luck this weekend.
Good.
Live at the Convention Center floor with Joel. Joel, how's your YCS weekend going?
It's going really well today. Meeting plenty of friends, plenty of new faces here. Always good to go ahead and hang around here over at Cali.
Are you local to Cali, or did you have to travel in?
I had to travel in a couple hours early in the morning, but it was worth it from Portland, Oregon.
Well, welcome to California. You said you're meeting some friends. Have you gotten a chance to duel ahead of the event?
Not yet, actually. I'm just so worn out, but I was just watching people how the new cards work from the current set, so.
Who you got, Ryziel or Malice? That's the discussion going on right now. Which one's better?
I think that might be Ryziel. I just got some people over here. They've had experience with the deck and tried to play test it all day today, and they got all of the cards, and it looks like a pretty powerful deck.
So how confident are you that you could beat the Ryziel deck with what you brought this weekend?
I'm playing Tenpai, so going second. Let's go.
Fair enough. Well, I see the shirt you're wearing. 5Ds fan, I assume. Can you give me a 5Ds voice line for the audience back home?
Let's rev it up.
Thank you very much, Joel. Have a good weekend. I have Robert here with me. Welcome to YCS. How's the weekend going for you?
It's going great. We flew in this afternoon, and it's been going good. I'm excited for tomorrow.
Where'd you fly in from, and who's we? Do you have a friends group here?
I have a buddy over here playing a game, but we both flew in from Washington, like southern Washington. It's only like a 2-hour flight.
Okay, not too far. Still West Coast, so you don't have to get used to the time zone or anything. So you have a friend here. Do the two of you play together?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And how many YCSs together have you been to?
2.
Only 2? Okay. So is this the second one?
Yeah.
How are you feeling about your chances then, if this is your second experience, second time going through the gauntlet?
I feel pretty good. I recently got my first couple regional tops. I feel pretty confident going into it. I did a lot of playtesting for it, so.
Yeah, how did playtesting go? Because it's a brand new format, new decks coming in from Crossover Breakers. So how confident are you in the deck that you chose to play this weekend?
I'm very confident in it. It's it plays well into multiple kinds of hand traps. Plays good amount of non-engine. I'm happy with it. So.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Well, thank you so much. Best of luck going into the weekend.
Thank you.
I'll see you around. All right, we're live on the Anaheim Convention Center floor with Luke. Luke, welcome to the YCS. How's the YCS experience going?
It's been awesome. I literally walked in, no line, registered. It's been sick, man. It's like, you usually have to wait for like an hour. It's great. Walked right up.
And you said that you've been to a lot of YCSs. How many YCSs in total would you say that you have been to, if you had to guess?
I'd say 30 or 40, which means that my turnover rate is awful.
How many have you topped at?
2. This will be 3 this weekend, right?
This weekend. Why are you confident this weekend?
Because I've been grinding this deck. One of the new decks been grinding it, so we're going all the way.
Okay, so the new decks, Ryziel, Malice, I'm not going to make you out it, but what's your opinion in general of what you expect to see the field play, and what do you think the popular ones are going to be this weekend?
I think the most popular is going to be Ryziel. I think on a base level, it's easier to play. But I think that it does have a pretty high ceiling, and I think that it's just like, it does what it does. Ryziel, it puts up these really cool rank 4s. It does that every game, And Malice is a little bit harder. It has like different lines that you can go higher, your ceiling can go higher, but it also is just a lot easier to mess up and just be interrupted. Yeah, so Ryzel's the way. That's what I'm playing. I outed myself.
All right, yeah. Outed himself. Hopefully none of your opponents see that. All right, so I got to ask, are you a fan of the anime? Everyone here plays the card game, but are you a fan of the anime?
I've seen like half of the anime, so I do like the anime. Yeah, I like it.
That's a lot of the anime.
Yeah,
can you give me, who's your favorite character, and can you give me and the audience at home an impression of one of their iconic voice lines?
I don't know any iconic voice lines. Okay, my toxic trait is I like Jack Alice.
That's not toxic. He's the real hero.
He's sick, man. What's a line? If you can give me a line, I'll say it. I don't know. I say he's my favorite, and then I have no idea.
All right, let's think of an easier one then.
All right.
Can you give a Joey line?
Oh, my favorite thing Joey ever has said is, he says in like one of the first episodes, look at that squirrel! And he says, squirrel in like a really New York accent, man. That's my favorite thing Joey's ever said.
I don't recall that moment. I'm going to have to look it up.
Look it up. Look it up. It's the best.
All right, thank you, Luke, for taking the time. Best of luck. In the Shadow Duelist Season 2, a new duelist joined the fray.
Axel is a rock star with some serious shred.
It sounds like you just finished a concert. You were given the call time, right? You knew when you were supposed to be here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was my worldwide tour not important? Am I here? Am I ready to play?
The clues were a little harder to decipher this time around. You might say Axel's childhood was just peachy.
Peachy.
I don't know about that one.
For some of our eagle-eared fans, the voice was a dead giveaway.
Proceed with extreme caution, duelists. This mask has the ultimate rock and roll genius.
Axel, if you would please remove your mask.
Who? Who could it be? No way!
What? WWE superstar Xavier Woods.
This time, the Shadow Duelist didn't just watch the event, he got in on the action.
Xavier, I'm hearing a note that you were actually given some insight into Yu-Gi-Oh! And you've been preparing for this match.
I like decks that I can just regenerate stuff from my graveyard. I just want to be annoying.
So here's the funny thing. Dimension Shifter is this notorious card that just annoys everybody. So you want to be annoying? This is the card for you. But with Xavier getting a little help, it was anyone's guess which way the match would go.
Xavier's thinking, processing all the potential moves.
Ooh. He has the Max C. You said you liked to banish cards. This will make sure.
I do. I like to banish. Put him where I want him.
Kaito might be shaking right now.
This is stressful.
Welcome to Yu-Gi-Oh! Xavier Woods.
What is this wind down conversation? It's not done yet.
I just want us to be honest about the situation. There are 6 monsters on Kaito's field. Congratulations, Kaito, at the 2-0.
You know what, Kaito? Kaito, you earned it. You earned it. Congratulations, Kaito.
So how'd you feel, honest opinion, stepping into this finals match?
I felt crazy. Going through 400 people, and they're the best one, then I'm coming in, hey, I'm gonna beat you. I've been on this game for a couple of weeks. Let me school you something, kid.
You were bested, which means that your opponent will be earning that mask.
It's gorgeous. Boom.
Beautiful.
I put a little message for him.
I'll get you next time.
Smiley face, great job. I'll get you next time, yes.
Love
and
it.
this is a shaking fist coming with that. I want each and every single one of you to know that I love you, Gio.
Yes, yes.
But the mystery isn't over. Stay tuned, because the Shadows have more secrets to be revealed.
Welcome back, everyone. We're here in beautiful, sunny California. That's right. We're in Anaheim, California for the last YCS of the 2024 calendar year. Man, it has been a day. We've seen some exciting decks. Sprite going 5-0. They're actually still at table 1 right now, just to give you an update. You recall? Oh, yeah, it's Voiceless Voice for Sprite at table 1. That isn't going to be our feature match here. But let's go ahead and take a look at the Bounty Duelist now that we're through 6 rounds of Swiss. You want to take a stab at that?
Yeah, so it looks like we have a few players on the left side in double-digit points. We have Asala with 12 points, Mario with 12, so presumably they're both still in contention. Landon with 18 points. He's actually going to be one of our feature match players in just a little bit. How does the right side look, Billy?
Aditya, so our NAWCQ champion, at 16 points, in it to win it still. Yuta at 12 points, and the other 3 not going to be collecting their booster packs for the remainder of the day. Well, Yuan might still be playing, so he still has booster packs to win, as well as Caesar, who's still also playing as well. But Donovan looks like he was done after that first round there. But, you know, excellent for a Bounty Duelist. You get to play throughout the weekend. You get some booster packs if you win. And then if you lose, your opponent's the one who gets those booster packs. But, you know, it's great to have some awesome duelists and recognize some of the players like Landon Oliver, who was able to win back-to-back YCSs in the Rage of the Abyss season here very recently. And now, as we mentioned, we saw him on our bonus feature match earlier, but he's going to be back here. Well, I don't want to spoil it. Kangas is here to do the intros for our players. We have a good one. We've been watching interesting decks, but now we have 2 of the best duelists on the entire planet facing off right here, right now. Kangas, who do we have for our round 7 feature match?
For our round 7 feature match, a battle of worldly proportions. From Aurora, Colorado, in the blue chair, one of your NA representatives at WCS 2024, Landon Oliver. And his opponent in the red chair from Reiskirchen, Germany, and returning once again to the feature match stage, Joshua Schmidt. Duelists are already on stage, so let's throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
All right, thank you so much, Kangas. This is going to be an exciting match. As we mentioned, we've been putting on all the cool decks that are doing well in this tournament. There are plenty of awesome decks undefeated. I mean, both these players are playing awesome decks in their own right, but this is just 2 Titans going at it here, both undefeated in a later round of the tournament. It doesn't get much better than this when you're going into a YCS and wanting to see some of the best top-notch competition.
Absolutely. There's no way we could have passed up on a Landon versus Joshua match this late into the tournament. Both of these players 6-0. Both of these players hoping to get that 7th victory and really set themselves up for a guaranteed spot tomorrow in day 2.
Yeah, definitely. And mentioning 6 is the number of combined YCS wins these players do have. Joshua Schmidt sitting at 4 YCS wins. Landon Oliver recently becoming a YCS champion, and then winning the very next YCS he played in. So he went from 0 to 2 wins just like that. And now they're going to be facing off against each other. Both of these duelists did compete at the World Championship this past year in Seattle. Josh was in the Master Duel portion, while Landon played the TCG.
How does it feel to win 2 back-to-back after having been
on
the bubble for so long?
You know, I'll tell you, the second one feels unreal. Like, the whole time when you're in the top cut of the second one and you're winning around, you're like, okay, you know, this is all just feels like the cherry on top. Like, you're expecting your luck to turn, you know, to go sour. Like, I've been getting so lucky, but then all of a sudden you're just in the finals and you're like, well, I guess this is happening right now. It's very lucky. You definitely have to have some skill to get there at that point, but you have to have luck on your side. And that's exactly what Landon's going to be looking for, to have luck on his side as he takes on one of the titans of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, who's been winning for so long. I don't know how many worlds he's been to, 6, 7, maybe world championships.
All different kinds, too.
Oh, yeah,
not just the TCG.
Yeah, and he won the Master Duel World Championship, part of Team Snipe Hunters last year. But without further ado, let's jump into game number 1 of this awesome match we have here, round 7 of YCS Anaheim. All right, looks like they rolled 8, 8, 8. Let's see what Landon's gonna get. A 7. So it looks like Josh is going to elect to start this duel off between the USA versus Germany.
It looks like we see a copy of one of the Musketeer monsters, something that we saw just a little bit of when we featured Joshua in the first round. He also has spell cards, which are all of the Musketeers' #1 friends. This is Caspar.
All right, so he's going to use Fiend Smith Track in that same column as Caspar, as you mentioned, Joe. Let's see if Landon does have a response here.
Does look like he has a copy of Infinite Impermanence for the cast bar.
So that is going to resolve, so Caspar won't be able to get its effect, but Fiendsmith's Track will resolve, letting him add a Light Fiend to the hand, and then Josh will discard a card.
The Caspar would have allowed him to search Starfire. That is the other Musketeer monster in his deck.
All right, looks like Josh is going to add Fiendsmith's Engraver and discard a second copy of Fiendsmith's Track. So I guess potentially maybe to use the Engraver to get a third copy of Fiendsmith's Track to his hand. So he's going to link away the Light Fiend there to go into Fiendsmith's Requiem, then activate Requiem's effect to tribute to specials from the deck. And Landon has Mulcharmy Fualos.
That's a really important point to note when he activated that. He waited for the Requiem effect, so Josh was a little bit more invested into his play now. Now you see some players just drop Fualos in the standby phase, but we watch here Landon already 6-0 into this tournament, understanding how to sequence his plays to maximize the damage of Fualos.
Yeah, you got to wait for those opportune moments to actually activate the card. Okay, so the chain does resolve, so he's moving on just to trying to decide if he wants to go for an Engraver or a Lacrima. It looks like he is just going to summon the Engraver out of his hand.
Wow, so that's a way to stop the draw.
That's
a somewhat
cool.
painful way, but a way nevertheless.
That's cool. I like it. Neat stuff. Josh always finding the workarounds here, but only leaves him with 2 cards in his hand. I mean, his hand definitely not an ideal start for him, having multiple copies of Fiendsmith's Track. And then he's just going to pass with Engraver in defense mode.
Wow.
Fualos really shutting down Josh's turn here. I mean, also maybe not having the strongest opening hand to begin with.
He has a copy of the Effect Veiler, and it looked like a Ghost Ogre. This is the absolute last thing that Joshua wanted to see, which is first action Pot of Desires. Because if Joshua was hoping to play a game where both players just had a lot of hand interactions and then potentially grind through the Fiendsmith engine to eventually win, Pot of Desires is just going to give Landon too many resources for Joshua to be able to compete against.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, as long as you don't banish anything too crazy off those top 10 cards, Pot of Desires basically looks like Pot of Greed if you squint hard enough. And now the first move here from Landon is going to be Extraziel. So he can special summon from his hand and sends a card from the extra deck to the graveyard. It's just like Cyber Dragon, where you just kind of special summon into the field. It's not like an effect that activates in the hand. That's something to know.
He's sending Aggregator to the graveyard.
Yep, Aggregator, as we mentioned, is going to protect his Extraziel from being stopped by something like Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring.
Special, yeah.
He's going to grab Sword Raziel, special summon Sword Raziel, and then activate Sword Raziel's effect. That's going to add Ice Raziel to the hand.
And he still has his normal summon. Both of those were special summon effects. And of course, that allow him now to summon Ice Raziel as a normal summon if he chooses to do so. He may first decide to make an overlay play. He has a lot of different options here. He actually looks like he has a copy of Plug in his hand as well. Even if Josh has something like a Nibiru at some point in this turn, he's going to be able to refuel the field.
The deck. Oh, my God.
All right, now overlay. Let's see if he's going to go straight into Duo Driver Detonator. And it looks like it's Detonator here first. So he's going to activate Detonator's effect to attach the Aggregator from the graveyard as a material to Detonator.
I think the read here is he assumed the only reason that Joshua would pass that way is if he has Nibiru in hand. So he's just going to elect to play around Nibiru. I can't imagine he puts another monster on the field. He probably sees that he has, looks like an Infinite Impermanence in hand, Detonator's interactions plus the Aggregator, plus having a copy of Plug-in already. So if the Detonator is removed from the field, he can just refuel. Yeah, this is exactly what he's doing. He's reading the Nibiru, or it's actually not even there, but he's reading a potential Nibiru in hand as to why Joshua would be willing to pass with the play that he made the previous turn.
Yeah, at least just hedging his bets. Not doing more than he has to, knowing that he has so many more cards than Josh. But we saw Josh in round number 1 when he got that first round feature match, that even with few cards he had, he's still able to make a pretty big board. Thanks to cards like, I mean, there is one Magical Musketeer that's quite good against 3 spell and trap cards, and that's going to be Max from the extra deck if he can find a way to get to it.
Now we see Requiem, this time actually summoning from the deck.
The Master Duel World Champion thinking about what he wants. He gets Lacrima, the Crimson Tears. All right, it looks like this is going to prompt Landon to chain Detonator, targeting Lacrima to destroy it, and then he's going to chain Infinite Permanence, so he won't be able to send a Fiendsmith card to the graveyard.
Which would have possibly been Paradise?
Potentially, or an Engraver, another light fiend of some sort.
Well, with the Engraver and Graveyard, I have to imagine it would have been Fiendsmith and Paradise.
Josh contemplating his options, low on cards, but not hope. Is this a third copy of Fiendsmith's Tract?
I think it is. I think you drew that for turn, which would be quite impressive.
Tough to draw 3 copies of that. Having to summon an Engraver from your hand, but looks like he's thinking about using the Engraver in the graveyard first, but...
I won't go back in.
All right, not going back in the deck. Gonna make sure it's all shuffled and randomized, and passes it back. He's hoping Landon maybe sticks along that same game plan where he's not investing too many monsters in the field, and he might be able to survive this turn. We'll have to see if that's going to be the case, but Landon knows that's what Josh is trying to do, and he's going to keep the pressure up. He has that Ice Ray Zeal he got in his hand for the follow-up on the previous turn, and Josh is going to meet that with an Effect Veiler.
And if you respected Nibiru on the first turn, you're sure to assume that he's going to respect it here on the second turn.
On res? Okay, Lacrima effect.
All right, now in an open game state, Josh is going to use the quick effect of Lacrima in the graveyard to shuffle itself back. The special summon Link Fiendsmith monster. That's going to bring back Fiendsmith Requiem to the field. And Fiendsmith Requiem has a quick effect during the main phase. It contributes itself to special summon out that Lacrima. So now Lacrima is going to try and activate its effect again to send a Fiendsmith card from the deck to the graveyard. Let's see if Landon has a response. Let's see if he does basically the same thing. He could just still have Detonator plus an Infinite Permanence.
Looks like his hand is actually 2 copies of Mulcharmies. I believe full Velos. I don't think he's playing any other Mulchar. No, he actually is playing Perulia in his main deck as well.
All right, so he's going to chain the Detonator. That's going to destroy Lacrima. The Crimson Tears. Effect still resolves, destroyed but not negated. I know that's a popular concept among duelists to talk about on the internet.
Yeah.
All the way back to Mystical Space Typhoon.
Landon's just double-checking Fiendsmith and Paradise, so we can do the same. The point here that really matters is that if Landon were to special summon a monster, because Fiendsmith and Paradise is in the graveyard, Fiendsmith and Paradise could be banished, which would then allow Joshua to send a Fiendsmith monster from his deck or extra deck to the graveyard. Presumably that would be Desiree, which would then allow him to send a card on the field to the graveyard. Which is one way of getting around Detonator's protection effect.
Ooh, we see a quarter-century Secret Air Bonfire coming down. Love the way it looks. That's going to add extra zeal to the hand.
We're only on 1 summon. And again, although Joshua doesn't have Nibiru, Landon is going to play as if he does.
Yeah, when you're in such a commanding position, you really just want to play around like the only thing that could be detrimental to your play. May make the game go on a little bit longer, but that's also the balance. You got to find out if you give them time, will they be able to come back? Or if you have enough resources where no matter how much time you're going to give them, you're still going to be able to control the game. That's where the mid-range to combo strategies vary. And Raziel is one of those decks where you can play it like a mid-range deck or you can kind of go all out. But it looks like Abyss Dweller is going to be coming down here from Landon.
So, wow, if he activates the Fiendsmith and Paradise, the Abyss Dweller is just going to be changed and it's going to shut off a potential Desiree effect.
If you're a Raziel player out here watching this right now and want to know tips on how to play this matchup, here you go. Landon's giving them to you for free right now. When you see that Fiendsmith in Paradise, as Joe said, the next move is Dweller. That will protect you from Desiree as you can chain the Dweller to the Paradise. Smart stuff from Landon all over.
I think a lot of players would have been tempted to go into Duo Drive because that's just typically when you're able to resolve that, one of your best pathway to victory. But no, Abyss Dweller really here is the ideal play. It also means that if you weren't considering Abyss Dweller as a rank 4 to put into your deck, it absolutely should be slotted in, especially if the Fiendsmith and Paradise interaction is going to continue to be a popular part of the format.
Definitely. And more to your point from earlier, he did summon 1, 2, 3, 4 times and then went to battle phase as well. So not too many summons here to play into something like Nibiru, but enough to play around the cards that Josh currently has. Unfortunately, I mean, Josh is doing the best he can with what he's got. You know, drawing 3 copies of Fiendsmith's Tract is not where you want to be. It does look like he drew a Magical Musketeer.
And he does have a spell card still.
And the Detonator only has 1 material. Okay, but Josh using the Engraver effect before Abyss Dweller can be activated. I mean, it could have been activated, but he noticed that Lena didn't do it right away. So now he's trying to take advantage of that fact. Smart moves here from Josh.
Yeah, on rest, I will activate.
Now I have to imagine he's going to summon what looks like... It's hard to tell which Musketeer he has in hand. With a Spell or Trap card, he would be able to activate the Musketeer Max's effect to special summon from the deck as well.
That's what I say. You can never count Josh out. Even when things just look so grim, he always he doesn't give up. He finds a way.
I'll always think back to that turn where he was able to put Desiree in every Link monster that the Fiendsmith engine has on the field.
Try to enter battle.
All right, so going to the battle phase, going to try and clean up the board, making sure there's not a water material under Abyss Dweller. But going to take out the node Raziel here.
That is important because we know that Landon, at least from our perspective, we know that he doesn't have any follow-up in his hand.
Yeah.
I think he still actually has the plug-in set, though, from earlier, if I was correct with what I saw. He does have some degree of follow-up on the following turn if Joshua was able to find a way of getting around Detonator.
Yeah, in phase 2. Starfire.
All right, normal summons Magical Musketeer Starfire.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, these Musketeers matter. People always talk about there's only a few of them, but they make all the difference. And it's just like if there's just a few Kashtira monsters, it can make a lot of difference. The Magical Musketeers being Light Fiends is huge. Max is huge. These cards are really good. I mean, there's a reason why it won that EU YCS in Bologna just a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I've seen plenty of the Fiendsmith Kashtira variation over the course of the last few weeks. Not as much of the Musketeers, but just seeing how much of a grind game that the additional light Fiends give you has really convinced me that really this Musketeer package may be, and that's tough for me to say as someone who really likes the Kashtira cards.
For sure. I mean, this is where you've seen it. Max is coming out right now. Since Landon does have a Spell or Trap, he can special summon a Magical Musketeer from the deck, unless Landon has...
First or the second one? The one that summons for your back row.
Just clarifying, because otherwise he would be able to search for a couple Spell or Trap cards. Of course, we know they're not in his deck. But Landon does ask just to verify what effect is being activated, because it is true that the Musketeer Max does have multiple effects. But it is, in fact, the effect that's going to allow him to special summon another Musketeer from his deck. Probably going to be another copy of Starfire, because he didn't activate Starfire itself earlier.
Tell me more how Yu-Gi-Oh! Just ends in one turn. This is what I'm talking about. This is so good. Love it when two excellent duelists face off against each other. The matches are they're complex, they're smart. The biggest thing is neither player is giving up based on how they drew. A lot of people defeat themselves before they even try and play a game because it's not the hand that they want. They're like, oh, I'm not going to win this game. I drew bad. But the best players work with what they have.
Joshua found a way of creating the illusion of Nibiru that actually may have bought him this turn. Because that opening play of just passing with Fiendsmith Engraver on field with two-hand interactions, which he actually still has one of the Ghost Ogre, gave off the impression of Nibiru that Landon has respected for the entirety of this game. Looks like we're going to see Engraver and Max be sent away as link material for Little Knight.
Okay, that's a good one.
SP effect.
SP Little Knight's going to banish Detonator, so imagine this will prompt Landon to chain. Josh has already used his battle phase, so no worries there.
So he'll probably destroy.
Either way, I think
tough.
Josh just takes SP and whatever he targets out of the equation and uses SP to banish them both until the end phase, potentially.
Yeah, so Landon can force the interaction if he wants, as opposed to giving Joshua the option. And I think it just makes sense to do that, to force this interaction, as opposed to give Joshua the opportunity to potentially do something else.
Or he's going to get that material off of Dweller by targeting the Dweller, so his Fiendsmiths in Paradise will be back online on the following turn. Genius.
Absolutely.
Genius. Yeah. It looked like he had, once again, I told you, it's just like round one. It looks like Josh doesn't have much going for him, but he finds a way to clear the board up and has multiple interactions during his opponent's turn. This is what defines greatness.
He still has the SP Little Knight, too.
Yes, it's so multiple interactions from almost nothing. It's literally how I feel every time I played against Josh. It's just like, it's just relentless, like so good.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. Like, you just target the Little Knight to force the Little Knight to activate and potentially, obviously it can save itself, but it forces it. Now he's in this nightmare scenario where the Abyss Dweller is banished and, as you just mentioned, lost that material. So it was plug-in set that whole time.
So on the other side, though, Landon is an excellent duelist. He's not going to go away quietly. He is going to activate Raziel plug-in to special summon Sword from the graveyard.
I think he has Fuwalos in hand, and I think the fact that it's a level 4 might end up mattering on this following turn.
That's right. Raziel Duo Drive is generic as opposed to Detonator, which requires multiple, but he's going to also be able to use the Sword to add Ice, which is one of the strongest follow-up cards you can have.
That's going to be his normal summon then.
Yep. Dweller is coming back. The Magical Musketeer, Starfire, returns to the field.
I wonder if Joshua is going to be able to use Little Knight and the Ghost Ogre in his hand in combination. Maybe shut Landon off of having 2 level 4s on the field.
Potentially. I mean, this is what's great about watching two amazing duelists play. Like, you just don't know who has the edge until it's all over and said and done. Normal summon Ice, no effect.
I wonder if that Pot of Desires banished a bunch of his targets. Yeah, that's exactly what Joshua is checking right now.
How many is he missing? What can be banished? Does he just not want to play into SP Little Knight? Like, what is Landon thinking is what's going through Josh's head. Josh is thinking what's Landon's thinking, and Landon's thinking what is Josh thinking. Beautiful to watch in action. I love it when two excellent duelists face off on the dueling field.
And Ice can summon any Raziel from deck, so it's particularly interesting there because, you know, some of the other ones restricted to Pyros or Thunders. That's not the case with Ice. The decision not to activate the effect was really solely just to be able to attack over that Little Knight and not give Joshua the opportunity to use Little Knight's effect to essentially protect itself.
Indeed, and that is exactly what he's doing. Taking a page out of Josh's book, going straight into the battle phase just like Josh did last turn, attacking over the SP Little Knight. I don't think any of these are big enough to attack over Starfire, though.
Important to note that he still has Joshua, the Fiendsmith in Paradise.
Oh, he does have still have some interaction. What is Starfire's defense? Let me look it up. 1,700. Yeah, that's going to be big enough. But it looks like Landon goes into Detonator. Detonator's effect's going to activate targeting Aggregator to try and equip it. Josh chains Fiendsmith in Paradise to try and send.
Yep, he's going to send the Desiree to the graveyard, and then Desiree does not destroy. It sends, so Desiree is going to be able to deal with the Detonator.
So he's going to use Desiree to put Max back in the extra deck just in case he wants to summon it again later on, and that's going to send the Detonator to the graveyard. Very important that it sends since the Detonator has that built-in destruction protection for Xyz monsters.
Unfortunately for Landon, he's just stuck with an Abyss Dweller with some Ultra Armies in hand. And now this is where the grind game is just going to come into play.
This is so good. I love it. I love watching this matchup. These two decks go at it. I mean, this was like one of the questions going into this weekend. How will the decks that did well just a couple weeks ago at the EU YCS fare going into the crossover breakers decks? And Josh is saying pretty well, as long as it's piloted correctly. This is still the game where he drew 3 Fiendsmith's track.
This is amazing, too, because I was even thinking for a second, this is multiple turns ago, I had this thought of, do you banish the Fiendsmith in Paradise to one of those earlier special summons just to force out the Abyss Dweller activation on Landon's turn so that then on your turn you can bait it out a second time and just kind of eat through both of the activations? Josh was like, no, I'm just going to SP Little Knight it eventually. Don't you worry. That Fiendsmith in Paradise is going to matter 2 turns from now when I transition into the grind game.
You can only summon 1 Requiem per turn, but you can use the effect multiple.
Yep, so Josh was clarifying something that actually came up earlier when we watched Fiendsmith. You can only summon Requiem once per turn, but you can activate its effect more than once per turn, and if you're able to special summon it during the end phase because of Lacrima, you're actually ultimately able to activate 2 effects during your upcoming turn.
Smart stuff. Heads up plays here from Josh. Landon had control of the game, but kind of sitting on the back burner now. And then here it is, that third copy of Fiendsmith's track that's been sitting in his hand for quite some time. He's going to send Fabled Lurie. Fabled Lurie is going to special summon itself.
Yep, Joshua does in fact play Lurie. We haven't really seen that up until now. Not that he wouldn't play it, but does just confirm that for the viewers. I
Yeah,
wonder
if he had 3 Fiends Distract in his deck with
Yeah,
no Fabled
I
Luring,
know.
I'm out. I'm out on that. It could be the case, though. You never know. Because we haven't seen him use Track to get access to Engraver.
I wonder how confident Josh is on the 2 cards in Landon's hand.
I mean, I'm feeling like he almost probably has to have a read on them at this point because they've just been sitting there for so long.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he doesn't have a read on it as he's going here, attack.
Main 2?
And main 2, we're gonna find out what those cards are in his hand, I think. Oh, nope. He's just going to, maybe he wants to chain a sequence to guarantee a draw. If it is, in fact, Koalas.
It is. He has 2 copies of it, though.
So he could just chain both to the sequence effect?
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
It might be Perilia because he's not using them here.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Yeah, it looks
He
like they
would've
might be.
activated it.
Can't really tell when they're quarter century secret in the hand.
Yeah, it is a little bit hard to tell.
So Desiree comes down. Those get linked away for Fiendsmith. I gotta look at it every time I say it, otherwise I'm gonna mess up the name. Agnum Day.
Agnum Day is now going to special summon back out the Desiree, equipped it, giving it piercing, giving it an additional attack boost. Sequence comes out, so now it can't be affected by card effects.
Or can't be targeted. Yep.
Specifically by card effects, yeah, of course. Doesn't need that additional.
Gains plenty of attack points thanks to the Agnum Day. And now Josh has taken control of the driver's seat of this game. That did not look like it was going well for him. But here we go. We see the normal summon of the Mulcharmy.
I think that is Perilia, though.
It is.
I mean,
Fualos,
yeah.
it's Wind.
So I'm surprised he didn't activate it last turn then.
Probably decided just to hold it because if it got met by something like Ash Blossom, he would be down a level 4, and he's just going straight into Typhon here.
I think his hand is 3 of them, though. Like, take a look at his hand.
That's going to be met by Ghost Ogre. Can he target it? What does sequence say? Does it give it? Oh, it gives the effect to Desiree.
Oh, yes.
Yep, that's what it is. Yep.
Yeah, these players knew that instantly, but yeah, it is an important thing to know, just the nature in which Typhon works.
Yeah, I'm never going to... I would always trust these guys to know what's going on. Now, Agnum Day coming out again.
Yep.
And
but it is activate with Typhoon.
And now he's going to shuffle back the sequence to summon back Engraver. You can send the Engraver for Requiem. We're really just seeing the grind game, as you mentioned, how it just keeps on going. How many turns is this, by the way? Everyone says the games are over in 1 turn, and there's Fualos met by an Ash Blossom. The game just keeps getting better and better. These duelists are just both at the top of their game right now, and it's just incredible to watch.
Yeah, regardless of that Typhoon interaction, I think Joshua's just so far ahead at this point.
You're at 73?
Yeah.
I mean, he has a lot of damage. If the Agnum Day can summon the Desiree... Oh, the Desiree got returned from Typhon, so he's going to have to go into sequence if he wanted to get to that again. So he's going to equip to Lacrima of the Crimson Tears. That's a Fiend plus a monster equipped. So that's Necro-equipped Princess.
Battle phase? Yeah.
So he's going to go battle.
Okay. Yep. 18. Yep.
So that's 38. So that's going to leave Landon with 3,500 life points, I believe.
And now we have special summon back Engraver.
Another 18, I believe.
Plus the boost
of
24.
And that's enough.
18, rather. Yeah,
that's 42, yep.
42.
And Josh takes game number 1 against Landon, despite going second, despite having 3 copies of Fiendsmith Track. And he did it the way I did it with Ringboard Tingu, where he opened 2 of a card and then draw the 3rd one. Doesn't feel good, because usually when you have a bad hand and you draw a worse card, like, that can be mentally just defeating.
He went first. He, however, special summoned the Engraver from his hand.
Oh, that's right.
Under a Fualos and passed.
It felt like he went second.
It felt like he may have gone second there, but he actually went first, but was stymied by the Mulcharmy effect.
What an incredible game. 2 incredible duelists, 2 of the best playing in the room right now, facing off against each other. No other duelist has been able to beat them so far. They're both 5-0 in the tournament. Now Josh is up one game, but you see that stoic face. Just because you win one game, you can't get excited just yet. If you've played as much as Josh has, there's probably plenty of times where you win game 1, but games 2 and 3 aren't guaranteed. Even though it feels pretty good because it means at least in game number 3, you're going to get that chance to go first. But as you said, he went first in game number 1, and it was not an epic turn.
No, it really took a long time for the wheels to really start turning for his deck, but this really just shows you the power of that Scenesmith deck. If you're the type of person that wants to play these prolonged back and forth games where both players are down to just a few resources, but your deck has that inevitability, which I think the Fiendsmith cards really do provide, this might be the deck for you looking into this format.
Definitely. And Landon, man, he's already up for Player of the Year, Duelist of the Year at this point, as it just started. He already has won 2 YCSs. He's been doing well at many events leading up to the NAWCQ. I think he qualified through Worlds through the points playoffs, made it to the World Championship, did pretty well there, but definitely I think he wants to go back and get another chance at it. And, you know, these two, this might be the beginning of something in the future, you know. Josh tends to play the same people multiple times when he crosses their path. There was me many years ago, Jesse Cotton now in the finals, along with the rest of Team 7. Let's see how it plays out.
Maybe they'll play in the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, Josh said going into the tournament when he was talking with Kangas for the winners interview in round 1 that he wanted to play against Pac, but I bet Landon was also on his short list of duelists that he'd like to face off against in this tournament. But let's go ahead and jump into it. It's game 2 of YCS Anaheim round number 7. Landon will probably be starting things off for us here with his Raziel deck. Going to start things off with Bonfire.
Looks like he unfortunately drew one of the Mulcharmies. I couldn't tell exactly which one, which is presumably there because he has a copy of Crossout Designator, so he wants to keep those in the deck as a crossout target.
And then Ash Blossom is going to be hit by Crossout Designator. Bonfire Crossout, good start. But what other interactions may lay in wait in Josh's hand? It's not going to be the same Bonfire that we're used to. Bonfire for Snake Eye Ash or Bonfire for Snake Eyes Poplar. Going to be getting something a little bit different, and it's going to be Raziel, Sword Raziel, I believe. Or it could be X. It's probably X. Yeah, it's X. X will get you to Sword. But Josh, we saw this earlier too. He doesn't have a strong enough hand, doesn't have any more interactions. And instead of wasting any time, he's going to go ahead and just concede the second game and try and go first here in game number 3. This is time management. That game 1 took an eternity, and not because the players were playing slow. They're playing at a really reasonable pace. But now that since he conceded this one so fast, they have plenty of time for that game 3. Because, I mean, his deck, he knows that it's a slower kind of strategy. It takes time to control all your opponent's cards, and it wins in those long games, usually, because of all that fuel that it has in the graveyard. And I imagine that's why he's trying to concede this game, to conserve some of that time.
Yeah, he must have acknowledged that the odds of him winning were relatively low, and it may not have been worth, let's say, 6 minutes that it would have taken for Landon to go through the entirety of his opening turn, and then maybe a few minutes thereafter for Joshua to try and break through that field. And there are, as of right now, 16 minutes remaining in the clock, plus a few more minutes for side decking. All of a sudden, we're looking at a game 3 if we got there, where Joshua would only be down to 5 or 6 minutes to potentially win. And that might be difficult for his strategy based on his experience. I know he's played decks in the past. For example, Pearly was a deck that he played at a YCS before, where afterwards he commented on how he kind of underestimated how long it would take to win in a deck that pays life points naturally. That if he went into the event again, he would be a little bit more prepared for conceding early to conserve time in game 3, which I think he just kind of understands here, having played the Fiendsmith-based strategy not too long ago at YCS Bologna. Definitely. It's an underestimated skill that you need to have going into a tournament. Making sure you always have enough time to play the next game for sure. All right, Landon giving his deck one more thorough shuffle. You know, you wonder if like these players that have feature matches all the time, they get nervous. Are they still nervous when they're up on the feature match stage? Do they get nervous when they play against other strong players? And the answer is yes, but it's more of like an excited nervous, like a chance to prove yourself. I know, like, if I was playing in a top cut, I want to play against winner after winner after legend, because, you know, it just adds to the story. And now this is going to be a part of either one of these players' story. They both have a good chance at winning this YCS, you know, given their past credentials, but we're going to have to see which one's going to come out on top here in game number 3. They've side decked, they've shuffled up, their hands are ready.
This is the moment we've all been waiting for. It's time to duel. Game 3 of our round 7 feature match is about to start. Let's see how Josh is going to play this one.
I like Landon's hand. He has a Molcharmi and Nibiru.
Those cards either work really well together or really awkwardly together, but you'll at least be able to get the Nibiru for sure on the following turn no matter what. You definitely feel really safe seeing those cards if you're going second in your opening hand.
Here we have Caspar, which is going to immediately turn into Requiem.
Doing its best impression of a Fabled Lure, but no, it's not going to go into Max.
Yeah, this is...
More Light Fiends. That makes sense. And you don't have to worry about wasting the thing because you're going to shuffle it back into your extra deck. I guess return it. You don't really shuffle things back into your extra deck.
Ooh,
but Called by the Grave! Huge!
I was just about to ask the question. You think he's going to summon from deck again, or from hand rather than deck, like we saw in the previous game? But no.
No.
He is going to go unimpeded by the Molcharmi, and now he's going to summon Lacrima from the deck.
Lacrima, the Crimson Tears, is going to send down a Fiendsmith card.
And now we have Requiem equipped to Lacrima, which is going to allow him now to go into Necroquip. And I think he has Engraver in hand. So yeah, this is fantastic for Joshua.
Yeah, being able to go in the Necroquip Princess because it can give you that free draw as you add Fiendsmith Track to your hand. Cool little interactions. Being able to maximize your combos. Get your best chance of getting to some more disruptions.
He's hoping for D-Barrier, Dimensional Barrier. I saw a trap, but it was Paradise, unfortunately. Which
that's the last card he wants to see.
I don't necessarily agree per se, because if you can set it up, Desiree plus Paradise is actually pretty powerful.
Yeah, if he goes uninterrupted here, could end up being really cool. I want to see the on-field effect be activated. It just gets rid of all the cards.
Obviously, you want to access it through your combo. However, it does have a reasonable effect. There have been some cards like that, those singleton trap cards throughout the years. Kashtira Big Bang, for example, where every once in a while you're like, wow, this effect is actually really quite powerful right now.
Yeah, I mean, if you read that effect like back in the day, you'd think it's absolutely insane. Like sending all cards on the field of the graveyard except for the fusion, that sounds pretty crazy, but looks like he's thinking if he wants to overlay for a rank 6, but no, he is going to link them away for that Fiendsmith sequence, probably because he does have that Paradise in hand. Now, this is the big moment. The Paradise becomes a bad draw if there's any sort of effect negation on sequence. You know, Josh is probably holding his breath there, and there is nothing, and he's going to be able to return the materials required to summon Fiendsmith's Desiree.
Landon has a Nibiru in hand. It's really interesting that Josh chose to go into this line as opposed to maybe potentially trying to prioritize High King Caesar.
It's because he drew the Paradise, so he feels like he has to do it to turn it online, but it really was just, it's going to backfire on him, as you mentioned, because of that Nibiru. I don't want to say it too loud. No, we're significantly far away from these duelists. They can't hear me, even no matter how loud my voice is. But Nibiru, the Primal Being, is going to be dropped on the Agman Day.
As we saw in a previous feature match, Nibiru can be a bit of a liability when you're playing the Ryzeal strategy. You don't necessarily always want a monster on the field that's a non-level 4 or rank 4. So it'll be interesting. We can't really make out the entirety of Landon's hand, how he's going to navigate through that. Actually, he has 2 copies of Pot of Desires. We may be lacking a Ryzeal starter. We'll see on the following turn. In terms of what Josh can still do here, he still has that Fiendsmith track to allow him to search presumably a copy of Fabled Blurry. Oh, no. He's going for Caspar, and he's discarding the Paradise.
Nice. There's more interactions, more ways to get it out of your hand. A backup plan since he wasn't able to get that Desiree to stick onto the field. So at least he has some interaction here.
His understanding of the deck is obviously exceptional, right? I think a lot of players, as I kind of default to do, just assume that you would use that for Lurie, but no, he's going for a follow-up and then discarding that Fiendsmith and Paradise so that he has some degree of interaction. And he is playing 2 copies of Fiendsmith Desiree for anyone that is curious at home.
Pot of Desire is going to base the top 10, and that's going to be immediately met by Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Josh hoping this is going to be enough to prevent the Raziel cards from coming out. Maybe he didn't draw any. He had the Fuwalos, Desires, Nibiru. That only leaves him with a couple more cards in hand.
Including another Desires, which is the absolute last thing that Landon wants right now. Here comes back out the Desiree, too.
So the Nibiru just wasn't able to really get the job done in the end.
Now, because of the Agande, you were able to see this interaction here where it was special summoned out with the Requiem, and now we have Desiree right back on the field.
Yeah, I know. I heard that that's a play they were kind of doing with the player on Tempai Dragon. You get Regeki'd during the battle phase. You can use Lacrima the Crimson Tears to go into the Agande from your graveyard and then bring back that Desiree as well. So just capitalizing on sort of the plays like that. Here to play through Nibiru as well. And it looks like he does have an Ice Raziel. This is the last thing that Josh wants to see, but he has Effect Veiler. Effect Veiler is going to stop Landon in his tracks. This is game 3 between two titans of the game.
We want to note here that he's choosing not to use Desiree's effect instead. He's leaving that on field for
a spell or
for
trap,
spell, something like maybe triple tactics.
Smart stuff. But now we're going to see the Nibiru and a Link summon here in Raziel, only for Donner for hire, but that's going to prompt Josh to use the Fiend's in Paradise, sending Desiree to send the Donner. Landon's clock is running out here. He's going to need to find a way to get more monsters on the field, or this could be Josh's match. And he does. He has another Raziel. It's X Raziel. That's huge.
Yeah, this game is going to continue.
So Aggregator's going to target Desiree. Desiree's going to negate the X Raziel, so he's not going to be able to add.
What's crazy is he needed the Nibiru to be off the field for him to do that. Obviously, the Donner then. But the play there that I commented on earlier, how Nibiru could actually be a bit of a liability, partially came into effect on this turn, and it looks like that's going to be it for Landon.
Wow, what a match. And Joshua Schmidt is going to take it over Landon Oliver. EU over NA today for right now. The tournament's not over. They might have to run it back later on in Top Cut. Who knows, maybe even the finals. But for now, Josh can move on with a 7-0 record?
7-0.
7-0 record? Wow, just incredible. That it just, or no, yeah, 7-0. This was round 7.
This was round 7.
That's amazing. But Landon with one loss, down but not out, just has to win a couple more today, then he'll come back tomorrow. He's definitely going to want to get his revenge in the Top Cut potentially, but for now, Joshua Schmidt is our winner.
We saw so many unique things. We saw the use of Abyss Dweller, which we know a lot of players are using, but we actually saw Landon prioritize it, shutting off some of those Fiendsmith effects for a turn. We saw Josh navigate around Abyss Dweller, though, with the Little Knight. It's a fantastic way of getting rid of one of those Exceed materials, which cuts in half the amount of turns you have to play under the Abyss Dweller. We saw Josh utilize the Fiendsmith package throughout both of those two victories, that first and third game, just grind through Landon's resources. So really impressive showing by both players, but of course Joshua coming away with the victory.
Oh, of course, you say. But no, that game one for this match is definitely one that it goes down in the books. It's one I'm going to go back and watch the interactions. If you're new to this format or want to see how this matchup can be played at the highest level, you go back and watch that game one feature match, or the game one from this round 7 feature match. There's a lot to be learned from that. Not only in just the plays they were making, but the body language that you give off even when your hand isn't where you like it, the stoicism that you can get off from Josh, despite playing with not a good hand, I don't think. And a lot of people, they get so frustrated by, I got Fuwalos and I had to just pass on nothing essentially. But that's not always the worst thing. Like, you just have to have that strong mentality, the grit to continue on no matter how bad you draw.
Think about Josh's first game in the first round, as a matter of fact, where we had a very similar impression of his opening plays, and he ended up winning that game as well. I think for anybody interested in the Fiendsmith strategy, watching this match was really a masterclass in understanding what that deck strategy is. That deck is not necessarily trying to establish that unbreakable turn 1 field that we sometimes see. That deck is really planning for 5 or 6 turns of back and forth play, where eventually those Fiendsmith cards and the Lacrima coming out of the graveyard, recycling Requiem again and again, potentially allowing you to use Requiem's effect twice in one turn, is ultimately going to generate enough advantage that you walk away a victor, which Josh has now done 7 times in a row this morning.
Yeah,
this afternoon.
It's just incredible. I mean, yeah, he's one of the best players in the game, one of the best players to ever do it. Landon, up and comer, but putting his name out there amongst the legends right away, you know, winning 2 YCSs in a row this season, not just like at some point. It was very recently. It was with Azamina Fire King. Now he's moved on to Raziel. He did lose here, but he only has that 1 loss. I really hope we do get to see both of these players in Top Cut. I mean, the whole tournament, we're filled with so many excellent duelists, and I hope we get to see more matches of the top players playing against each other just like this one. But we're going to be waiting. I can't wait for this interview either. I almost want to run up there. Do you think they would stop me? Do you think they would like tackle me if I tried to interview Josh?
Has Josh interacted with you yet? Have you said hi to him in person yet?
No, we don't talk. No, I'm just kidding. Of course, yeah. We've been hanging out all week.
Oh, okay. I didn't know.
I was hanging out on Wednesday, Thursday.
Oh, I didn't know. All
now
right.
we're here on Friday, but that's neither here nor there. Kangas, what's Josh got to say?
All right, Billy, we'll see what we can do to get you up for the interview next time. But for now, I still got Josh Bushman on stage once again. Congratulations again on winning your feature match. This was your first time against Landon Oliver, so I want to start off there. He's a notable player in North America. What was it like playing against him?
It was cool. He's a nice guy, and I've been wanting to play him because he's been like popping off recently. He's been doing very well. We've never played, so this was cool.
He's on his way to potentially get a 3rd YCS this year. Do you think that you're going to be able to stop him if you match up again later on?
I mean, who knows? It's always like, he's a good player. He could have also won it, but for now, came out on top.
Well, he's playing the Raziel deck, which we talked about a little bit before. How many times have you played against that deck today already?
This was the 3rd one.
So what are you learning about the matchup from your perspective? Are you picking up on any tricks about the deck?
I've been testing this matchup a lot because I did expect the Raziel deck to be probably the most popular deck, which I don't know if it is, but it's definitely been the one that I've been playing against the most so far, and I do quite like my matchup against it. I've been practicing it. Made a little bit of a mistake in Game 3. I don't know who all spotted it, but I should have changed the Agnum Day to the Nibiru to bring the Desiree back. That way my token would have been bigger, and I would have been able to send the Nibiru, but thankfully it didn't cost me. Yeah.
Well, hey, you still were able to pick up the win, so congratulations there. Last interview when I had you on stage, you called out Pac. You wanted to go up against him. Have you seen him yet today? Have you followed up with him? Do you think that you still have a chance?
I have not, and I don't think we can play anymore, but that's not my fault.
All right, we'll catch up with Pac later and maybe see if it's still possible. Thank you so much again, Joshua. Congrats on the win. We're going to throw it back to the casters.
All right, thank you, Kangas. Good to hear from Josh there. Yeah, it'd be awesome to get on stage with that guy. It's been a while. I'd say it's been like 7 years since I've been on a stage with him, maybe, but really cool to hear from him. You know, you hear that competitor mentality. I'm telling you, we don't want to just win a tournament. We want to play the best people in the tournament and win and come out on top of playing the best of the best.
And play our best. Listen to that, walking away a victor 7-0 to YCS and still pointing out things that he could have done better in that match.
Which
so
I think
that
there's
going
an
forward,
argument for, because like the Nibiru on the field does like slow him down. Maybe he would have been able to start with the extra zeal and everything would have changed.
Could have got a bigger token at the bare minimum, which was true there. It is correct though that sending the Nibiru against that specific strategy, maybe we need to reevaluate that particular point, but the higher attack on the token is a little bit less negotiable.
That's right, but we do have some awesome things we want to share with you and talk about before we go away for a quick break before round number 8, and that is going to be Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links Rush Duel, the new Super Mini Box Requiem of Collapse. There's lots of awesome stuff. We have brand new themes like Void Velg, Candy, Constructor, and Galactica. Ooh. You know, I've played a little bit of Rush Duel on the Duel Links, and I say it's a match made in heaven for these two type of games to be on your mobile device. Easy to play, quick games. Drawing 5 every turn is so much fun. If you haven't checked out Rush Duel on Duel Links, you absolutely should. Just for some fun. It's a really fun game to play, really easy to play on Duel Links. It's a free app to download on your phone. Go ahead and do that. But we will be back with round 8. Then we have round 9, so a couple more rounds today before we come back for 2 more rounds of Swiss tomorrow before we cut to a top 32 and find out, is Joshua Schmidt going to win the YCS? Will he play Landon Oliver again in Top Cut? These are the questions that we will answer tomorrow. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Thanks for tuning in. See you soon, very shortly.
What's up, everybody? Steve Kangas at YCS Anaheim. I brought some Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Let's see if Duelists can guess what they are. All right, we're live at the stage floor here at YCS Anaheim. I have Adrian with me. You get 60 seconds. Guess the card. Go.
Is it a monster?
Yes.
Did it come out before this year?
Yes.
Is it like DM era?
No.
GX?
Yes.
Is it a hero monster?
No.
Is it a Cyber Dragon monster?
Yes.
Is it Cyber Dragon?
Yeah. Was that too easy?
I don't know. I was gonna go through all the eras one by one and just to win. I assumed it would be like an anime card.
That's so smart. Nobody's done the eras yet. All right, well done, well done. Congratulations. All right, we're live at the YCS Anaheim Convention Center floor. I have Philip here. 60 seconds. Guess the card. Go.
Okay, is it a monster?
Yes.
Okay, is it a dragon?
No.
Is it a fire type?
No.
Light type?
No.
Dark type?
Yes.
Oh, dark. Is Bellstar?
No.
Oh my goodness. Oh, bro, what other dark type is there? A popular dark type. Is it a Malice?
No.
Oh my good. Malice. Let me see. Is it dark? Evil Hero, Sinister Necrom?
No. Try and narrow it down. Where is it located?
Oh man, located, bro. I just got Rage of the Abyss.
No, like main deck, extra deck.
Main deck.
No.
Side deck.
Yes.
Side deck.
Extra deck.
Dark. Okay, extra deck. Guardian Chimera.
No. 15 seconds. Come on, Philip.
Okay, I'll try. Let me see. Man, bro, a dark. Man, I just started in August, y'all, so I don't know all the cards.
Oh, this is too old of a card for you. I'll give you a hint. It's a synchro. Go. Last question.
Synchro. Oh, dark synchro. Yeah, I don't know.
Colossal Fighter. One of the OGs. One of the OGs. All right, thank you for playing, Philip. All right, we're live at YCS Anaheim. I got Connor. 60 seconds. Guess the card. Go.
Monster.
Yes.
Effect monster.
No.
Oh. Extra deck?
No.
Dragon.
Yes.
Blue Eyes White Dragon?
Yeah. Okay. The question was, is it too easy? Was it too easy?
No, I was genuinely like, once I got to normal, I was like, I don't remember normal monsters. I thought you were gonna pull out like season 1 stuff. I was like, oh no.
I thought I had it. Well done. Well done.
That was very much fun.
All right, at YCS Anaheim, I got Thomas. 60 seconds. Guess the card. Go.
Is it a vanilla?
No.
Is it an effect monster?
Yes.
Is it from the extra deck?
No.
Okay, so it's a main. Is it light?
No.
Dark?
No.
Fire?
No.
Water?
No.
Wind?
You'll get there. No.
Okay, so it's earth.
Yes.
Is it a level 4?
No.
Is it a level 5?
No.
6?
No.
7?
No.
8?
No.
9?
No.
10?
No.
11?
No.
12?
You're committing. No.
1?
No.
2?
No.
Okay, so it's a level 3.
Yes.
Does it have less than 2,000 attack?
Yes.
Less than 15?
Yes.
Is it relatively new?
No. 10 seconds.
Exiled Force.
No.
I'm cooked.
5 seconds. Last guess.
6 Samurai Uriza.
Oh, what a that was a good one. No, it's a dandelion. But Uriza's a good call out. Well done. Thank you for participating. All right, we're at YCS Anaheim. I have Kai here. 60 seconds. Guess the card. Go.
Spell?
Yes.
Spell. Spell?
Instant wall.
Top deck. Does it draw?
Yes.
Does it draw 2?
No. Well, no.
What? Does it draw 1?
No.
Does it draw 3?
Yes.
Card of Demise.
No.
Draws 3, not Card of Demise? Wait, oh my god, that's the only card I know. Card of Demise. Draws 3. Oh my god, I'm like blanking. It's not. Draws 3.
Kai, you might lose your Duelist card.
It has darkness in the name.
No.
Dark?
Are you thinking beginning of the end?
Like beginning of the end.
That's a good, it's not that. Think old school.
Oh, Graceful Charity.
There we go.
Oh
10
God.
seconds to go. Well done, Kai.
I'm a modern format player. All right, thank you very much.
It's okay. That's awesome. All right.
それがしはユーディアス・ベルギャー。ラッシュデュエルを学ぶため宇宙からはるばるやってきたぞ。
これで準備は整ったよ。
ぼーっとしてると見逃すぜ。ユウヒとユアムも気合十分だな。では行こうではないか。ゴーラッシュ。おお来るか。ならばそれがしのターンベルギャードロー。2体のモンスターを召喚。そしていでよトランザムライラック。
ここから畳みかけるよ。
いっけー。トランザムライナックで攻撃。ウォートゥー戦マニアック優待。これがデュエルリンクス。
俺はこのカードにかける。
ヒーローの力見せてやるぜ。
俺たちの
戦いの中で
見せてもらうぞ貴様の戦い。
俺は最後までデールを諦めねえ。相手と心を通わせる。勝ちたいなら勇気を持って
俺にはもう繋がっている勝利へのサーキット。
なんと胸躍る世界。
僕は絶対に負けない。全力で行くよ。
それがしもここで新たなベルギャードを切り開く。
頼んだぞ
ユーディアス。888万人の同胞よ。我らはついにデュエルリンクスの真実にたどり着いた。飛来せよギャラクティカ・オブレリオン。
Main phase. I'll start activating Engrave to search. Anything in rest?
No, nothing here.
Correct. It's carding Lurry. Effect alert, special summon. Requiem. Effect to special summon.
That's fine.
Lacrima effect to them. Engrave effect, target Larry. Anything in here?
No.
Sequence?
Sequence, summon a sequence. All right, you good.
Effect. That's good. Thank you. That's what? Pass.
Stand by.
Yeah. Do you want to cut her?
Do I need to cut? Yeah, let's cut. Because it came out.
Yeah, because I went in attack a couple times.
Stand by. Main phase one.
Yeah.
Happy spell aggressive. Normal summon? Right. Card across the board. This is the 6. So I'm like, what just happened there?
like, wait.
What just happened over there?
Opposite, right?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Rest.
Yep. Draw. Chain. Effective Genroku? Effective Genroku? From hand?
Yeah, do special summon, right? Thinking. Yeah.
Yep. Effective Biden on Genroku?
Thinking here. I'll chain Paradise.
That's fine.
Effect of Desiree. Sending Engraver.
Targeting.
Yeah, send this and Engraver back to deck. I think it's cost, right?
Targeting is cost.
Is that a mandatory effect? As a matter of fact.
Well, he declared it already to kill Desiree.
Okay. Target and feast.
Shuffle and
Does
graveyard.
any skills?
Yeah. So you shuffle it and then target for cost.
Shuffle one other like Fiendsmith. Shuffle the engraver back. And then target.
Yeah.
Target Bidens. You got one card left in there?
Yeah, one card.
I'll chain.
That it's fine.
Into battle phase?
On a main phase, thinking.
Sure.
Black and effect.
What's the deal again?
It's shuffle back and special summon from deck.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Let me just read it. Let me read it.
Shuffle back and special summon from the
During your opponent's turn, if this card's in your graveyard, quick, you can target one Fiendsmith link in your graveyard, shuffle this card into the deck. If you do, special summon that monster. So what's your target? Requiem?
Requiem.
Okay. Shuffle this back. Okay.
Yep.
This is still in the main phase.
You're right. Anything on rest?
I'm still in the main phase. So
yeah.
It's open game state right now?
Yeah.
Think. Ultimate Slayer. Monster's back.
Yeah. I'm not even going to try.
Alright. Battle phase. Declare an attack. Effect. Chandra effect. Chandra declares an attack. Demonstrate effect.
Yeah.
That's at
300.
we have to do a lot of math because everything's also halved.
150, correct.
And then that's also halved as well.
So that was 600 to my 15. You would normally take 9, so you take 450 off this attack.
We have to
How much? How much?
450.
600.
You're at 70. 450. You're at 75. 7550.
15.
Okay.
Yeah.
On summon of Fadra, I'm gonna use the effect to target.
45, so 735.
He's at 7550. He took 450 from that
Yeah,
attack. No. Attack for 800.
Yeah.
60. 6850. 5750. 6750. Attack for 850. 5900. He's at 5900 currently.
5850, so it's
Currently. Effective Biden to reborn.
Joe? All right, Joe, you're going to be
Attack
able
1300.
we're gonna.
Game.
It's all right. It's about a 50-50. It's pretty much a 50-50. All right. So we got Alex, Joe. All right. They should be good there. Normally we move them over there, but we're filming the giant card finale over there.
Welcome back. We are finally back here as the sun's getting low, but the duels are still heating right up here at YCS Anaheim.
Yes, that's right. We have the Council of Stevens brought back once again for this round 8 match. Y'all just finished up watching a fun round 7 match between Maurice and Jose. Sadly, we couldn't show you guys the entire game, but just to let you guys know, Jose did end up taking that down after games 2 and 3 finished.
Yeah, it's always unfortunate we can't finish the entire match together, but we have another live feature match to get into, so I believe that the players are on stage and getting ready to go. But before that, Steven, we gotta talk about the undefeated.
There is only 8 undefeated duelists left in this tournament. There are very few. As long as I'm reading that number right, it is so crazy to think that 1,429 duelists went in, but only 8 have that spotless undefeated record.
Very exciting. Out of these 8 players that are undefeated, it's going to be super excited to see. Let's go ahead and throw over to my friend Kangas here on my right to talk about the players playing in this round 8.
All right, let's introduce your duelists. Up first in the blue chair from Pasadena, Arizona. He claims to have no enemies, Alexander Juneja. And his opponent in the red chair, a recent YCS champ, but he's more proud of his master wheel dueling. From Canada, Ontario, Team Samurai Sam. Duelists are ready, so I'm going to throw it back over to the caster desk to get us into game number 1.
Kangas, super excited to see both these players here. As we mentioned, Sam did win a YCS recently, playing the deck he's playing today, Fiendsmith U-Bell. Super excited to see what kind of masterclass he brought to this in the brand new Crossover Breakers format. But Alexander seems like no slouch. He as well is more than ready to take him down with his Ryziel deck, the new star of this format.
Definitely going to be an interesting one again. It's basically the Ryze versus the Ube, right? Because since they're playing Fiendsmith Ube-Bell and Fiendsmith Ryzel, there's really only one difference in the syllable there. But again, you know, having recently come off that YCS win, I think Sam is just here to just try to win as many times as he can, right? He has appeared in many tournament finals before, but it's nice to see that he has that. And he may be modest about it, but if you check his social channels, it just says YCS champion directly on the bio.
He likes to advertise that. And I will say props for still piloting the Ube-Bell. There's a conversation coming into this event. How popular would the Ube-Bell deck be with the rise of Ryziel, with the rise of Malice? These two very strong strategies coming out of the latest set, but still committed to playing it. And I still do think that there's a space for Ube-Bell in competitive play. I do still think it's got a lot of good matchups.
I mean, Phantom of Ube-Bell has been just one of the craziest cards ever created in Battles 11 Terminal Revenge. Super excited to see how far it's come. It's been almost like, what, 4 or 5 months now since that archetype came out, and we've just seen it time and time again at the past World Championships. It was basically the Ube-Bell World Championships.
It really was, and that's the thing that's been so fun to see Ube-Bell up here. But it's true, you know, coming into this tournament, I can't tell you how many different duelists I talked to who were messaging me and saying, no, Ube-Bell is not going to be part of this. No, don't worry about Ube-Bell. Nah, Ube-Bell's not good. But look at Sam's face. That smile, that smirk, that's showing you, nah, Ube-Bell got me straight back up here, and he is ready to duel. Smile on his opponent's face, Alexander, as well.
According to our reigning world champion, not for me-Bell, for Ube-Bell.
For Ube-Bell.
Hashtag
Yes.
ropes for Ruben, our famous circus performer out there. He'll be at another YCS soon.
Oh, I'm sure he will be. I'm sure he will.
Yeah. As we're getting ready for this round, though, we've seen a lot of Ryziel. The Fiendsmith is a very strong strategy to play alongside of it, but Fiendsmith is much more known for its synergies with the Ube-Bell deck. We've seen this time and time again in recent tournaments, but some of the consistency of the Ube-Bell has been hit, and that's kind of why some players are leaning away from it and not piloting it as much. But Sam's put the time in, put the practice in, and it looks like our duelists are ready on stage.
Yeah, it's going to be super excited to see. We have the dominator of last format as well as the new rising star facing off in this round. It's going to be super excited to see who comes out on top. Early days, I think because both players have the Fiendsmith package in them, they're going to be able to play through each other's interaction very well. So it could be anyone's game. Let's check out game 1 and see who's going first.
Yeah, wait, is it being broadcasted now? Oh, sorry.
Let's see. Everyone just saying hello to everybody. It's going to be super excited. I wonder if they can hear us. They definitely cannot.
No, they
which is
cannot.
great.
They cannot. We can hear them, though. We can hear them.
All right, so we got 10 going to 5.
Good luck, my brother. So I'm going first?
Yeah, the respect on stage. You love to see it.
We love a banter. We're all friends here. We're all duelists competing to be the best. Let's see what happens.
Clean snap,
Sam's definitely in a new era. Very casual, very comfortable up on stage. Once you get that first YCS championship, when you're just like, it's just another one. I'm fine.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He no longer needs to prove himself. He's just like, I'm here to play the cards I love and have some fun with people that are awesome. That's it.
These guys are definitely having fun up on that stage. You love to see it. 2 characters that we have on stream right now.
All right, Sam will be starting off. Let's see what he's got. He's going to be just immediately going for the
Just
fusion
going.
summon of Phantom of Ube-Bell. trying to insulate himself from all the potential interactions that Alexander could have in the hand.
Yeah, this is a common way to play, especially when you already have another normal summon setup. So you have the 2 Samsara Lotus. Might as well just summon that Phantom right away, and now we can go into the rest of the Yubel cards.
Oh my god.
Just great stuff there. So it looks like we're going to go ahead and get the Spirit of Yubel.
I know you're good, but...
Spirit Yubel going to be searching for probably that Nightmare Pain to help continue the classic Yubel combo.
Nightmare Pain, there it is. So you set it to the field, you activate it, you can destroy one of your dark monsters to then add a card that mentions Yubel from the deck to the hand. But the benefit, of course, we've all seen this before, you destroy a Yubel monster, it will summon another Yubel monster, so...
Yep, just making sure we clarify. I don't know if Alexander was joking or not, just to torture Sam here and forcing him to explain the card.
He probably wasn't watching Worlds. You know?
Hey, it's a new format, you know.
out.
People haven't played Yubel in a while.
He spent the last 72 hours only looking at Ryziel combos, so everything else has left his brain.
He's like, Alexander's like, Sam, are you going to be playing any XZ monsters in this duel? No?
I don't understand.
I'm going to need to read them.
Oh, he's probably playing at least one. Typically, Yubel would have
Verudris is a very strong card.
Yeah.
I love the banner between the duelists. You could just tell that they're very comfortable up there. They probably met each other before and they're having a great time. And
yeah, what are we even doing here? We should just let them.
just let them talk. But it's true that, you know, Alexander has that Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit in his hand, but there's just not really a good time to use it, right? Because you don't really want to destroy Yubel cards anyway, especially when you're staring down Phantom Yubel and its ability to change the effect to something that benefits Sam more.
I mean, it's great to use against Phantom Pain, but when that Phantom of Yubel's already on the field, yeah, there's just no way, or that Nightmare Pain there. So now we're going into that Fiendsmith side of the Yubel deck.
And here we just see the power of this Phantom of Yubel. Even if Alexander did have an interaction like the Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit you mentioned, and that was actually useful, one that could actually stop this turn, like Valor, like Imperm, or what have you, Sam could just stop it, unless it's Imperm specifically, of course.
Yeah. You really do need, like, 2 different interactions to fully stop the Yubel. One is almost never going to work unless it's something like the Infinite Impermanence and they didn't draw a strong enough hand, but Sam drew a very strong opening hand for the Yubel deck, and also winning the die roll means that this game number 1, very solid setup to start, and it's going to be on Alexander to try and actually play through the field that Sam's going to assemble here.
Well, we certainly get to find out who was right. Is Yubel relevant to this tournament or not? And just a strong field, though, from Sam, as now we're seeing maybe a Fiendsmith's Requiem show up.
I mean, just the amount of resources Sam has access to in his graveyard right now just means that throughout this turn he's going to be able to just keep going. I mean, I think he can summon, if he wanted to, another copy of Phantom Yubel at pretty much any point.
Love Lacrima for the combo / disruptive capabilities, of course. Does a lot of things as its own card and setting up other cards to take over a game.
Here we have Neck Equip. We still have the Gruesome in hand, which means we will be able to get the draw, I believe.
Be activating a card.
Oh, no,
Gruesome. For sure.
Gruesome is in the graveyard already. What did we add to hand with Lacrima? We didn't. We sent Engraver. Okay.
Sent, that's right.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
And now we're going to bring that. Got it.
Which I'm wondering, have we gone through the Fiendsmith in Paradise yet? I don't know if that.
Not yet, no.
It's been set up, yeah.
That probably is a new inclusion in a lot of the Fiendsmith Yubel decks because they've just seen how powerful it is in a more of a pure Fiendsmith strategy.
Yeah.
But whether or not Sam has access to it during this combo line depends.
That's a good question.
He's going to be going for the Unchained cards here.
Yeah, would the Yubel version actually be playing that? Do you have the space for it?
I mean, it probably gives you like good insulation in case your main Yubel combo gets stopped and makes your overall Fiendsmith combo a bit more powerful, but you play way less Fiendsmith cards than like a pure Fiendsmith deck. Like I think on average it's like 1 Lacrima, like 2 Engraver, 1 Track, so it's like way less cards.
And the thing about the Yubel deck is that there's a lot of cards that you kind of don't want to draw, and so that's just another card that you kind of don't want to draw, not all the time. So
I don't know that Sam was so concerned with hand advantage. Remember, this turn started off with just pitching 2 monsters to bring out that very powerful Phantom Yubel, and it absolutely was the right decision. But it shows you that he's less concerned about card advantage, and he just wants to put as much interference as he can for whatever it is that Alexander is playing. And since they do know each other so well, he probably does know what Alexander's playing.
1000%.
And now we've gone into the Unchained part of the deck as well. Very solid combos with the Yubel cards. We have the Unchained Soul of Raid Sharvara in hand. We have the Yama on field already. And it looks like second Phantom of Yubel, so we've got both on the field.
If you're just getting that extra body to help continue his link climb that he's going for here. There we see the Unchained Soul of Rage coming down.
So making a prediction of maybe future FNL lists. Phantom at 2 is
slowing the deck down, but still very powerful. But
And then we're going to hear Chain Yama here to bring back the Rage, I imagine.
I'll let you, he says.
He's like, you know what? I could stop you. I'm not going to hold you, but, you know.
It's like watching an episode of the anime, just great banter.
I'll allow it.
Yep.
Sure, why not?
Great sequence there. The Unchained cards are fantastic at getting resources back from the graveyard. We used Unchained Soul of Rage to get back our Fiendsmith cards, as well as Yama to
just feeling
get back
super
that
strong.
Spear to Yubel, and we're going to just keep going off here, yeah.
And here's the thing that I would say about Yubel is like the one thing that it has going for it that other decks don't is I cannot think of a deck that, if left unchecked, has a scarier turn 1 board.
Yeah, it's
maybe
terrifying.
Mermail
Yeah.
and like the full like hand loop that they can do with like Moon and Glacia and stuff. But man, like the amount of interactions that Sam's gonna have at the end of this, I believe he's gonna get access to the chamber here pretty soon, which will be pretty awesome.
Clearly you haven't seen my Snake Eyes Mimighoul turn 1 combo uninterrupted, but we'll talk about that later.
I forgot about Throne. Throne's a
Yeah.
card. That's new. I forgot about that. You're
Hey,
right.
save it. We'll take it
viable.
outside, boys. But in the meantime, looks like Fiendsmith Track is going to go ahead and grab that beautiful copy of Fabled Lure. Discard it and special summon it.
There's...
Now, we'll say, Steven, it is a very scary Mimighoul combo. I've seen it up close.
Thank you. Thank you for
Very
at least
scary
backing me
shots.
up
Very
there.
scary.
Appreciate that.
Focusing on the duel at hand here.
Wait. How could you see it though? All the Mimighouls are face down. So like,
Yeah.
how do you know what
That's a
the
good
board
point.
looks like?
But I
Because
actually want to
they're
bring
face
something
up.
up here. Notable, it's Abominable Chamber of the Unchained as the choice here for the trap. You kind of have choices when you're playing the Unchained cards, which one do you want to go for? And based on the combo that we've seen here, we're going to want to bring back the Unchained Soul of Rage from the
Oh, man, we
graveyard.
talked
And
about
here we go, the
Varudris, and there it is.
Yep, it's hit the field.
The Chambers, I think, are a preferred option for Yubel players because it plays around a lot of the breakers that players
Yeah.
will use, like an Ultimate Slayer or like a Dark Ruler No More, that can stop you from using your monster effects like Rage, and so you can just surprise your opponent with a Rage. Or you can, in theory, use Rage twice.
Super powerful starting field there again, and we're making a Fiendsmith's Desiree here.
Alex, like, surely Varudris is not allowed, but like, because this card's crazy, but it is.
It is.
Yeah.
Detach, negate, detach, destroy. Fun times.
Yep, here I believe we see the Fiendsmith's sequence to fusion summon.
Yeah, it looks like it.
It's
So
gonna be
we're
bringing
not
out
even
Desiree.
done here. This is going to be a monster effect negate from the Phantom of Yubel, or at least a monster effect change. Doesn't
Yeah.
exactly negate, it just changes the
Arguably
effect
better,
to something
you know
else.
what
Yeah,
I mean?
arguably better.
Like, how about instead of
Interact
doing
with
something that
more.
hurts me, you do something that helps me?
Yep.
But think about that. That means you have to use 3+ monster effects or just the perfect combination of spells to get through this board, considering that you have to deal with Desiree, Varudris, and Phantom of Yubel, and whatever the 3 set cards are. Wow.
So we know that the middle one is Abominable Chamber of the Unchained. We don't know what the other two are, or at least Alexander does not know. I didn't get a good look at it in the hand of Sam either.
It's probably some kind of like powerful breaker, or maybe even a bluff, like a triple tactics talents or something that he wanted to kind of hide from the opponent.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought
Not
I
invoking
supplied the
Joey.
anime.
Not invoking the late and great Joey Wheeler. Oh my,
My
goodness.
sister needs an operation. Well,
Hey, we're like, how many years in the future are we in the anime right now? Joey is definitely long since passed.
but Alexander's got his own sister, so let's see if he can win this Duelist Kingdom tournament. Come on.
Now,
But
what's
how
he going
is
to
he gonna
choose to
start?
go for? Yeah, so
Ooh.
it's Fiendsmith, Ryziel. There are options to play through intimidating fields, but this is a very intimidating field.
I actually really like Alexander's choice here to kind of play through the board here because learning how Sam uses the cards he has in play can actually be really useful in future games for how he can approach breaking it again in like a Game 3 scenario.
Oh, I saw Triple Tactics talent in hand there.
Could be a little bit of a bait then. We might be baiting Sam here
Yeah.
into going for a monster effect first before anything else. This is a great debate between players, you know, playing against Ryziel. Do you stop the main deck monsters when you have the ability to?
Or do you try and stop the Xyz monsters once they actually hit the field?
I feel like result-wise, when we've seen on the stream Duo Drive be negated, that has been so painful for the Ryziel players.
Yeah.
So at least on my end, I'm probably going to try to stop the Duo Drive, but to each their own, right?
I got to agree with you there, Steven. I feel like the Duo Drive is kind of the prime target that we've seen most of the other players go for in the feature matches walking around the venue so far. Let's see if Sam has the same idea. I mean, we expect at this point, I mean, round 8, you've probably played at least against Ryziel once. It is a very popular deck at this event.
Mm-hmm. But I think if you're Sam, you're kind of sitting pretty. Like right now, nothing's too threatening. Like even if he goes for Duo Drive, we have the automatic check in Varudris if we need it. And that's what we have revealed to our opponent. Who knows what we have face down?
I mean, typical sets would be things like Infinite Impermanence,
Droplet,
Called by the Grave. Those are the
maybe
normal
bluffs
hits.
like Talents, because if you do have Droplet, you want all your cards to be on your field and not in your hand, so that way you can get the most amount if you need it.
Yep.
Sam taking a moment here to think about this. Do you do anything since the monsters are on the field? They haven't quite combined into Duo Drive yet, and we're doing it.
Okay.
So I think we're gonna try to go for Rage on the sword because it was special summon. So
then we can go into SP to banish the other one. Yeah, and notably we're keeping them out of the graveyard too, or at least I guess there'll be one in the graveyard.
I think. Ooh, and there we see Ghost Ogre,
but we still have the Phantom Bell, so it may not be that impactful. There's also Varudras, the first thing that Sam went and grabbed. So maybe he's just going to attach material to negate there,
or just use Phantom.
Now, something that's interesting is if you want to go for Phantom here, theoretically, you can go into IP Masquerena rather than the SP straight off of this Unchained Soul of Rage and then still have more interaction afterward to see what the next play is from Alexander. But Sam knows these lines. Let's see if Sam makes a decision. Going to go for the Vergis instead. Okay.
Going to attach material, but which one?
So
oh, he's negating and destroying. Wow.
Yep, and there we see the Rage linking off.
Yeah.
The Sword Rise are going to be going. I like the idea of IP because that kind of brings out another extension, but there we go straight for the SP. Probably want to just banish some of the names out of the graveyard.
Yeah, I mean, this works just fine too. There's no issue with this. It's just that now you can't use the SP to banish a card on the field, which would be a slightly more ideal target.
Like, honestly, if I'm Alexander, I would see this SP as like, you don't play IP in your deck maybe because it does seem like the most valuable play.
Yeah. And it is a very tight extra deck, so there is a chance that the room is just not there for the IP Masquerena as well. A lot of people have started to remove that, especially when you need all the Fiendsmith extra deck monsters, the Varudras, the Phantoms.
Sometimes multiple copies of each, too.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think Alexander has used any of the Rise-Heal effects that lock him into rank 4s, right? I think all we did was normal summon Ice, and then we surged off Sword. Yes, we haven't summoned. So maybe there could have been an argument for Sam to wait until Alexander committed to summoning X from hand.
True.
Because now he has full access to Fiendsmith, which if there's any deck that can play through this many interruptions, it's a Fiendsmith archetype.
It absolutely is, but he may just be holding on to the Desiree for the perfect negate to basically stop him in his tracks, right? Remember, he's playing Fiendsmith too, so he definitely knows how it works.
Now we're activating the Luri. We searched it, discarded it, and it's going to be summoned. So Sam is letting Alexander play some Yu-Gi-Oh!
Like we said, like for Fiendsmith, it's always better just to stop the sequence than it is to try to interact with the actual main deck monsters because there are so many ways to get to these cards.
Sure, yeah.
That's like just like bad card economy at that point.
Sam letting that go through, so Fiendsmith Requiem is going to go ahead and get a Lacrima here, Crimson Tears.
Now this could be a Fiendsmith in Paradise Gambit if Alexander does have it in their deck. That could be pretty cool to see.
Well, Sam definitely doesn't want to see it, so certainly considering his options here. You might use the Phantom Bell now just to grab a Spirit, but let's see.
Still 2 face downs. We still have the SP effect where we can banish 2 monsters on the field till the end phase.
Hey, let it go through, though. So we're going to go ahead and
we haven't used the Desiree yet, right?
Oh, no, I did see the Fiendsmith in Paradise in the main deck there as he was flipping through, so it's definitely an option.
Yeah, I think you have more space for that in the Rise-Heal deck than in the
you
Bell
definitely
deck.
play a much higher Fiendsmith engine for sure. Yeah, so I think we still have Desiree, we still have Phantom, we still have SP, and then we still have our 2 sets as Sam, which are still a lot of interaction. But, I mean, with Lacrina not being interacted with, we have ways to recycle more engravers. We can probably get into our extra deck, and we still have that X in hand. So, and X can send Mirror Logic Aggregator, too, which could be a disruption for one of Sam's disruptions.
We could just be saving it till the end, you're right.
Alexander might be able to play through this board if he keeps going at this rate.
I will say Sam's pretty wise so far, not using the Desiree. That's the protection we have against the Triple Tactic Talent, which we can see is in the hand of Alexander.
Playing around
Obviously,
Breakers
Sam
is
does
huge.
not know that.
But Breakers are popular in this format right now, and so he's probably just always cognizant of, like, that's the only card that could super hurt me right now.
Yeah. Or things like, a lot of people are main decking Book of Eclipse. We've seen that, Forbidden Droplet, if they don't send a monster with it.
Shows you there's a lot of different options you can choose. You don't have just one key card that shuts down the format.
Oh, yeah.
It's been fun to see the creativity of all the duelists and what they decided to bring
This
to
tournament's
this
just
event.
been wild. Like, how many different decks we've seen, how many different tech cards we've seen. It's like duelists are discovering decks for the first time all over again. So really great stuff across the board.
The extension available in some of these modern archetypes is just insane, super powerful.
Hey, but the old stuff is still good, right? Phantom of Yubel is really just sitting there.
Oh yeah,
With
that
every
old
play you're like,
Phantom of Yubel. Yeah.
am I gonna jump in this duel or not? So.
All right, Alexander's taking a lot of time to think about this next move here. There are, like we said, there's options. You have things to do.
The hard draw Ryziel plug-in. That's one of the most powerful spell cards in this archetype. Going to be summoning from the banish. It can do that.
Yep.
Usually a one-up, but it's nice to just draw it, you know?
Going to be allowing him to act as potentially his rank 4 engine again without needing to use his X Ryziel in hand.
And it looks like we do have a slow play for Alexander there, so note that there will be a little bit of time added to the clock.
Yeah, just heads up for people out there. You have about what is it, Steven? It's like 15 seconds per game choice?
So there's not any actual set time for slow play. It's just a reasonable pace of play. Because some duels, as we've seen on stream, maybe 25 minutes for your game one and that feature match with Joshua Schmidt, that's normal as long as they're continuing the pace of play. Remember, it is a Yu-Gi-Oh! Competition, so you can't slow down. And speaking of slowing down, we're not doing that. We're speeding up with Exciton Knight.
Okay. Exciton Knight, one of the older Xyz monsters, but still one of the best ones you can in the rank 4 engine.
House. Like, if your goal is to break a board, he'll get the job done.
Yeah.
And it's a light fiend, so you can also shuffle it back from your graveyard into the extra deck to do it all over again.
So there we see the Desiree being used to stop the Exciton Knight, which means we no longer have a way to stop a spell trap, I don't believe.
Oh, we use that instead of the Phantom of Yubel. Okay.
Holding this Phantom Yubel for the entire time is Sam. And what are we trying to get mega value out of for doing that? Maybe trying to like wait until the last minute so he can always have a Yubel monster in play?
Yeah.
And protect his other monsters from being attacked, maybe?
I mean, you can still get another Yubel with the effect, so I'm curious if one of those other set cards can deal with something scary. It's going to be tough.
Big props to Alexander for playing through this turn, man. Like, Sam's order was so daunting, but he has the extension just to keep playing through. We still have X'd in hand.
Yeah, and I know that Alexander got the slow play warning, but it's a new deck, just came out a couple days ago, has not had that much time to practice with it, but I think taking that time to really think, like, okay, what decisions do I need to make to play through what is on the field right now of Sam? As the SP Little Knight will finally use its effect.
Banishing that Engraver. Now, I definitely think Sam is more than happy to use the Phantom of Yubel because that was the only card originally protecting SP from being destroyed in the battle phase.
Ooh, but here we go.
I feel like you have to take the Phantom of Yubel here because remember, the Nightmare Pain is still egging on those attacks. Like, hey, come get me, and by the way, you're taking the damage.
That's right.
And something, you can say it for Malice, you can also say it for the Ryziel, that just keeping two bodies off the field or two monsters off the field is a big priority when you're dueling against these decks. I think that's what Sam's been trying to do, but this Triple Tactics talent, like you said, if it just takes a Phantom of Yubel, suddenly now you got two monsters. And I don't think we're locked into rank 4. Maybe we are.
No, we haven't. We haven't summoned any of the Ryziel monsters using their summon effects, and that's the only effects that locks you into rank 4s.
Yes, you're right.
We are locked into attacking with rank 4s.
Drew the cross, yeah.
We can only attack with rank 4s because of plugin.
Yeah,
we are not locked into summoning anything.
Okay.
Yet.
Actually kind of a heads-up way to avoid the Yubel conundrum, not only by taking the monster, but imagine if there was another Yubel or if Sam had a way to put it back on the field. If you lock yourself out of attacking with only rank 4s, but then don't put rank 4s on the field, you're not actually going for the Nightmare Pain.
They have to attack if able. They have to attack if able.
If able.
And here we see Alexander's own Moon of the Closed Heaven.
Okay.
Is this a... I was going to say, there's no way he plays Underworld Goddess, right?
Well, keep in mind,
monsters.
Moon of the Closed Heaven does have an effect.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Okay, now we're just going for the Typhon.
I was like, is it jump scare? I'm not taking a jump scare from Underworld Goddess, baby. No, we're just going to go for Typhon. Makes the most sense to me. Stops that Desiree from being a pain later in turns, I think. Oh, actually, no, he's still only 28 right now. I lied.
Okay, using the effect of the Typhon, Sam has 2 cards set.
Alexander saving this X until the very last moment because this X represents a 1-card detonator. He doesn't need anything else.
Wow.
Forcing out as many interactions as possible.
I mean, he can't summon anymore, though, because the Typhons hit the field.
But you're in bad. Unfortunate.
Yep. Is it rank 4 or no?
Unfortunately, Alexander got a little ahead of himself and began to attack, but he is locked into attacking with only rank 4s.
That is correct.
Amazing.
I love Sam's sense of humor. Is that rank 4? No, you can see the 12 stars, friends.
And also, once Typhon hits the field, he can't summon anymore. So that is going to, I think, just be the turn for Alexander.
Yeah, he chose to go to end phase. SP Little Knight comes back.
Sam, you made a fool out of
But honestly, like, Alexander played through a lot of Sam's board. He pretty much got rid of every impactful interaction, and Sam's probably in... How does Sam deal with his Typhon now?
I mean, maybe with the face-down cards that have still been sitting there this entire time.
That's what I was going to say. Did he play through Sam's field? I mean, we don't know because there's 2 cards still set. Sam might have been able to stop more.
Well, we know it wasn't Imperm, because if it was Imperm, he would have played it during that turn, no question.
Most likely,
On Exaton Knight, that's so much value. And then you get to keep your Desiree still active.
Well, he's drawn for turn, so maybe we get to find out what Sam has face down.
I think they're bluffs. I think it's like talents and like maybe a droplet or an eclipse or something.
Yeah.
But you're not going to eclipse when you have cards on your board.
We do see Alexander had a Ash Blossom in hand. I believe I see that. So if he uses that, then if there is a triple tactic bluff set for Sam, then suddenly that's live now.
Didn't get a peek there. We got to see him look at him, but we didn't actually get to see what they were.
I really want to know what those cards are.
Did he top deck Samsara D-Lotus?
Maybe.
I think he did.
That would be incredible.
I think he's just built different.
Well, he also has the Nightmare Pain, so he could always... Yeah, he did. Okay, he did just draw it.
Wow.
There's the Ash
There's
Blossom.
the Ash for the Samsara D effect. Oh, man. What a top deck, though.
Yeah.
Does... I'm not sure what cards he has access to in his graveyard. I think he already shuffled back all of his Fiendsmith cards, so he doesn't have any in graveyard to start using their effects, right?
Now, does he have another Gruesome Grave Squirmer?
I
If
think
you're running 2, we still have the Nightmare Pain.
True, we can destroy one of our cards and go get one.
Yeah, SP has kind of served its purpose at this point.
Yeah, like Alexander would just go battle phase attack over it if he needs to, you know?
Yeah.
And then play all of his cards after that.
We'll see. Can Sam find the way?
Well, certainly those 2 cards have to be something. And hey, he's got 2 monsters, but I don't see why you would ever get rid of Fiendsmith's Desiree, but it's just a little too small to get over that Typhon.
Yeah.
And I will say this, we know they're not talents now, because if it was talents, I'm playing talents, I'm taking that Typhon,
Right
I'm
over.
going attack.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Interesting. So we're going to go all the way around the world, likely returning that later.
We could go into like an engraver here and try and use that.
I'm asking my plays, you know, I'm still playing. Like
Looks like we might have a slow play penalty on our hand this time for Sam's side. 1 apiece. Again, that's not a big deal. Again, you'll have that 3-minute time extension. So.
I have to think through my plays, right? But like, I'm not. It's not like
And like I was saying, Sam's saying the same thing that I was, and we'll let our judges decide, but there is no set time on the tournament penalty guidelines for slow play.
Yeah, it's more like a pace thing. Like if you're going go, 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 you get like a little bit of time. But if you go like, whoa, whoa, and then you just like have like a big gap in between your plays there, it like is noticeable, you know, like when the difference is like happening.
But we were talking about that Joshua Schmidt match that we just watched, game 1 taking that 25 minutes. It looks like we're going to have another one taking its time because these duelists are, I mean, pretty evenly matched so far with what they've been able to do against each other. Nobody's taken any damage yet. I would say it looks like Sam has a more advantageous field position, but I mean, you never know what Alexander could pull.
Like this is a match of fighting through boards. You know, it's been a slog for both these players. It's not the grind game we saw from like these control decks, like the Fiendsmith Cashiers or stuff. It's the grind games of, oh no, my decks are just doing a lot. Your deck is just doing a lot. Yeah. That just takes time to get through.
Speaking of getting through, just got a confirmation from our judge team. We are seeing a slow play penalty on Sam's side, so that will be another 3 minutes added on the board there. And while it doesn't mean anything now, Sam certainly can't repeat that mistake, because multiple slow play warnings can receive an upgrade. So it's discretionary, but you just want to keep up, again, reasonable pace of play.
Yeah.
We've got into the engraver, here we see the engraver effect to destroy, right? By sending Requiem?
He's thinking through how he wants to do this.
I feel like you definitely get rid of the Typhon, but no, okay, looks like we're just going to move along.
Are you like then I go flip? We'll have it. All right.
No legal target.
Okay. Yeah, Sam really taking his time to think, how do I want to pull this one off?
I bet you Sam was not thinking that Alexander was going to be able to play through that much of his board in that second turn here.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that's the effect I thought he was
So
using.
we have dealt with the Typhon now.
I believe we've already gone to our battle phase, or have we not? No, we got rid of the engraver with a different card.
And I'm wondering, unless I missed it, a Nightmare Pain was used already, maybe this is telling that there isn't another Gruesome Grave Squirmer, because in my mind, you could just, you know, destroy your SP, go for that. summon it out, and at least you can get back into your Yubels in the graveyard. But I guess at the same time, we've gone through both Phantom of Yubels, so maybe you're less enticed to go for that. You're happy with the SP interaction on the field already, and that looks like it's what Sam's going to do.
Solid 34 damage. Gonna just be passing it back. I'm telling you, I think the face downs are like Book of Eclipse or something that like would be hurtful for Sam to play.
Could be.
Well, now he doesn't have any of those cards on the field anymore that he wouldn't want to flip face down. So maybe we finally get to find out. I'm at the edge of my seat here in the back.
I'm like, what could those cards be? They're definitely not more copies of Nightmare Pain. Ain't no way he's playing two.
Well, I guess we'll find out soon. Rifling through the graveyard, certainly a lot of things in there that could be recycled for various Fiendsmith options. But you're right, we really are feeling the difference there with only 2 Phantom Bells. Oh,
yeah.
Dropped a card. It's okay, we got judges there. Let me go ahead and pull that.
No, it's fine.
Off the table.
All right, well, Sam has done the first damage. It's 4,600 remaining for Alexander.
No damage has been dealt yet?
This
has been a crazy grind right now.
But keep in mind, Alexander,
awesome.
we know the card that's in hand. It was X-Ryziel,
It's X-Ryziel.
Yeah, that is one of, if not the best single card that you could have in your hand. And it's an SP Little Knight?
That represents...
To deal with it?
Yeah, that represents a single detonator plus a potential negate.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. I actually think now it's flipped.
Alrighty, so here we're just looking through the graveyard here, just want to get a full understanding of what resources Sam has access to.
Alright. Okay. I'll go to my turn.
Also,
All
just
right,
realized
finally,
we
here
never
we
used
go.
the Fiendsmith in Paradise effect.
I made it.
So Alexander still had that in the graveyard.
Yep, gonna go ahead and send. Whoa, chaining Imperm on SP with turn player priority is super exciting.
Great order of operations, too. Clearing the field, but before the effect resolves, negating the SP Little Knight. That's incredible.
Wow. Awesome top deck and play by Alexander right there. This guy can access to Lacrima again. This is where I just send another Engraver, if I had to imagine. Yep, just get that in rotation.
Shows you how competent the deck is of pure Fiendsmith, or at least these higher quality count Fiendsmith cards. It's just insane. Because earlier when we had Fiendsmith, think about the NAWCQ, they were sort of splashed in lightly, but when Rage of the Abyss came out, it just made it a whole new package.
100%.
I mean, Joshua Schmidt's showing us that you could just play pure Fiendsmith.
Yeah, just play the deck.
Go off with it.
Play 3 Fiendsmith Sanct, it's fine. They're good cards.
Now, I think that we are going to learn what those 2 set cards are for Sam any moment now, because as soon as that X-Ryziel hits the field...
If they're helpful.
If they're helpful, they're going to need to be very helpful, let me tell you. And we're still just playing with the Fiendsmith cards for right now here.
Again, just forcing out interaction. Like, if Sam just goes, yeah, go ahead and do full Fiendsmith combo, I think Alexander's very happy if he gets to do that.
Right.
Oh my gosh, is this
It
Chaos
feels like
Angel?
Chaos Angel.
Is this Chaos Angel?
It's got to be Chaos Angel. Could be wrong. Commentator's curse.
Could be Sequence? Question mark?
Could be a decision to change the play.
Yeah, he committed to sending the cards away.
Okay. Yeah, so he has to bring out something that's legal materials here. I do see the Chaos Angel in the extra deck, but actually it's going to be Fiendsmith Sequence, yeah.
Get access to our very own Desiree. That'll be super useful for, interacting with more cards in the board.
Oh, here it is.
It is a Book of Eclipse.
Oh. There we go.
You can always chain drop with
So your hand action is a legal activation, but what he can do is he can send that.
Yeah, you just do that.
And then nothing happens. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Sure.
And like I said, Book of Eclipse does way more harm to Sam on this, in future board textures than this. Simple mistake to make. They're both quick play spells. They're both quarter-century rares.
Yeah.
Still a legal activation though, so you got to stick to it. Not really a procedural error mine or anything.
Yeah, I know. It just is an activation of the effect.
I think Sam might kick himself a little bit for that, but it's all right. You can still try and play through it. But as I say, it's all right. We do still see that X-Ryziel in the hand of Alexander.
Oh, and that Book of Eclipse certainly would have helped to stop those exceeds.
Yeah, that would have been the card.
Sorry, guys.
Hey, trust me. Everybody.
Sam's apologizing to us.
I have made a mistake like that more times than I can count in more different games than I can even fathom. It happens to everybody.
Well, you have to remember, the YCS is a marathon, not a sprint. It's not like Sam just woke up, and got fully cleaned up just for this one duel. He has been going through duel after duel after duel all day, so eventually things happen.
Yeah.
Plus, this might be a new inclusion for him too in his Yubel deck, trying to combat the current meta, and so he's just probably not used to incorporating it.
Well, I mean, when he flipped it, he clearly said, "Oh, wrong one." So I think he just thought that he put the Forbidden Droplet.
If you saw the hand
spot.
motion,
yeah.
he did start sending the Fiendsmith Engraver to the graveyard as if he activated Forbidden Droplet.
Clearly in his head, he was activating the right one. It's a rare mechanical misplay, but again, it happens. It happens in duels. We still have more Yu-Gi-Oh to play after this.
Oh, and here we see a fellow mistake here from Alexander. Attempted to use Reckon's effect when he already used it to summon Lacrimer earlier this turn. I believe the effect to...
We are well into game one here, everybody. We are 14 minutes on the clock, and Alexander hasn't even summoned that X Ryziel from hand. That's going to take even more time to go through that line.
Yeah. Oh, so it's not once per turn to the effect. Okay, cool. I was like, is it not once per turn? It's once per turn to summon it off of like other cards, but I think Requiem himself is not at all once per turn.
Seems so as we get the Fiendsmith Engraver out there on the field. But we haven't seen the SP Little Knight do anything yet, so...
Well, it wasn't hit by the Infinite Impermanence, right?
By that expert play from
Oh,
Alexander.
that's right,
Yeah,
that's right.
so that SP Little Knight is just minus 1,600 damage when we enter battle phase.
Effectively.
It's really not going to do anything else. And there's nothing in Sam's hand. So this is really just down to Alexander doing the math now. Can I, with one X Ryziel, just push for 8,000 points of damage through the SP Little Knight, or at least do enough damage that if it comes down to the clock, you have it? I think that you theoretically can take this, though, I imagine. I'm trying to think what the line would be to get there, though.
To get the amount of damage? I mean, you know you can go into at least a rank 4 duo drive that can get you access to... I don't believe we normal summoned it all, so we can just get Ice Ryziel added to our hand and get access to another rank 4. That's at least 6,000 damage. A little more than that, probably. 18 from the Engraver minimum.
Okay, remember when I said minus 16 damage? Never mind. That has also been dealt with. Which, okay, let's think about it this way. In Sam's defense, I actually don't think that Book of Eclipse mattered, because this would have forced it out at some point anyway. So we would be essentially just Fiendsmith Engraver damage differential. Oh.
Wow.
Now we're going for Chaos Angel. Going to be banishing Nightmare Pain. Going to get rid of all of Sam's resources from this game and just go poke for 35 until the game is over.
Sam takes a look over at the extra deck.
Yep, so right now this is an unaffected Chaos Angel, but it does non-target banish on summon. Boom, 35. First damage on Sam's side.
45 to 46. Yep.
And now it's a Chaos Angel versus nothing.
Oh, right, X Ryziel.
He just normal
one of
summoned
those
it.
things, if you normal summon it, but you control another monster, you don't get that effect.
Ah,
you
that's
need to
right.
have an open field.
And he didn't use the effect of special summon, so you're not locked into XYZs.
You're not locked into XYZs, and in order to use its effect to summon, again, you cannot have that Engraver on the field. Does make a lot more sense now, but that's really good news for Sam, because this is another turn that he gets to play.
I mean, I kind of like Alexander's sort of conservative play here of like just going, you know what, that Nightmare Pain gives Sam top decks to get into his Yubel engine. I want to just deny him as much as possible, have this unaffected guy, and just coast him to victory.
No, mistakes aside, earlier in the duel, both duels have done a great job basically showing the full complement of their grind game, right? Fiendsmith Yubel still a very powerful deck hanging in there. At the same time, I mean, I don't think we were expecting a Synchro summon at this stage of the duel.
Chaos Angel, one of the strongest Synchro monsters that we see in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Play.
Sam's doing a really good thing here that I think most players should do, which is assess what your outs are in a game state like this. Like, what can I do? Yeah, just trying to assess what we can do and be like, how can I draw out of this? Oh, I don't think Sam offered the cut to Alexander.
Okay, so we're going to cut first. That's okay.
Yeah,
no
we
harm, no
shuffled,
foul.
we shuffled though. It's fine.
Great catch from our excellent judge team here. Let's see what Sam draws.
It's the correct thing for Alexander. Ask the judge, what do I do? Always look to your judges, duelists.
When you're lost.
They know the answer.
Or call one over if there's not one sitting right next to you.
It's convenient when they're right next to you, though.
Oh, it's awesome.
Yeah. I love sitting right next to a judge. Steven.
Thank you. I do
helps
what I
us
can.
go through a lot of things on broadcast.
It's just, you have to remember the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game is extremely complex, extremely intensive, but there's also the physicality of being a human being who has been here since, you know, whatever AM this morning.
Yeah.
You try your best, and all the great champions know what a marathon this is, and so that's why it's such a treat to watch people just give their all to this game, which is exactly what Sam's doing as he brings up Fiendsmith Engraver.
We've been seeing that for 35 minutes, everybody. We are under 10 left on the round. So if Sam can pick up this game win, that puts him in a fantastic position to take the entire match. Alexander's going to have to win very fast on the crackback.
Actually, it's been longer than 35 minutes because we had the 2 3-minute time extensions. It's been 41 minutes of dueling action.
If those have been added, yes.
If those have been added, if those have been added.
But that is important to note that if they haven't been added, there's a good chance we do have more than what's on there. We'll maybe get production to confirm if that has been added or not
but
yet.
I've
been so locked in on the game. I've not paid attention to the timer as much.
Ooh, we drew Lacrima for turn.
Ooh.
Do we have our own Chaos Angel in our deck, question mark? That'd be pretty cool.
I mean, again, the extra deck space is so limited for the Yubel. That would be pretty
yeah, that's the one
shocking
bummer
for me to see.
About playing the Yubel deck, is you have just no space.
Yeah. Luckily, what you do have is access to a lot of really good cards. So, you know.
But they got to be bigger, though, since if I remember correctly, that Chaos Angel is unaffected by card effects.
So you need the biggest attack,
boss,
too. Hard to get bigger than that.
Ooh, and here we see the differences between these two decks.
Finally
activating the Fiendsmith in Paradise for Alexander, sending Desiree from his extra deck, and then on a new change is going to get rid of Sequence.
Wow. I mean, I had noted that it was still in the graveyard of Alexander during Sam's last turn. Wasn't used.
Didn't need it.
Didn't need it, and saves it for a much more impactful moment.
Sort of denying Sam his own Desiree.
And I'm hearing now from production the time has not yet been added to the clock. So once we hit 0 here, don't hit the panic button, anybody. We will still have more time.
There'll be 6 more minutes after that, so I guess that means we're at about 14 minutes and some odd seconds.
Yep. And there we see the Sequence going to the grave, or being sent to the grave, thanks to the effect of Desiree.
But what a Yu-Gi-Oh game, everybody. Let's just take a moment to appreciate. There's just 0 cards in either hand. There's 1 monster, 1 Yu-Gi-Oh card in play between both duelists.
And I want to remind everyone that after Sam's first turn, he had 10 cards in play.
Yep. This is, what turn are we on? It's got to be 7?
This is probably turn, in total, probably turn 5.
7?
Yeah, turn 5, because Sam went first. This is his 3rd turn of the game.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, so turn 5.
Wow.
Still
what a
very
grind game. And this is why Fiendsmith is such a strong strategy to incorporate in your decks right now. You can just keep playing when it feels like you should have no plays.
It's looking like we're returning some cards to the extra deck.
Okay.
Are we scooping up as Sam? I don't know.
We might be.
It's looking like. Oh, it looks like it.
Yep, I think Sam sees the writing on the wall. He's been run out of resources essentially by Alexander. There's just like,
wow.
This even if if Alexander draws a normal summonable monster, it's like over.
Yeah, and you know, when I said before, I don't think the Book of Eclipse play mattered, it actually did end up mattering, because even if the Engraver tries to get rid of it, you flip it down, that wouldn't be the Chaos Angel out anymore. So you still have the Nightmare Pain. But I guess you drew the Engraver, so you don't have access to a Dark Monster. So actually, maybe it didn't make that much of a difference. I don't know. It's tough to really tell.
The best thing that it would do is it would stop Chaos Angel from being summoned at all. But then Alexander gets 2 more cards drawn, which in his deck is a lot of cards.
At least 1 more with the Engraver, and you still have the Fiendsmith in Paradise and Graveyard. So I think we would have actually ended up at basically the same game state. But yeah, it just shows, like you said, Steven, it's a long day of duels. We don't know how many of their matches went to the full 3 games, the amount of brain power that you've had to expend up to this point, and now you're on stream, so the pressure is higher.
And you're playing one of the most complicated decks to play in Fiendsmith. Like, everyone says, like, that deck has so many decision trees and action points and resources that you have access to that you have to, like, really think about what's the most optimal way to go about going for this play.
But now I had said it before that if Sam was able to pick up the win on that turn, could have been big. It's Alexander that picks up the win because of the scoops, and now Alexander in a fantastic spot in this best of 3 series. There's not much left on the clock. There is enough for Sam to try and get a win here, and then it could come down to a draw. It could come down to time on the 3rd duel, but Alexander's sitting in a much more comfortable spot. Sam's in the pressure seat.
It looks like we're just about done side decking here as Alex goes ahead and shuffles out those cards. Again, you know, they both had a great sense of humor, but as the duel went on, it became just as serious as any duel. But it really shows you that Yubel can hang in there. But you noticed a couple of times during the duel, Sam checked his extra deck, and you could see there really wasn't an answer in there. You know, there was no return fire Chaos Angel. There wasn't really anything strong. I did see an Aerial Eater, but that's not really going to help that much. So we'll see how it pays off next turn.
And I think the only, outside of course, the Book of Eclipse, which, again, I don't know if actually made a big difference.
No.
We did see Sam make the decision to go for the Desiree negate instead of the Phantom of Yubel negate at one point. And then it was the Triple Tactics Talon that, in my opinion, was the most impactful play that happened in the entirety of that duel, is taking that Phantom and then getting rid of it from the field in a clean manner. And that was the second Phantom. It's been semi-limited. You only have access to 2 of them. So, or rather, at least, sorry, I'm too Master Duel Pill. I think we only saw the 2 in Sam's extra deck.
Playing more than 3, though, is very unlikely because you just need that much extra deck space. I would say the only reason I can give Sam for like keeping the Phantom Yubel around is because he wanted to protect the SP Little Knight from being attacked in the battle phase. And essentially by keeping the Phantom Yubel to the very end, he gets essentially 2 forms of interaction and battle phase protection, which is very valuable.
Well, I mean, you still get, theoretically, if you have the Spirit in deck, you're still going to get to a Yubel, which will give you battle protection. If anything, even more, because it's double the damage when you have the base Yubel out there. But yeah, I think that going back, in my opinion, I've played a lot of the Yubel deck, and that decision tree of like, yes, you have so many points of interaction.
But which one do you use first?
Which one do you use first? What's the sequence that you're going to go in? No pun intended.
That's Fiendsmith's thing.
Yeah, true. That's not Desiree. Yeah. But here we go. It looks like Duelists are ready on stage.
Alex seems like he's in good spirits. Sam just pondering how to win that next duel.
He's locking in.
What is my game plan? How do we go? I've always said games 2 and 3 are the most important games of any Yu-Gi-Oh match because it's the one where you have the most information to go off of to make your plays, which means you have the potential to make the best plays possible.
Let's see. Looks like we're just waiting a little bit longer till we get in, but shouldn't be that much longer of
Players seem like they're ready.
Players could be clarifying how much time they have. Let's go ahead and go into game 2 and see who's going first. Sam will get to pick. My guess is he's going to choose to go first because, once again, I think the Yubel going first forward, as we saw in game 1, is very impressive.
And a reminder, you see 4 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock. We will add 3 minutes per slow play warning, which would be a total of 6. So we're at about 10 minutes left in the round.
Did Alexander resolve Huolos in the draw phase?
He did. He did.
Like
beautiful, beautiful. Just wanted to clarify.
It's going to make Sam's job a little harder.
Taking a second for that spell card. Considering the options, maybe doesn't
triple
want to
tactics
use that.
thrust, I think?
It was thrust, yeah. Maybe considering just drop the thrust now, get whatever options you need, maybe feel something out from your opponent. But he also may want to wait to see like an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring.
Yeah.
There we see the thrust coming down.
We're just doing it. And it is fine, indicating there may not be anything.
Now, what do we want to go for here? Notably, it was not activated in the main phase, so we can't search for talent. I mean, we're only going to be able to set it. We can't activate this turn. Is it just a infinite impermanence?
Very cool. That is a super hot tech for the side deck when dealing with specifically Ryziel. For those that don't know, that card, when it activates, will basically reduce all the levels of the cards on field and in Alexander's hand for the entire turn.
But wait, there's more. You could also banish it from the graveyard for practically the same effect. So it's 2 bites at the apple to keep everything locked down. Because remember, it's not like you could just make a rank 3 Xyz. The Ryziel effects lock you specifically into rank 4 Xyz monsters. So you're stuck.
And the annoying thing about the Ryziels is that they can play through one form of interaction, one Mischief of the Gnomes effect. They might just be able to get enough from the deck or, like, you know, potentially link them off, get them back from the graveyard that they still could get to one. So that second activation is actually so good. And we have a Phantom as well.
Again, like you're saying, Steve, that's probably a big up to playing the Fiends with version of Ryziel, is you have ways to stop the most common counters, D-Barrier and Mischief of the Nose.
The draw phase, Mischief of the Gnomes, that does work in the hand. That's like a cost down style effect.
Okay, letting the ice go through. Phantom of Yubel is something that we know is on the field that can interact, where I didn't get a good look at Sam's hand to see what other cards might be lurking in there.
I think I saw some more. I think I actually saw another card from his side deck inclusion, Red Resonator. Going to be probably a pretty useful card in case he wants to, you know, get that little bit of life point damage to kind of get the difference and win in time.
I believe if it's special summoned, you pick a monster on the field and then you gain life points equal to its attack, right?
Exactly, yeah. Just get that nice little difference in his favor.
I mean, you're still down a duel, though. That's not going to matter here.
A tie's better than a loss, though, on the record.
It's true. You get a draw, 1 point to each duelist, or if he gets a loss, no points to him. Well, his opponent sops up 3 points to his record, so gotta be careful here, but a draw might be the best thing that Sam can hope for, so let's see what happens.
Okay, Fiendsmith tracked, drawn in the opening hand for Alexander. He'll be able to go into that. And we're at 1 minute left on the timer currently. A reminder that there were 2 slow play warnings given in the first duel, so we will add 6 more to that timer once we hit 0.
Still plenty of duel left to figure out how this matchup is going to end. I think the best case scenario is that it ends in a tie for Sam, or best case scenario for Alexander, it ends in a win, obviously.
It's like we're considering the Lurie or the Engraver, but the Engraver gets the pick.
And then we got to discard a card from hand. Going to get rid of that X Ryziel. At this point, we don't have access to Xyz monsters anyway, so we just don't need to lock ourselves.
Yep. We've
already committed our normal, so X Ryziel is just a useless card.
But like you had said, the fact that it's Fiendsmith Ryziel means that something in Mischief of the Gnomes just means that, okay, these are just cards that will go into the Fiendsmith cards at this point. And that's going to be the field that we try and build.
Are there any Fiendsmith cards that require levels? I don't think so.
Do not think so either.
I do think Desiree being a level 6, though, when it comes out will be funny, if anything else. Because that means you can't use Paradise.
It's actually a really good point.
Yeah, that's right.
What if you get 2 Desirees, you go to DDD High Wave King Caesar.
That would be so awesome if he just hard bakes a Caesar like that.
But it's okay. It's okay.
Okay, so there's the Moon of the Closed Heaven from those 2 Ryziel monsters. Yep, so they're just announcing the time extension now. It is now updated on the clock for everyone watching at home as well. That is now the official timer for this match.
And there we go. Alexander going to continue to play.
Going into the Requiem.
Now Requiem is going to bring us a new card, and this time it is... Taking a quick cycle through the deck again, but nope, looks like Lacrimose, the Crimson Tears. Lacrima back in action.
Going to be sending that Paradise to just get that extra interaction, I imagine. Again, just noting that Sam is being very patient with the Phantom of Yubel, waiting for the opportune time to use his interaction.
It could possibly be the last time he interacts.
Phantom of Yubel still can do a lot to shut down play options for Alexander, but another option for Alexander is to just, try and play to the clock, 450. If he sends it back to Sam, Sam's not going to have a lot of time to make decisions on his turn.
Are we about to see another Chaos Angel Gambit?
Just gonna show about not be destroyed by battle. I'll activate a target for sure. And then I'll use Raver for both.
So as we continue here,
Makes sense, right?
the possibility is slim though for Sam because again, his best case scenario is a draw. If he is able to somehow get Alexander's life points a little bit lower here, then it would be 1 win apiece, and therefore they would be tied, so each player would walk away with a draw. But right now, there really isn't that much of a chance that Sam actually wins this duel, because he'd have to win now, we'd have to get through side decking, and he'd have to win again.
This is actually a really cool interaction that just happened right here. Alexander attempted to use the Engraver effect, I think, to destroy the Phantom of Yubel, and then Sam was just like, no, I'll just chain it. Change that effect to let me destroy a Spirit from my deck and then bring out regular Yubel from my deck.
Yeah. Forcing out the activation makes sense for Alexander. But reminder that they can't really go into the Ryziel stuff because of that Mischief of the Gnomes. So we've already done a few of the Fiendsmith things. There's a good chance that there's not much left to do. You don't want to get another slow play warning, so at some point he will have to pass.
We actually can't summon Chaos Angel. Their levels are off.
That is true, yeah, so it's a 3 and a 5 right now. You'd have to have even better on the field.
Chaos Cherubini once they release that one.
So actually, couldn't know, that would be 11. There's no math for that.
I thought you had no response to summon, that's why it's been... okay, sure, on summon, sure.
No, I'm not going to say it.
Oh, okay, sorry.
It just said from the deck or
Yeah, Fiendsmith Paradise can send from deck and extra deck. It doesn't actually have to send from the extra deck. So you can do all kinds of things. It actually could be an extender for you for your Fiendsmith combo.
Exactly.
but also an interrupt if you need it.
It's a great card. I'm really glad to see that it's being played. Now, obviously, with Lacrima the Crimson Tier, sending it from the deck to the graveyard makes it very much more accessible than it was in the past, but I almost feel like if we play like a Time Wizard format from this summer, I'm going to go ahead and use some Foolish Burial Goods just to send that before Lacrima even existed.
Oh, that'd be so cool.
Something that players just didn't think about then. Again, Duelists are just, they're discovering more. Duelists get smarter every day. It's just so cool to watch.
And I imagine Paradise gets even better once we have, if like we got rid of the FNL list and instead have the Fusion Lacrima again. Ooh, that card's crazy.
Oh, that would be crazy.
2 minutes, 8 seconds on the clock.
Ooh, and here we see the first Agdom Day.
Yeah. Oh, true. Now, if the turn goes back to Sam, we see the red Resonator in hand. If he can try and get to a point where he can special summon that, then he can target a monster on the field, gain attack equal to its or gain life points equal to its attack. But you need to get to a point where you can special summon it. The Unchained cards are great at doing that, but it takes time. We talk about this as a physical game. You actually have to move a lot of cards around in order to achieve that. And Alexander so
I really
far.
wish I had my calculator. Don't tell nobody I work at Math Agent.
Alexander certainly has math as part of his job description, but maybe having trouble here adding it up.
You know what? I'm not gonna do that.
So I think we're debating on using an effect that inflicts damage and life points.
Let's see if the judges are paying close attention here.
So we're specialing Ice by sending a card from our field or hand to the graveyard. From this point forward, we are now locked into rank.
We are. Is it going to be Gaga Gaga Cowboy?
I mean, we can't Xyz summon because of
the
Mischief of the Gnomes.
Mischief of the Gnomes.
I'll pay 500.
Yeah, we're just gonna get that good old-fashioned attack, get as much damage as possible. So we got 500. I think Ice is 1700 attack, something like that.
17. Yep.
Yep, 17. Beautiful.
Ice 17. Yep.
And then Agdom Day is 18, I think.
58, right?
So in total, it's going to be, if my math is correct,
4,000.
4,000, yeah.
Solid 4,000.
And that's going to be a lot more than Sam should be theoretically able to gain.
Yep, because now we have the Desiree, and now we attack again.
Only from extra deck.
Do we lock ourselves in summoning period or only from the extra deck? I actually don't remember.
Attack for
I believe it's only from the extra deck.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So we can still summon from the grave.
And that's the handshake.
There it is. There was the one-turn win line for Alexander. He saw it. He claimed it. Congratulations to both those players. That game one was one heck of a grind. That's what Fiendsmith cards do, though. They grind the game out, and they give both players so much advantage. Congrats to both players. I definitely saw the challenge that Sam put up in game one and was like, I couldn't beat that. Can't believe Alexander did. It was awesome.
No, he really did some great stuff there, and it's just an incredible set of turns there. Now, certainly, as we see, even duelists who are YCS champions, they're human just like anybody else, but both of these duelists are likely still to be in our tournament again. Sam, certainly steely there, but is still having a shot at a day 2 finish tomorrow, so hopefully we'll see him again for those of you who are fans of Sam. But again, Alexander does take this, so we're going to go down from 3 Stevens to 2 as Stephen Kangas goes up to the stage to interview him. But in the meantime, wow, what a duel. Like, that's insane what we just saw.
Showcase. Honestly, I don't think it's wrong for me to say I cannot believe Alexander was able to play through that game one. It was so impressive, fighting through 10 cards worth of interaction and figuring out the exact line he needed to, being so patient with his resources, figuring out the best time to use everything, and then game 2, he was able to be like, actually, I think I have enough damage to just win the game.
Yeah.
Sans any XYZ monsters.
When we started this game, again, both duelists were laughing. Alexander looking at the Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit in his hands like, yeah, I'm not going to mess with that Phantom of Bell. But in actuality, I mean, really just card for card, just sort of picking through and playing through all those different points of interaction. And certainly we're on a different timeline, right? We don't know what kind of the world would be like if Sam hadn't flipped over that Book of Eclipse. But again, just incredible gameplay. This is like what we live for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. Just
and honestly, he may not be here with us because he's going up to the stage right now, but Steven was so right. Like, that triple Tapit's talent that Alexander held for just the right moment was, for me, the turning point of game one. It was an expert play, and I really love seeing it.
It really was. It really was. And it shows you that's the importance of Desiree, because Desiree is able to interact with those spell cards. So maybe if he held off just a little bit longer just so we could stop that, it's just about an order of operations problem. And it shows you that we talked about how you play your cards is a little bit more freer in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, right? Do a little bit of Rizal over here, do a little bit of Fiendsmith over there, but also how you determine and order your interactions, right?
Yeah.
How much information do you want to give up? How much do you want to say, oh, this is the one that I'm really holding on to? And hopefully that'll kind of inspire some of the U-Belt fans at home to change up maybe their game plan, and Sam will showcase how good it is maybe on day 2. But we'll just have to see, right?
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned this early in the round, but I think like a really useful thing to do when you think you're behind is actually try to play through your opponent's board. Not so you can try to beat it and win the game, but so you can learn how they use their board to interact with you. That way you have more information in games 2 and 3, the most important games in my opinion, where you can actually counter what they're doing versus just try to respond to their, random great board that they got because they go first and you have no interactions.
Well, we've talked a lot about Alexander, but why don't we go ahead and throw it to the stage so we can hear exactly from the Duelists themselves how they got that far, because that was an incredible duel. So, hey, let's send it to the stage with Stephen Kangas.
Thank you very much, casters. I am on stage here with Alexander after your feature match victory 2-0, but a long 2-0. I want to start by talking about that game 1. That went over 30 minutes. Talk me through it from your perspective.
Listen, at the end of the day's going to end. And the thing is, the spirit of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is all about never giving up. I may be a little bit washed up. I may be a little bit past my prime. I may be a little bit too seasoned, if you will, right? But the thing is, he made his full board, and I can either give up right now on stage, or I can play it out. I probably lose, but you know what? Sometimes magic happens, right? And that's peace. That's peace.
I think the magic might have been that triple tactics talent that you saved till the very end. How do you feel about your play? Because feature match, high pressure, high stakes. How do you feel about the decisions that you made up on stage?
Totally. I'm not going to lie. I was pretty nervous. I think it showed in my play for sure. I do wish, I love Sam. That's my boy. I do wish I could have been a better opponent for sure. I definitely don't think I played that as optimally as I hoped. I came today to play for fun. I haven't played it in a little bit. So I'm a little bit rusty, but I definitely had a lot of fun. That talents at the end, I'm not really sure if that was the right move. Maybe I could have sequenced things differently. Maybe I could have done like talents first, play Exiton later, because for those who don't know, Exiton Knight can actually make Fiendsmith Requiem by itself. So maybe that might have been a better option. I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to go back and look at the footage. I'll definitely be in the lab on that one for sure.
Well, respect for that. I mean, you say you passed your prime, but that's the mark of a competitive duelist. You're always looking at what you could have done better. Speaking of, you still have more duels ahead of you. One more round today. It's been a marathon of a day, but there's a good chance that you can make top if you continue to play well. What does that mean for you if you're able to make top at this YCS?
It's about flexibility. At the end of the day, it's about accepting things as they are and taking things as they come. So, we got one more round. We got 2 more rounds tomorrow. Maybe there's top cut. Maybe there's not. Maybe I'm eating the $25 pizza at the convention center. I mean, who knows? Who knows what can be happening? I mean, the future has yet to be told. And so with that being said, that's peace. I'll just accept it as it comes.
Words of wisdom with Alexander, everybody. Thank you so much for the interview. Congratulations on the win. We're going to throw it back to the casters.
Well, that was a breathtaking speech about the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. Oh my goodness, okay. Woo!
Never give up, never surrender.
Never give up. It really isn't over until the last card is played, and some duelists, they get a little overwhelmed when they see a full field of cards. I think that was a great presentation on how don't get overwhelmed. Just play your cards, right? What's the worst that can happen? You duel, right?
And do you want to know, I was going to say, speaking of where you can play your cards, don't forget about the OTS Holiday Championships that are going to be going on all month long in December, from December 7th to December 22nd, starting today and going through the rest of the month. Nice little way to celebrate the game's history while also getting a little bit of holiday cheer.
Dueling for a good cause is all right with me. Ah, wow, what a duel, what a speech, what energy, the charity stuff. I'm taken away. I think I won't be able to cast for the rest of the day.
Well, good thing we only have one more round left. Round 9 will be the last one for day 1 before we come back with day 2 and top cut. But before that, we have a little break for you guys. Don't go anywhere. Thank you so much.
See ya.
High roll? Yeah, high roll's fine by me. 3. As 4. All up to start. All right, good luck. Best of luck. All right. Anything in my draw or standby? Nothing. All right. Proceed to main phase 1. I will special summon by discarding. And then chain links will be chain link 1 Sarnir, chain link 2 Diabellstar and Blackwitch. Chain link 3 Imperm Target. Imperm Target and Blackwitch. That is fine. Okay. I'll send Lubellion.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you would like to cut.
Sure.
Alright. I will activate Bestial Magnamut, targeting the Sarner that's in my graveyard.
No response.
New chain, I will activate Bestial Magnamut to search during the end phase or add from graveyard.
No response.
I'll link those two into Moon of the Force Heaven.
No response.
Yep. For Fiendsmith Requiem.
No response.
I'll attempt to activate Requiem.
Effect's fine.
Okay. To summon Lacrimal. Activate Lacrimal's effect, ascend from deck to grave.
Chainlink 2. Target.
Chainlink 2 targeting Lacrimal. That is fine. Let's see here. And then... Sorry, I'm just thinking.
No, it's okay. We're good.
I will set one. And I'll attempt to enter end phase.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Resolve Magnamut.
Oh, right. Let's go do it. I'll grab Baldrick.
Sure. My turn?
Yep.
Anything in draw phase?
No, sir.
Standby?
All good.
Main phase? Normal Lacrimal effect?
I'll chain Veil on Lacrimal.
Sure. No response. Requiem? Effective Requiem?
Requiem's fine.
I might go back in.
No worries.
Thinking here. Effective Requiem, 2 clip.
Yep.
Necro clip. Anything on summon?
You're fine.
Effective Engraver, shuffling, Requiem as cost.
I'll chain Baldrick, targeting the Engraver.
Sure. Banisher? Okay. Ending main phase 1. End phase.
End phase? I don't think I have anything I want to activate. Okay. I will draw for turn.
Yep.
Okay. Let's see here. Draw phase. I will activate Wanted.
No response.
There you go. What's in here? I never did get to that card. Main phase 1?
Yes.
That needs to go to the graveyard. Requiem's still in there. I'm gonna tribute the Baldrick to special summon Lubellion.
Sure.
I'll activate the Lubellion effect.
Sure, that's fine.
And then you should have 3 cards in hand,
Yes,
correct?
3 in hand.
Okay. Placing
Sure.
regains. link these two. Into Lina.
Sure.
I will activate Lina's effect, targeting your Lacrima.
Thinking on the effect. Chain link 2. Ghost Ogre?
Ghost Ogre on Lina?
Yeah.
That is fine.
Any trigger effects?
Yeah, Lina's effect will activate as Chain Link 1.
Chain link 2 to draw 1. Necro Clip.
How many cards in hand?
2.
2? I'll Ash.
Sure.
Okay. Then Lina will add a copy of Lacrima. I will normal summon Lacrima.
Sure.
Activate the effect?
Sure.
Sending Engraver. I will then activate the effect of Engraver by shuffling back the Moon and
Sure.
Plus.
No response.
Let's see. I will Requiem effect, target the Engraver.
Sure.
And then Engraver effect, target Requiem, target Necroquip. I'll link these two into sequence. I'll attempt to activate sequence.
That's fine.
Okay. Shuffling back Engraver, a copy of Lacrima, and we'll shuffle back Requiem.
Sure.
So that'll go to the extra, these will go here. And then feel free to cut. To make Desiree. And then you should still be at full life, right?
Yes.
Okay. Those two. Agma Day?
That's fine.
I'll send to grave a special Black Witch.
Sure.
Black Witch effect.
Sure.
Setting Deception.
Sure.
I will attempt to go to battle phase.
Sure.
I'll declare an attack with Agma Day for 1800.
On the attack declaration, activate Spirit.
Spirit is fine.
Effect to search your set.
That is also fun.
I will choose to add as a hand. Nightmare Pain.
Choose to add to the hand. And then it can't be destroyed by battle, and I would take
Yes.
the damage.
No, it just cannot be destroyed by. I take no damage. This is the one that inflicts the damage.
I gotcha. I will attempt to activate Agma Day's effect, targeting my Desiree.
No response. Sure.
Yeah.
It's battle phase still.
Still battle phase, yeah. You have 2 cards left.
2 cards in it, yes. And one is Nightmare Pain.
One is Nightmare Pain. I will. Let's see. Because if we do that, I go get. Alright, we'll go to main phase 2.
Sure.
I will. That would be cool if I can't do that. I will link these two.
Sure.
Into Silhouette Rabbit.
Magnum Day.
Yep. And then I will activate the effect of Silhouette Rabbit to set.
Sure, no response.
Oh, hold on. need to. So this is I'm gonna activate this for sure. I also wish to activate the Desiree, targeting this to send.
Okay,
I will shuffle back. I'll shuffle back the sequence.
Sure.
Okay.
Send to grave, right?
Yep. Send to grave, and then set this card. Set Azeroth?
Sure.
I will then flip Deception.
Sure.
And then Deception effects.
Sure.
I'm going to get Hallowed Azamina.
Sure.
I'll then activate Hallowed Azamina. Revealing the Sylvia and summon the Sylvia.
That's fine.
I don't think I have anything else. I will attempt to go to the end phase.
Sure.
I will reset the Deception, and then I will pass to you.
Okay.
And then
Check.
If you do not
Check.
have any quick effects in the
I have
draw
nothing.
phase, I would like to activate the effects of Lacrima, targeting my Agdam a Day.
Sure, no response.
Okay. So that'll go here. The Lacrima will go back into the deck. And then
I have nothing on summon.
on the new chain, I'll activate Agdam a Day, targeting Desiree.
No response.
So if you want to cut.
It's all you. Standby phase?
Sure.
Main phase 1?
Sure.
Normal summon?
Normal summon draw. In response to the summon, I will activate as a rune statue.
Sure. I'll concede here.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
And I must believe in the heart of the cards. What card do I want to draw? I feel like I have to pick Pot of Desires because that's 2 more cards. I got 2 more chances. So any card that can give me more cards is probably the one I want.
When I need to top deck and I'm believing in the heart of the cards, I'm trying to draw Perform a Foul Monkey Board. I have a story, it's on stream once upon a time, where I had 1 out in my deck. It was Perform a Foul Monkey Board, about 26 cards left. I said it to my opponent. You can hear it on the stream if you listen close. But I was like, Slifer, come on, I need some help. And it popped up, and I won that game. So, Perform a Foul Monkey Board.
So when I think about the heart of the cards, I think the card that I always want to draw is Triple Tactics Talon. The reason being is when you think about the meaning of the heart of the cards, you want something that will get you out of any situation. And I don't think there's another card in the game that'll give you that range into solving whatever situation that you want to. And it just feels like a Yugi moment.
Ooh, what card do I hope to top deck in a crucial moment? Probably at the moment, Fiendsmith Engraver. That card is so good, and because it's a Fiend, it helps my Fiend deck, like Yubel. So just like being able to open that card and start the Fiendsmith combo and the resource loop with it, it's amazing. I love it. It's so fun.
I mean, I guess in this deck it would just be Pot of Desires because value is good here. Whatever I need to draw, I'm just going to draw it plus something else off the Desires. I think that, like I said, it's just a value-oriented matchup. In general, if there's something I want to top deck, it's usually Raisin. I guess through all my events playing Vanquish, that's the 1 card in ESC because I'll have a bunch of big guys in hand, and as soon as I see the 1 card, it lets me play through everything.
When I'm believing in the heart of the cards and the card I must top deck, I'm going to go with Triple Tactics Talent. I think that is one that I'm playing this weekend that can get me out of a lot of situations that are pretty untenable otherwise.
When I have to hope in the heart of the cards, I really want to draw a Pot of Desires because that gives me 2 chances to believe in the heart of the cards.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are here in the beautiful city of Anaheim, California. That's right, it's YCS Anaheim 2024. And we have seen some epic games from some legend. Wait for it. Dairy Duelist here this weekend, and it has been incredible. And now we have finally made it here to round number 9. It's going to be the last day of Swiss. But before we jump into our feature match, let's check on our bounty duelists. These players have been accumulating packs throughout the day. How have they been doing, Joe?
Looks like there are, at least on the left side, 3 players. It's almost like a left versus right here, honestly. So my side here, we still have Asala, Mario, and Landon all with 18 points. Still playing away for those packs. How's your side doing?
Doing pretty good. Aditya's sitting at 19 points. He's won 6 rounds. That's going to be 2 packs per round, so he's at least opened 12 booster packs so far. Yuta there with 6 wins and 2 losses, as also with 18 points. Opened up 12 booster packs as well. The rest of them not doing so great, but as long as they keep playing, they keep having those opportunities to win booster packs, or if they lose, they're still going to be giving them away to their opponents. But that's tough for the bounty. You know, seeing Landon there with 18 points, that means he lost to Josh and then lost the next round as well. Down, but not out. He's going to be able to make a recovery, hopefully. We'll have to see how it's going to go for him, but I'd love to see that rematch again between him and Josh in the Top Cut.
On the opposite side, we saw Asala's name, player that you might recognize that's oftentimes behind the booth, actually, who had 2 losses relatively early in the day, who has now actually gotten all the way down the last round, still with just 2 losses, so he's on a bit of a winning streak there.
Yeah, shout-outs to Asala, Watatanjige. I'd love to see you on the feature match stage. But we have our players on the feature match stage right now waiting to be introduced. So, Kangas, who do we got for our last feature match of day 1 of YCS Anaheim?
And for our final feature match in the blue chair from Tempe, Arizona, he wants to give a shout out to the Arizona and New York homies, Jackson Roush. And his opponent in the red chair from San Diego, California, he wants to shout at his friends in the audience who helped him prepare for this event, Chauncey Trong. Duelists are ready on stage. Let's throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
All right, thank you so much, Kangas. Now we are jumping into it. This is our last round of Swiss, as Kangas mentioned, and we have an epic one here. Swiss round number 9.
Looks like we have a deck we've seen a little bit this weekend so far, the Malice deck, obviously one of the decks going into the weekend that was one of the major talking points. This particular Malice strategy does something that we haven't seen yet. This one actually does not play any of the Bestials in the main deck. Instead is elected to play a somewhat robust Kestira package. I'm talking about more than just 1 copy of Unicorn or the full 3. We are in a little bit of a conversation beforehand. What do we think the 3 Unicorns are going to be used for? And I think we've settled on probably just Link fodder.
Yeah, being able to get a monster on the field, have that birth established, being able to use it just in case maybe something goes wrong with your other monsters, be able to fall back on those Link monsters, and then still bring back that Unicorn to continue to help climb your way into the higher Link rating monsters throughout the match. And on the other side, though, Chauncey playing one of my favorite decks, the deck that Landon Oliver, as we were speaking of, 1-2 YCSs with. It's going to be that Snake Eye Fire King Azaminia strategy. Definitely a powerful deck that, since Rage of the Abyss, has been really all over the place.
Yeah, and you can see some of the changes in the deck in preparation for this event. Dominus Impulse was a card this deck could already play, but certainly we've been talking all weekend about the importance of shutting down some of those Ryziel effects, so Chauncey's elected to continue to play Dominus Impulse in his strategy.
Yeah,
looks
definitely.
like both of these players are main decking Wallows, which is something that as the tournament's gone, we've been seeing quite a bit as well.
Yeah, the Mulcharmies have been everywhere. All the cards that a lot of people have been focusing down to try and go after something like Ryziel Duo Drive has been key for a lot of players, but there's a lot more decks out there than just Malice or Ryziel, so you have to keep everything in perspective when you are constructing your deck. And, you know, don't count the other decks just out. You could be your own worst enemy sometimes when you come up with these ideas, this theory, the theorio in your head that'll defeat you before you even get in the tournament, like, oh, this deck is bad because blank. You just have to remove that and think about why could it be good. If you think of things more of an optimistic view, it can really impact your play instead of thinking things from the negative perspective. I promise you it will revolutionize the way you play test and the way you respect decks. You want to respect every deck for sure, and these players have done just that, and now they are both, believe they only have 1 loss each, so winning this will really make sure they can come back for day 2 and put themselves in prime position to make that top cut. But let's go ahead and do it one more time here on day 1 at YCS Anaheim 2024. It's game number 1. Here comes the die roll. Jackson rolled a 9 and looks like he will be going first. Jackson is our Malice duelist, it seems.
To go off what you just said, I think the actual decision to cut the Bestial cards from the deck, something that basically all of the Malice players we've seen this weekend have had in their deck, may be one of the reasons that Jackson's here with only 1 loss. The Bestials don't necessarily line up that well into the format, and instead he's elected to play the Kastira cards, which have historically always been pretty good in those games where things don't go optimally. Speaking of optimal, though, from Jackson's point of view.
Dimension Shifter.
Against probably the matchup you want to see it against the most, too. Any of those Snake Eye, certainly the Fire King Snake Eye strategies.
Oh, yeah. I'm feeling my heart goes out for my Fire King brethren as the first card he's seen during this matchup is that Dimension Shifter coming down. We'll see what Jackson has to follow up. He's going to set a spell or trap card. You always want to set the Malice traps first because you can activate them the turn they're set by banishing a Malice card. So that means if your opponent has something that targets your monster like Effect Veiler, Ghost Mourner, anything, you can chain to that and banish it off the field to use the trap card and still resolve your effect.
Even if you don't actually have the trap card, you'll sometimes do that in order to at least present, like, let's see here, if he has the trap card, it's going to 100% be activated. This now shows Chansey that there actually is no trap card set, or else it would have been activated there. But this is a play we're going to see quite frequently. Yeah, a bluff, as they would say.
And now, you know, Chauncey not taking that bluff there, knowing that is a viable option.
There are only 3 of the trap cards in the deck, so from the perspective of really any deck, it doesn't have to just be this Fire King deck. From any deck playing against Malice, there are only 3 of those main deck trap cards, and people typically only play 1 of each of them. As a result, if there are situations where if you allow the deck to go off any further than just that single play, and you need to stop it there, sometimes it's worth just taking the risk.
Yeah, definitely. And we see the Dimension Shifter paying dividends right now. Since it was banished, he went for the Link 1 for Link Karibo, gets to summon back the Malice monster, but he's not going anywhere from here since that Fualos was dropped on Chauncey's side, so now he's still going to have to play through Dimension Shifter, but not too much of a big board here, just with 2 spell and trap cards in the spell and trap zone, a Link Karibo, and I believe, yeah, Dormouse there on the field in defense mode.
We know, of course, there are no Malice trap cards, or else that would have been activated on the previous turn.
Yeah, definitely can read that.
Fortunately, though, for Chance, it doesn't look like his hand has too much going on. He's got a copy of Ash Blossom. I see the Fire Island. I see a copy of Infinite Impermanence. And it looks like a copy of Dominus Purge. Sorry, Dominus Impulse, rather.
Ooh, Dominus Impulse, not great versus Link Karibo. Just going to set 1 card to the spell and trap zone and pass back to Jackson here.
So Dormouse is a card that allows you to activate it every single turn. It's quite similar to Sword Soul Tai. I think that's a good illustration where some of them are, you know, Moye, where you actually have only that 1 single activation when it's summoned. Dormouse, if it sits on the field like this, you can actually just continue to activate the effect, which is something that we're going to see right here.
And this is going to be met by another copy of Infinite Impermanence, but that Link Karibo is going to be able to tribute itself off the field to negate it.
Now we're going to be able to banish a Malice monster from the deck. It's going to be White Rabbit. White Rabbit then going to allow him to pay 300 life points, or at least try to, because it's going to here be stopped by a beautiful quarter-century rare Dominus Impulse. He would have been able to special summon that White Rabbit out of the banished zone. He's going to be unable to do so.
That Dominus Impulse, huge here for Chauncey, trying to hang on.
But it looks like, fortunately there, he has a copy of Cheesy Cat, that singleton copy. Most of these Malice decks that we've seen this weekend elect to play 1 copy of Cheesy Cat. It's a card that requires an additional Malice card in order to actually get going. It in and of itself is not that ideal. Here we see Haggard Lizardoy. If you haven't seen the Malice deck, it might seem a bit out of place, because here he's only going to simply banish 1 of the Malice cards from his graveyard, which is a cost, by the way, simply to get it banished, to really no other additional effect. Some strategies have used this card to actually just clear the Lizardoys off the field and draw. Right now, we literally just want to banish a Malice.
Yeah, it's kind of similar to Splash Mage in that sense, where you're going to be able to go into a Link 2 with 2 monsters, and then banish 1 of those monsters from the graveyard, then special summons back on the field, so you're still doing that Link climbing process, so you can immediately get to a Link 3 like Red Ransom here. Malice Red Ransom is going to activate the effect. Does their response? Ash Blossom coming down here from Chauncey. Chauncey with all the answers. but didn't have a lot going for him on his turn. Is it going to be enough?
If this resolves, it'll cut him off from searching the field spell. Malice, Underworld.
Malice and Underground.
Underground, yeah. The Underworld is for the tour guides.
Exactly.
We're in the Underground. Is the Underworld under the Underground? I guess so.
It would make sense. Or the Underground is in the Underworld?
Maybe.
Maybe. Who knows? But Red Ransom is going to
I'm at
connect
71, he's at 57.
for some damage. 2,300 life points. That's going to put him down to 5,700. Malice is a really cool deck. If you haven't checked it out yet from Crossover Breakers, it's a cyber strategy, a dark cyber strategy at that. That works by banishing their monsters, and then those monsters can pay life points to special summon themselves back to the field. But now Fire King Island, quarter century secret rare coming down from Chauncey. Going to activate the effect. It's going to resolve, destroying Ash Blossom. And now let's see if he goes for Garunix. Looks like he might be going for a rank 8 play if possible. Garunix is going to activate the effect in the hand. Since the fire monster is destroyed to special summon itself. Then on the field, it's going to activate its effect to destroy a beast warrior, or a winged beast from his deck.
It's the Fire Try.
The Fire Try. But Forbidden Chalice, that's a cool card that I was wondering if people were going to be playing in the main deck here from Jackson. Forbidden Chalice, not only can you use it defensively, like we just see here, it's a card you can draw as your 6th card to target down something like Brazil Detonator.
Yeah, it's a card that's always cycled in and out of formats. It's a card, this might bring back some bad memories for people, but I feel like the Ryziel deck reminds me a little bit of the original Castira decks, where instead of going into Ryziel, we're going into Detonator, in which Forbidden Chalice was actually pretty good against Castilla for periods of time there, too.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. And that Grunix is going to take down the Red Ransom, but now it looks like there's another copy of Dormouse coming down here from Jackson.
I'm at 63, he's at 57. Effective Dormouse.
I'm at 57.
57.
That's good.
This Dormouse, I'm assuming maybe he had it, maybe he drew it, but definitely an incredible card to be played here from Jackson.
White Rabbit pay 3.
And now he's going to try and special summon out the White Rabbit from the Banish pile. This time there it's going to resolve. Obviously, Chauncey is shields down right now. He has no interactions clearly visible. And as a result, we're going to really be able to see the Malice deck go off. I didn't quite get a...
I think it might have been, I mean, they usually set TB11, but
Yeah.
it could have been GWC 06.
We'll probably see relatively quickly. White Rabbit allows you to set a Malice trap card. One of the 3 Malice trap cards.
Which trap did you set?
Monster Reborn.
Okay, he called it Monster Reborn. That means it's GWC 06.
That's what I thought it was. And now he's going to activate it, so he's going to banish the Malice, so he can activate it the turn it's set. Special summon back the Red Ransom.
1 Red Ransom, Chainlink 2 Dormouse.
Yeah.
The Dormouse is going to special summon itself back to the field. Red Ransom's going to add a spell.
Hopefully he gained life points. If you special summon, well, if you control a Link monster, you do get to gain life equal to its original attack. It's an important thing to note for the Malice deck because it allows you to gain life points close to time, or certainly in time as well. And now we see Red Ransom resolving.
Yeah, don't want to make any mistakes here. It looks like he is in the clear here. Jackson looking to send his Red Ransom and the White Rabbit to the graveyard for a Link summon for Access Code Talker. Yep, Access Code Talker insane in Malice. He's going to be able to banish the Red Ransom to destroy the Fire King Island. And then Red Ransom's going to be able to special summon back to the field.
And banish the Cybers from the deck.
And it'll banish one from deck.
And he definitely already has enough damage here to end this game right here, right now. And Chauncey sees that and will concede and ready to move on to game number 2.
Doesn't even need to see the Dotscaper hit the field.
You know, it's kind of cool. Access Code Talker kind of in theme. It is a Cybers Link monster that banishes monster, Link monsters. So it definitely works really well in the Malice strategy. A lot of times we just see Access Code Talker being incorporated because it can do so much damage and it can clean up boards pretty easily, but it really fits in the theme of Malice.
Yeah, this is exactly the interaction you commented on earlier in the day, where you wanted to see Access Code Talker hit the field, clear out some of those Link monsters from the graveyard, put them in the banish pile, and have them to summon right to the field.
Yep, and then be able to take the game just like that. Control the game until you're at the point where you can go for that winning move, and that's exactly what Jackson did here in game number 1, but now it's game 2, and Chauncey's being able to dive into his side deck. He's also going to be able to go first, but I know step 1 for Chauncey, don't get Dimension Shifter. If you can at all costs, somehow avoid that from happening. Because I mean, his hand wasn't great to begin with, but I think he would have been able to at least use that Fire King Island on his first turn.
His first
a little more of an advantage, but it was tough.
His first real action toward progressing his engine was to use the Fire King Island on Ash Blossom, which is pretty low on the list of opening plays that you strive for.
It's definitely not where you want to be, especially when you're maxing out on some of the Fire King cards. A lot of times we see people only play maybe like 2 Ulconics, but he definitely has 3 copies in his deck, which I agree with. I always want to see that card in all of my opening hands if I can.
Yeah, he's playing the full 3. He's playing 2 Diabellstar, the Black Witch. He's obviously playing the Snake Eye strategy as well, the Ash in his deck, Poplar.
Now the Duelists are shuffling up and getting ready for game number 2 here. Both these Duelists only have 1 loss, but going to 2 losses here at this point in the tournament is it's kind of tough, because if you have to win both rounds tomorrow to even have a chance to make that top cut, but if you only have 1 loss, you really only need to win 1. Your tiebreakers will probably be strong enough to carry you in. Obviously, you'd rather win both to guarantee it, but the winner of this will put themselves in prime position to make that top 32 cutoff.
Yeah, and the worst part there is it's no guarantee that even if you were to win those 2, that you'd be in position to make it into the top 32. So you'll rest much easier tonight with the victory here, which is, you know, what Jackson is 1 game away from doing.
Definitely is. Looks like he's doing some last-minute adjustments to his side deck. Oh, I like it. He's keeping his side deck on the front of his deck while he's swapping out the cards in his deck. Something that I used to do as well. Kind of like helps you kind of conceal what you're side decking while you get to keep it all together. Originally, we used to shuffle our entire side decks into our decks and then pick out our side deck. That's tough. That takes way too long. I'm not about that anymore. I'd rather just place it on the front to try and conceal it and move the cards around, as opposed to having to pull out all 15 of those cards from your side deck. But I was also a big fan of, you know, having the side deck smoke screen, like where I'm changing my deck into a completely different deck just with those 15 cards. Kind of tough to do nowadays when you need so many silver bullets to counter some of these strong strategies that you'll encounter through an 11-round tournament.
I've seen a few decks side the Tempai strategy.
Really?
It's small enough that you could conceivably do that.
That's interesting. That'd be cool to check out. But it looks like our Duelists have shuffled up their side deck. Looks like he was waiting for the judge to offer that fist bump. It's game number 2 of our last round of Swiss here of day 1 of YCS Anaheim. Let's see what Chauncey's working with.
It's like a lot of interaction.
Taking a moment to consider his hand, and it's a pass.
Yeah, I think he has Ghost Ogre and an Impermanence.
Where are all these Fire King cards? They're just not there for Chauncey when he needs them most.
Oh, wow, he actually has the trap card this time, so this could go really bad.
Set the spell and trap card, summons Dormouse.
Oh, here it is. Oh, he's thinking about that Imperm.
He lets it resolve.
He lets it resolve. Okay.
Now, there is no Dimension Shifter, so I mean, you kind of have to look at the things you can be happy about if you're Chauncey, even if you have to go first and pass turn 1. But you're going to banish that Malice White Rabbit from the deck. You're going to be able to pay 300 life points and special summon it back to the field.
Effect on summon.
Now, Dormouse will boost his Malice monsters. 600 attack this turn. White Rabbit will now allow him to set a Malice trap from his deck. I'm curious if maybe here he'll use Imperm, or is he going to just wait till Splash Mage? This is not going to go well.
Yep. And this time he does have the trap. I believe that's TB11.
Yeah, TB11 will now allow him.
It banishes this for cost and then summons 1 from deck.
Yeah, allow him to special summon 1 from the deck. If Chauncey had 3 cards on the field, it would allow him to special summon a Link monster from the extra deck. You don't typically see that happen, but it is definitely possible.
Looks like he does summon the Chessy Cat here from the deck to the field. Let's see if he's going to use Chessy Cat's effect. We haven't seen it yet where he banishes the mouse card from the hand to draw 2 cards, but
really great when you get the red ransom effect to search the Malice in Underground, because if you already had hard drawn a Malice in Underground, it lets you basically cycle through the one that you got to search for free from red ransom. Since you just typically go into red ransom just naturally, sometimes you see when you just draw red ransom that you get to utilize the one that you search.
All right, we know that he has GWC 06. These trap names also just extremely remind me of the old school TG trap cards.
Oh, yeah.
TG EM1.
Summon is good.
But we are going to see a Link summon here for Haggard Lizardos. That's going to banish the Dormouse from the graveyard. And it's going to get Ghost Ogred. Okay, not a bad card to Ghost Ogre. That's the Link 2 rating being sent to the graveyard, which he needed to climb into those Link 3 Malice monsters. Not a bad card to Ghost Ogre.
Puts me at 70.
Oh, definitely an interesting use of the card Ghost Ogre, because you're literally just getting rid of the Link rating. The effect is completely meaningless besides paying the cost to banish, and of course you already paid the cost. It's not like Ghost Ogre on a card like Splash Mage where you're actually dealing with the Link arrows.
I'll look at your hand.
Oh, but that does turn on triple tactics talent. We see Kieran, Drone Lockbird, and original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye.
One thing to note is Chansey has elected not to side deck Artifact Lancia, a card that we've seen in quite a lot of side decks this weekend for Malice. But there's something here that in terms of if this is going to eventually find a third game, Chansey doesn't have that silver bullet that you were talking about that a lot of duelists have elected to side deck for the Malice strategy.
And that's going to make this matchup a little bit tougher. But now it looks like Jackson moving the battle phase, going to attack the Dormouse. So that Ghost Ogre, despite having to turn on that triple tactic talent to give a card, might save him here, cutting off that Link rating from being able to go into a Link 3.
And Dormouse is just chipping in now for damage. It's been boosted by, I guess, its own effect earlier in the turn. Kind of an interesting interaction there.
Oh yeah, it is a little more damage than usual. It's kind of funny, like, oh, I'm getting my boost from my earlier effect, even now I left the field and came back.
Yeah, and according to the rules of the game, I'm a different Dormouse. But
all right, we're going to see normal summon Drone Lockbird. It looks like he wants to put a face-up card on the field so he can use original Simple Spoils. And he has Ash Blossom.
And as we talked about in the previous game, Dormouse is a card that you can just continue to activate as long as it's face-up on the field. So if you protect the Dormouse, you're going to be able to do just this, which is resolve your effects in full the following turn.
Yeah, tough break here for Chauncey in the last round. Just not drawing great either of the games, having to deal with Dimension Shifter in game one.
To kind of illustrate the difference, Dormouse you can activate once every turn that it's sitting there on the field, same copy. White Rabbit only activates when it's normal or special summon, which is why I commented on that Taya versus Moye difference that we saw back when Sword Soul was a little bit more popular. We're seeing the exact same thing now, where sometimes the Dormouse will just sit on the field. And even though that Lizardoid died last turn, it was destroyed by the Ghost Ogre, that same Dormouse now putting a lot of work on the following turn.
All right, now Link Summon comes. Is that Heart's Cryptor? It looks like
it does.
Yep. Did he use 3 monsters for it? Yep.
He did. It is the only Link monster that requires 3 individual materials, whereas the other ones are just 2+.
This is going to be game. It's going to come back, gets double the attack, attack, and that's it. Jackson takes down Chauncey, and now he's moving on. 1 loss going into day 2. Hopefully Chauncey will be able to bounce back, win the next 2 rounds. We'll see if the Fire Kings will be able to make it to the top cut, or if it's just going to be a Malice and Ryzeal duking it out in the top cut. I can't wait to see how it's going to play out. I mean, both the decks we've seen Ryzeal win and lose on stream. Same for Malice, but we're going to see which one's going to come out on top tomorrow.
Yeah, the previous time that we personally sat and watched Malice, it didn't really have as much going on. We really got to see what the deck is trying to accomplish there. We actually got to see a little bit of that link climbing into Access Kotalker, as you mentioned there in that first game, and its great interactions with this deck. Here in the second game, we also saw that it can compete in kind of those hand interaction wars, where both players are throwing them back and forth. All it takes is getting that Dormouse effect to resolve, and even if you can protect it after those hand interactions go back and forth, it's such a threat sitting there on the for the following turn, sitting there on the field.
Definitely. I mean, it was an excellent display here for Malice. Not so much for Fire Kings. Really only saw Fire King Island was activated there. Got to the Grunix, didn't really get to use the Grunix effect, really didn't get anything going. Even when he got to go first in game number 2, It was just tough. Didn't have the pieces he needed. Just drew the Kieran, didn't draw any other Fire King cards. No Ponix, no Olconix, no Snake Eye cards anywhere to be found. No Deception of the Sinful Spoils, no Wanted, no Diabell Star. His deck is full of great cards, but they just weren't the ones in his opening hand.
I think full of cards is also a problem. He's up to 44 cards in his deck, which you might cite as potentially one of the reasons why he didn't have access to the starters at the rate that he was really hoping.
Yeah, it could be the case. Might want to look at that and maybe slim it down to 40. I mean, I'm usually with Fire Kings, I don't mind going over 40 too much, but for this format, when I was adjusting my Fire King deck, I definitely tried to keep it at 40 as most I could. But that's mainly because I just want to make sure I see those interactions from the hand when I'm going second. And yeah, of course, Fire King's a kind of a deck where you would need to draw at least a combination of 2 cards to really be safe. Because like the advantage is like you have the Kieran, which kind of works like the Malice Trap, where you can play around targeting effects and destroy it off the field. And then, yeah, so you just need a combination of 2 cards. So when you draw too many of one side of your deck and don't see the other side, we pretty much see that's how it goes and plays out.
Yeah, I think back-to-back games, he really only saw one side of his deck, which was the interaction side of his deck.
And had to face down Dimension Shifter game 1. But
yeah, that didn't help.
Did not help at all. But we're going to hear from our winner, Jackson, here. He's with Kangas on the stage, so take it away, Kangas.
Thank you very much, Billy. I'm live on stage with Jackson after your feature match win to close out the day 1 of YCS Anaheim. First off, congratulations. Second of all, I got to ask, how many YCSs have you been to and how many feature matches have you had a chance to do?
I've been to probably less than 10 YCSs, so I've been to a few. I've been on stream once at a Nationals. I was super nervous, but I won that feature match too, luckily, even though I kind of screwed up out of nerves. I've had a couple written feature matches, though, and those are the best. They're so chill. You just have a dude with a computer next to you instead of the big cameras, but had to take the chance to be up here.
Well, it seemed like your nerves were pretty calm, all things considered, up here. How would you say you've grown since your last feature match, and what have you learned from that experience?
I'm definitely a lot better of a player, but even now I was nervous, and I definitely I messed up a little bit, was able to still get it. I feel like I could have played around his Ash Balls by not making the red ransom there. I could have went for a different link, and then if he had Ash, I was able to keep play, especially knowing that he didn't have cards. If I just went straight into White Binder and secured follow-up, I would have been in a way better position. Considering he had bricked, I could have played that safer route, but I just didn't think about it. It didn't even really cross my mind because I am still nervous being up here, to be honest.
Well, again, you still played well, you still got the win, and you're in a really good position going into day number 2. So I got to ask about that. How confident are you that this is your YCS, you're going to be able to top it?
More confident than I've been in the past, and I've topped a few YCSs at this point. But I'm more confident for this one than I have been for others, for sure. Just gotta keep hoping my opponents draw bad like he did. Unfortunately, he didn't even get a chance to outplay me. His deck just kind of, I gave him a bad rap.
Yeah, sometimes that does happen. Why are you more confident this time than past times that you've had the opportunity?
Got to give a shout out to Mitchell Martin for working on the deck with me. We cooked up the absolute sauce. We are playing the best Malice list in the room, and that's why I'm confident.
Okay, well, thank you so much for coming on and chatting with us. Best of luck going into day number 2. And with that said, we're going to send it back to the casters.
All right, thank you, Kangas. Awesome to hear from Jackson. You know, has a couple YCS tops under his belt. Now he's just maybe 1 round win away from having another one on top of that. And he seems confident in his Malice deck here this weekend. But we're going to find out tomorrow if that he will make it or not. But we still have some cool things to talk about outside of this YCS, some upcoming stuff that's really cool that you won't want to miss. And that, of course, is going to be the Early Days collection. I cannot tell you how excited I am about this. The game selection is fantastic. There's so many old games that I remember playing as a kid that I can't wait to play again. It's going to be available February 27th. And on top of everything else, on top of how amazing the Early Day collection is, if you buy the physical copy, you get a promo, either a Quarter Century Secret or Harvey's Feather Duster of one of these artworks. Either one is a fantastic show. Either one you end up with. Everyone uses Harvey's Feather Duster. You definitely want to get your hands on a Quarter Century Secret Rare version. And I cannot wait for the Early Days collection to come out. That's right, it's going to be available February 27th. You won't want to miss it. And with that being said, this was round 9. This is going to be the last time you're going to see us for the day. But we're going to be back tomorrow morning. But before we leave, I'm going to let Kangas into our broadcast for the day. So, Kangas, take it away. It's been an amazing day of dueling. Throw it to Kangas.
Thank you very much, Billy. Shout out to the casters for going through 9 rounds of Swiss. Shout out to the Duelists who have been going through a marathon of a day. That's it for day one of YCS Anaheim. With 9 rounds of Swiss in the books means that we have 2 more tomorrow before we announce everybody who makes top. But even if you didn't make top cut or you're not making it to day 2, don't forget we have a lot of public events you can check out if you are here live in Anaheim, California. But a special thanks to everybody who watched the show and supported from home. Don't forget, tomorrow, same place, same time, we'll see you for YCS Anaheim day 2.